SportsRadio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Ground ball to short should be the final. Out. Jeremy Pena gets the tough Stephen Kwan. Kind of fitting, the Astros finally returned to 4 out of 5 times today to win this game 8-2 after Kwan owned them the first 2 days.
There was a lot of good last night. A lot of good over at Minute Maid Park last night. The Astros win 8-2. Jonathan Singleton, a home run. Spencer Arrighetti had a nice outing. Yainer Diaz with a big hit to create some margin there. A lot of things that had not been happening were happening last night for the Astros, including winning a series. This is 2 in a row now for them that they've won. Welcome in, everybody, on a Friday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. It's what they do. They win series, the 2024 Astros. Ever since yesterday, I was trying to give you a pep talk by just talking about how look, they had two really competitive series or games, 1 victory, 1 loss against a very good Guardians baseball team. And then, what was nice? It was nice to see the Astros put down a team in the 3rd game of a series where that team's relief staff was a huge question mark. And that they'd gotten to the depth of their pitching staff was an issue for the Guardians. So as you look at, hopefully, the Astros continuing to get healthier at the pitching position, then, you can get yourself out of this rut you've dug for yourself.
Yeah, it was a nice night last night. And I would say a few things. Let's start with Singleton. That was really good to see. Look, Singleton's going to get an opportunity here. He's going to get an opportunity, especially if he keeps hitting, and if he keeps playing defense the way that he did. He's going to get an opportunity to be the basically the regular first baseman. He had a huge home run to give them a 3-2 lead last night, down 2-1 in the 6th, I believe. And here was John Singleton.
As he hits one high, he hits one deep. At the track is Brennan, and this ball's gone! He's done it! John Singleton, 2nd home run of the series, gives the Astros a lead here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's 3-2. A towering shot that just cleared the wall and right.
Just cleared the wall and right and almost hit the roof of Minute Maid Park. That was a moonshot. That was crazy.
It's, And Singleton swears that this has nothing to do with Abreu going down or what have you, but he was 4 for 9 in this series. Yeah. He made a good defensive play last night. Maybe part of that was just getting osmosis from the annoying first baseman there for the Guardians.
Naylor?
Naylor and his little brother who couldn't decide who to catch that.
That was funny.
Naylor's little brother is the catcher. Yeah.
The tweets were great. If you missed it, what Seth's talking about, there was a pop-up in foul territory, and Naylor, the catcher, and Naylor, the first baseman, both are perched underneath it, and they let the ball hit the ground in between them. The tweets were hilarious. Like, well, we know who's getting the blame for that one. The little brother.
Yeah. This was it was as lovable as the Maton feud or rivalry, whatever that. Yep. Where sometimes it gets a little too heated and a guy loses to his brother and breaks his hand.
What are you going to do?
I don't know if Naylor broke his hand or not in the locker room after this game. Either of the Naylors.
Singleton, here's a spot on Singleton taking advantage of his opportunity.
You'll be in there tomorrow. That's what you do when someone gives you an opportunity and you take advantage of it. Not only with the bat, but he also played pretty good defense.
He did more in 10 minutes last night than Abreu had done all year. Jonathan Singleton hits a home run to make it 3-2. And I don't think you can overstate how big the defensive play he made was in the very next inning. It was the nobody out, and I don't, off the top of my head, I don't recall who the batter was, but ripped a ball down the first base line, and Singleton lays out for it, gets it, and makes a play. I know the final score was 8-2. It was 3-2 when he made that play. You get that leadoff guy on, and maybe the game takes a different turn right there.
Right. So Singleton in the series versus the Guardians over those 3 games, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs, 444 batting average. Just a small sample size, but man, it coincides perfectly with him being the guy every night. And I guess at least not a threat of getting pinch hit by Abreu. At least if he gets pinch hit, it would be by somebody that you should actually be pinch hitting.
Well, he's got. I know it's, and I'll use small sample size again. He's only got 51 at bats this year, but he's got a 787 OPS now after this series. Like if Jonathan Singleton has a near 800 OPS, he's your everyday first baseman. You know, like that's the period, end of story. And Abreu can stay in West Palm Beach all season for all I care. Like if Jonathan Singleton has a 787 OPS, there is zero reason to bring Jose Abreu back to this baseball team. Zero.
His OPS plus, remember OPS plus kind of standardizes it across ballparks and everything. The average MLB player is a 100. That's how the stat works. He's at a 128 right now.
Is he really?
Plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's more impressive than the 787 regular OPS.
And look, obviously that's heavily weighted by a really good 3 games that he's had, but we're far enough along into the season now that, it matters. Like these stats, there's enough of an accumulation. So, maybe there's the long redemption journey for John Singleton might still be on the ascent.
Yeah. Did you like Eric Eddy last night?
I did like Eric Eddy.
It was nice last night, Eric Eddy. Yeah. He battled through some trouble in the 3rd inning and came out of it the other side.
If you look at all these younger pitchers, there's been reasons for optimism with some of the things they've done, and a lot of it is reflected. It's been reflected on the fact that, all right, none of them were actually ready to be called up necessarily. Even if not, they might not have expected it and have worked through some earlier struggles to make some changes. It makes you feel better about their ability to get everything right.
Yeah, Eric Eddy's the one that I think really fits that description that you just said of not really he's not supposed to be here, right? Like Hunter Brown was supposed to be here. That's really disappointing still with Hunter Brown. He's got to get fixed. J.P. France was never anybody I really thought was going to be part of an equation for a World Series team. He was a cool story last year. He was pitching above his weight class last year. Man, if Eric Eddy can help be part of the duct tape that keeps this thing together while they get the reinforcements back. Eventually Urquidy's going to be back and Garcia's going to be back. We'll see about Lance, what he ends up being this year,
Lance opened a coffee shop yesterday.
He did, Maven, at the Thompson Hotel on Allen Parkway, A lot of people had feelings about that.
Oh, did they? Yeah, I didn't bother reading the comments when I saw his, he said he's pitching halfway up the mound right now to a catcher who's down, and that's he's making progress. But obviously with Lance, it's a continual game of wait and see.
Yeah, I'm looking at a text that was sent to the guys last night on Area 45, and one says, this text says, has Lance worn out his goodwill in Houston, especially with his seemingly tone-deaf opening of his coffee bar when the Astros pitching is suffering and they have a losing record?
I know.
I don't know what you do. Like you guys have outside business interests. What do you do? Not open the coffee shop?
That's where it's tough sometimes as an active athlete. It's always a balance between focusing on what you got now and setting up for the future. And it's not like it takes too much time or energy away from Lance. I'm sure it might be actually really good for him while he's rehabbing to also have something else. But because Bregman's release of his Tex-Mex line seems to have coincided, at least partly, with him not being as good as he was in 2019.
Yeah.
Can we say that?
Yeah. He's become Mr. Pop-Up with runners on base, man. That's been tough to watch.
Mr. Pop-Up because he's thinking about his pop-up stand, his pop-up salsa stand
kiosk
down at the mall. He's like, I gotta hustle, get over to the mall so I can force people to take samples of my salsa.
That's it. You gotta focus, bro. Did you see our guy Nick Caserio was on Pat McAfee yesterday?
I saw him two-timing us. I saw him running around with other AFC South alumni.
Well, when he's two-timing us, he's on there just mentioning us by name.
That's true.
He did give us a shout-out on there.
It's kind of like when a woman won't shut up about her husband's going to kill us.
A little bit.
Oh, yeah, come on, man.
That's how McAfee took it,
hey,
too.
Lady,
It's like, hey.
Let's enjoy the moment.
I know. Can we stay in the moment, Nick? Here was Nick Caserio giving a little shout-out to Sports Radio 610 yesterday.
It's funny. So not too many GMs have a walk-up music, I guess, but when I go on the local 610 program with Pendergast and Payne, they played PX. Whoa. So we've played that introduction. the Degenerate Next song. So they changed it yesterday, The Undertaker. I'm not really sure why, but that was the intro yesterday. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm a big fan. I'm an unabashed supporter. I'm not going to hide it. So I enjoy it when I can get it. Specifically to WrestleMania, I just went to the website and just tried to watch the clips, but it just looked like a tremendous environment.
Yeah, and he's bringing it up on the McAfee show because Pat McAfee's the color analyst for Monday Night Raw, the most watched cable show.
I didn't know if he was talking about an unabashed supporter of Pendergast and Payne, or if he was an unabashed supporter of WWE. But
I'm not going to change the name of the show. Don't worry.
Executive producer Nick Caserio thinks that Pendergast and Payne rolls off the tongue a little bit easier.
That's
apparently.
The thing. It does not at all.
I know. I actually tried it. I'm like, I tested that when we first started the show. I was like, I don't want to be. I hope they're not doing this because they think I'm some egomaniacal jerk.
No.
So I tested it with a few myself and several years back. Like, okay, listen. Let's say each of these 10 times each, and Payne and Pendergast just worked.
Way better. No, way better. I mean,
I think obviously Nick more. I think in his mind he's thinking of you as the wrestling guy.
Yeah.
And he probably, as a courtesy to me, added my name in there. He was going to say on Sean Pendergast's show or something.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that's what he's going to do. I checked. Pendergast and Payne is available.com, the URL. So I did check on that.
There is another show. A podcast show called Sean and Seth. See, now Sean and Seth sounds better than Seth and Sean.
Yeah, that does flow a little better. Yeah.
When I've tried to search for like something that might have about our show, sometimes looking to see how something was received, I'll search Sean and Seth, and that usually pops up fast.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
it's easier to type. One of the things we'll have more with Nick on McAfee a little later in the show. One of the things that I really like is just how frustrated McAfee gets over how good the Texans are how good it looks like they're going to be, at least the trajectory.
Right. Yeah.
This was a pretty funny little blurb yesterday.
Feels like D'Amico and CJ and Steph and Tank and Nico, like if Dalton, now Cade, and then you bring in Mixon.
Laramie, Titus.
Do you need some water before you?
Shut up, Nick.
You can see McAfee getting visibly more and more frustrated with every big name he was reciting right there. It was pretty funny.
He gets people so comfortable on that show.
Yeah.
They create such a clubhouse environment where everybody, all his buddies and everything are just chiming in. I think people really enjoy it.
They're really good. It really helps him too that he does interviews like that on Zoom when you can see somebody.
Yeah.
That's a big factor too. I think
you can see they're joking when they ask a question.
Right.
So, I went down a rabbit hole last night because I'd watched a little bit of that We Are the World documentary on Netflix.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. About the song.
Pretty good. It's way better, about the making of the song. And it was way better than I thought it was going to be, but there's a little bit of a somebody mentioned something about how Cyndi Lauper can be difficult. So I went down, I was looking some stuff up, and there was an article in the Houston Press in like 2013 about how on this phone interview, Cyndi Lauper was basically the biggest difficulty ever. Yeah, like reacting to these questions were completely they were very fair and nice, nice questions. She was like, "Do you even know anything about me?" And so I think that's why Nick yells at us sometimes because he can't see us. If you can see the person, it's a whole different deal.
If we had Zoom back then, Cyndi Lauper would have been just fine. All right, Nick Caserio on the McAfee show. He talked about trading for Stephon Diggs. Was pretty candid about that and that process. And is it time to get a Nico Collins extension dunzo? We will have that coming up next.
Hey, is it time to choose the right builder for your dream home? Yeah, that's really probably the most important thing because that builder is going to take your dreams and make them a reality. Kirk.
BetQL.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Payne and Pendergast. Sorry, Seth and I were talking during the break about Texans rookies.
We're talking about Solomon Byrd and Feldarius Payne and how the difference between watching every snap of a game and then watching a slickly produced highlight reel from USC.
Yeah.
Man, those are two different prospects I watched.
They are.
They're completely different.
You watched the highlight one, and Nick is Executive of the Year already in May. You know, like, how did he get these guys?
Clearly, these guys are going to be All-Pro probably within. They might break the rules of voting on All-Pro and vote them in week 6 or week 7.
He might turn Daniil Hunter into Jose Abreu. Like, why are we starting this Hunter guy when we've got a perfectly good Solomon Byrd sitting right there?
We got Daniil Hunter sitting here. Yeah, sure, he's got 6 sacks already, but my God. But look at Solomon Byrd.
Yeah.
Did you watch that USC highlight reel? My God.
That's great.
Because a lot of what you realize is, especially with the big-time schools, there will be one highlight, but from 4 different angles. And each time you see it, it's like a new play all over again. And you just get brainwashed into like, my God, he's just destroying these people.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's easily sold to out there. I am easily sold to via highlight videos, man.
It's fun. This time of year, that's what you should be doing.
It's fun.
You should,
It's fun.
When I do these videos on YouTube, I do what they need to improve on at the very end for the hardcores, you know? But the people that are only going to watch half and watch the highlights, and that's awesome. But then the hardcores can stay until the end.
They're going to Pavlovianly feel good about you, too. You know what I mean? Like, the video's about Solomon Byrd, but they're going to be like, there's something about this Seth Payne guy. I always feel good when I see him on a video or on YouTube or I'm listening to his show, and I can't quite put my finger on why. Well, it's because you watched 2/3 of every highlight video he's ever done for a breakdown of these Texans draft picks. That's why.
I should have I should run videos of good-looking people next to me the whole time too.
Yeah.
You know, be like, I just don't know what that is about that Seth Payne, but I feel the same way I do when I'm watching Sydney Sweeney. Yeah.
Yes.
It's exactly. Yeah. I don't know if that's what I'm going for, but it'd be positive feelings, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, here's Nick Caserio. He's on with Pat McAfee yesterday, and McAfee asked him about everything that went into trading for Stefon Diggs.
Yeah, sure. Every decision that you make, you have to be thoughtful about it and, try to get as much information as possible. And we have a lot of respect for Steph and what he's done over the course of his career. I was asked about this, a few weeks back. And we're not going to judge a player or any individual based on, what may have happened in the past. What we're going to focus on is when the player is here, how does he assimilate to our program? How is he with the rest of the group in the locker room? So Steph's been a really good player for a number of years. He's been very consistent. He's very durable. He's instinctive. He has really good hands. He has position flexibility. And when you look at over the last few years how we've kind of constructed the team, it's kind of a balance of veteran, established players who have come from some winning programs, and then supplement that with some good young players that hopefully get an understanding of what it takes to win in this league by looking at the people next to them in the room. And I would say Steph kind of fits into that category along with some of the other folks that we've added during the offseason.
I think the important thing to remember about Stefon Diggs, 2 things really, is one that for the first 2 3/4 years in Buffalo, it seemed to be going extremely well. And then there was disjointedness. There was clearly a wall that the offense was unable to scale. And you found that out that, by the time Ken Dorsey was fired, I think there was just too much acrimony and bad blood for it to continue. And I'm not excusing Stefon Diggs from any part in that matter. It's just it wasn't a great situation. But the other thing that you got to remember too is that I think sometimes people get an idea in their heads of what a diva is and how they act, and they assume that means like not practicing as well. Stefon Diggs, like by all accounts from his teammates and Josh Allen himself after Stefon Diggs left, like Stefon Diggs competes his butt off in practice, and I always go back to something that Peyton Manning talked about with his wide receivers, with Marvin Harrison and with Reggie Wayne. That those guys were just savage at practice. They were super competitive all the time, and they wanted to be out there. They wanted to be out there practicing more. And with wide receivers and a quarterback forming that relationship where you just get rep after rep after rep. It's one of the reasons Drew Brees was as good as he was. He was maniacally obsessive about running the same routes over and over and over and over again with the same guys. That's a Stefon Diggs mentality. So it's really good for guys like Tank Dell and Nico to see exactly what this guy's been doing since he's been in the NFL.
Did you see the video that surfaced online yesterday of Stefon Diggs doing push-ups with gigantic weights on his back?
I didn't see it.
It was impressive. Yeah, it was. He's getting after it in these workouts, man. It was.
Okay.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited for Stefon Diggs.
What kind of weights were like
the plates that you put on the side of a huge barbell?
They were actually plates. Okay.
Plates.
It wasn't like a weighted jacket or anything.
No. They were he had like four plates literally stacked on his back as he's doing push-ups.
Were they
very Clubber Lang?
Ask you this. Were they Olympic weights? Did they look rubbery? Were they colorful?
I couldn't tell from the grainy video that I saw on Twitter. I couldn't. Yeah, it looked like a. Yeah, it looked like kind of a hardcore gym. You know what I mean? I'm guessing they were metal weights. Either way.
Well, no, they're all. Never mind. I'll explain during the break.
Okay. Yeah. You're down the road of somebody who lifts no weights. So just to be clear.
I got you. No worries.
All right. So let's get to Nico Collins. Nico Collins. I think, look, the Texans have a lot of extra cap space right now. For a team that's in May and has made a lot of moves, the Texans still have a lot of dry powder. A lot of speculation that it could be for a Nico Collins extension. This is Robert Mays and Nate Tice, right, Steph? This is the Athletic Football Podcast?
Yeah. This is like one of the last episodes ever because Nate Tice is leaving the podcast.
He is?
Yes.
That's a good podcast. Why is he leaving?
It's a really good. Well, he's probably going to work for somebody else. I think because he had been working for the Athletic, I think, and now he's somewhere else. So it's probably that. It was really one of the most respected hardcore football podcasts out there. Two really bright guys who watch a lot of film. Yeah, with good energy. It had a good vibe to it. Oh, that's disappointing. I didn't know that. Well, at any rate, they're going out with a bang because they say the Texans, they got to get a deal done with Nico Collins.
The one that I'm really interested in is Nico Collins. It feels like Nico Collins is on the Ayuk development plan, just 1 year removed. So what do you do with that?
They should get that done now before this season starts.
Okay, so Devontae Smith gets $25 a year on his extension. Is Nico Collins worth more or less than Devontae Smith at $25 a year?
Oh, see, if you asked me this a year ago, I would say no, but now I would say yes. Then that's crazy.
I think I agree.
And I love Devontae Smith. Nico looks good, guys. I don't think I'm shocking anyone saying this. Nico looks like a top 10 guy now, so I would try and give him Devontae Smith pay so he plays like A.J. Brown.
And then that's a discount immediately. If you can get him at $25 million and he's willing to take that, well, here is the Devontae Smith contract. Xeroxed over, you sign it. Here's $25 million a year. There is a chance that can look like a discount as soon as this season based on where but guess what? His agents know that too.
Yeah, it's a bit, it may be a bit of a staring match. Well, as you've pointed out, Seth, when Nico was on TJ Hushmanzada's podcast, he didn't sound like a guy that was really ready to put pen to paper anytime soon.
He used the phrase, "I've got a lot to prove," or some version of that phrase several times, if I remember correctly. And he wasn't saying it in any kind of an acrimonious way or anything. He was just saying, I've got a lot to prove. He was saying it with a lot of humility. Yes. I think he felt like he had just gotten started last year. So, like I think Nate Tice there said, Nico's agent also knows that signing that deal right now might look like a discount a year from now. So they might just roll the dice and see what happens.
Yeah. $25 million a year. When the rumors for Amon-Ra St. Brown started up back in February, the rumored deal for him was 3 years, $75 million. Now, he ended up getting 4 years, $120. So he got more than that. But when I saw the tweets about Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was picked like 20 picks after Nico, something like that, in the 2021 draft, at the time I said I would do that for Nico Collins. I would do $75 million over 3 years for Nico Collins, and I stand by that now. I'm the fear that Mays and Tice were expressing there about what a Nico deal might look like a year from now is something I feel acutely. I think Nico's going to have another big year this year, and if he's healthy again for nearly a full year like he was this last year, because that was always the big thing. It wasn't skill, it was health. I don't know if his numbers are going to be as good this year as they were last year just because now you've got a lot more mouths to feed. Mm-hmm. But I thought it was so emblematic of the season that Nico had that his best game of the season was the last game of the season against the Colts. With no Tank Dell on the other side, he went out and from literally the first play from scrimmage to the end of the game was the best player on the field. 9 catches, 192 yards.
And I think, too, as you saw down the stretch in that game and others, where he had that look in his eye, where he was seeking out dudes to bulldoze over on the sideline. Like that part of it was really, really cool, and I think people love seeing that. I think one thing that helps with either Nico or Stephon Diggs or any of these, those are the two main guys that are in line to get paid at the end of this season.
Yep.
And you might wonder, like, all right, well, with all those mouths to feed, exactly, how much are they going to be able to command if they don't get the production? I think that everything that's happened in this era, where they've got so many different ways to evaluate guys, more so than the traditional box score stats, I don't know if they worry about it as much anymore.
No.
I mean, like, you can point to so much that, aside from the eyeball test, the other teams can look at the film and see whether guys are getting separation, whether they're getting open. If it was a matter of like, okay, well, look, this guy, he's still beating man coverage, this, et cetera. They can break everything down so well, not to mention looking at the body tracking data and everything else like that, that it's probably not as much of a consideration. It's much fewer guys are getting paid just because they were leading the league in receiving last year.
Yeah.
It was a lot more detailed than that when they analyzed it.
It used to be a lot more like fantasy football back in the day.
Right, yeah.
He had 1,300 yards. Let's pay him, he had 850 yards. He stinks. He's average. He's a complimentary guy.
The other thing too, Sean, because you had mentioned Nico staying healthy.
Yeah.
In that T.J. Hushmanzada interview, he also did talk about how he's changed his exercise regimen.
Yeah.
And like it's very specifically tied to how he's playing healthier. Him watching the veteran players over these last few years and learning how to take care of his body, away from the facility and all of that. So kind of like when Correa started staying healthy because he had figured out a routine for his back. I'm optimistic that Nico's going to stay a lot healthier.
Yeah, he made big changes last year prior to the season, so I'm with you on that. Text message. Just had a baby. Any advice from you fellas? Now, we're pretty good with the advice department. We got a text from somebody who we gave job interview advice to a few weeks ago, and the guy got the job. So this is a pretty good place to come. Just had a baby. Any advice from you fellas?
So you're saying, like, if we give a good advice, he might the paternity test will be kind to him.
Yeah,
it'll be his kid. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Do you have any advice? I come from a unique environment in which I started with two babies at the same time that had oxygen tanks attached to them when we came home from the hospital.
Yeah, I guess maybe if I had to do it all over again, I don't know how exactly you go about doing this, but I wish we had stressed a lot less about some of the little things, like as and always remember, you know what? As your child starts to grow older, just really try to genuinely listen to your kids and not just assume that like what advice would have been good for you is good for them. And especially remember that like whatever hang-ups you have, a lot of it goes back to the way you were raised. So the way you were raised wasn't necessarily the way you do it. Never catch yourself saying like, well, my parents did this.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Without also thinking like, oh yeah, I'm kind of screwed up myself. Yeah. Maybe there's a different way to do it than the way my parents did it.
I like that. Okay, so yours is more
basically disrespect your parents in raising your children.
There you go.
There's some stuff your parents could have done better. They didn't know any better. They were working their butts off. But just try to, and maybe I wish I had taken an actual parenting class. That's what I would say. Okay, Sean. Take an actual parenting class.
Okay.
Be humble and take an actual parenting class, because the things that I've seen that people learn in parenting classes, I'm like, I wish I would have learned that when my child was 3.
Now, this person just had the baby, but they're going to be a little short on time. That would have been good advice like 4 months ago, like take one before the baby gets there.
Sean, that's what I remember reading so much about like right up to like the first 9 months and like how to take care of the baby and everything. But then I realized like, oh crap, I'm a dullard when it comes to the rest of it.
Here would be and I'm assuming this is actually like this. I'm assuming this is the husband in this relationship that's texting. Yeah. All it says is just had a baby. If I'm taking it literally, this could be the mom, because that person literally is the one who has the baby. But this is what I would say.
I would say wait until the suture's healed before you make love again.
That's very good advice for either of you in the relationship. I would say this, and this probably I feel more acutely because we had 2 at the same time. We started off with twins. And this probably, my not doing this probably contributed to the reason why I'm on a second marriage. Yeah. But make sure this is very basic, but make sure you are balancing the workload for both of you. You know what I mean? Don't put too much Don't put too much on her. On the I would say identify the nights that it's your turn to get up and take care of the baby in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Then going in that. Okay, my sleep might get interrupted here. Have
conversations about it. Don't assume.
Yes.
Because most people in a relationship assume that they usually you believe you're doing more than your partner realizes you're doing, and vice versa. So it's good to have conversations about where you stand with it, and don't get offended. Try real hard not to get offended if your opinions vary at the beginning.
That's right. Yeah. So I would say learn from my mistakes. I didn't do that. I was very much like, hey, I got to go to work tomorrow. You go do this. Say it that way, but that's probably how it came across. So
that's good advice. Maybe we should tailor it more towards the first 3 months, especially. Which is yours? That's the advice you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yours was more. Your advice was good, but yours was more long term. Mine is just trying to get through this weekend. You know what I mean?
Mine was more just a listing of my own failures. Now that I think about it, I gotta think about this. I gotta think about this and give some better advice by hour 4.
All right, let's get to headlines up next here. The Astros win. They win a series. More from Nick Caserio. In the NBA playoffs, boy, a couple games last night, and there were some interesting things going on with a former Rocket as his team was getting knocked out of the postseason. That is next.
In the Loop.
Blake Fisher was the most polarizing pick.
why.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Ground ball to short should be the final. Out. Jeremy Pena gets the tough Stephen Kwan. Kind of fitting, the Astros finally retired them 4 out of 5 times today to win this game 8-2 after Kwan owned them the first 2 days.
All right, that was the final call of the game last night. Todd Callis on Space City Home Network. The Astros win a series. They beat the Cleveland Guardians last night 8-2. They take the series 2-1. 2 straight series they've won now. They've won 4 out of their last 5. So maybe the Astros are getting things going a little bit here. Seattle coming to town this weekend. Big stories from the game last night. I would say let's start with Spencer Arrighetti, who had a nice outing. 5 2/3 innings. Had a rough third inning, was able to battle through that. I thought that was good. A lot of times with these young pitchers so far this year, when it started to go downhill on them, it's been tough to kind of straighten out the ship, and Spencer Arrighetti did a nice job last night. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, 5 2/3 innings, handed it over to the bullpen, and they were able to bring it home. Here was Joe Espada on Spencer Arrighetti.
He's getting better every outing. That was huge. We needed a good start from him and take us deep in the game, and he did. And Taylor Scott, first Major League win, that's huge also.
Yeah, Taylor Scott got the win because the Astros started opening the floodgates after Arrighetti was out of the game. But it was a nice outing for Arrighetti. That was some very fortuitous things happened for the bullpen last night, Seth, as we head into an important series with the Mariners. This is a division series in a division that you're trailing by a bunch right now, and the Mariners are one of the teams ahead of you. But Arrighetti getting into the 6th inning was big. And then the 5-run 7th inning was big because you didn't have to use Josh Hader. You could just bring in Seth Martinez, and if Seth Martinez started giving up a few runs or whatever, you get a 6-run lead in this thing. So not having to use any of the back-end bullpen guys as you get ready for a very important series this weekend was really, really big.
Must protect the hater. Protect the hater. The hater is,
yes.
He pitched more than 1 inning the other day. We probably should try to give him 3 weeks off at some point. That part I'm a little bit still sour about, just the whole hater situation in general. But, as far as, I think that if there's one thing that hopefully where the Astros have taken their medicine a little bit over these last couple series, they've got the 5th highest chase rate in the league. So you think about this team that for so long has been really known for its judgment at the plate. They have strayed far, far, far away from that. And I think you've started to see a little bit more judiciousness and a little bit more patience at the plate, perhaps. Maybe guys were pressing too hard as things were kind of spiraling out of control. But if that's here to stay, then sure, that'll be that would be a very, very nice welcome arrival if late.
Yep. John Singleton, a home run last night when the game was still in doubt. They were down 2-1 when he hit the 2-run homer that gave them a 3-2 lead. Had some nice plays in the field. So we'll see. Singleton's going to get a nice little opportunity here, I think.
Singleton's got 2 home runs. He's 4 for 5 in this series. So since
4 for 9. Yeah.
4 for 9. Excuse me. Yes. 4 for 5. Much better. 4 for 9 in this series. And look, it's hard not to tie it to Jose Abreu being sent down to West Palm Beach. Mm-hmm. He denies that. He doesn't think it has anything to do with it. I say balderdash on.
Yeah. Well, when a team's giving you an opportunity and they tell you, okay, you're going to be the guy here for a little while, I would imagine you approach it a little bit differently than hey, you might be coming in to pinch hit in the 7th inning. We need you Wednesday afternoon because it's a day game after a night game. Not a day game after a night game. I think it probably does change his mentality a little bit, John Singleton. Let's skip down to the Texans here. Nick Caserio was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Really good interview. McAfee asked him about D'Amico, how things are going in year 2, and Nick used a term that D'Amico used at his introductory press conference. No energy vampires in the building.
No energy vampires are allowed. And D'Amico has talked about that to the team. We don't have a lot of team rules. One is protect the team, and number 2, it's no energy vampires. So just come in, have the right mindset, have the right attitude, be consistent day to day with your performance. The coaches are going to give you the best that they have. In turn, that's all we expect as the players, for them to give them our best. And we've seen that with the start of the offseason program here. We have, just about everybody here participating. So it's about work and it's about improvement, and that's what the focus is here over the next few months. Yeah,
the nice thing about the Texans so far is I've seen that this under D'Amico Ryans, it seems to be one of the few teams in the history or existence of football that actually follows the advice of its motivational posters. There's usually, like, everybody that's ever played football knows that your coaches love these motivational posters.
Yeah.
And but usually, because of a lack of sleep and because of trauma from the previous coaches they themselves have had, nobody follows them. I think, and it's hard to create a culture when you've got energy vampires or, you know, people that aren't all headed in the same direction. D'Amico cares very much about that. And I think it has created a culture where it's different. It's different than a lot of other teams.
Well, and let's use Diggs as an example here. I trust that there was a lot of thought and a lot of research and a lot of investigation that went into the acquisition of Stephon Diggs. You know,
Yeah.
and I trust that there's thought that goes into everything they do, because you got a coach and a general manager that communicate with each other. You know, like there were so many things about the previous regime, especially when Bill O'Brien got the keys to everything, that felt like there was very little thought that went into it. It was very haphazard, you know, and you knew that when it was Bill O'Brien and Rick Smith that these were two guys that just didn't see the world through the same lens and may not have even liked each other that much. You know, like this is I'm not saying all the moves are going to work, but I do feel confident that there's nothing haphazard about these moves. You know?
Yeah. No, and I think, you know, as McAfee called them yesterday and a lot of other people around the league, I think especially with CJ and Micah going at it with their little odd couple shtick they have going on now, it's a very likable team.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's likable in the same way that the Astros were likable back in 2015, 2016 or so. You got a lot of young, fresh kids that other people elsewhere haven't learned to hate yet because they haven't beaten their own teams. But that does go a long, long way. I was just like, I don't know. I like to think that maybe I've got better at dealing with toxic people in my life, but in reality, I've just got better at cutting out toxic people.
Yeah.
And a locker room is the same way. Like, there's certain things you do, and you're going to have your differences, you're going to have disagreements and everything. But, man, when you got too many toxic people in an organization, it reaches a tipping point where there's not a motivational speech that really works. And there's not necessarily anything you can do structurally to get past that. You just need better people in the organization. And I think that Nick and D'Amico are looking for the same types of guys to have in the organization.
Yep, well put. Let's go to the NBA playoffs. Indiana beats Milwaukee last night, 120-98. So Indiana wins that series 4-2. They'll move on to the next round. Pat Beverly was a story in this game. Pat Beverly plays for the Milwaukee Bucks, for those who don't know, former Rocket. Really well liked when he was a Rocket. We really liked his kind of, his kind of tough, chip on the shoulder attitude.
Not going to tell you, we loved that Russell Westbrook hated him.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook. Right.
He would go attack Russell Westbrook.
Two things on Beverly last night. He while the game was going on, one was post game, one was during the game. During the game, Patrick Beverly at one point flipped a ball at some fans, and while he was on the bench, the fans tossed it back to him, and then Patrick Beverly threw it like overhand fastball style back at these fans.
Well, okay, no, to be more clear, he threw the ball into the stands and hit a woman on the side of the head.
Right.
Like, as all the Pacers fans were looking over towards the Pacers bench, clapping, Beverly threw the ball into the stands and it hit a woman in the side of the head.
Yeah.
A fan in front of her didn't seem to really know what was going on. He kind of tossed it back to Beverly, and then Beverly rifled it back at that fan. And hit that fan in the hands.
Yeah.
Which tells me that Beverly has he can pass well enough that he hit that guy directly in the hands at lightning speed. I think that, I don't know if he was throwing it directly at the woman's head the first time, but what the hell, Patrick Beverly?
Yeah, I probably should have been more clear. This was not him tossing a souvenir to somebody. This was him. He was pissed at Pacer fans for whatever reason. I don't know if they were saying things or if he was just being Patrick Beverly. Here was the other thing. Patrick Beverly, after the game last night, had his media scrum going on around his locker, and there was a female reporter there who was asking a question. Take a listen to this, and I want you to picture Beverly sitting on a stool in front of his locker, and while this whole interchange is ensuing, Beverly is continually pushing the female reporter's microphone away from him, does not want her to even get audio, let alone ask a question to him, and wait till you hear the reason why.
Here.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I finish. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
Get that mic out my face, please.
Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think at first she thought he was joking because she laughed at it.
Because it was so stupid.
It was so dumb. You said
I hadn't seen the entire video. I just saw the initial interaction. I didn't realize it. I kind of wondered whether he was joking or not. Oh my God!
Clearly not. Yeah. By the end of that,
all right.
Told her to leave the circle.
So all right, that's enough, Pat Beverly.
Yeah.
The shtick. I don't know the shtick. I still liked him a lot after he left. Even as they were waging war in the bowels of the previous Staples Center, as he was waging war on Chris Paul. Or no, was Chris Paul? I can't remember. Oh, it was after Chris Paul was with the Rockets and Beverly was, anyway.
It might have been a Clipper, at that point.
Well, no, yeah, it was definitely versus the Clippers.
Yeah.
So, I think.
It was Trevor Ariza was the one who wanted to go fight all the Clippers.
Right, but Beverly was all wrapped up in it, right?
I'm sure he was if there was a fight, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it other than that it's not my problem to defend anymore.
No, it's not cute anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's not like it's jump the shark.
John McClane was notorious for that. He'd say, "Do you describe to the Chronicle? You don't, then no, I will not answer your question."
That's right.
I will not do your Reddit AMA unless you subscribe to the Chronicle.
Please.
Not going to happen.
Right.
GallerySports.com.
C.J. Stroud, those are your headlines for the day. C.J. Stroud weighs in on the most controversial draft pick of the entire 2024 NFL draft. Did he like it? Did he not like it? That is next. But first, prize picks. Prize picks.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. I would say, Seth, would you agree Michael Penix has been the most discussed draft pick of this draft? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so.
And
it's by far the most controversial. It's the one that was most universally criticized at first, which means that over time you start thinking like, okay, well, devil's advocate. Oh, all right. Well, maybe there's a reason. Yeah.
Yeah. And people, there are some people who have been against it or were against it from the outset, who I've seen that have tried to talk themselves into it. Mina Kimes, maybe most notably, like she and Dan Orlovsky went at it over that pick the day after the draft, and she's kind of taken a step back, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But here was C.J. Stroud. Was this from the Micah Parsons C.J. Stroud Bleacher Report?
Yes, this is from the Bleacher Report.
This is from the draft night broadcast that they did on Bleacher Report.
And CJ doesn't really get into the whole, the controversy over the pick or anything, but just it's about Penix. It's about Penix himself. Yeah. He talks about Penix, but I think it's a really good reflection for what CJ also values and tries to do with himself as a quarterback. But he loves Michael Penix.
I love Penix, man. I said this on the Pat McAfee show during the season. When you talk about NFL-style quarterback, that's Penix, man. He sticks in the pocket. And just like what I was talking about with the scrambling, man, like it's hard to scramble in this league, especially like I feel like Penix he kind of reminds me of like I wouldn't say myself, but like he kind of reminds me of how I play. Like we want our receivers to eat.
It's that big part because he's said that before, and I think with CJ, it's not just a metaphor for him because I think he literally thinks of it as I'm helping these guys feed their families.
Yeah.
And I know you can feed him with less than an NFL salary, but like he genuinely like I think he visualizes almost just Tank Dell providing for his own family, Nico Collins providing for his family, because this is something that he said before, and I think he very much how he literally feeds. He brings these guys over for dinner.
Yeah.
Like there's something. There's something of like I think the servant leader in him where he really tries to live that out, and it's just something that I think guys can sense, the people that like read leadership books and you can still tell like, okay, it's all about them. I think CJ really tries to make it all about the people that he's supposed to be leading.
Yep.
And it's really cool. So he senses that in Michael Penix.
He senses it in Michael Penix. Next one here from CJ, I think kind of augments what you're talking about, Seth, as far as the quarterback relationship with their teammates, and here's CJ on Penix in that regard.
And I got to meet him this offseason, man. He's just a good dude. He stays with his do-rag on. So for me, like that shows me that he's going to be able to be relatable in the locker room. And that's huge as a quarterback, man. Like you want somebody that as a quarterback, you want your teammates to want to go out there and put their head on a chopping block for you because they know that you would do the same. And like Penix, we played him against when he was at Indiana. I feel like we were the game that put him on the map. He had like 450 against us for like 5 touchdowns. Again, when I was my freshman year, COVID year, and like I talked to him after the game, and man, he just had like a good hand on his shoulder. All his teammates were like coming up to him, like telling him great job, and like you can just tell he has a locker room. Then at Washington, knowing some guys up there, like they same conversations.
Yeah, the do-rag is that's one thing I used to do to get respect in the.
Do you and I need to be wearing do-rags more? Would we be more relatable? Would we be more relatable around the office if we sported a do-rag?
You got to be pretty. You got to be pretty real and actually have a back. Like if you're wearing a do-rag as a white guy, you got to either actually be all about it or you've got to be a cancer patient. And I think that you and I just that's the only acceptable time.
Yeah. Probably so. I thought the first time I ever heard of Michael Penix was actually the beginning of the COVID year. They played Penn State in the opener, and he scored a touchdown to win the game where he was like reaching for the pylon, and that was when Indiana was nothing. Turns out they had a really good year that year in the COVID year. They turned out to be a lot better than people thought. But I was like, this Penix guy, man, he's pretty good. And then when he went to Washington, it was like off to the races up there.
Yeah, there's like all, and I don't think most of the people. I mean, you could argue about whether Penix should have gone 8 or whether the Falcons, needed to draft him right there. All of that, but I think as far as his actual football playing in college and who he is as a person, and everything, I think that's relatively impeccable. It's the scenario up in there. It's the scenario in Atlanta more so than the player himself.
One more from C.J. Stroud. He said it's going to be good for Penix to learn from a vet like Kirk Cousins.
Learning from Kirk is going to be huge, man. Like, Kirk is a real vet who is very underrated at the quarterback position, who's going to do great things. But like you said, man, he's coming off Achilles. But, man, and I know Kirk's a believer too, man, but, like, with all the injury stuff, like, man, only God knows how long he's going to play this game. And I think, like, right now, man, he has a lot of upside. So, shout out to Penix, man. Proud of you, bro. Happy for you.
So the Kirk Cousins being, what do you say, he's a believer?
Yeah.
That's another thing that guys always mention with CJ is his faith and
deep faith,
how real and genuine he is with that. And I do think, look, I've kind of developed a sense for these things over the years. There's the guys that like saying things about their faith, and then there's guys that are real about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not easily duped in matters like this. CJ walks the walk.
Your spidey sense on CJ is that it's genuine.
Yes, 100%.
Gotcha.
100%.
Gotcha.
There's some guys that are very aware that it's nice to say these things in front of a camera. Yeah, CJ's different.
There's some guys who live it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that. As far as Penix goes, we mentioned Mina Kimes. Mina Kimes she was not in favor. Mina Kimes, who on ESPN covers the NFL, does a great job. She's on the afternoon show there, the TV show with Dan Orlovsky. This is NFL Live. Dan Orlovsky, Mina Kimes, some others on that panel show right there. Orlovsky talked himself into the pick overnight between day 1 and day 2 of the draft. Mina Kimes, not so much. But a couple days ago, she tweeted, "The more I think about it, the Atlanta pick boils down to, 1, how you view Penix, 2, how solid does a team's quarterback situation have to be for them to not draft a guy that they like. If you think Cousins is shaky enough to justify a shot despite the money you spent, you got to believe the Giants probably should have drafted Michael Penix as well, right?
Right, yeah.
Daniel Jones is a way shakier QB than Kirk Cousins.
I think the biggest issue, honestly, because there's a million different scenarios that can unfold here where the Falcons might say, oh, thank God we drafted Penix. The biggest issue I really, really have with it is the way they handled it with Kirk Cousins himself. Because with Kirk Cousins, according to how Diana Rossini has reported it, the team told Kirk Cousins that they might draft a quarterback in the later rounds or sometime presumably after the first round, and that it kind of caught Kirk Cousins off guard. And that Kirk Cousins, one of the reasons he went to Atlanta was because they had convinced him that they were all in on becoming a Super Bowl contender. Mm-hmm. So that's the part where, if realistically what they're concerned about is Kirk Cousins' health and whether he can come back from his Achilles, it doesn't seem like they were very open and upfront about it. And that's the part that I wonder, because if I were to look at teams that should draft Michael Penix, it would be a situation like this on paper where you've got an older veteran quarterback, but that veteran quarterback has got to feel like, all right, I trust this organization. They're not gonna start this guy as soon as if we start off 0-3 or something like that. And they're at the very beginning of the relationship. So like this is classically like you have a couple nice dates with a woman, and then by the way, on the third date she tells you, by the way, I'm not actually divorced. I just told my husband that I want a separation.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a minute. We got a trust issue now. Like, I thought we were building some trust, and now we've got a trust issue.
Yep.
And it's the worst thing. You look at the best quarterback team relationships, the reasons that guys like Tom Brady or Pat Mahomes are willing to play for a little bit less or not agitate for a new contract is when they trust the coach and they trust management. And right now, Cousins got to feel like there's not a lot of trust there.
It's a great analogy. The divorcee who's really not divorced. I would say this: if said woman were paying me $100 million guaranteed, I'd be like, oh, okay. Whenever you're done with the paperwork, let me know. You're paying me $100 million, right? Yeah, okay. You're not totally divorced yet. You're just separated. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Just let me know when you're not separated anymore.
I had a friend who got real serious with a woman who was divorced with kids before he found out that her ex-husband was pretty psycho. Yeah, which was pretty psycho.
That's tough.
She had managed to shield it from him. And I can appreciate how much that sucks for a woman, but for my friend, like that's I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like Kirk's been blindsided here a little bit.
Was that a deal breaker for your friend?
Oh no, they're married happily now.
Okay.
The guy got some therapy, and it actually worked out all right.
It's a good story.
They actually have like a pretty good modern relationship.
Okay.
Once the guy realized that that my friend respected the boundaries of who the real father is and everything, it actually worked out all right.
Score one for therapy, man. Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
That is one. No, I don't want to get too serious here. There's like intervention helps a lot with a lot of like these dysfunctional relationships with seemingly psychotic men. It's just
Yeah, there you go.
There is help out there.
Yeah, for sure. Mina Kimes' follow-up tweet to this, to the whole talking herself into the Penix thing. She says, this is actually a fun thought experiment. How many teams, if given a shot at a quarterback in the draft, a la Atlanta with Penix, should not draft him? You know, like, in other words, should like, okay, we really like this guy, but we've already got a young guy, or we're really this close to a Super Bowl. We shouldn't be drafting a quarterback here. Right?
Yeah. I think that before we even go through the exercise, I think you got to feel it's either got to be a quarterback who's clearly towards the end of his career and has rock solid confidence in himself, or it's got to be a situation where it's all out in the open that this is a competition. It gets real tricky when you draft the guy in the first. People will point to the Packers situation as like evidence for why there's precedent for what the Falcons did. I would argue that the way the Packers handled it was not the best. Like they should have. They got screwed over by allowing Aaron Rodgers to talk his way back into the fold.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to do that, you got to be ready to rip off the Band-Aid when it's in the first round.
Yeah. That Packers one is so unique, too, because, well, for one, they're picking at the end of the first round, not at the 8th pick with Atlanta. We've pointed that out. But the fact that they didn't draft any skill guys for a decade and a half, and the first one they draft with Aaron Rodgers as a starting quarterback is his replacement.
Right. Which is like, that's a perfect argument. Again, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl now, don't use the Packers as an example, because that's exactly what they drafted. They drafted a quarterback, traded up for a quarterback when they could have been getting weapons to try to help that offense be better.
Yeah. I would say, like, what Mina Kimes is asking, like, how many shouldn't consider a quarterback? Like, how many should just say, even if they like the guy? Let's pretend that what Atlanta did was the normal thing to do in the league for teams that were looking for quarterbacks. I only come up with 7 teams that for sure should not be drafting a quarterback in the first round that they really like. And the Texans are one of them. I think it comes in 2 categories of teams, Seth. I think it's teams with a rookie contract quarterback that's playing at a high level. You don't need to be drafting a quarterback. CJ is the only one. I know people are going to say Trevor Lawrence. CJ is the only quarterback on a rookie contract right now who is playing at a high level in the NFL. Brock Purdy also, but San Francisco would be looking at quarterbacks if they could, just because they've cycled through so many. But so CJ is the only one that's in that bucket for me right now, that high level young quarterback.
See, I'm torn on that because honestly, now this guy's not on a rookie contract, still feel like he is because he's in an NFL offense for the first time ever. Is Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. There's part of me that wonders, like, I still look at him. Developmentally, he's still on his rookie contract, even though he's got that big contract. But I think a lot of people look at it as like, okay, this is a prove-it year for Kyler Murray. I really think that if you can't go halfway, if you really want this guy, if you want to give him every opportunity to become the best version of himself, I think if you draft a quarterback in the first round for the Cardinals, it's clear to everybody in the locker room. Yeah. It's clear to the quarterbacks themselves. It's clear to everybody that you genuinely aren't giving Kyler Murray a chance.
It's an interesting example. I put it this way. If Kyler Murray was a quarterback in Atlanta, they 1,000% would have drafted Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick.
At which point I say, all right, you got to work on trading away Kyler Murray. Sure. It's obvious that you're not going to give him a genuine chance.
I think we all thought they were going to try to trade him last year, Arizona.
Right, but it makes a lot more sense. If you genuinely want to see what happens with Kirk Cousins versus if you genuinely want to see what happens with Kyler Murray, it makes a lot more sense for the Falcons to draft Michael Penix because of his age and his injuries.
Yeah, for sure. Of the other bucket, you got the one bucket of quarterbacks on a rookie contract that are playing at a high level. In my opinion, CJ is the only one that truly belongs in that bucket right now. The other one are like high-level veteran quarterbacks that are on teams that are in the mix for a Super Bowl. That you're better served drafting a player that can help them win a Super Bowl than drafting their replacement.
You say you just absolutely shouldn't draft. Right.
Don't draft a quarterback. Don't draft.
That's interesting.
And so I got teams. You want to name the teams, or do you have a thought on that?
No, name them.
In the AFC, to me, it's Buffalo, it's Cincinnati, it's Baltimore, and it's Kansas City.
Okay.
In the NFC, I only have 2 teams, and it's Philadelphia and Green Bay. Those are the only 2 teams, based on who their quarterbacks are now and where those teams are kind of in their building. So I almost view Jordan Love as sort of a hybrid between these 2 buckets, right? Like he's only in his second year as a starter, but he's about to be on a second contract because he sat for 3 years. So,
okay, so that's it. So in your mind, then, the Falcons are a team that should, or it's allowable for them to draft.
If this were more normal, then I would say, yeah, like then they should be a team that, if you really like the guy, go ahead and do it.
If you were actually, yeah, I don't, because that's the problem with the Falcons. It's that I think a lot of people are looking at them as because of a couple of the offseason moves that they were ready for going to the Super Bowl. When I don't, it's a lot of improvement on both offense and defense. Yeah. From last year, that they were better defensively than I think a lot of the box score stats would show, and we saw that with the Texans, but I just there's still that I feel like you're hedging your bets everywhere instead of being all in the way they did it.
The ones that I didn't have on this list, the teams that I think it's debatable, like if they were in a similar situation, should they draft a quarterback where people might be raising their eyebrows, like, well, you didn't say Dallas with Dak. I absolutely think if Dallas saw a quarterback that they liked in the first round of this draft and he's sitting there, they should take him. Dak might not be there after this year, I
feel like, is Tony Romo the worst thing that ever happened to the Dallas Cowboys in that they took an undrafted rookie free agent and turned him into a Pro Bowl caliber not Hall of Fame, a Pro Bowl caliber
really
quarterback.
Good, though,
and they were he was really good.
Yeah.
And they were very, very competitive with him. And it just feels now like, and now that Dak Prescott has been a very good quarterback as a 4th-round pick, it feels like that's it for first-round quarterbacks with Jerry. That it falls into that bucket of, okay, maybe I want a beta male at head coach, and I want somebody that I feel I can control or that I got in a bargain or that owes his greatness to me at quarterback.
Yeah, but that maybe that's we'll see over the next year. Dak still, there's no long-term deal for Dak right now. The ones that would be interesting of the teams that I didn't have on my list, teams that theoretically I'm saying like, hey, they should think about drafting a quarterback if it's sitting there in the first round. Can you imagine if Cleveland was sitting there with like the 18th or 20th pick or something like that? And Penix or Bo Nix drops there, and Andrew Berry really likes them, and they draft a quarterback.
There's something to be said for as much as the whole rookie QB contract window is discussed in the filter of like, okay, this is our chance to be aggressive and spend elsewhere. There's also an argument to be made that drafting a franchise quarterback in the first round gives you some latitude to have a quarterback on your roster who's very cheap so you can absorb a bunch of cap hits when you reset.
Yeah.
Like, say, okay, we're going to tear the Band-Aid off right now. We're going to do everything. It's going to suck for a year or two, but we've got a rookie quarterback anyway, which with all this talk of rookie QB window success, there have been like three quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl on their rookie contract since 1994. It's a nice fantasy to have, but it's very, very unlikely. So let's just go ahead and take our medicine now while we've got this guy cost controlled and build along the way.
Someone brings up the Jets as an example of what we're talking. If the Jets were picking 10th in this draft, when the draft started, I think they ended up trading down. But they did. They traded down with the Vikings, who drafted J.J. McCarthy. If the Jets liked one of these quarterbacks at 10, they 1,000% should have drafted him at 10. Even with Aaron Rodgers, he would have hated it. And
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if I think before the Achilles, he would have hated it. And I know it's Aaron Rodgers, and he's got a huge ego, and whatever. I feel like after the Achilles, he'd have to understand exactly what they're thinking as an organization.
Yeah.
Would you not?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, well, you would think.
You would think, right? You would think.
He says so many silly things, man.
Which, again, but that goes right back to, where I am with. I've softened a lot on the Falcons drafting Penix. I think but a lot of it was just more that the Falcons' explanation was so dumb.
Right.
That the explanation didn't make a whole lot of sense. But if what it is just simply like, look, we've got a veteran quarterback who's coming off an Achilles tendon tear at the age of 36. There's no track record of that being good. There's just very, very few examples of that happening. So we just don't know. So this is insurance.
The most logical explanation is that they finally had a chance to get Kirk Cousins in the building, look at the Achilles, and they don't feel as good about his Achilles, and they're trying to cover that up. They're not going to say Kirk is hurt, you know.
Right. No, and it's just that explanation. So the explanation that Diana Rossini got from people at the Falcons was that they're going to be so good in the next few years that they'll never be able to be up this high again.
Yep.
So you got to take your opportunity now. Like, that just sounds like such a galaxy brain, somebody trying way too hard to play five-dimensional chess, that it's bogus. It's the dumbest explanation ever, which tells me that unless they are the dumbest people ever, which I don't think they are, what it really is, they're uncertain about Kirk Cousins' injury history or health and how he'll move forward.
Last team I'll bring up here because somebody brings it up on the text page. How about the Titans? They picked right before the Falcons. What if the Titans, who used the 33rd pick on Will Levis last year, really liked Michael Penix a lot?
Oh, 100% they should have taken him.
They should have taken him. I agree with you. They should have taken him, yeah.
I mean, you got a quarterback in the second round. Like, there's a reason that Will Levis fell to the second round. And so it just comes down to, okay, what did they see from Will Levis in a rookie season where he's playing behind a horrendous offensive line? Do they genuinely still feel very bullish on him?
Yeah.
And, maybe they do.
Yeah, maybe.
God, I hope that's the case. I don't think he's going to stay healthy, man. That kid's...
Just his running style?
He's just he's got like a high school quarterback mentality. I don't know. Yeah, he seems like he's trying to prove something to daddy.
It kind of bums me out because Richardson with the Colts is the same way. Maybe slightly different nuance, but still the same problem, which is doesn't know how to really treat his body in a game to conserve. In a way, it kind of bums me out as a Texan fan because that was sort of one of the narratives heading into the 2023 or coming out of the 2023 draft, really, when the Texans drafted CJ and the Colts draft Anthony Richardson and the Titans draft Will Levis. The Jags already have Trevor Lawrence, who's coming off a really good end of the season the year before. It's like, man, this division is super fun and exciting now with all these young quarterbacks, and we're going to have all these battles for the next few years. And now really all three of the other ones can't stay healthy. Like Trevor Lawrence was dealing with all kinds of injuries last year, and the other two just they run around like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, I guess you look at Anthony Richardson, and you want to say, well, gosh, he's just so big, though. Does he have more latitude for being reckless with his body than Will Levis? The problem is the injury history tells you no. He's been just injured a lot. Going all the way back to high school where he hurt his shoulder and missed the rest of the season before he missed the rest of the season with a shoulder injury this time. And then Will Levis, the same thing. With Will Levis, it's just he doesn't have the physique to be taking those stupid hits. I mean, he took some stupid hits versus the Texans. And I don't know if he just doesn't seem wired like the kind of guy that's going to get it. So you can watch some guys and realize like, oh yeah, this guy just doesn't.
You can tell.
Yeah,
you can tell. You want some Keon Coleman right now? It's Friday. I feel like listening to some Keon Coleman.
I will, as long as you don't get too jealous about the fact that the Texans.
I can't guarantee anything. Coleman. I'll try my best. Keon
Coleman, the wide receiver drafted by the Buffalo Bills at the very beginning of the second round, he's been one of the most pleasant surprises of the draft when it comes to how entertaining
he's the front runner for Rookie of the Year right now because of his press conferences and the video that surfaces of him talking about things. Here's Keon Coleman, Buffalo Bills wide receiver out of Florida State, 33rd overall pick in the draft. This is him riding. He's in a car with what I'm assuming are Bills people. Like this is when he had flown up to Buffalo for his first visit with the media up there after getting drafted by the Bills. He's in a car, and he's talking about taking his top 30 visit to Buffalo. And while he was there, he was looking for a swimming pool at the hotel to get a workout in.
Yeah, I was at my hotel on my 30th visit. I asked the woman that they had a pool, so I could stretch, get a little workout in. I go downstairs, so I get lost looking for it. Guess what I find? An ice rink. I said, what am I supposed to do with that? An ice rink, like a hockey rink? But I'm going to go skate for it. I don't ice skate. I done that probably when I was 8 years old.
I had the 2 ice rinks in that hotel.
I'm looking for a pool, so I could get a little workout in. It's 30 visits. Man, she was like, a pool? I'm like, oh, bro, y'all don't have one. I'm like, dang. The last thing I was expecting was a hockey rink.
In Buffalo, we got ice rinks out there.
I said, ice rink? I said, that is out of the ordinary.
Hard Knocks just needs to follow Keon Coleman around for the season up in Buffalo, especially when it starts to get cold outside.
Oh, yeah. He's
from Opelousas, Louisiana, and went to Florida State.
But he spent time in Michigan, though,
2 years at Michigan State, yeah.
It's not like he hasn't played in the cold or been in the cold.
Right.
I'm just intrigued by the woman that directed him towards the ice rink after he had asked if there was a pool or not.
Swimming pool. I know. I need to know more.
Did she get the question? She's like, well, it is water.
Yeah.
It's solid water, but it is water,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Was this a woman that was like a substitute earth science teacher? I don't know. I'm confused by that part of it.
I'm wondering, I know he said it was a hockey rink. It was at a hotel, it sounded like. I wonder
what team was he visiting?
Buffalo. Yeah, it was
when he was on the Buffalo visit.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah, Buffalo's.
Well, it's probably attached to, I don't know,
Maybe.
It's probably attached to some kind of entertainment
Well,
complex.
if they had an outdoor pool, it was definitely frozen over at that point, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe that's what it was. Here's Keon Coleman. God, I love Keon Coleman. Here's Keon Coleman. This was pretty cool, actually. I've never seen video footage from inside a combine interview before. Mm-hmm. I had no idea how many people are sitting in these interviews.
I don't know if every team does it this way. It was like, they were sitting down with pretty much the entire staff in front of a projection TV, and it looks like they were having a conversation with him as they watched film, probably of Keon Coleman, or they were asking him questions about concepts.
Yeah, Keon Coleman is the center of attention here, and there have to be 20 Bills employees sitting in this room. Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane are sitting right in the front, and they ask him, what do you like to do in your spare time?
What do you do outside of football?
Chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. Now. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like TV 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like it's controlled chaos. You frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing. Just have some fun.
I like
Tiger wish he could.
Tiger wish he could, man. Do you think that's the first time he used that joke, or you think he?
I don't think so. But he does need to. He's got to work on his structure. You got to say, I'm not Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger wish he could.
Yeah.
You did. I'm Tiger wish he could. First, you got to introduce the people to the concept of Tiger Woods, and then you got to do the play on words. But other than that, he's got potential. I don't know if he came up with it or if he'd heard that before, though.
Yeah. He was really good. I'd be a terrible GM in the NFL because I would have drafted him based on that. I would have traded up for Keon Coleman, not traded back twice and waited for him like the Bills did. The Bills were at 28. And they moved back twice and hoped Keon Coleman would be there. Man, I'd be sliding up to 14 to go get him based on Tiger wish he could.
I like the thought of you in the war room with your championship belt on and just watching another team take Keon Coleman and you just flipping the hell out, throwing chairs.
And take the belt and just sideswipe the GM up the head with it?
Yes.
That's
Then take your key card and throw it on his corpse. You'd be like, that's it, I quit.
I'm going to work for the team that just drafted Keon Coleman.
It's the Buffalo Marriott at Lacombe Harbor Center has a really nice ice rink apparently.
No kidding.
Next door. I'm guessing just because these northern cities they've got tunnel systems and covered bridges off it's probably the hotel is right next door and there's a tunnel to it or there's it's probably a separate venture.
I'm picturing Keon Coleman all bundled up, like walking in the snow to go get to wherever the swimming pool is supposed to be, and he sidles up to this hockey rink.
Yeah, no, this isn't just like there's spectator seating and everything in this rink.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
It's not just for the hotel guests themselves or anything to use.
I got you.
That would be a super expensive little extra bonus for hotel guests.
Got that right, man. Got that right.
We got a Zamboni budget for this hotel.
Hey, how many teams did you interview with at the Combine back in the day?
Just a few.
Okay.
Not a few. I was kind of like, I was snuck in at the last. There was some regional scout that nobody knew about me until my senior year.
Right.
And some regional scout or some Belco scout kind of lobbied to get me to the Combine. So a lot of teams just didn't know about me. Yeah. I had a pretty breezy Combine experience. It was nice.
Was that normal, what was on that video with Keon Coleman, where there were so many people in the room?
No, not like I didn't have anything like that.
Okay.
I didn't much. The only thing I had similar to it was when I took my visit to the Jaguars. That's the only team that that brought me in for a visit. Then I sat down with the entire defensive staff and watched film of myself, and they asked me. And then they showed film of the Jaguars and asked me about things just to get a gauge for. I think the two big things I think that they want to see is A, accountability for your own mistakes.
Yeah.
B, like how. So three things. B, like how well did you know what you were doing, like in your scheme and on various plays, and then C, like how well can you learn what the things they're going to try to teach you.
Yep. Text message going back to our Nico Collins conversation earlier in the show. We played some audio of Nate Tice and Robert Mays talking about Texans got to pay Nico Collins. Text message: I really like Nico, but I don't want to pay him $25 million a year. 1 year of good production, okay, I can deal with that. Injury history, all right, he's pretty healthy. This one I will not take here from this texter. Can't take over games against strong teams. The Texans didn't play all that many strong teams this past year, and I would submit that the two most important games that they played all season, the Week 18 game against the Colts and then the playoff game, any playoff game, but the playoff game against Cleveland, he had 9 catches for $195 against the Colts with no Tank Dell on the other side. And he had 6 catches for 96 yards and a touchdown in the playoff game against Cleveland. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, the two, I would submit the two of the 3 biggest games of the year, the loss to Baltimore that knocked them out for the season would be the other one, that he was fantastic in those games.
Yeah. So I think it's, no, I don't, like, it's like a lot of that, too, is just, all right, it's more of an offensive matter more so than any one individual player.
Right.
It's like saying somebody can't do something individually in
a team sport,
in a team game like that, where a lot of other stuff matters. It's just we'll wait and see. That's great if that's how you feel about it at this moment. I don't look I guarantee you, like, can he take over the game in a big moment isn't necessarily what other people are looking at when evaluating him.
Right. Right.
Like, it's just there's a lot going on around him. As far as you asked about the visits and like the like my closest Keon Coleman moment, I think. The people with the Jaguars told me after they drafted me that I had they really loved my visit. I kind of blew them away on the visit. They had been planning on taking Ronaldo Wynn in the first round and then looking elsewhere in the mid rounds and everything, but they liked me so much that because of my visit apparently. And I think the one thing that they probably really liked was like they showed me some footage from my combine workout, the position drills, and I had one really bad drill where I stumbled like 4 times. And I told them, and I was like, so they put it up there, and I was like, oh no, like before they even showed it, like laughing about it.
Yeah.
So there's probably like some humility there, but then also I told them, like I said, listen guys, I'll be honest with you, I'd never seen guys like a collection of guys like my size move this way. I'm working out with all these defensive linemen at the combine. That's the first time I'd ever been in a group of a bunch of top-level college players. And usually I was used to being like the only big guy that could really move real well and everything. So I'm watching these guys go through the drills first, and in my mind I'm like, oh my God, I've got to be so much faster than I've ever been before. So when we're going through these drills where you're shuffling through the bags and everything, I was trying so hard. And I was like, I don't know if that sounds like an excuse or what. I'm just telling you what was going through my head.
Yeah.
That, man, like I was really just blown away by how athletic everybody was.
It had to be kind of intimidating, right?
Oh, no, yeah. I came away. I was like, oh, it was good luck. I guess I better study hard.
Yeah, I got to go play in this league.
yeah.
I got to go play with these guys.
Then I watched when I was able to watch some of the other stuff of me next to the guys. I was like, oh, okay, I actually am as fast as those guys. It just doesn't feel like it because I'd never seen it in person.
And
before.
that had to feel really cool, right? Like that was the opposite.
Yeah.
Like you're like, all right, I can hang with these guys.
No, mostly I was fixated on that bag drill where I fell down like 3 times in 7 seconds. Yeah.
Self-deprecation, man, is a big skill to have. Like when you laughed at yourself in that meeting, I guarantee you they like that.
Yeah.
They like that.
I also told them, because they told me what they were thinking with Ronaldo Wynn, and I was like, because I knew Ronaldo a little bit just from, I think we'd worked out together at one of the combine prep places. So like I'd seen Ronaldo move, but I'd never seen like a collection of people.
Right.
Plus it was like Ronaldo was a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
You get to the combine and it's like Peter Boulware and all these other guys, freakishly fast guys.
Yeah.
But they told me, and I was like, Guys, I wish I could tell you that Ronaldo was like an incredible jerk or something, but he's like one of the coolest people I've ever met. I love him. I was like, if you guys draft him, you're gonna love him too.
Oh, yeah.
So I think like they liked that I wasn't, that I was genuinely, talking up a guy that was my competition.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you're being honest. Yeah, my brother played with Ronaldo in college. He really liked.
That's right. Yeah,
he liked Ronaldo a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Sort of State of the Union. How we feeling about the Texans right now? How's life compared to 3 years ago for the GM of the Texans? And we got a little shout-out on the show as well for Payne and Pendergast. Or maybe Pendergast and Payne. You never know. That'll be coming up next.
I'll tell you another thing that sometimes you're not ready for or unaccustomed to. It's when your property tax
Now one.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Stay safe out there. It's nasty out there today, man. Stay safe.
And just turn around. If you see deep water, or not that deep water, anything at all that's covering just turn around. Don't try to drive through that water.
Sounds like you saw the same video I did yesterday of that woman who drove into the creek up in College Station.
Don't drown, turn around.
Yes, yeah.
Turn around, don't drown.
Yeah.
I guess this should be turn around, don't drown.
Yeah.
First you turn around, and then you don't drown.
Correct. Yeah. She didn't, thankfully. She was, her car did, but she did not.
There's too many, the problem is there's too many videos out there of, like, when it does work out for people, that I think people see those videos, and they're like, oh, okay, it's not that hard.
Yeah, this will be me.
Meanwhile, because they just watched the video, they don't realize there's a snorkel on that SUV that just went through the deep water. And even then, it's a dumb idea because you get because the floodwaters. You just anyway. You never know how fast the water is moving.
Just
so
don't
even
go
if
in.
Even if you've got a snorkel on your SUV, don't do it, okay? Because you can get swept away.
You can, yeah, absolutely. All right, Nick Caserio was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Hey, Nick, how you feeling about where this Texans team is right now?
Where the team is, we feel we put ourselves in a position to hopefully be competitive and build on some of the things that we did last year. We also understand that every year is its own entity. Every year is going to be different. And I would say when you look around the AFC South, we're just trying to keep pace with the competition. I think when you look at, what the Colts have done this offseason.
Thank you.
A lot of respect for Chris and Shane, the team they put together. The Titans have done a good job. They made some changes there, brought in Coach Callahan. They've drafted some good players. They signed some good players in free agency. And then Jacksonville, I would say they're, kind of kept together what they had, especially offensively, added a few key players. So the league changes every year. And so our job is just try to do the best we can, put the best team together, and give ourselves an opportunity to compete. The margins are very small in this league. I think we were in 9 or 10 one-score games. So nothing is guaranteed other than an opportunity. So we're just trying to put together as good a team as possible with the right people, have the right mindset, and give ourselves a chance on Sunday.
Okay, what the Colts have done this offseason.
This is where I wanted to go with you. I'm like, all right, he gave flowers to all three GMs and teams.
Right.
Which ones were real?
The Colts didn't really do anything this offseason until the draft. They retained, Kenny Moore and a few of their veterans so that they didn't lose some of their starters to free agency.
Well, and really, just not to gloss over, Michael Pittman's a big one, and Grover Stewart's a big one. There were some prominent guys they kept.
Right.
Yeah.
So they re-signed some prominent guys.
Yeah.
But they didn't really add to it. So for them, a lot of the changes is going to be their rookies and Anthony Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
And whether Anthony Richardson can be better as a quarterback than Gardner Minshew, and can he stay healthy? So that's the big question for them. I do think that their top two draft picks, it's really easy to envision Leatu Latu, the defensive end, and Adonai Mitchell, the wide receiver, having big impacts if they work out. Like they're those types of players that they have very, very high ceilings, and yet also concerns. Both of them, I don't think it's a slam dunk that both of them are going to be awesome in the NFL or anything, but they've got traits that if you think about, man, if it does work out for this guy, these guys could be vicious. But really with the Colts, it all comes down to Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, what about Tennessee?
Tennessee, I think, had a sneaky, sly, productive offseason because they got a late start on it. But a lot of times those teams are the ones that end up having the best season, the best offseason. But realistically, okay, they've got a rookie offensive tackle, and they've got Will Levis. Like those are the two potential real improvements. Devondre Sweat could help them on defense, but I don't think it's going to make them like light years better or anything. So I don't think the Titans did anything that all of a sudden actually puts them into a threatening status. I think they're like I feel like I feel like they've still got a lot of the offensive line concerns and everything else that they had last year when they weren't a good football team.
And is Jacksonville? How do you feel about Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, it's really all about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And I do think that having a wide receiver that does have a big catch radius, Brian Thomas Jr., that could actually unlock a lot of what Trevor Lawrence needs. But beyond that, like Trevor Lawrence just has to take a step forward in the way he processes and plays the game of football. Trevor Lawrence and Josh Allen, like as good as Josh Allen is, I feel like when it comes to the mental side of the game and the level of sophistication, both of those guys are behind C.J. Stroud, the rookie, already. Like, C.J. just processes the game at a higher level than both those guys. There's more of an excuse for Trevor Lawrence than with Josh Allen. But that's where they are right now, and that's like a huge question mark, because they're still trying to figure out if Trevor Lawrence is actually the guy that you want to move forward with.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I just boil it down to Trevor Lawrence doesn't scare me. If he's the number 1 overall pick and he's this generational guy, first of all, we can scrap that. He's not a generational guy. Like, that's out the window. He's just not. We would know by now. We would see some inklings of that by now, and I just don't see. I don't see generational with him. I see starter in the NFL. I see somebody who's in that mid-tier, like he's in that Andy Dalton, Kirk Cousins tier for me at best right now. He just doesn't scare me. And if I'm playing against them twice a year, I should be scared right now if I'm a Houston Texan fan, and I'm not.
There were multiple defenses this year that after they played the Jaguars said, we know that Trevor Lawrence is a one-read quarterback. Like, you're watching on film, and you never know exactly what the offense is or what they're doing. And, man, it sure looks a lot like when Trevor Lawrence's first option isn't there, everything kind of broke down. And it's easy to blame the offensive line or the receivers or what have you, but that's what shows up on tape, and that's how his actual opponents are talking about him. So, you can blame it on Calvin Ridley, I suppose. So the rookie wide receiver is supposed to come in and fix it. I don't know, but until you see otherwise, it's really hard to project Trevor Lawrence into, he's just about to take that step.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Nick Caserio gave us a shout-out on the McAfee show yesterday when he and Pat got talking about WrestleMania.
It's funny. So not too many GMs have a walk-up music, I guess, but when I go on the local 610 program with Pendergast and Payne, they played DX. So we've played that introduction, the D-Generation X theme song. So they changed it yesterday, The Undertaker. I'm not really sure why, but that was the intro yesterday. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm a big fan. I'm an unabashed supporter. I'm not going to hide it. So I enjoy it when I can get it. Specifically to WrestleMania, I just went to the website and just tried to watch the clips, but it just looked like a tremendous environment.
Yeah.
One of the people that responded to that said they thought it was funny that somebody still goes to the website to watch clips, and I feel like that's people still do go to website. Not everybody's glued to their phone all the time.
Right.
And I'm glad that if Nick was like some GMs, Chris Ballard, that are seemingly glued to their phones and their social media, then that's reason for concern for me. I like that Nick goes to an actual website, because that means that he's got discipline over his time instead of getting caught up scrolling TikTok WWE videos.
They got the clips right there on the website, man. It's easy to go do. You put in WWE.com. It's easy. He's sitting at a computer. He's at the cess point. His phone is being used for other things, like constructing an NFL roster, okay?
That's it, yeah. That's how. Doesn't that make you feel old, though, that there's an entire generation of, anybody in their 20s does not want you to email them, it seems. It's just, email is such an old person thing.
I've gotten worse.
Kids, you got to try email.
Yeah.
You got to try email. Yeah. It's just so much easier to keep organized and to be able to go back to. Try the email.
I like me an old school answering machine with the tape in it and everything else, man. Recording the tape, it's good stuff.
These kids don't know what it was like back when. You say all you want about the Cold War and how scary that was.
Yeah.
Kids, you used to have to pick up the phone with zero clue who was calling you.
Yeah, it sucked.
The phone rang and you're like, well. Here we go.
Dude.
And you just didn't know what you were in store
Caller
for.
ID was like getting the answers to the SAT. It was like, oh my God, I can see who's calling me. This is incredible.
Remember what the big thing where the generation gap was with call waiting. Because old people would get so offended. If you're like,
in the ear.
Wait a second, I'm being put on hold? Yeah. What, on a personal phone call? Yeah. No, you will not put me on hold.
And God forbid you had a shaky finger when you were hitting the little clicker there to click over to the other line, and you're like, okay, yeah, hello? You're still with me. Okay, sorry, Or you end up talking to somebody, and you think you're talking to the person on the other line, and it's about them. That's rough stuff, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The 888, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your day going. We got a lot of headlines to get into here. Nice night last night for the Astros. NBA playoffs, Patrick Beverley did some things last night, both in and after the game that you're going to want to hear about, and we'll get into all of it coming up next. Stay there.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think Cade Stover My reservations about him as a blocker, after I dug more into it, I'm being kind of tough on a kid that just started playing tight end, because he's definitely willing to block, and there's parts of him as a receiver especially that look very fluid, that you would never guess that he's just learning the position. So I thought I was very, very happy with the Cade Stover pick.
Wake up. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ground ball was short. Should be the final. Out. Jeremy Pena gets the tough Stephen Kwan. Kind of fitting. The Astros finally returned them 4 out of 5 times today to win this game 8-2 after Kwan owned them the first 2 days.
All right, that was Todd Callis on the call there. Final out of last night's 8-2 win as we jump into the 8-8 here on Payne and Pendergast. The Astros win 8-2. I thought a lot of encouraging things last night coming out of that game. It's just one game, but a few of the performances in this game. Let's start with Spencer Arrighetti, starting pitcher. Gave you 5 2/3 innings last night against a really good baseball team. Here was Joe Espada on Spencer Arrighetti's performance.
He's getting better every outing. That was huge. We needed a good start from him and take us deep in the game, and he did. And Taylor Scott, first Major League win, that's huge also.
So Arrighetti's got to be looking at this, Seth, right now. Like, this is a big opportunity for him. There's been injuries in the staff. We know that when the staff is fully healthy, because Javier's going to be back at some point, we know that Verlander's going to be in there, Frommer's going to be in there, Javier's going to be in there. Ronel Blanco, at least for now, has pitched his way into there. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. That's 4. Everything else is kind of up for grabs in this rotation right now. Like Hunter Brown, if they had guys coming back right now, like if Urquidy was coming back or Luis Garcia were coming back, Javier, whoever, and you had to make a decision between Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti, you've got to choose Arrighetti right now. Hunter Brown's been abysmal. Hunter Brown's ERA is over 9 right now.
Right, yeah. And I think that if it's going to work out for the Astros this year as well, you've got to recapture some of that old ability to use a patchwork staff with piggyback starts and long relief and whatever guys doing maybe not what they're not that comfortable doing given the situation with the relievers. But yeah, Spencer Arrighetti is very much higher on the totem pole than you would have thought heading into the season.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't even
with or without injuries.
Yeah. That he's even up here right now is probably not optimal, but he's making the best of it. The last couple starts. Here is Arrighetti himself on how this game was maybe different from some of the other games he's pitched.
I feel like even when things started to spin a little bit, I stayed in control, and that's something that maybe I haven't seen some of my previous starts up here. Is just like having that presence to make the adjustment pitch to pitch instead of taking another pitch to do it. And I think that that's the reason why I was able to have some success.
Yeah, I mean, you're a little more used to your environment now. You're a little more accustomed to it. And the game slows down a bit. And Jonathan Singleton was big last night. I mean, this is going to be something to watch now too, Seth. Jonathan Singleton has the first base position to himself, basically. I mean, I'm sure they'll mix in a guy here or there, every 4 or 5 days or so. But he's going to get an opportunity. His OPS is 787 right now. He hit another home run. If he has a 787 OPS, he's your everyday first baseman. And I'm cool.
If he kept up what he did in this series, he'd be the best baseball player of all time.
Right.
But it cannot possibly be a coincidence that when Abreu went down, Singleton had the best 3-game stretch maybe we've seen out of him.
Yeah. Big home run last night. Gave him a 3-2 lead in the game. Towering shot. So now the Mariners come to town. Big series this weekend. Mariners come to town for a 3-game set. It's Star Wars weekend out at the Yard, so get your costumes ready and your lightsabers and everything else. It is Star Wars weekend out at Minute Maid Park.
I feel like I wish the women would treat Star Wars weekend more like they treat Halloween. Like, use it as an excuse to, I don't know, maybe dress a little bit more, riskily than you typically would.
Princess Leia, Jabba the Hutt version, where she had on the really skimpy outfit, and she was Jabba the Hutt's love slave. Yeah,
not Princess Leia, the cousin bride version from the
with
first
the
couple.
buns on the side of her head and the long dress. No. We need the Jabba the Hutt party barge version of Princess Leia.
There's 2 things that just hit you upside the head as an adolescent boy around that time. Was one, Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi, but then 2. The ninja motorcycle in Top Gun. That was That was you saw that and you're like, oh, kids! All of a sudden, teenage boys everywhere wanted to join the Navy and a ninja.
Yes.
Those were the two things. And you wanted a Princess Leia. Those were the three things
Leia.
you wanted. A job in the Navy, because everybody thought they were going to be Top Gun.
Right.
6 months later, they're swapping a deck somewhere.
Right.
They wanted a ninja.
Yep.
6 months later, they're spiking their parents' hospital bills.
Yeah.
And then they wanted Princess Leia.
That's it,
didn't
man.
work.
That was the 80s. Staples of the 80s. Lance McCullers just opened his new spot, as long as we're talking about the Astros here. Brick and mortar version of it. Maven, his coffee and cocktail bar, which I believe has a stand out at Minute Maid Park. I know he's probably had some pop-ups along the way. That's a big thing. But this is at the Thompson Hotel on Allen Parkway. We brought this up earlier. People have reacted to this different ways. You know, some are excited because it's a new place to go hang out. Some are like, hey, man, you're hurt all the time and you're opening up cocktail and coffee bars and whatnot. Myself, I'm cool with guys having interests outside of the sport. And I don't know that you have to wait to not be injured anymore. But what Lance McCullers said yesterday is that being able to do this, he kind of talked about how it played into his rehab as well.
For me, kind of chasing down this dream alongside my rehab has kind of reinvigorated me. I go to the field excited. I have a lot of new support that I hadn't had in the past. Obviously, I have my wife and my family that are always, my rock, but a lot of new friends and business partners that make me want to, be great. And so for me, it's actually been something where I feel it allows me to give the best of myself to my rehab. And I think that, where I'm at right now in my rehab speaks of that because I'm doing really well.
So there you go. It's helping him out, man. Having these outside interests helps him focus mentally.
I'll accept it because it's 8-8.
Okay.
3.
I never know with these 8-8. We've got very limited time to do it, and we get off. It's always because I talk too long, Sean. People aren't happy with Lance McCullers having an outside business interest. So do with it what you will. He knows how to rehab at this point. He's really, really good at it. It's the actual not having to go through physical rehabilitation again. I think it's probably good that he's got an outside interest to keep him otherwise occupied.
I do too, man.
Yeah.
Mental health, absolutely.
3.
Nick Caserio was on the Pat McAfee show, and they talked about the vibe in the building with D'Amico here in year 2, and Nick Caserio used a phrase that D'Amico used in his opening press conference a year ago.
No energy vampires are allowed. And D'Amico has talked about that to the team. We don't have a lot of team rules. One is protect the team, and number 2, it's no energy vampires. So just come in, have the right mindset, have the right attitude, be consistent day to day with your performance. The coaches are going to give you the best that they have. In turn, that's all we expect as the players, for them to give them our best. And we've seen that with the start of the offseason program here. We have, just about everybody here participating. So it's about work and it's about improvement, and that's what the focus is here over the next few months.
So I think the biggest question with no energy vampire is, is Stefon Diggs an energy vampire, or will he be? He wasn't for the first 2+ years in Buffalo, and then everything went south. I think Stefon Diggs is a classic guy that he's got the ability to be an energy vampire, but it only comes out in certain circumstances. So you just want to be sure you keep him out of the sunlight and don't give him. Oh no, wait,
no garlic.
You want to keep him in the whatever it is. Yeah,
sunlight not good for vampires. Yeah,
you want to keep garlic in the
right.
Keep some garlic in his locker,
crucifix
I suppose.
as well. Yeah. Yep.
Whatever you have to do to keep the vampire coming out like it's a werewolf or something.
Do you think they watched the movie Lost Boys before they made the trade for Stefon Diggs?
Is that the one with Kiefer Sutherland?
Yes, I watched it this weekend.
That.
Yeah,
are they vampires, I take it?
Yeah, they're vampires. Yeah.
Are they good vampires or bad vampires?
They're bad vampires. Yeah, they're bad.
Kiefer Sutherland plays a bad vampire?
He does indeed. Yeah. Ben, you seen Lost Boys?
Once.
Once? Okay.
I didn't care for it.
It's a very rewatchable, cheesy 80s movie, man. It's got a star.
Who else that's famous is in it?
Corey Haim is in it. Jamie Gertz is in it.
Jamie Gertz.
You'd know her if you saw her, trust me. Corey Feldman, both Coreys are in it. The Corey Haim and Corey Feldman are both in it.
Boy, that's a recipe for just...
It's a recipe for a cheesy 80s movie. I didn't say it was an Academy Award winner.
You said you wanted to watch it multiple times.
I have watched it multiple times. I watched it this weekend. It popped up on my viewer guide there. I'm like, I'm going to watch the rest of Lost Boys here. So let's get to the NBA playoffs.
4.
Indianapolis. Indiana beats Milwaukee last night, 120-98. They win that series 4-2. No Giannis in that series, so we'll see what Milwaukee does. This had to be a really disappointing year for the Bucks. They go and get Damian Lillard to pair with Giannis Antetokounmpo. They bring back Brook Lopez. They bring back Chris Middleton. And Pat Beverly is on their team. Pat Beverly, in this game, did a couple of things. One during the game, one after the game. He tossed a ball at a fan. Not in a gentle way, not in a friendly way, but tossed the ball at a fan from the bench. He was at the on the bench, tossed the ball fairly softly at a fan. Fan caught it, threw it back to Pat Beverly, who caught it and then whipped it in the crowd of fans. The first toss into the crowd, though, none of the fans were looking. It hit a woman in the head.
Right. Yeah, he threw it like that's the critical. I think you and I are watching this video differently. I think I'm watching the video. Pat Beverly kind of sneakily and slyly turns to the side as the players are coming to the bench, and he throws it into the crowd, and it hits a woman in the side of the head. Mm-hmm. Then the guy in front of it throws it back, and then he rifles it. Like I don't care that he rifled the ball back at the dude in the stands and hit him right in the hands with it. I mean, I do care. It's like he shouldn't have done that either. He hit a woman in the side of the head with a basketball.
Yeah, they're both bad. I just thought rifling into the crowd is worse.
Well, he rifled it. No, but you say, okay, when you say he rifled into the crowd, no, he rifled it at the dude directly and hit him exactly in the hands.
Yeah.
Hitting the woman in the head was worse than that.
Yeah.
Like, one was actually, he was either intending to hit the woman in the side of the head or he just didn't have good enough control. The other one, it was a perfect pass. And I was actually impressed that the guy handled it as well.
Yeah, I just thought throwing a basketball overhand into a crowd of people, and I know it hit the guy in the hands. The optics of that is worse than soft tossing it and it bounces off somebody's head.
Really?
For me, it is. I don't know. We disagree on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, it's the soft tossing it. Okay, but no, because you're mischaracterizing it. He didn't soft toss it. He chest passed it to a woman who was looking the other way, and it hit her on the side of the head.
Yeah.
Like, that's more egregious.
Yeah. I guess I've sat next to a woman before, courtside at an NBA game, my wife, who's been hit in the head with a basketball because I was showing her something on my phone, and I was like, sorry about that. Oops.
Right, but that was like, it was unintentional. It wasn't like somebody intentionally threw it at the side of her head.
Yeah.
You've been sitting next to a wife before and thought, like, I wish somebody would hit this lady in the head with a basketball. Please, something rescue me from this.
That's not true. The other thing Patrick Beverly did is he had this exchange with a reporter after the game, scrum around the locker, and there was a female reporter there looking to ask a question, and Patrick Beverly said, "Are you subscribed to my podcast?" And she said no. And then now picture Patrick Beverly pushing her microphone away while this whole exchange is going on.
Here.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Before I finish. Yeah. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Someone said on the text page that she should have answered with, "Are you that desperate for podcast subscribers?"
Yeah, I know. I don't. Is this a thing now, or is this Pat Beverly being revolutionary? I'm with you. You had said earlier, I thought he was joking.
Yeah.
I thought there was no way that he was serious.
She laughed at first. Yeah.
And he was dead serious.
Dead serious.
He was trying to be. He was very, I guess, polite about it.
Yeah.
In a weird way where somehow he's not going to talk to people that don't subscribe to his podcast.
I guess.
Fascinating.
I guess, yeah.
What a weird dude, man. He's gotten weirder. His shtick is worn thin.
Shtick.
It was
yes.
Back when he was just a young kid who desperately didn't want to have to go back and play in Russia.
It is shtick.
Then, man, it was edgy and it was awesome. But like now, all right, you've been around long enough, man. What the hell's going on with you? You're throwing basketballs at women's eardrums. You're banning people who don't subscribe to your podcast.
Yeah, it's shtick. That is what it is.
I don't think Pat Beverly understands how hard it is to find out if somebody is subscribed to your podcast. They could easily all be lying to him.
Yeah, they could just
sure,
say
I'm subscribed.
yes. Yeah,
like,
fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, sure.
Fine.
5.
We'll call that Patrick Beverly cut 5. Let's skip to 6. 6 is the other game in the NBA playoffs last night. The Sixers are knocked out of the NBA playoffs, 118-115. Jalen Brunson went off again for 41 points. And now I guess the big thing is Daryl Morey is going to go star hunting this offseason because he's got about $65 million in cap space to go find somebody to put next to Joel Embiid, who, Seth, when I watch run, I feel pain. when I watch Joel Embiid run. That's a tough watch.
He's got was it Bell's palsy? What was it?
Bell's palsy. Yeah, he got hit with about a Bell's palsy like a week or two ago. Yeah.
It turned into just a disaster for him.
Yep.
7.
Javon Baker is a 4th-round rookie out of University of Central Florida. He got drafted by the Patriots, and he has declared that he is already a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Javon Baker, who I don't even know if he was the 10th receiver taken in this draft, let alone 10th in the NFL, but he was, according to ESPN, he has supreme confidence. Speaking with Patriots reporters for the first time, bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up.
He's a faith healer, or he's just really good?
I don't know. I guess he's battling Keon Coleman for quotability, though. I will say that. I wonder if he would have said that with Bill Belichick. He would have already gotten, if you were there with New England when Belichick was there, he would have already had 3 indoctrination sessions where he was told to speak humbly and all this other stuff. I don't know if he would have pulled that line out of the back pocket. The coach who told Gronk to stop celebrating right after he got drafted while watching TV.
That's right. So it's a new era in New England.
It is.
I wonder too, okay, Belichick's personality and aura kind of loomed over everything there. And that crowd at Foxborough, it honestly, it wasn't the most raucous of Northeastern crowds. And I always wondered if that was because they're just bored with all the success, or if it was almost like that, too afraid to celebrate because Belichick's got everybody convinced that everybody's always out to get you, and nobody respects you, and you got to prove it. Like everybody was too blue collar to genuinely enjoy what was going on.
You have to stay miserable all the time, even with 6 Super Bowls. Even with 6 Super Bowls.
That should have been one of their hashtags. One of the
Stay miserable. Hashtag stay miserable.
8.
All right, last one. Jaylen Warren is a running back on the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he was on. He was on a podcast, I believe, with Cam Hayward. I think it was with some teammates. And they got talking about the new kickoff return rules. And Jaylen Warren revealed something that I'm not sure the Steelers coaching staff would have wanted out there.
I think it's pretty cool. As soon as you touch the ball, that's when everything, starts to happen. But our offense or our special teams coordinator was talking about Justin Fields being back there. We're like, hold on.
Whoa, you breaking news already?
We looked at him like, Justin Fields better be that back there, and I don't know. I think it's cool.
That got a lot of run yesterday. Him saying Fields could be. There's no chance they throw Justin Fields back there on kickoff return, right? And that had to be the special teams coach just joking around, right?
Danny Smith is their special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
There's a guy there's an adult who goes by the name Danny, the guy who's definitely going to put Justin Fields back there. I would say he'd probably have to get approval from Tomlin for that, and I'm guessing that no, Tomlin's not going to want him to do that.
I am anxious to see these new kickoff returns and see what changes with the strategy, what type of body types are out there, things like that.
No, you know what, though? Yeah. What if... you're right. Or at least I think Jaylen Warren was right. Justin Fields back there as a guy that can be a threat. It's not as dangerous as it used to be.
Right.
Not nearly.
Right.
Because the kickoff team is not running down there as fast. Okay. Yeah, they're going to put Justin Fields back there, 100%.
Okay.
And they would have liked it to be a surprise. They would have loved for it to be a surprise. But now Jaylen Warren has just gone ahead and let it out the bag.
It's podcasts, man.
Because when it comes to him as a running threat, but also to be able to throw across the fields on a lateral or something, they 100% were going to put Justin Fields back there, and they were hoping it was going to be a surprise.
These podcasts, man, they just get chopping with their team. It is Cam Hayward's podcast, by the way. He's just chopping it with his teammates, thinking he's in the locker room and he's giving away trade secrets. It's crazy.
You know what, though? That's on Cam Hayward for not editing it out as well.
Fair. All right, that was the 8 at 8. That was the Ocho for today. D'Amico Ryans, Mr. Consistency. Nick Caserio was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Has anything changed about D'Amico Ryans since he was hired a year ago? We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next.
In the Loop.
What did Nick and D'Amico tell us with
610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a few texts on the Patrick Beverley double toss of the ball into the stands. I'll take the L on this one. He tossed the ball harder towards the woman that hit her, the ball that hit her in the head, than I had thought originally. Because the second toss was like an overhead fastball right in the gut of the dude who tossed the ball back to him.
Right.
And if you don't know what it is we're talking about, it's probably very confusing with what I'm saying right now. But Patrick Beverley of the Milwaukee Bucks, former Rocket, out of anger, I'm assuming, tossed the ball into the stands, kind of chest passed the ball, and it hit a woman in the head. I don't know if that's who he was trying to hit, but it hit a woman in the head. Ball bounced around in the stands. A guy kind of picked it up and then soft tossed it back to Beverley, who then immediately threw a fastball right at the guy who had just tossed it back to him. And the guy caught it. It was pretty skillful on his part. I had said at first that I thought the second throw was worse because it was such high speed at such close range. But now that I've had a chance to look and the woman wasn't looking, I can get with that, Seth, that the first one was worse than the second one.
Regardless of what his intentions were, he chest passed the ball into the stands, and it hit a woman who was looking the other way in the ear.
Yeah.
I could see where maybe he was trying to hit the guy in front of her, the one that ended up passing the ball back and having it pass him again. Beverly might have been aiming for that dude, but it went right over that guy's head and hit the woman in the side of the head, which is a bad look. And I don't. He'll probably get suspended for that at least. You would thought fine. I would say. I would be surprised if it's less than a 3-game suspension.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think he'll get suspended.
Yeah.
My thought immediately goes to how much is that going to take out of his pocket, which is why I said the fine. But I think you're absolutely right. I think he's going to he's going to get suspended. You can't be throwing the ball at fans. Like you can't be doing anything at the fans without getting suspended for at least a few games. Yeah,
especially when it was somebody like I'm guessing that I would see the most likely scenario is that guy was heckling him, and he'd finally had enough. I'm surprised. I'm like, Beverly's been around long enough that and I know that he keeps his edge and everything, but like to get that aggravated by a fan in the stands to the point where you're rifling balls into the stands.
Yeah.
He's been around a long time, man. I'm surprised that he's still at that stage.
Yeah, same here. Someone says the fan should have launched it back at Pat. Yeah, he did the fan just kind of soft chest passed it to him. I bet if he knew that Patrick Beverly was going to throw it 100 miles an hour back at him, then he might have, thrown it 100 miles an hour to begin with.
When the guy threw it back to him the first time, I don't think he knew what was going on. I think it was probably like a little. I don't know if he'd even seen the ball go into the stands.
Right, all of a sudden he's got a ball in his hands. Yeah,
there's a bat. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
Yep.
Who knows?
Nick Caserio was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. Has anything about D'Amico changed since he was hired last year?
D'Amico is just so consistent day to day. He has his core philosophies and beliefs, what's important to him, and the way he messages that to the team is so consistent. Everybody understands what the expectation is on a day-to-day basis. I think I'm certainly appreciative of the relationship that we've established here over the last however many months it's been. Philosophically, we see football through the same lens, so that helps as we're putting the team together. We espouse a lot of the same philosophies and have a lot of the same core beliefs. So my job and my seat is just support him as much as possible and do everything I can to give him an opportunity to be successful. But the players respect the hell out of him because he's so real. He's passionate about what he does. He does it with enthusiasm. And it's the same expectation that we have for the players as well.
He's got that massive smile.
Oh, yeah.
Hanging some guys.
He loves what he's doing.
Yeah,
he loves what he's doing. Which is, it's important. It absolutely makes a difference. The players feel that, and they see that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things, too, that gets mentioned a lot by incoming free agents and a couple of the draft picks, I think, is they D'Amico on the sideline. When you're watching football, it kind of stands out like a sore thumb that you've got this coach who's just jumping around at times, like he looks like he could still play linebacker. A guy that doesn't look overly emotional when things are going poorly. He's very calm, cool, and collected. I mean, I can think of a handful of times this year where D'Amico even looked agitated on the sideline, and yet he does it without coming off like too soft. I think there's always those guys you worry about whether, man, all right, he's just, all right, it's cool that he's not your classic yeller and screaming or all that, but, man, it almost seems like he's not emotional. With some coaches, they're like that they're not emotional enough. I think he strikes a perfect balance.
I think
because he's just got so much energy.
Yeah, I think it's cool that, and I think it's cool that you hear it from the different generations of player, like you just said, like the younger players who they just brought into the building have seen that because they've watched Texans games or they're familiar with D'Amico or whatever. The free agents they all brought in said the same thing in their press conferences and in the interviews they did. About how infectious D'Amico's energy is, and watching him and seeing how enthusiastic he is just rubs off on guys. And I think it's genuine too. I think that helps. Like there's nothing phony about D'Amico,
No, there's and it's. Yeah, he's just being who he is exactly as a person and like how he was as a player, and he's just been able to transfer it. And so much of that is about just kind of always keeping a forward focus, like not getting overly worried or worked up about the things that aren't working out as long as you're working to improve them and not crushing yourself for every little mistake you've made. That goes a long way. And without being a yeller or a screamer, he's, like there's guys who aren't yellers or screamers, but they're too far on the Joe Philbin side of things. Yeah. You gotta have that balance, and I feel like he has that really good balance.
Joe Philbin, good pull. Nick Wright, who used to sit in this very seat right here, he's on FS1. First things first, you can watch him on TV in the afternoons. The Chiefs are going to open the season at home because they are the defending Super Bowl champs. Here is Nick Wright on his take on who the Chiefs should be playing in the season opener.
They've been doing the Super Bowl champion gets to host the first game of the year for 20 years. There has only been one divisional matchup in that entire time. I also, as much as I like Bake Show, I don't think the Bucks, and certainly not the Saints, are a draw.
Okay, they're out.
So that leaves us with the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Texans. I don't think they're going to pick the Bengals because Joe Burrow is rehabbing still and because Joe Burrow has, unfortunately, a tough history of either missing the very beginning of a season or coming in hurt.
That's fair.
So I don't think it's smart. So that then leaves you the Ravens or the Texans. I don't think it's fair to Baltimore. I don't think you can ask Baltimore, hey, you guys are supposed to win the Super Bowl. You choked it away in the last game you played in, and now go to their building and watch them hang the banner. They're trying to, I think, promote one of the next teams. That's what they did with the Lions, who were the next team. Wow. The answer to this is the Houston Texans.
Wow.
I would like it to be Cincinnati for once and for that'd be now 3 straight wins over Cincinnati and set Burrowhead Invitational and shove it. But I think it's going to be Houston, bro.
That's the old Burrowhead Stadium dynamic. The grudge match between those two teams and those two quarterbacks is intriguing, but I think Nick makes a really good point about the fact that Burrow does have a history of either missing or not being at full strength that first game of the season. It's kind of starting to be a big question mark about Joe Burrow in general, is his proneness to injury and appendectomies. I don't buy that it's not fair to Baltimore. I think that whether it's fair or not, I don't think the NFL gives a single damn about whether it's fair to Baltimore. That's a very sellable rematch between those two. But I do think that when it comes to star power and appeal, people have really latched onto C.J. Stroud. I told you it feels like locally at least, it feels like the last time this kind of happened, where a Houston athlete captured the imagination of other fan bases, it was J.J. Watt, where the Texans would go to play other teams, and there would be this huge clamor over this J.J. Watt, oh my gosh, wow, yeah, he's phenomenal. And other fan bases were very intrigued by it. I feel like that's where C.J. Stroud is right now.
Yes, I totally agree. In the Burrow thing, that's why I like this audio. This is a topic we've hashed out multiple times, and probably will again, just because I think the schedule is supposed to come out in the next week or so. They haven't put a firm date yet, but we're coming up on about the time. Usually it's that second Thursday of May is when it comes out, so we're coming up on it. That's why I like that audio, though, so much. I had not heard that point made about Burrow that Nick made. The point he was making at the very beginning about only once has there been a divisional matchup in that opening game. I didn't realize they've been doing this 20 years now, where the Super Bowl champ opens on Thursday night. It doesn't feel like they've been doing it that long. But that there's only been one divisional game, I'm sure that was coming off of them talking about the possibility of Harbaugh and the Chargers playing there, Harbaugh's debut being on Thursday night. I think back, Seth, to 2020, and this was the very same thing happened. The Texans were they just won 10 games the year before. Mm-hmm. Now, they were coming off a couple of division championships. This is more of a sudden thing with the Texans, but they had hot young quarterback. They just won the division, got knocked out in the divisional round in the playoffs the year before. And, boy, this would look really good on Thursday night. Deshaun Watson and the Texans going to Kansas City, and they went there and they lost. And we know how that season ended up in 2020. This Texans team has more sizzle than that Texans team. Mm-hmm. With I think C.J. Stroud has a higher profile than Deshaun Watson did back then. I think DeMeco Ryans is clearly a better coach than Bill O'Brien was back then. And, man, the star power they've assembled on both sides of the ball, the Texans, that team did not have that. That team had a defense that got ignored the year before. They had J.J. Watt, and that was it on defense.
Yeah, they didn't retain people. I think that if it were any other coach other than Andy Reid, I might say, well, look, sure, Xavier Worthy could be awesome, but it's the first game. And he's a rookie, so it'll take a while to incorporate them in. Marquise Brown, same thing. Okay, how's he going to integrate into the system? Travis Kelce will have spent 6 months gallivanting about the globe with his much richer than him girlfriend. Maybe that's a little bit of a distraction, but I don't think this is like any other team. I might be saying, hey, it might be better to catch these guys at the beginning. Andy Reid's just too good at game planning for opening games and games after a bye week. Yeah. It's just you get even though look, they lost last year in the opener to Detroit, right?
Detroit, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't. There is that element. Maybe that offense just isn't firing on all cylinders with all those new pieces.
Yeah, I don't want this. I don't want to open against the Chiefs. Maybe I'm being afraid. Maybe I'm being soft about it. Now, look, if it gets announced they're opening against the Chiefs, it's going to be super exciting. I'm saying from a practicality standpoint, if I want the best out of the Texans this season, I'd rather not open in Kansas City with all these new pieces and whatnot. Now, if I'm just looking for things that drive interests and ears, the business side of me, it would be amazing to open against the Chiefs. I'm talking purely from I want the Texans to have the best season possible standpoint.
I wonder if, but I don't know, Sean. the Texans open up and get like 7 sacks with all these new pass rushers and a further improved Will
That
Anderson.
is true. The upside of beating the Chiefs in the opening week. I mean,
especially if you do it with all your new toys.
Yeah. Okay, now you got me rethinking this. I need a few days. I'm going to need.
It's a classic. You know what? Hey, the Texans are a team that's still. They're on the rise.
Yeah.
You know, they obviously weren't yet ready to be 100% genuine contenders last year. So if you lose to the Chiefs in the opener, you lose to the Chiefs in the opener.
Yeah.
If you beat them and you do it in like slam dunk fashion with all of your new pass rushers, then I feel like that gives that much more juice to you as a fan, strictly as a fan.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care about the team. I care about myself.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we get dealt like the exact same hand to open this season as we did back in 2020 when they had the Chiefs? Remember the first 4 games of that season were Kansas City, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, back when Pittsburgh was good, and Minnesota, back when Minnesota was good? Yeah.
You know what the best part of that schedule was? That you had that opportunity. That was a game that you and I were at because they allowed. It was weird. Like for a little while we were allowed in.
One
and
game.
Then we weren't.
One game.
Yeah,
the Baltimore
one
game. Yep.
For the Baltimore game. Oh, I thought it was the Vikings game. Okay.
I think
the
it might have been the Vikings game. Yeah, I can't remember. It was one of those two. Yeah.
The Vikings game was the game where all 3 men who had coached for they'd been the head coach for the Texans were on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
Gary Kubiak, Bill O'Brien.
We were there
and
that
Dom
day.
Capers.
Yep.
Dom Capers was on staff with the Vikings. They got a picture with him, and then Bill O'Brien got fired afterwards.
He did right after that game.
Yeah.
So we might have gotten 2 games. I don't remember. Man, that whole season was such a blur. It was so weird.
Well, we got 2 games, but then it was after the Vikings game that they changed the policy.
Yeah. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Hey, Sunday night, I will be watching this. Sunday night, Tom Brady's getting roasted on Netflix. We've got the list of roasters, and we've got prop bets. I've got my 5 favorite prop bets. I want to run these by Seth and see if he thinks I'm crazy on these. They have prop bets on a Tom Brady roast coming up next. But first,
and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Actually, very interested in this Tom Brady roast that's going to be happening on Sunday night on Netflix. I'm going to watch this. Now, the prognosticators or the sports books think that a whole lot of people are going to watch this. They've got some prop bets out on this Tom Brady roast that I want to run by you, Seth, because I've got a few that I think I may throw some action down on here. But
so it's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix, yeah. For those of you who have not, maybe this is the first you're hearing about it.
I would never have heard about it if it weren't for you.
Yeah, well, which I think makes their forecast, the sports books forecast on how many people they think are actually going to watch this thing, a little aggressive. There may be some money to be made here in a second, but just to lay this out, for those who have not heard, Tom Brady is getting roasted on Netflix. Kevin Hart is hosting it. Jeff Ross, who is the roast master general, he's the most famous roaster of everybody, hosts of roasts. Yeah. He's involved in this as well. He has actually said that Tom Brady, Jeff Ross said this, wants to win his own roast. Because as we know, the roast, what happens in the end is the person getting roasted then gets a chance to fire back at everybody. He said Brady. He said he's seen Brady rehearse his set, and he said the material is pretty good.
Yeah, as soon as you said all of that, I got a very Michael Jordan Hall of Fame acceptance vibe, though, too. Like Brady's concept of winning the roast might be different than like the tone that everybody else is expecting. So just like Michael Jordan got up to the Hall of Fame, and it almost turned into like a list of grievances against those who had wronged him.
Go out of your way to find it. Yes,
yes. I can see Brady almost like getting a little too vicious about it, but he does have a much better sense of humor than that I wanted to acknowledge while he was still playing.
Yeah,
I think he'll actually be pretty good at it.
Post-playing career, Tom Brady is a different cat than the one that we saw, at least outwardly, publicly, than the one that we saw while he was a player, for sure.
Yeah.
The roasters for this that we know of include Rob Gronkowski, Julian Edelman, Randy Moss, Drew Bledsoe, Bill Belichick, and Ben Affleck. So those
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. Yeah.
That's going to be fun. Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun because, for one, we know that Julian Edelman does a really good Belichick imitation.
Oh, I didn't know this. He does?
He does a really good Edelman impression. Like at one point, Belichick told him to can it with the kind of. Yeah, I think when Edelman told the story, it was kind of like he wasn't really sure if Belichick was serious or not, but he's still scared of Belichick. He's really funny about the way he talks about still being scared of Belichick. So the best part of roasts are usually when the other roasters get roasted. So Edelman will do a really good job on Bill Belichick. I have no idea. Like I don't think Gronkowski will actually be all that good. Like he'll be lovable Gronkowski as always, but when it comes to actually speaking the words of our language, he's not always the best at that part of it. But I think Belichick's the big wild card.
Yeah.
I could see him being incredible, or I could see him being kind of awkward.
Who would you bat leadoff roasting at this thing? And there's actually a prop bet for this. Which guest will roast Brady first? And Belichick is the favorite at 2-1, but they have all the guys I just named: Belichick, Gronk, Affleck, Moss, Bledsoe, Edelman.
Okay, they didn't use any because the comedians are Nikki Glazer, Tony Hinchcliffe, Sam Jay, Andrew Schultz.
Okay.
He can be vicious. He can be really vicious.
Yeah, I think maybe among among that group, who would do it first?
And just by way of painting out, and then Kevin Hart also is going to be the host. First, God, I don't have a damn clue or why they would like Bledsoe. I guess.
No.
Bledsoe would make the most sense because he was the first guy that Brady had wronged.
Yeah, I guess I'm coming at this like from a perspective of how do you want to set the bar for the other roasters? Do you want to put a professional out there first that sets the bar real high and those guys are going to attain it? Or do you throw a couple of these guys, Gronk and Belichick, and then you have a comedian come in to kind of juice things up? You know what I mean?
Wait, so is your question, do they go with a professional or an amateur first?
Sure,
or do they go with
sure.
Which one of those
Yeah, what would you do? Would you put a professional comedian out there first, or would you put some of these guys
I would put, it's tough because, I know from one of the roasts we did, we had a professional comedian there.
Yeah.
And I know he went up after kind of, like I had Frankly, I'm pretty good at the roasts, and I talked to him afterwards, and I did a really, really good roast, and then he went up after me, and he was kind of pissed that like it wasn't that he's a better comedian than me, but like I had a personal relationship. I want to say it was at the Chris Myers roast. I had better kind of inside stuff. Yeah. So I think the pros maybe would prefer to go first.
Yeah.
Because the inside, the emotional connection and the football fan sidedness of it gives the athletes a leg up over the professional comedians in some ways.
Yeah. See that makes sense. That makes sense.
So I would go for the sake of the comedians. I would advise that they go first.
Gotcha. Which ex will be mentioned first? They have odds on this. Giselle is the heavy favorite at 1-2. Irina Shayk 3-1. Tara Reid 5-1. Bridget Moynihan 6-1. They've got a few other names, including Jessica Simpson. Did you know that Jessica Simpson was an ex of Tom Brady?
I don't think that's true.
I don't think so either. She's 16-1. She's the longest shot on the board. I'll tell you who I'm betting on this, especially if a professional comedian goes first. Tara Reid. 5-1.
I don't know though, because I could see those professional comedians thinking like we don't like Tara Reid isn't that's not topical.
Too low hanging a fruit. Yeah, I just
not too low hanging. They're like Andrew Schultz doesn't care about that. I think honestly, like the way they operate, they're like, well, I'm gonna make a Tara Reid joke. That's like 10 years ago. Yeah. So they would go with one of the more. They would probably go with Giselle.
Okay, first. I hope I win this bet now, smart guy. I'm going with Tara Reid at 5-1. I think they made she's easy fought. Well. Easy fodder. We'll see. If it's Belichick, then it'll be Giselle or Belichick probably won't even mention it.
No, he won't touch any of that. Yeah, Belichick won't do any of that. Below the belt stuff. Schultz is going to be vicious. Yeah.
Will massage parlor be mentioned?
Oh yeah, it's got to.
Obviously towards Robert Kraft, not towards Tom Brady.
Yeah. I hope Belichick does it. I hope Belichick is the one that. Which it won't be, but that would be awesome. That would be so awesome.
Yes is 3-1. I feel like that should be the other way around. I feel like it's a lock there's going to be a massage parlor joke.
I think every single thing that's ever been scandalous about the Patriots is going to be brought up by the non-Patriots.
Okay. Do you think Aaron Hernandez gets brought up at this thing?
Yes. 100%. Andrew Schultz will 17 times.
Okay. Which person?
This is a man who willingly wears a Hitler haircut. Like it's just.
I don't know who he is. I'm being honest. Like I don't know who he is. Yeah.
He's gonna bring it up.
You with comedians is like me with wrestlers. Like I say them and you have no idea who they are. Like that's you with comedians. Like I don't know who Andrew Schultz is. Yeah. So just to be clear, which person will mention Brady first? And they've got. Which person will Brady mention first? So when Brady does his roast, who does he go after first, do you think?
Oh, okay. I think that he probably goes after Edelman first.
You think?
I think he has that. He's almost got, just when I've seen like different things where cameras follow them around, those guys have like almost like a big brother, little brother jabbing at each other type of vibe. Kind of like it's like Micah and Stroud, except if Micah wasn't so stupid. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah. I'd like to think it's Belichick, that because we know that those two didn't split on good terms. It seems like they probably had some sort of come to Jesus because Belichick is actually at this thing and roasting Brady. But I'd like to think that Brady's got like 5 years worth of pent up Belichick jokes that he just can't hold in anymore. You know what I mean? He can't wait another 10 minutes. Yeah.
I worry that Brady getting up there, he might be too vicious.
Yeah.
You know, as psychotically as competitive as he is, and he just in his mind, I think this is the first real competitive outlet he's had. If he's looking at this like he wants to win this, then he's going to be as viciously over the top in his preparation as he was as a player.
Do you want to see that? Are you hoping to see that?
No, because then it gets uncomfortable. I honestly don't like roasts when they get super uncomfortable, or when sometimes the roastee doesn't. Like Pam Anderson didn't quite get it. Yeah. She was a roaster, but she was getting torched into. Yeah. I can't remember which one it was, and it was almost uncomfortable because you could tell it was like genuinely hurting her inside.
Yeah.
I don't like it when it goes too far.
There's a prop bet on which of Brady's kids will be mentioned first. If you're a roaster and you're mentioning any of Brady's 3 kids, you're a bad person. I don't care unless you're mentioning them in glowing terms or something like that.
Right.
Like if they mean like mention first, like as part of a joke, like, you know, well, Unless it's Brady kissing his kid on the mouth. Do you think that gets brought up?
Well, yeah, because that's why the even odds at 1-1 are Jack Moynihan, which I think he was the one that Tom Brady kissed on the mouth.
Okay.
So I think he gets mentioned.
Gotcha.
It wasn't just a kiss on the mouth. It was a long kiss on the mouth.
Right.
It was what was so weird about it, and it was kind of unsettling just because he was laying on a massage table when it happened. But that was like that's how they kiss in that family. Some families do it. A 3-second long kiss on the mouth
is what it is. This is the one I think is the easiest money right here. Total viewers on Netflix in the first week that it's up there available for streaming. Over under 82.5 million people streaming this on Netflix.
Does Netflix release numbers on this now?
I don't know. They release hours watched. I know that for like different series and things like that.
Yeah. Oh, they do?
I'm guessing they do. If there's a prop bet, they'll release the number of people that watched it. The answer is I don't know, but I'm assuming they do. If there's a prop bet on it, does 82.5 million sound like way too much for a roast that you just said you wouldn't know about if you hadn't heard your co-host talking about? Like, this thing has not been marketed at all that I can tell.
Let's see. Netflix's most watched shows have been Stranger Things.
Yep.
And the Jeff Dahmer story.
That was really good.
I would feel like this is on par with the Jeff Dahmer story. A lot of the people in the Patriots organization at various times, if you had said, like, did you find out that guy was a serial killer?
Right.
They're like, well, yeah. There's none of that, like, oh, I never would have guessed. I lived next door to him for 10 years. I feel like there's a lot of people in that dynasty where you're like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's
makes
the
sense.
goal. Like, the Dahmer thing is the bar, and they're trying to jump over that bar.
I feel like the Patriots could be as good as Jeffrey Dahmer. I think they could pull it off.
I just think 82.5 million viewers, not hours viewed, viewers in the first week. Like 120 million people watched the Super Bowl, which is the most. And I go, no, that's like a one night thing. But this is like a semi-marketed roast on Netflix.
Okay, here's where it goes. So they do this thing called they show total hours on Netflix, and then they do a complete viewer equivalence. So I think like if it's an hour-long show, they look at all these hours and divide by one, see like, okay, because not everybody watches the whole thing.
Right.
If we go to like down through Bridgerton, The Night Agent, Stranger Things, like you get down to The Witcher has 83 million equivalent viewing, complete episode viewing.
Okay.
So Witcher, can they do as much as one entire season of Witcher? I don't think so.
I don't think so even close. And that's with a thing that's been up there for years or months or whatever. They're talking the first week of this roast. How many people do they think are going to – I mean, I'm going to watch it, but that's because I know about it. I don't even know how many people know about it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not watching this. As far as like – because those are series. As far as you go down to I don't – Glass Onion, Spencer, nah.
Yeah. No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. They are out. The exec anon comments – about the NFL draft, including your Houston Texans. What do the anonymous executives say? Because we love the anonymous executives. What are they saying about your Houston Texans? That is next.
Do the Texans factor in the opinions of their current players? KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We love the anonymous executive on this show. Some shows don't like the anonymous executive or scouts as much as we do, but we're pro anon.
I think he's the bravest man in America. The man who's brave enough to stand up behind a black curtain and just say the most venomous possible things without any fear of retribution.
That's right.
It's the man for me right there.
Mm-hmm. The Athletic, Mike Sando, has the anonymous executive comments about all 32 teams. We'll start with the Texans, but there's a few other teams in here where there's some really interesting comments about things that directly tie to the Houston Texans. And specifically, I'm talking about Arizona, because Arizona can kind of close the book on the Will Anderson trade now, similar to how we've been closing the book on the Deshaun Watson trade this offseason. But here's what the anonymous executives say about the Houston Texans. Well, Mike Sando starts in and says, unrelated to the Texans, and speaking in general terms, an executive from a team picking inside the top 20 made a comment we hear regularly this time of year. And this executive said, quote, call it pick 20 to pick 40, shake them up and throw them out. They're all similar players, end quote.
From 20 to 40?
20 to 40.
They're all similar players? Yeah.
Which I guess is probably part of the mentality that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans had when they moved down from 23 to 42, right?
Right. And I think partly, too, is if you look at, on top of that, because it was such an offensively heavy first half of the draft, that they probably felt especially like, okay, the guys that are good either at offensive tackle or quarterback are not guys we're particularly interested in right now, just because of the way our team is constructed. So yeah, you've got these defensive tackles, these defensive backs, some of the wide receivers perhaps, but that'll fall 23-40. That we're comfortable where we are with this.
Yep.
And then they did try to trade around or move around it, and were unsuccessful at it during the draft. But I think that was part of the initial philosophy in trading back.
Yep. And they traded back. They traded from 23 back to 42. There were some other day 3 picks that went back and forth in the deals as well, but then they used that second-round pick they got from Buffalo for moving back to draft Stephon Diggs. So they talk about that a little bit in here. Most of the quotes from the executives about the Texans are about the Lassiter pick, Seth. Kamari Lassiter, 42nd overall, second round. One executive says, the only issue there is I would have gone with Max Melton, chosen next by Arizona after that, over Lassiter for his speed and his ability to cover. So, but most of the executives like Kamari Lassiter in here.
I think when it comes to that, when it comes down to speed, I think there is I know the 3-cone drill was really good. The 40 time was bad. As far as I'm guessing, I'm just going to give that guy the benefit of the doubt and say that he's basing that on his actual film and how football fast he thinks he is.
Yeah.
I do think that for D'Amico and for Nick, there's an element of Lassiter's football IQ and his ability to anticipate routes and some of the things they want to be able to ask him to do in this defense that overrode some of the other guys who might have been a bit more physically talented on the surface. I think it was the whole package with Lassiter. If you look at the guys, and I'm not being sour grapes about the guys, I'm saying if you look at Lassiter compared to the other guys that were still on the board, I think it came down to some of the mental side of things more so than the physical package.
Another exec says this about Lassiter. Lassiter ran slow, but his tape is really good. He was one of my favorite corners in the draft. Houston did a really good job overall of adding character with talent. Cade Stover was a good example of that also, and so was Lassiter.
Character with talent.
Yeah, so no, they don't have anybody really roasting the Texans draft here, which is good.
Cowards. That's what I say.
I long for the days of, who's it, Jeremy Fowler? Nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
Right.
Yeah.
There's saying everything with a sneer.
Yep.
You know, fair enough. No, I'm completely unbiased, but I say everything with a sneer.
Yep. Flipping over to Arizona for a second here, the anonymous executives in Sando Athletic article here, they're kind of closing the book now on the Will Anderson trade. Like all the draft capital has now been deployed. from that trade, and the Cardinals traded the number 3 pick to the Texans, and they netted 6 players after doing all their additional trades, moving up and moving back. And the 6 players they got are Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle, B.J. Ojulari, the edge rusher out of LSU last year, Garrett Williams, a cornerback they got in the 3rd round, and then 3 players in this year's draft, Darius Robinson, the edge rusher out of Missouri, I believe, and then 2 third-round picks, a guard, Isaiah Adams, and a cornerback, Elijah Jones. So obviously there's still a whole lot to play out with really all of these guys. Obviously they're all only in their 1st or 2nd year, but those are the names right now. Those are the names that they got for Will Anderson. And
and some of those picks are like combined with other picks, right? That's not the direct results.
Right, they moved around.
Right.
Yeah, these are they all stemmed from the Anderson picks.
Right, they stemmed from it. Wasn't like all those players. Like it wasn't like those picks. It wasn't like the Will Anderson trade resulted 100% in all those picks.
Correct.
But, I mean, the biggest one, Paris Johnson. At least the 1-year results would be that Will Anderson mano a mano beat the snot out of Paris Johnson already last year. So. That part of it looks good already.
An executive says about this haul, I'd rather have Will Anderson, but you have to know your team, too. They might have wasted 4 years of Will Anderson while reconstructing their roster. I thought that was a weird thing to say. You never look at, quarterback is the only one you ever look at, wasting their prime years, I guess, or maybe a guy like J.J. Watt or somebody like that. I would rather have Will Anderson than this gaggle of players right now. And it's not to say the Texans would have picked the exact same guys had they held on to their picks because Arizona moved around a lot. But I'm happy with the trade, and seeing these names doesn't change my feelings on the trade at all. Put it that way.
The other place the Will Anderson trade got mentioned was in justification for the Vikings trading up to take Dallas Turner, the edge rusher.
Yeah.
They said, another exec said, on the second trade to get Dallas Turner, they paid a lot. But because Houston gave up so much for Will Anderson last year, I could see Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, their GM, saying, well, if we feel Dallas Turner's a Will Anderson type, let's go up and get him.
They moved from 23 to 17. It's a little apples and oranges, right?
It wasn't nearly as aggressive as the Will Anderson pick. I think this is a classic. Yeah, I feel like you're trying a little too hard to try to use the Will Anderson pick to justify this one. I don't think this was one. I don't think that trade up was one that people looked at and thought whoa, man, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
The way they did with the Will, some people did with the Will Anderson.
If you're going to do that, then just go all the way and say because they took J.J. McCarthy with the 10th pick that they're trying to copy the Texans and draft a quarterback and a game changer on defense. You know what I mean? Seriously.
They saw what had happened with Pat Mahomes, and they thought, hey. J.J. McCarthy, it's worth it with the number 10 pick overall because he might be the next Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, that's right. So, my takeaway from this is the anonymous executives, they like the Texans draft, and the Will Anderson trade, now that the book is closed. In Cleveland right now, they're probably looking at all the stuff the Texans got for Deshaun Watson, and which includes Will Anderson, tangentially, and Tank Dell, and Christian Harris, and a bunch of other Stephon Diggs you can throw in there now, a whole bunch of guys.
I think the one thing, if you're going to look at it, with whatever level of seriousness you can look at the anonymous quotes, I think the Texans just trading out of the first round to begin with could have been something that I think if there was a lot of debate or about the strengths of this draft and everything, I could maybe see some executives saying I don't know what the Texans are doing. They're trying to be too clever or what have you. Mm-hmm. But I think the consensus opinion was just what that first quote was that you said from 20 through 40 or so in the draft. It's very equal grades, and it just comes down to what you want for your team or what fits your system the best. So I think the lack of criticism for that, which was kind of an unconventional thing to do for a team that still isn't, it's not like they're trying to extend a Super Bowl window or anything. I feel like that's a kind of, by absence of criticism, a little bit of a tip of the cap.
Yep. Real quick, and then I want to get to your Feldarius scouting report here in a second. But there's a drive-by on Trevor Penning in here that I would be remiss not to mention.
Trevor Penning, the guy that wanted everybody to believe he was the toughest person in the universe because he beat up on MAC opponents and jumped on people after people beat him up. Yeah,
at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. So he and then the Saints drafted him in the first round that year. Talis Fuaga, who was their first-round pick, the Saints, also a tackle. The anonymous scout says, Fuaga protects him at tackle with the Northern Iowa kid not panning out.
Oh, my God, he's awful. He was so bad in the Texans
I like that he doesn't mention him by name. He's the Northern Iowa kid.
The Northern Iowa kid. Yeah, I mean, that's what he was just – the Texans destroyed him.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. There was one play where he got beat, Trevor Penning did. He got beat, and then he tried to leg whip somebody, and then he got beat again. He can't even leg whip properly. It's really bad.
You can't even
really,
cheat
really
good,
bad.
man.
Right. Yeah, it just that was I'm so happy that hasn't worked out because I saw so many offensive line coaches and scouts who idiotically, really genuinely thought that was tough. When it comes to this, is how you know this is how you know that a lot of guys that are making decisions in the NFL. Like, never actually had a lot of experience being a tough football player or playing against tough football players because they'll look at, like, Trevor Penning. Trevor Penning at the Senior Bowl was getting destroyed. But because he would, like, kidney punch people after they destroyed him, they're like, oh, this guy's so tough. Oh, he's such a gritty competitor. And, like, it was amazing. And I thought for sure no team will be dumb enough to draft him in the first round. The Saints were dumb enough to draft him in the first round. They fell for it.
They were.
And he's been just getting destroyed ever since.
A few articles out now, the Chronicle, the Athletic, that outlines, teams undrafted free agents, one undrafted free agent that could make an impact, power ranking the undrafted free agents. I know you've got one that you've looked at, and it's Feldarius Payne, the defensive lineman. And I would imagine if there's a position where an undrafted free agent, there might be a spot. I mean, Kurt Hinish made it a couple years ago as an undrafted free agent. But you watched some film on him?
I did, which normally I wouldn't talk about this because it's undrafted rookie free agents. But you asked me about him 3 times yesterday, so I had to go back and watch more Feldarius Payne.
I just like his name. That's Feldarius Payne.
We had a conversation on Monday about how we probably won't talk too much about the UDFAs. And you proceeded on Tuesday to be like, Seth, tell me all about Feldarius Payne. So I'm like, well... Here's the thing, Sean. So yesterday I went and I watched as much Feldarius Payne as I could find, which included me like looking through highlights of the Military Bowl. Where's the Military Bowl played?
On an Army base. I think up in Dallas, actually, maybe. No, that's the Armed Forces Bowl. I don't know.
It rained like crazy, but I'll be honest with you. I was excited to watch Feldarius Payne.
Okay.
So I'm watching Feldarius.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, this is a weird feeling I'm having where this guy's position should either be defensive tackle or outside linebacker with nothing in between. Not a defensive end, either an outside linebacker or a defensive tackle. And I'm like, oh, which is weird, obviously.
Why? Why is that?
Because he's very, very, very quick and explosive, but not that big or long. And there's a part of him where, like, man, a defensive tackle, he's just shooting gaps. He's getting deep into the backfield. And then I ended up watching an interview with him at Nebraska. He started off JUCO, then went to Nebraska, then went to Virginia Tech. And he's telling about how, they had tried moving him out to outside linebacker when he first got there. And he was coming off of a shoulder injury. And he was like, I wasn't very good, but it was better than we expected. And then he moved back down to defensive tackle. So, like, when you watch Feldarius Payne's highlights, it's very, very exciting because he's like John Randall quick when he gets across the line, at least like the equivalent of John Randall in college. But he's also very small because I look at Marcus Harris, the 7th rounder they took. He's listed at 285, but I feel like he's a pretty thick 285. He's undersized, but he looks thick. Feldarius Payne looks, again, like he could be playing outside linebacker.
That's wild.
So I'm intrigued by him because he's just so fast, and he does some. When he makes plays, they're pretty impressive looking, and he's stronger than I think his body weight. But there's also times where he gets knocked around a little bit because of his size.
Yeah, I wonder if any of these undrafted guys are going to make the team. It's just such a deeper team now. You know what I mean?
I think that they did. They really with Marcus Harris and Feldarius Payne, they took smaller defensive tackles who are very quick, and you could foresee them becoming pass rushers potentially. Like, you'd hope that maybe if there's upside, that's what they'll develop into. And I think maybe to complement some of the guys they have on the roster already who are bigger space eaters. Like Kurt Hinish is never going to be in that conversation for leading the league in sacks or anything. Yep. So I think right now they're just trying to find a committee in that rotation that they could work with.
Someone's saying on Brady roast, I'd put Peyton Manning first. I don't know that he's going to be there. I saw him on a list of possible surprise guests to roast Tom Brady. Someone is backing up your guy Andrew Schultz, says is the best in the game.
He's really vicious.
Is he? Okay, I'm looking forward to watching.
He's almost like he even like when you watch his podcast.
Yeah,
it's almost like there's a disconnect with how he's like Belichick, I think, in some ways. He's it's one thing if you're tearing somebody apart in a stand-up bit, but there's times where he's having conversations with some of his guests, and I don't know, maybe it's a bit, but it looks like he genuinely doesn't understand why the person is offended at what he just said to them.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I don't think he has any natural filters. So this is where I don't think there's a single part of him that's gonna think like, well, I better not say that. I think it could be really vicious.
You've got me more excited for this now on Sunday for sure. Someone says on the text page, Belichick isn't going to say jokes. He's just going to criticize Brady's last year in Tampa Bay. That would be awesome. That'd be really funny. Just put film up of Brady in the last year at Tampa Bay when they went 8-9 or whatever, and point at all the things he did wrong.
Oh, that would be. You know what? That would actually be good. If he did some, go back and just paint the picture of the Tampa experience as an actual and utter disaster.
Yeah,
somehow. You know what he should really do? He should make a joke about an asterisk, but then where people would assumingly be talking about Spygate or something, but then turn it into the COVID championship. Like his last championship should have an asterisk.
Do you think Brady brings up Belichick's record without Tom Brady as his quarterback?
Yes, not directly, but as a
you got
something
right?
like it's natural that you would come back here. You're missing that taste of success. It's natural that you would come back.
There you go. You should be writing this thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Some guys are going to get paid, maybe even $25 million a year. More likely to make $25 million a year next year. Nico Collins or Charles Barkley. That is next.
In the Loop.
Blake Fish.
only. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Here was Robert Mays and Nate Tice, the, Seth, from what you told me, soon to be defunct athletic football podcast, at least with these two.
Yeah, I think Nate Tice is leaving. I'm assuming, I think he used to write for The Athletic, but now he writes elsewhere, so he probably got the cease and desist or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not going to be anymore.
Oh, okay. So if you like that podcast, just know that. But either way, they were talking on a recent episode about Nico Collins, and they're both pretty bullish on Nico Collins and the need for the Texans to get a deal done.
The one that I'm really interested in is Nico Collins. It feels like Nico Collins is on the Ayuk development plan, just 1 year removed. So what do you do with that?
They should get that done now before this season starts.
Okay, so Devontae Smith gets $25 a year on his extension. Is Nico Collins worth more or less than Devontae Smith at $25 a year?
Oh, see, if you asked me this a year ago, I would say no, but now I would say yes. Then that's crazy.
I think I agree.
And I love Devontae Smith. Nico looks good, guys. I don't think I'm shocking anyone saying this. Nico looks like a top 10 guy now, so I would try and give him Devontae Smith pay so he plays like A.J. Brown.
And then that's a discount immediately. If you can get him at $25 million and he's willing to take that, well, here is the Devontae Smith contract. Xeroxed over, you sign it. Here's $25 million a year. There is a chance that can look like a discount as soon as this season based on where but guess what? His agents know that too.
Hey, Seth, if we get to training camp and there's no extension for Nico Collins, because I think this cap space that they've got sitting there right now feels like this cap space is going to be used for something, because of if for nothing else, because of the way they structured Stephon Diggs' contract. They pushed a ton of his money into these voidable years in the future like a credit card. If we get to camp and Nico Collins doesn't have a contract, if you had to guess, would it be because the Texans don't want to do an extension yet, or because Nico doesn't want to do an extension yet? Like,
I think it, and maybe I base way too much of this on Nico's tone of voice and his answers to TJ Hushmanzada's questions about this very thing. But that's really all we've heard Nico talk about with it. Is he seemed like a guy who genuinely understood that he hadn't really proven anything yet because he's only had one really good season. And that he said he was open to a new contract, but it wasn't anything that he's thinking about every day or anything like that. I feel like he's got a pretty good perspective on things. I think if they offered him a competitive contract, I think there's a really good chance he would take it. So I think if there's not an extension in place before the season, I think it's because the Texans haven't offered him one.
Yeah.
Or they haven't offered him the Devontae Smith contract.
Yeah.
Personally, I think for me, if I'm Nick Caserio, one of the biggest things you worry about is, okay, if we're going to sign a guy to a healthier, bigger extension, we really want to be sure that this is the right guy in terms of work ethic, attitude, how he fits in the locker room, all that stuff. And I don't think there's a hint of a question about any of that stuff. I think Nico does a lot of things the right way, and it's just the injury history that would be the biggest concern. The fact that he stayed healthier this year, even though he did miss a couple, and it was tied to changes that he made in his physical preparation, that's good enough for me. Yeah. I think like the injury risk isn't as much of a concern, because the other part of it I think of with Nico Collins is it's not just Nico the person. I can cross that off my checklist. I like Nico the person, and I like what he does when he can produce. It's that, in theory, Tank Dell and Nico should continue to get better in this offense. So your projection isn't even about the player himself. It's like, all right, we're going to have one more year with Nico, which headed into the third year of C.J. Stroud and Nico's third year in the offense after this season, it should still be on the uprise, like versus starting over with somebody else that we don't even know if we like him in this system or not. So I think it makes a lot of – I'll be surprised if the Texans don't aggressively try to re-sign him.
Yeah, I would be too. And, for me too, I think there's something about the guys who were here through the worst of the muck. Nico got drafted by a team that was the bottom feeder team in the NFL at that time. David Culley's the coach. You've got Tyrod Taylor and Davis Mills are your quarterbacks. You got the guy who's supposed to be your quarterback hanging around camp trying to get traded. Like, it was bad. Yeah. And it was a bad roster and a bad football team. And then you swap out for another head coach and another offensive coordinator, and you still got Davis Mills sailing balls over your head and things like that. And granted, he was banged up both those years, and that's something that's not his fault or anybody's fault. It's just unfortunate. But all the other stuff swirling around, like to play a position that, let's face it, is very interdependent on the rest of the offense for you to go get the numbers that you need to make impressions on people. He learned the positive about that last year, going and getting 1,300 with C.J. Stroud. There's something about a guy who made it through those couple of years, and you don't hear a peep out of him, especially at that position, where I kind of respect that, too. It's like, to me, it's just one more indicator of what you're saying, which is he's a really good dude. Good football guy.
Also, selfishly, as a fan, there's a part of me, too, and I remember Andre talking about this, Andre Ware talking about this during the season, was you're still in that honeymoon period where nobody in the wide receivers room has started to get to that point where they might want to agitate or start wondering, like, hey, how come I'm not getting more targets? I just want to extend that honeymoon out a little bit.
Yeah.
This is like nailing your first anniversary gift.
Right.
You know, you're like, hey, things have been going really good. I just want to be sure she knows that I still care about her and everything,
If you wanted someone to add, well, you brought in Stephon Diggs. Let's get in the HOV lane of getting somebody in here who might complain about targets. Let's go Stephon Diggs.
Is Stephon Diggs when you start trying to – what's it called when you fart underneath the blankets?
That's a Dutch oven, yeah.
Yeah, is Stephon Diggs the equivalent of, like, not just farting for the first time in front of your significant others,
yes.
but, like, Dutch ovening your – not just the first time she hears you fart, but you Dutch oven her when you do it for the first time.
You're skipping past 10 other steps. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. 10 other flatulation steps. Charles Barkley revealed on a podcast that he has an out clause. No, it was on a radio station up in Cleveland. He has an out clause in his TNT contract. If they lose the NBA, which they are in serious danger of doing, TNT, that he can opt out of his deal, which would make a lot of speculation in kind of the sports broadcasting business community that Charles Barkley would be the hottest free agent in sports broadcasting history. So we got Nico Collins maybe making $25 million. Charles Barkley he's making 10 right now. He just signed a 10-year deal with TNT a couple years ago that pays him $10 million a year. The estimates are from the experts that he would, if he were out on the open market, he would command $18 to $20 million a year. Charles Barkley. He's almost got to be rooting for TNT to lose the NBA, right?
I would imagine I don't.
Not openly, but he got a chance to get back and be a free agent.
I wonder just because, he has a chance to be a free agent, but I also I think he's a guy that very much appreciates quality of life.
Yes.
And, there might be something about just the way they've got a nice, happy family there at TNT. Not to try to paint it out like it's his favorite uncle or anything. I wonder if there's a part of him that just really likes being on that show, on that network, covering the NBA. That money's whatever money might be out there, that he's comfortable doing what it is right now.
That's a great point, because that's a reason why a lot of people kind of, ESPN is sort of a gold standard out there. It's the most famous of all the sports networks and stuff. But there are people who have trepidation about going there because you're going to be used on 8 different shows.
Well, and just think about Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley kind of has carte blanche to say whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
And you don't get the sense that that's necessarily the case at ESPN.
Agreed.
For whatever reason. So I think he probably has that same perception of like, man, I got a good thing going here. I can pretty much spout off in any direction I want, and there's no comeuppance or repercussions. You go to ESPN, and all of a sudden, he might still say whatever he wants, but then he's got to have a meeting with Suits about it afterwards.
He has a great point. That's a great point.
I'm writing this down to contact my agent afterwards about this. If the Texans were to ever lose the 610 were to lose the Texans or something.
Oh, get it written into your deal.
First bullet point I'm writing down is get an agent. Okay.
I was going to say, I'm like, I've been doing this show 5 years. I mean,
talk to agent about clause in contract.
Right. If Texans lose, or if 610 loses the Texans.
Maybe I need an agent. Somebody, if any of you guys listening are agents, reach out to me. DM me on x.com.
What percentage of people that do what we do in this market do you think have agents? I know of at least a couple that do.
I know a lot of the guys in those markets, like where the sports radio market is insane, like up in the Northeast.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys do.
Make close to $1 million a year up there.
Yeah. It's just a whole different business up there.
Yep. Yep.
I talked to one of those guys who represents a bunch of the Philadelphia. Like, you guys, for the listeners that don't know this, like Philadelphia, Boston, and New York for sports radio, it's insane. Like what those markets are like. They get like kind of numbers like that nobody in any other market does. And those guys are still, they're almost like old school rock DJs up there.
Yeah.
So I talked to a Philadelphia agent once just to have a chat about things. And so he looked into the Houston market and he's like, I'm not interested in going to Houston. I don't think it was worth his while. Yeah.
You were Feldarius Payne. You weren't Seth Payne at that point. You got treated like an undrafted free agent.
It's like, I'll do anything, mister. I'll do anything if you just sign me to this contract. What do I need to do? And then he got this look in his eye. And I ran away. I found an adult.
And I remember the Colonel. And I got out of there.
What are you willing to do, son? You willing to sign over all your rights to all future earnings?
That's right. Speaking of which, Nut in Clear Lake, Feldarius Payne. I remember him from Game of Thrones. That's good. That's a good text.
All right. Somebody else brought up a point about Feldarius Payne.
Yeah.
I just hope this doesn't happen because there's no way I could publicly complain about it and not look like a jerk. But I hope they don't give him number 90.
Oh, yes!
Please, Texans, please just let me have this. Please don't. Could you please not give another guy named Payne the exact same number?
Who has it right? Does somebody have it right now? Do you know? Have you looked at the roster?
Is Carlos Watkins still there?
Roy Lopez, bring him back just to give him number 91.
It's kind of a semi-soft retirement. They retired that number, except for every now and then they give it to very, very qualified people like Carlos Watkins. But other than that, it's a soft retirement.
Can you imagine, moving forward? You know, like in Dallas, they only give number 88 to like the high-level wide receivers that they draft. From now on, they only give 91 to people with the last name Payne. That's it.
That's their rule. And this would be. You know what this would be? This would be Caserio trolling me once again. Maybe Caserio. He's saying like, oh, by the way, the name is it's actually Payne and Pendergast. For those of you who didn't hear, he decided to take it upon himself to change the name of our show.
Yep.
It's funny. So not too many GMs have a walk-up music, I guess, but when I go on the local 610 program with Pendergast and Payne, they played DX. So we've played that introduction, the D-Generation X theme song. So they changed it yesterday, The Undertaker. I'm not really sure why, but that was the intro yesterday. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm a big fan. I'm an unabashed supporter. I'm not going to hide it. So I enjoy it when I can get it. Specifically to WrestleMania, I just went to the website and just tried to watch the clips, but it just looked like a tremendous environment.
So I think honestly what he was doing there was he was probably wanted to say Sean Pendergast, and then he realized like, oh, I could probably. It almost sounded like I've been in that situation before, and I think he was out of deference. He was actually being nice to me that he mentioned my name at all. But just by way of illustration, if you guys wonder whether this soft retirement of the number 91 jersey is real or not, the only players to have worn number 91 since I left the organization.
Oh, yeah, give it to me.
Amobi Okoye immediately after I left. the first year after I left.
He was like he was the 10th pick overall. That could have been like the Cowboys with number 88, you know?
Right. Yeah. They're like, well, he's a first round pick.
Right.
Yeah. And then Jason Ankra, Zach Dials, Roy Lopez, Hassan Ridgway, Ricky Sapp, Devin Still, and Carlos Watkins. It's basically retired,
I
Sean.
mean,
it's basically retired.
That's a who's who of defensive linemen that have played for the Texans right there.
That's right. You don't just get to wear that number, okay? I should. You know what? I might. Okay. No, now I have to. This weekend, I'll come up with a little couple paragraphs that number 91 has to agree to read and take a quiz on about the importance of that number before they accept it.
That would be funny. Save it for camp. That would be hilarious, actually. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Big series for the Astros this weekend. What are we expecting? And big event going on here in town. In fact, Nick Caserio was asked about this particular player who's got a big event coming up. Could there be a comeback? I doubt it, but we'll hear from Nick Caserio on it coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers is the place to go. Just not to. Well.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Nick Caserio was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. They got to that portion of the interview where McAfee lets some of his, kind of his minions there fire a question off. And one of them, I don't know their names. They do a good job, though. One of them asked him about J.J. Watt, who himself is a frequent guest on the Pat McAfee show. Any chance that the great J.J. Watt, that Nick Caserio would welcome a comeback from the future Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think JJ's focused on softball. No, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for JJ. I mean, when I took the job in February of 21, he was one of the first players that I actually spoke to. So certainly respectful of JJ, his career, what he's done for the organization, what he's done for the city of Houston. I'm not going to speak for him about what he wants to do relative to playing football. I'll let him disclose that on your show. But
pretty much already did.
Hey, what's everybody is talking like around this?
Yeah,
isn't it?
It's weird.
Everybody, D'Amico.
It's May. It's very early. It's May. And season doesn't start until September. Between him and Brady, we'll see who jumps back in first.
How much are you raising now? What, $43 million or something for Houston?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What a legend down there.
Now with the Hurricane, nobody was more of an ambassador for the city and for raising funds for people in need than JJ was. That's why he's so revered in the city, and that's why he always has an open door, both organizationally and the city. So he's earned that, and he absolutely deserves it.
All right, now this is the thing. Obviously, the Texans have added some edge rushers, including Danico Autry, who on a lot of depth charts right now, teams have him listed as one of the starting defensive tackles. Danico Autry will come inside on passing downs mostly, but he's not the guy you want in there as your down in, down out, time to stop the run defensive tackle. But he can play down there. I wonder with JJ, who, transitioned more and more into an edge player in his career. He started off as an interior defensive lineman in a 3-4, but even then, ended up rushing on the outside a lot. I wonder if JJ, if it's not for more than 20 snaps a game, would actually be cool with being a defensive tackle, more of a conventional 3-technique defensive tackle. Because with his injury history and everything in a normal circumstance, I would say no. But if it's to come in midway through the season on a playoff caliber team, maybe he'd be more flexible with that.
Let me ask,
the Texans obviously they need defensive, and he could be an every down defensive tackle
for
if
sure.
he wanted to, a 3-technique.
How much work would he have to do on his body type? Because he's really leaned out.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't. He's not much lighter than when he was at his peak.
Right.
I think he looks leaner probably because of the types of workouts he's doing. And honestly, the neck makes a big difference. I guarantee he's not doing the neck flexion exercises and everything anymore. That's what really makes you look bigger. So he's not that much off of where he was. So I don't think he'd have to do a whole lot of work.
Okay.
I mean, he'd be a lighter defensive tackle, but still plenty big enough to be a 3-technique. And I say this too because I got kind of excited about Calais Campbell when I realized how good a year he had last year. I watched a bunch of Calais Campbell yesterday, and and I looked and I was like, well, he didn't play inside much at all, but he did have like 100, 200 snaps as a defensive tackle this year. The games I watched when he was playing defensive tackle, it was 3rd and 15. He was a pass rusher and a pass rusher alone.
Yeah.
So, but Calais Campbell's skinnier he's taller, and about the same weight as JJ, but he's a lot skinnier. So that's I don't think JJ would be up for that.
No.
I think JJ he would probably come in as an edge rusher. So I don't think he's the answer to your defensive tackle situation.
Do we think he's done, JJ? Do we think he's...
I think so. Yeah. I don't think, honestly, if you look at what he's done, if you just follow him on social media and everything, he's thrown himself into a few different things that the sum total of actively promoting his soccer club or the soccer club that he owns part of, his time on CBS, even though it's not every single weekend, the Pat McAfee show, his charity stuff he's still doing. I feel like that's where he's transitioned into. All his energy is focused towards that stuff. And it's funny. It's funny that McAfee would be the one saying, we keep hearing all about this. Yeah, because you guys asked him about it.
Talking about you keep hearing about this.
You guys created all this. This has been 100% driven by the Pat McAfee show. Yep. So I don't think he comes back.
It's funny because Nick mentioned there that when Nick first got here in 2021, that JJ was one of the JJ was still with the team at the time. You know, he was still technically a Houston Texan. And on paper, Nick Caserio is the one who cut J.J. Watt. On paper. Yeah. That's how the transaction read, was Texans released J.J. Watt. And I always thought it was funny when we started to get deeper into the summer or into that really bad Cully year where people were, they're going after Nick because you're the GM of a bad football team. And there would be people who literally had the gall to say that he cut J.J. Watt, like as if he cut him because he was garbage or something like that.
No, I can say with very, very good confidence that, J.J. does not likely hold a grudge against Nick Caserio himself personally.
Right.
Caserio came in kind of blind to exactly what the situation was in Houston, and by that point, I think it was time. It was time. You know,
it was time.
And it was probably it was what was going to happen, and it was what I think was best for all parties.
Yes.
At that point.
Text message. Buddy of mine is a hardcore Saints fan. He listens to the Saints equivalent of Sports Radio 610 in Louisiana. He hates Trevor Penning. Died of laughter hearing him complain because it reminded me of Seth, LMAO. I love how tied you are to Trevor Penning. I wonder if I Google Trevor Penning, Seth Payne, there'd probably be content that comes up, I would imagine, right? Gotta be.
Maybe, I don't know. It was just kind of what I would say when we were talking about the draft class and everything.
Oh, the internet never forgets.
I don't think it ever blew up into anything viral or anything. His personal O-line coach once told me on Twitter to stop being so mean to him.
Oh, really?
So this kid who wanted everybody to think he was a psychotic serial killer type, talk about how he was watching Saw before games. Not Braveheart or Gladiator. He watches Saw to get in the mindset for his games in college. Yeah, this is no. I don't. No.
You don't subscribe.
Did you Google it?
I Googled it. Yeah, there's a few segments of our show that come up. You know what I mean? On some of these podcast sites, like P&P. Seth reacts to PFF's ridiculous Trevor Penning grade.
Remember his first game in the NFL? He let up 6 QB pressures and he graded out as a 91 on PFF. It was a really. I tell you what, man, there's a lot of people that work for PFF, I think, that probably despise those grades because there's a lot of teams subscribe to PFF or some of their services. So PFF does do some really cool things in terms of how they track players and everything. But when it comes down to the way they grade, there's just you got to look into how a player came by the grade because some of their system's just messed up. Yeah. It doesn't take the negative plays into as much account as it should sometimes, and it doesn't take account of level of difficulty or anything like that.
P&P. Seth weighs in on Trevor Penning's nonsense, and then the description of the segment is Seth reacts to the nonsense we're hearing about offensive lineman Trevor Penning out of Saints camp. I'm gonna go back and listen to these segments and see what was popping.
I had done a video of him all the times at the Senior Bowl where he was getting destroyed, but then got destroyed on a pass rush, but then kept driving the guy off into the 10 yards after the whistle, and people were bringing all these things where no, the guy's getting destroyed by much smaller. At the Senior Bowl especially, there were 225-pound defensive ends bull rushing him. Yeah. It was bad. It was really, really bad. That's what his personal offensive line coach took offense.
17th overall, man. Dude went 17th overall in the draft.
It was really stupid. It was a really now athletically he was a freak. He was really so I can't say it was stupid, but I feel like whoever drafted him in the first round was going to buy into the nonsense that he was a tough player when he wasn't. He just clearly wasn't. Who was I texting with? Oh, Drew Hodgson, former center for the Texans. We were kind of talking about this, how with the offensive line position, for whatever reason, some coaches they are clueless when it comes to what actual toughness is.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating and annoying.
Yep. We had that here for a while for sure.
Yeah.
Astros and Mariners this weekend out at Minute Maid Park. Among the things that I'm really looking forward to watching, I'm looking forward to watching John Singleton continue to get an opportunity here to be the everyday first baseman and for first base to not be just some vacant lot over there. Here's Joe Espada, Astros manager, on why the Astros kept Singleton around this season.
He does things that as an organization we value. He's been a guy that always been able to swing his strikes. Obviously, we know how hard he hits the ball, but the zone control, from the left side, it's something that he's always done really well. So we always like that, and we have kept him because we know that if we could get him some opportunities to play, we could tap into that talent that he has, and he's starting to show.
This would be fun. This would be really, really fun if this was the summer of Singleton. If
that would be
really
fun.
There's some parts of Singleton was the last. I don't know. It was the last vestige before everything really got going for the Astros, where some of the old stuff you had to be. Some things had to work out, and then some things had to be flushed. And Singleton would come up, and he would just be destroying it in AAA, but then come up to the majors and just not be able to figure it out. Then you have the added issues that he had.
Yeah.
Kind of dealing with the drug enforcement issues or policies of MLB. Yeah, I don't know. It would just feel full circle in a good way if this was the year all of a sudden it hit for Singleton.
It'd be an incredible story. Like, you can't find another storyline arc like it. You know, like how they have a baseballreference.com. They've got similarity scores for players. It's all statistically driven, but it's always fun to go look at. Like, this guy is most similar to these 10 players statistically. Like, if you were to just take stats out of it and say, this guy's career is most similar to ... I don't know that there. I mean, I'm sure there is one to Singleton, but like within this ecosystem we live in of the Astros, I mean, think about that. This was supposed to be one of the young guys. He was supposed to be part of that core of Springer and Correa, and like they gave him one of those. They gave him one of those buyout your arbitration year deals. Now it wasn't like to the degree of Jordan where they gave him $100 million or Bregman, but they gave him like 5 years, $12 million or something like that when he barely had played any Major League Baseball.
Right, that's right. They gave him that contract. Now, that was boy. And then Bud Norris and all these other MLB reps criticized him for taking that contract. He took it like it was a $20 million deal for a guy that hadn't really proven that he could play in Major League Baseball. I think it was smart from that perspective that he took that contract. But to go back, I think sometimes the story gets twisted a little bit where people love to tell a story of like, oh, yeah, he was blackballed because he couldn't stop smoking pot, and now they don't even test for pot. No, in 2014, he hit 168 in his time in the majors. Yeah. In 2015, he hit 191.
Yeah,
there was very much, and then there's also the added element to that where, like, okay, yes, they've changed the marijuana policy, but back when the marijuana policy was what it was, if a guy has a hard time abiding by that policy, then it speaks to a chance that there's some kind of an issue there. Yep. You know, like there's just. For a non-physically addictive substance, if you can't find a way to get on the right side of that policy, then maybe there's more underlying that. So there was some work that he had to do on himself, too, over the years. Maybe it just took that long. It would be a really cool story.
Really cool story, no doubt. Ronel Blanco tonight, Framber tomorrow. Hunter Brown, that's a big start for Hunter Brown coming up on Sunday, man. Like, he's 0-4 with a 9.78 ERA. And Spencer Arrighetti just put together a nice performance last night. John Lopez is here.
Hello.
See Spency last night?
I did.
Yeah, that was nice.
I did. Nice little effort there. I'm intrigued by your conversation about Singleton there. I think it's already a success story. It's just a matter of
that he's hung around this long with all the issues he had.
Just that he got back. You know, just that he got back is a success story. But it's not your made-for-TV movie just yet. You know, we need to see what
a lot of stuff on TV these days.
Yeah, that's true. It might be. It could be wrong.
If he had come in, you know what, John? No, yeah. If you're a Hollywood scriptwriter. If he had come back and pinch hit in Game 5 of the ALCS last year, and then if the Astros had gone on to win that series, and then if Singleton had had some big games in the World Series, then I think that's like a made-for-TV movie.
There's your story.
Yeah.
I feel like there's still a little bit needs to be done for the Hollywood ending.
But it's such a success already.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like a grand scheme of life kind of thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No question about that. Hey, did you know? If it came up on In the Loop, I apologize. But Seth was the first one that pointed this out to me. That one of Kamari Lassiter's outside interests is fishing. He likes. Fish.
I saw the video.
Do you scout the rookies and see which ones like to fish when they get drafted?
Normally, it gets sent to me. As did the Lassiter. It was a tweet. Somebody. I didn't see the original.
I tweeted
video.
At you.
Oh, maybe it was you.
I was on a deep dive of Kamari Lassiter stuff, and I saw that interview. I was like, "Oh, John."
There we go. So I don't even have to do any work.
that's
there's
nice.
like, hey, look, a fisherman, Lopez. There you go.
Are there any others in this rookie class?
Not that I've seen. Not
Okay,
that I've seen just yet.
Okay, I'm
No.
sure we'll find out.
Yeah.
He's a pond fisherman, not a deep sea fisherman.
We can work on that.
You can?
Yeah, we can fix that.
Okay, you can get him in.
Some of that's just, I mean, that's budget, right?
Yeah, we
you know,
can-
like
we
when
can
he's a
fix
kid,
that.
he's interested in it and everything, but he might not have ever known
Yeah.
anybody. It's expensive. It's an expensive hobby.
Yes, you just got to get him in your system.
I got to get
It's
him
a
into the system.
issue. He's been fishing in the pond system.
He's been playing high school football. We got to get him
You gotta
into
get
a
him
high Division I
saltwater
Yes.
system.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Landry?
What it do? What it do?
I'm excited for this segment that you texted me about earlier.
Oh,
today.
yeah, 11 biggest grudge matches.
Yeah.
Individual and team, little mix in.
Okay.
Might surprise you. Might be
Okay.
some surprises
Is this
in
like
there.
on the Texans schedule? Is that
On
what
the
it is?
Texans schedule, the 10 biggest grudge matches to keep an eye on. There's,
I'm immersed.
There's some build-up.
Yeah, that'll be good. 11 o'clock, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
There's-
Schedule release next week, right?
They haven't said yet.
Seemingly.
They haven't said yet.
Yeah.
You never know.
Why is the NFL so secretive about the schedule?
Because they can do whatever they want.
I think the schedule thing is just that they have to dot I's and cross T's
Yeah.
with some cross events, some
Plus,
conflicting
you got
events.
Roger Goodell and whatever the hell he's shoveling into his body that makes it incapable for him to read on draft night, or whatever painkillers he's on.
Might be affecting the schedule release date.
They might be holding off, kind of waiting. Like everybody's whispering around the office at Park Avenue up there. Like,
Right.
like Roger. Has anybody seen Roger today? I don't know.
All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and a non-opioid painkiller to you, Sean.
Thank you very much. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Pulse might exist. It might be there after all. The Astros, they win a series. And it started out as a series between one team that was 10 above, one team that was 10 below, and it ended with a team 9 below and a team that was is now 9 above. It's 9 games below 500 never felt so good. I will tell you that. And now you got Seattle coming to town. And I got to tell you, there's an opportunity for a pulse. There's an opportunity for a pulse. I don't want to say I'm buying in, but you take 2 of 3 from the Mariners. As Joe Espada said, you start winning series. Might not be dead just yet.
You got
Might
yourself
not
a
be
win
dead
streak.
just yet.
Then you got yourself a win streak, as they say. Yeah, hell, man, Mariners in first place. Pretty big series here for that statement that you're talking about, because not only do you beat a good Guardians team, then you're facing the first place Mariners, and that's a possibility to make some ground. It's baby steps right now by any definition.
Let's just put this in perspective for the Astros, because I do think this is important as far as the visual goes. That right now the Astros are 11-20. So if 90 wins, which is what I think it takes to get into the postseason, that's typically what it is. If 90 wins is what you want to accomplish, you're going to have to go 79-52 for the remainder of the season. 27 games above 500, which is a lot. The other thing is, you tend to think, well, they might not win the division, so maybe they can compete with the wild card. The Astros are actually further out of the wild card right now than they are the division. They're 6 games out of the division. They're 7 out of the wild card. So this isn't like the NFL where you lose your division and you say, okay, well, maybe we can make the wild card. It's probably going to be more difficult to make the wild card than it is win the division. So that's really where all the focus is. And this is your first crack at what is the best team in your division right now. So we've talked about the Astros being dead. Right now, if you look at just their overall record in series, they're 4-5-1. So they can actually get to 500 in series if they win this one over the Mariners. This is, I don't want to call it make or break, but after this series, you'll be 20% through the season. This is pretty important for the Astros when it comes to showing some sort of pulse. But it does seem like life without Abreu, it's definitely much better than life with Abreu. I don't know whether there's something deeper to that, or it's as simple as you take out one of the best players in baseball, you take him out of the lineup, and there's a chance that the team gets revived. But I'm not going to sit here and, I know the Undertaker theme music is a popular topic this week. I'm not going to play the Undertaker theme music, but I'm also going to say that I'm keeping a close eye on this series and what the Astros can do.
It's because they haven't done enough to really convince you that this is something that might be changing. Like we thought maybe, okay, they come back from the Rockies series and you're like, all right, let's see what happens. Then they end up losing that second game. They haven't really turned it up and done anything back-to-back. This would be the first back-to-back good efforts that they've had all season if they can get to the Mariners. And obviously for obvious reasons because of the division, too.
So do you still think they're dead? Or
I don't think they're going to get to – I mean, putting me on the spot there, yes.
Well, I mean, it's your opinion,
No,
right?
no. I'm saying that's fine to put me on the spot there. I still don't think they can get it done. I still think that this is a team that is not equipped to get it done. But my point is, if they're going to start trying to sway people like me and convince the skeptics and maybe convince themselves that they can make some kind of run, this is where it starts.
Do you think they will?
Like I said, I don't. I don't think they're going to get it done this year. Now, maybe they'll win a couple of series here. Maybe they'll surprise the Mariners. It goes back to what I talked about. I think they're just not equipped like they used to be.
Let's hear from Joe Espada. He's got a little rally cry. So the Astros got some momentum. Let's hear from the motivational skipper of the Houston Astros.
We are known for a team that we were patient and we get pitches to hit and we drive the ball. That's who we are. That's how we've been. That's our identity as an offensive group. Get away from that. We find ourselves doing stuff that we're not. It's about winning series. That's the message that we are carrying right now to our clubhouse. Keep winning series, one game at a time, one pitch at a time. We have a baseball left. That's who I want our identity to be right now. Let's just win series. We do that. We look back, and this is just going to be it's going to be in the back rear window.
Okay, there you go. So there's the motivation from Joe Espada. Series with the Mariners begins. You take 2 of 3 here. Things get a lot more interesting, some damage control, and then we figure out what exactly this squad is about. We don't know when the Texans' schedule is going to come out. The NFL just kind of decides on their own when they're going to do this thing. I will say this is perhaps one of the most star-studded, anticipated schedules that I can remember. The beauty of good football outside of the obvious is it presents a lot of rivalries. It presents a lot of grudge matches. We'll go through the top 10 at 11. The Texans, there's theories. I heard Nick Wright say that he thinks the Texans should open against the Chiefs. There's been talk about them opening against the Bills. There's just a lot of possibilities. I'm going back to what I said last year against Baltimore. I think if you ask the people in the building, if you ask the PR folks in the building, who would you like to open against? I think they might say the Chiefs because, first of all, it would be on Thursday night. So you would start the season, and then you would get 10 days rest after your first game. Mm-hmm. You would get the Super Bowl champs early, which we've seen many times. That's when you want to get them. I remember Alex Smith beating the defending Patriots. I remember the Lions last year beating the Chiefs, although Chris Jones and Travis Kelce did play. But sometimes that's when you want to get Super Bowl spots. And from a PR standpoint, I mean, you're opening the season, the NFL, the anticipation, the ratings on a Thursday. I think that would be their dream scenario, is to open against the Kansas City Chiefs. And the logic is laid out pretty well. We don't know when the schedule is going to be released, but it does seem like Kansas City, if you asked at least the business side what they would like to do, they would like to get that done. And then I bet the players would not mind opening against Kansas City either.
Oh, heck no. Because not only is it perfect for having the stage to yourself against the defending world champs and all that, but on top of the 10 days off, as you mentioned, you got that early gauge. You got that early gauge against the best, and I know it doesn't matter because it's going to change 10 times between then and the postseason, but it sure does get you started on the right foot if you can get that win. I think the 2 games that are largely acknowledged as they will be the primetime game, 2 of the primetime games for the Texans are the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Does that count? Does that count as a primetime? I don't know, because usually they say you cap out at 5. Does Thanksgiving count? I've always wondered that.
Well, it's a premier game, however you want to.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, could you have the Max and Thanksgiving? And then I don't know whether they count that or not as prime time.
Never thought that. And then the other one being the Kansas City Chiefs. You know, I think a lot of people are on that line. It's just plus the storyline, new guy, C.J. Stroud and all this stuff. Against the defending champs, just makes too much sense. I want to go back to something that we just heard on the Astros, if I may. because we talked about the Astros to start this segment, and you heard about him. You heard from Joe Espada talking about how they have to be the team that can pretty much mash. They're not that team right now. They're not a team that mashes right now.
That rakes?
Two guys are, Altuve and Kyle Tucker. Jordan's struggling a little bit, chasing balls out of the zone a lot. Payne is having a good year. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're mashing. Bregman's not having a good year. I think they're winning games with defense. Certainly Pena had another game. We saw the Loperfido play the other day, even though they lost that game. But I think they're actually kind of fooling themselves in what they used to be. They kind of need to change the way they win games.
Or they just need to start hitting.
Well, of course, you always want to start hitting.
I think that the realistic, I don't know about changing. Don't you think it's more realistic that they start hitting as opposed to, do you think Jordan Alvarez is going to keep hitting like this? I don't know what Bregman's going to do, but do you think they just need to start hitting?
That's what I was going to say. It depends on where you're looking on the lineup. I think Jordan is definitely going to change and get better and turn it on. I don't know about Bregman, to be honest. He always starts slow, so it would stand to reason he'll have some good stretch. But then beyond that, I mean, who's really going to be the guys that are going to be raking?
Kyle Tucker, Jordan.
Yeah, Tucker and Altuve are the ones that I said are the two that are really.
Perhaps Pena kind of hit it.
Yeah.
You never know. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Thanksgiving game seems like a foregone conclusion. What if the NFL just throws a complete curveball and they have the Texans open against the Cowboys? What if they just say, screw it, we're going to open.
I'm good.
325 Fox, Texans, Cowboys, right off the top. Let's start this off with a bang.
Oh, yeah. I'm good with that.
That would be wild.
Yeah, I'm good with that. That would
First game of the season?
Yeah, first game of the season.
Man, that would be wild.
Forget Thanksgiving. We're going to put the Cowboys and the Texans. That's going to open the season. 325 Fox.
Let's go.
I kind of wish it was that, to be honest.
You'd rather have that than Thanksgiving?
I would.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it would be pretty sweet.
You kicking the season off against the Cowboys?
What about the Chiefs, though?
Yeah.
They kind of bore me, man. The grudge matches.
The Chiefs is the Chiefs, man.
The grudge matches, the Chiefs are the Chiefs and the Ravens are the Ravens. But as far as getting hyped for those games, I think there's just a lot of other reasons to get hyped. I don't think the Texans are ready to stare the Chiefs in the eye yet. Although there have been times where the Chiefs have looked vulnerable, but it's just kind of you throw them to the side. You throw them to the side. Whenever it happens, it happens. It's going to be exciting, whether it's to open the season, whether it's in the middle of the season. I do like the advantage of playing on Thursday because if you're going to get the Thursday game out of the way, you play it early. You actually have more time to prepare for it, and then you get the 10 days rest. It's actually a big benefit to the squad that opens the season. And I also think Travis Kelce, I don't even know if he's going to have enough gas money to get to the stadium by that time because there's reports on TMZ that Taylor's kind of draining him financially. I know he's got all these endorsements because of her. I know he just got the extension, but they were talking about it as the Swifties on TMZ that the finances are getting kind of drained. He's having to rent these private jets. He's having to rent out whole restaurants. Taylor Swift apparently not picking up the checks, man, despite being a billionaire. And
she's a
Travis Kelce is having to live perhaps even beyond his means as a multi-millionaire, multi-endorsed athlete. Taylor Swift just kind of draining Travis Kelce. If he doesn't end up getting married to her, he's going to look back on this and realize how damn expensive this was.
He's got to go Dutch with her on some of these dates, man. Split the airfare.
She's going to mess around and leave him. This dude too broke.
Yeah, I need
broke for me.
I need someone with some money. I need
somebody with a private jet.
Exactly.
Is that fair that Taylor Swift isn't picking up checks?
No, that's not fair.
I mean, shouldn't she be picking it up a little bit?
Yes.
I mean, my man's dropping 6 figures on plane flights and cross-country trips. And, I mean...
Hell, he's going to Argentina and
She should at least understand.
Asia and,
all right, I know I make more than you, so...
How much does it cost to rent out a whole 5-star restaurant? Because you got to think they got to factor in something. They got to factor in the tables.
Well, no, how much they usually make on that day. If it's a Saturday...
Yeah, so if you're talking about a spot where it's a $700 couple table and you're renting out the whole restaurant so you can go eat there, that's costing a lot of money for Travis Kelce.
Let's say a really, really good restaurant, a popular restaurant in Houston on a Saturday night. we have listeners that can help us with this. It's got to be over six figures, easy, in one night, right? Easy.
She's supposedly draining him, man.
Yeah.
He might not have enough gas money to get to the damn game. And I also think coming off this offseason, you get Kelsey at that time. I would be very, very much down with that. I'm okay with it. I think the Cowboys would be intriguing. I wouldn't mind starting. There's just a lot of possibilities when it comes to this schedule. I think they're probably going to wait to release it the week after next, though, because I just don't see them saying week of, we're going to release it on Thursday. Maybe they do, but I think they might want like a week of build-up, like some sort of schedule special or something like that.
Yeah, probably, unless they announce something today or tomorrow. But they always do it the second. They haven't always, but 4 out of the last 5 years, they've done it the second Thursday in May. But it's weird. It falls on a weird day this year because May 1st was this past Thursday. So yeah, it could be the week after, and of course they always want that build up. In terms of the schedule and opening with the Cowboys, like in terms of hype, there will be no game that's hyped up more for the opener. Like the Chiefs wouldn't be hyped up more, Titans wouldn't be hyped up more, Jets wouldn't be hyped up more in terms of fan reaction and anticipation. I mean, it would be if that's what you're after, if that's what they're looking for. It's going to be the Cowboys is the one that would make the most sense.
Make the most sense from what do you mean?
Like I said, I just said a hype perspective. The most hype game would be the Cowboys.
Make the most sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. It is Friday. We got a slime off. Houston Chronicle, anonymous Houston Chronicle, is up for the slime off. They kind of took a drive by at a local lad. Also, Sean Pendergast. Sean Pendergast, I think, has he's kind of fed Nick the first taste of rat poison, and then Pat McAfee handed him like a whole buffet of rat poison, and then Boomer Esiason and those pesky New York Knicks, they are up for it as well. So keep an eye on the slime. We'll go internet going nuts coming up at 11:20. Nick Caserio yesterday on Pat McAfee. He still hasn't worn any new logo gear with the Texans. Now he whipped out some logo gear, said he was going to send it to Pat, but I've still yet to see the general manager of the Houston Texans in his 3 appearances since the uniforms came out. I've still yet to see Nick Caserio in any of this new gear. I don't think he likes it, man.
I don't know if he
might be on to something.
I don't think he likes it, man.
He likes it.
He pushed it. I haven't seen him in it. He's had every opportunity. I saw D'Amico in it.
Well, he was wearing a wrestling thing for his sake, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, nothing that I've seen from. I haven't seen Nick Caserio at all in the gear, at all. He might not like it.
I think he likes it.
If we see him again and he don't have anything
one more
new,
time. Yeah, maybe one more time.
Nah, it's something.
Yeah. I'll give him one more shot.
They could at least made my man the new vest.
They're going to have a vest. Yeah, they're going to have a vest.
He hadn't even been vesting really as much. I don't think Nick likes the new gear. I don't think he's a fan. I think he's a traditionalist. He probably likes those home jerseys. But, yeah, just keep an eye on that. I am very intrigued by that. Astros, perhaps, with the pulse. Texans, the much-anticipated schedule and the theory that they could be starting against the Chiefs in a broke Travis Kelce in a stacked Football Friday here for you on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Texans get a harsh grade from one of the best draft critics, and it might be fair regardless of how you feel. We'll discuss next.
On with Payne and Pendergast, Texans GM Nick. A judgment-free zone.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
A harsh draft grade for the Houston Texans that may be fair regardless of where you sit. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Dane Brugler, one of the more respected draft guys, draft gurus in the NFL. The beast is must read. He has the Texans 28th out of 32nd in the NFL when it comes to their draft. There's been really mixed reviews on this. Perhaps the mindset of the Texans a little bit different than it was this time last year. The equity damn sure was. What's your reaction when you see 28 out of 32 from Dane Brugler?
Well, obviously it's pretty harsh considering most of us were thinking, okay, we kind of see him working there, but I don't think it's necessarily like outrageous. I don't think it's unfair. Foremost, they didn't have a first round pick. That factors in. But really on their top three picks, 2 in the second and 1 in the third, every one of those guys legitimately has a question. We just trust Nick Caserio. Like we've been good with what they've done, although we've talked about some of those shortcomings, but because we trust what Nick Caserio has done this offseason and in recent years. But they have questions, each one of these guys, like pretty severe.
I think when Dane Brugler or someone grades a draft, I think they look at it as immediate impact. Like, this guy can make an immediate impact right now. I don't necessarily think this draft was looked at as immediate impact. I think there was a long-term plan when it came to this draft. So there's a lot of ways that you grade drafts. You can have immediate reaction. You can have reaction after 1 year, 2 years down the road, and sometimes those are even. It's a really fluid process. But when Dane Brugler, I think, grades a draft, it's this guy can contribute right now. I can plug him in. And you're right, there are questions. Like, is the corner slow? Is he an inside guy? Is he an outside guy? Is he going to be able to be an inside guy because of the 2 1-year guys that you brought in to compete for that number 2 corner spot? The tackle, is he even going to play? When he does play, what's he going to look like? Is he going to be a long-term starter eventually? Bullock, yes, he's a ball hog, but is he going to be able to stay on the field on running downs? You have that. Cade Stover, Caserio's gone from gassing him up and talking about he's one of the best football players in the draft to making him sound kind of developmental when he talked with Sean and Seth. And then the other guys, it's just a lot of tire kicking, and really you have no idea what they're going to be. So, yeah, I don't think that Dane Brugler is grading this with a 2-year window. I don't think he's grading it with a 3-year. I think he's grading it the way that he grades it as, can these guys make immediate impacts right now? Are they ready to play, with the understanding that the draft process is very fluid. There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of stuff that scouts miss. There's a lot of stuff that teams miss. So I don't think 28 out of 32 is really that harsh. And this Texans draft class might not help a team like in dire need of needing immediate impact guys. But if depth was one of your biggest problems, I think the Texans, and that was one of the things that we talked about before, then I think the Texans maybe at least improve their depth a little bit with this draft, and then we don't know what the ceiling is going to be or what the floor is going to be for these guys.
I also think, and we've been accused in recent years of being too harsh on the Texans, when I think we've just been fair with the criticism. I'm wondering if just us and a lot of people are just kind of swooning too much too soon. What
is swoon?
Like just swooning. Like you're sort of like see no fault. You're sort of enamored too much and too soon because of the recent successes and things that they've done. I think that's fair to wonder that because of those things we just talked about. They each have some questions.
You think Caserio is getting crowned too soon?
I think Caserio.
It is weird. I mean,
I don't know if it's crowned.
I mean, between McAfee and
he's the hot new thing.
Sean with the Undertaker thing, like saying he's killed the AFC South. It does seem like it's kind of. I mean, if rat poison is a thing, and D'Amico and Caserio, and I like the loose Caserio, so I'm not even knocking it. I think they're getting crowned pretty early, and there's reason. I mean, because the most important things that you need, you feel excellent about. Like the crazy thing is, like we can nitpick, and I can sit here and I can say, well, the wide receiver depth and the offensive line, and the D line and the corners. If you have the quarterback and coach, even if you have a down year, you can reset it at the snap of a finger just like that.
Rest assured, he has earned a lot of the praise, and he's earned the flowers, as people like to say. But it's a lot, and I think he's kind of like the hot new rising star, and everybody's just sort of gravitating to him, like they are, frankly, with C.J. Stroud. I mean, he's catching some of that wave from C.J. Stroud and D'Amico,
Shout out to all the people on the YouTube, the Twitch, and the Odyssey app. Hope you're having a good Friday. We got a little hardo stuff here from Chuck and Spring on the YouTube. Caserio doesn't care, nor should anyone. Drafts can't be analyzed for 2 or 3 years.
No, I never did know that.
Sure they can. I mean, it's a fluid process. It can change. You can go from gassing up Damian Pierce and Jalen Petrie in year 1 to wondering what's going on in year 2. It can change. It's not the end-all, be-all.
Still got some time on Kenyon Green.
But that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Got about 3. What is it?
2.
Year 3?
2 more.
Yeah.
2 more years? Okay.
Or maybe 1 camp.
Or 1 camp. Yeah.
Or maybe 1 camp.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think grading drafts is a fun thing. The grades don't matter, but yeah, drafts. Nor should anyone. Drafts can't be analyzed for 2 or 3 years. So you've never gotten excited about a pick?
No.
So we're not supposed to talk about
it. You didn't get pumped about CJ and Will Anderson last year. You didn't get excited. Wonder about it. It works both ways. It's the beauty of it is there's so many variables. It's so different. There's so many different layers of football that a lot of times it's just kind of like a roller coaster. But the one thing that I feel like I can salute is we always talk about ceilings and floors. Ceiling is the optimal level. Floor is the worst case scenario. The thing that I like is as much as we talk about these rookies, it's really going to come down to 4 key second-year guys or sophomores, for lack of a better term, second-year guys if you want to be a hardo and be literal when it comes to the NFL. It's going to come down to 4 second-year guys are gonna allow you to reach your ultimate success. That's C.J. Stroud, that's Will Anderson, that's Bobby Slowick, and that's D'Amico Ryans. And I think those guys' floors are high enough to where things aren't going to get that bad. Mm-hmm. It's not going to get awful. Like like C.J. Stroud, a potential sophomore slump, it's not going to be the end of the world because we know that he's at a certain level. Same thing with Will Anderson. Like Will Anderson, you can make a case that last year, despite winning Defensive Rookie of the Year, and I think he would make this case, perhaps it was disappointing. Bobby Slowick interviewed for multiple head coaching jobs. D'Amico Ryans is establishing this culture. So as much as you talk about draft classes, we've talked about rookies, it's going to be the second-year guys that decide the fate of this team. And when you look at those second-year guys, you feel really, really effing good. And it's going to be about filling these holes that's going to come into play. But that's the thing that you've got to feel incredible about.
Yeah, so he's already, and that's part of the reason that Nick and D'Amico, both, but especially Nick right now, everything he touches, seems to turn to gold, and people are just assuming that, which gets back to how we got into this discussion. Like, it's not unfair to wonder about these picks, but because Nick did it, he gets the benefit of the doubt.
Here is Nick talking about long-term, short-term impact when it comes to rookies yesterday on ESPN with Pat McAfee.
I think the most important thing that any rookie can do is just come in with the right mindset, be a good teammate, have a good attitude, and just continually improve. And whatever their timetable is, some get on the field quicker than others, some it may take a little bit longer, but you're never going to pigeonhole a player or say, well, this player's not going to play until week 10, or he's not going to play until next year.
All right, there you go.
That was one of the more straightforward moments of that interview.
Well, there was also some very, very love fest moments.
Get a room.
With Nick Caserio. Is Nick Caserio getting fed rat poison? Plus, Sean Pendergast gets some national love on the major network. That's next as we localize it. First, though, I want to talk about
98. We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Some people call it different things, but Lopez calls it swooning. Nick Caserio is getting swooned, not just locally, but nationally. Sean's been on the swooning for a little bit, but now Pat McAfee has caught up.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we basically got a menage a trois going on with the GM of the Houston Texans. It started this week.
Nobody went that far except you.
With Sean Pendergast. This was Sean Pendergast, how he started Nick Caserio's visit, which was on Sports Radio 610, made some national headlines as well. This was the start of Nick Caserio.
There's just something about when you hear.
That was the McAfee. Sean Pendergast, of course. He is nominated for the Slime Off for this, by the way, for trying to feed our GM rat poison, which D'Amico Ryan speaks so against. Here was Sean Pendergast, swooner number one, our buddy, Sean.
All right, we changed it up a little bit for Nick Caserio today. Those of you expecting the D-Generation X theme song, we went Taker today. We went Undertaker today. This goes back to WrestleMania and Undertaker getting involved. And I would say the offseason that the Texans have had, where they're basically saying rest in peace to the rest of the AFC South.
Oh, wow.
We are joined right now
by
Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, good morning. How you doing?
Okay.
Good morning. I wasn't expecting that. Do you have the Undertaker's hat on this morning next to your
we're
belt?
Good there. Okay. They put the rest of the AFC South to rest. That's pretty strong.
That's buttering him up real good. Hey, man. Yeah, you guys are just killing it.
Then we have McAfee yesterday. Pat McAfee, big Colts supporter, on his birthday. Swooner number 2. One of the faces of ESPN and media as a whole, Pat McAfee.
Is the mastermind of this entire operation. Of course, he has a great team around him of scouts that we got to meet at the Combine as he was hiding somewhere in the stadium and didn't want to talk to me and Mad Mel. Ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio.
How we doing? Thanks for having us.
You know, everything you guys are doing is good. I was hoping maybe you guys would roll out new unis and it'd be like the Denver Broncos situation where everybody's like, those uniforms suck. But no, of course not. Everything's rolling for the Houston Texans.
Man, I know they do this all the time, but literal applause. Like literal applause when...
that's every
I know,
every
yeah,
guess.
they do that with a lot of... with
all of them.
All the time. But, yeah, certainly liking them some Nick Caserio.
Hey, what do you make of this?
What do I make of the love for Caserio?
The swooning, yeah. You brought it up. What do you make of all the
I think it's well-deserved, but is it getting like a little bit out of hand? Like just a little bit like, we love you so much, Nick. There's nothing you can do wrong. Because part of it is like he's clearly had an incredible offseason. Like we've talked about it on this show, and I've talked about how he put on a clinic in free agency. Like absolutely put on a clinic. So it's understandable. But man, sometimes you got to go. Well, that's
it kind of made me nervous.
That's an awful lot. Man. Yeah, that's an awful lot.
I don't know. I got PTSD when it comes to stuff like this. When your team is getting praised so much because of the offseason.
I don't think I've ever seen them praised like this. I don't think I've ever seen the Texans praised like this.
It makes me nervous.
I don't think
man.
so.
I feel like that's making the Texans a target.
Yeah. The thing is though, when you do have the quarterback and coach, you feel good about it. I do like Caserio's personality. I think he handles it well. I think he balances it out. I think he's got a very likable personality. I don't think he's, even when he's on making these media rounds, I don't get the disingenuous, fake-ass clout thirst like with Chris Ballard. Like Chris Ballard, I feel like I feel like he's basically editing their draft videos. I think Nick Caserio still maintains his personality, and I think he still remains grounded. So as far as like rat poison, he's definitely getting fed the rat poison, but I don't necessarily think he's eating it. I think he's doing a good job of promoting the Houston Texans. I think he's doing a good job of getting out there and getting the brand out there. But I don't think this team is like in jeopardy of Nick Caserio all of a sudden feeling himself. I think the guy is a healthy robot where he's still going to function the exact same way. He might just get a little bit more comfortable putting stuff out there. And let's be honest, when you have something you're proud of and you have something you're confident in, it's a hell of a lot easier to do that. Like it would be kind of weird if in 2021 or 2022, Nick Caserio were feeling himself. And the other thing about Caserio that I think allows me to kind of accept, despite having some fun with it, accept him getting, as you call it, getting swooned, is he went through the damn mud. Like, he took the Texans through the damn mud. And he was patient, and he got them to this point. So I think I also, the other thing about Caserio is he's been in New England where it's a hard thing to compare to, but where it got kind of flat and it was a little bit too hardo, and I think eventually it kind of led to, on top of the inevitable breaking of dynasties, it kind of almost became not fun for players to be there. So I think he's kind of taking his experience there and kind of balancing it out.
I think the one thing he knows is how to work it. He knows how to work it, with us, especially the morning show. He knows how to work it with the guys that are clearly, big time, big stars in the media like Pat McAfee and that show. He knows how to work it, but he's not going to start choking on his own press clippings. I mean, I think he understands how to keep that at bay, but he also knows he needs to show some personality. He needs to be able to woo these guys himself and help the organization.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. But then we'll see what's up with D'Amico, and I'm interested to see how D'Amico comes in. I think he's going to be even. C.J. Stroud, kind of even keel. As much as things change, they kind of feel the same. And I kind of, I don't want to say I rolled my eyes, but when Will Anderson said, it's the exact same vibe this year compared to last, you think, okay, you were a rookie. You were coming into this environment. How is that really possible? I think it's made possible because of D'Amico Ryans. This team just they've been the two guys that they drafted last year with CJ and Will on top of D'Amico Ryans. It's just the perfect mix of vibe to where you can remain, and I think Caserio has it too. You can remain professional, calm, main thing as CJ says it, but you can also have some fun like Caserio.
That's exactly it. That is 100%. Like as I said, he knows how to work it, but he also knows how to separate that, the persona, the kind of one of the guys that he tries to be with Sean and Seth and with McAfee, and he is. And frankly, he legitimately is a guy that can have that, that personality. Like I questioned yesterday off air, I was like, I wonder how much of a wrestling fan he really is. I'm not saying he wasn't, but like if he's just exploiting. No, he really is. He can do that, but he also knows when I get in that building or when I get in this mode, it's a totally different thing.
You think McAfee wears the gear? There's no way. He can't do that.
Texans gear?
Yeah, he ain't going to wear that.
Why not?
Nah,
he's a Colts guy, man.
I know he's a Colts guy, but
can't do that.
He like Nick Caserio. I don't think he liked
He could probably have some
CJ,
fun.
he can't do that.
He could probably have some fun with
Maybe there can be like a bet or something like that.
Yeah, have some fun with it.
They can figure something out
do
there.
Something.
Yeah, maybe there's some sort of bet. I like this. I like this Caserio. I think he did a good job of handling it. So I'm very, very excited to see the next phase, what they do. Free agency still technically open. Caserio did say there could be some roster changes. I heard Seth mentioning Calais Campbell and the intrigue of bringing him in. He's an older guy, but they did try to get Eric Armstead. I don't know whether or not that fits. There's also, and McAfee threw this out there, the talk about J.J. Watt coming back.
Oh, brother, I didn't even want to.
He brought it up.
I know.
Are you dismissing it?
Yes, I'm dismissing.
Dude's doing squats.
Who cares? 100% dismissing it. I didn't even want to bring it up. And normally you have to talk about whatever is going to be relevant to But I'm like, this is too much. This is not even worth our time. Are you dismissing it?
No, I'm not.
Figgy?
I'm not.
I am.
I am too.
I am.
I mean, he said as recent as last year he was kind of monitoring situations.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite dismissing it at all. Not even a little bit. I could see J.J. Watt trying to come back. I absolutely could.
Nah.
You ain't putting 7 freaking plates on each side and squatting and taking pictures just to be a dad. I know you like to work out, but my God.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about J.J. Watt, man.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Texans.
I don't see J.J. Watt doing that just to try to get back in the league or anything.
Little spot duty, man. Little spot duty come through.
I can see him doing that just to brag about it and post it on socials.
Little spot duty.
I just refuse to acknowledge that this is a possibility. Nothing against JJ. I just think it's run its course. It's done. You know? And
I think he's still got some meat left on the bone.
I don't know if he does. Be a hell of a story. Be plenty to talk about.
Probably do.
Be plenty to talk about.
Got a little bit to come through.
Yeah, but
he's monitoring the Texans.
18
he likes
weeks
it.
worth.
He likes it. No, he's.
I'm actually shocked
might be
he
a
retired
mid-season
this
type
early.
Yeah, it might be a mid-season type joint.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little break. Kid get a little bit older. Get the other stuff going. Come right in after camp. Give me 20 snaps a game. Pass rush downs. Autry. JJ on the inside. Hunter. Will Anderson on the outside.
Sounds like you want this.
Whip those 99 jerseys out.
It sounds like you want this.
I'm just not dismissing it.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem too crazy, to say the very least. Coming up next, the top 10 grudge matches of 2024. Individual matchups and team matchups. I have the top 10 as we anticipate the release of the Texans schedule. You don't want to miss this next.
In the Loop.
What did Nick and D'Amico tell us with their actions in this draft?
Their actions told us they want to help the cornerback position and the safety position. They want to help the secondary. I mean, that was a priority. Whether they think they can be starters or threaten or compete, 2 of your first 3 picks were in the secondary.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture, unbeatable Bill Price's Traffic Center is moving 4500 northbound. Right as you approach the North Loop, an accident that was blocking the left and 2 center lanes has cleared. That traffic is slowly recovering from I-10 up to Cavalcade. I-10 westbound after Cedar Lane. Heavy truck stop still affecting that right lane. Flood watch in effect till 7 p.m. this evening. High of 84 today. It's 75 degrees right now. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 76er star Joel Embiid is 9 years into his career and has not reached the conference finals. It's easy to point to health. He was dealing with a knee injury and a Bell's palsy during the series loss to the Knicks, but he was an NBA MVP. Being an MVP isn't just about talent. The greats also find a way to overcome adversity. Hasn't happened for Embiid yet, and as another season passes, it's getting harder and harder to believe it ever will. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Spring Sale. Did you know that right now you can save up to 50%?
On bookcases?
Yep.
Office storage?
Yeah.
Ooh, something for the kiddos?
We've got you. Plus, IKEA family members get an extra 10% on select sale items.
Sign me up.
Don't miss out on the big IKEA Spring Sale. Visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com/offers now through 5/7. Offer valid 4/17 to 5/7. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone is stashed by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, top 10 grudge matches of 2024. What a schedule the Texans are going to have. What a lot of anticipation. I anticipate at least 4 primetime games with the Texans, not just because of the excitement here, but because of the opponents. The star power is high. The praise is high. C.J. Stroud, the next big thing. There's actually like layers to this with C.J. when it comes to his peers, the ones he's chasing, and now he's the one that is being chased. Landry Locker presents right now the top 10 grudge matches for the Texans in 2024, starting with number 10. The team that ended your season last year, the team that actually started your season off with a loss as well, the Baltimore Ravens. Reigning MVP Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, a really, really good team, an exciting team. Maybe there's a little bit of taking them for granted just because they've been good for a while, and despite their success last year, they didn't really take the next step. You would think that in a normal year they would be higher up on this list. But they sit at number 10, and quite frankly, they almost didn't even make the list. Grudge match number 10, Texans versus Ravens, and this kind of speaks to just how many good matchups there are, but it just really doesn't move. It's a cool game. We'll be able to get hyped for it when it starts, but I think there's a lot better options when it comes to buzz.
It sounds like you were about to say it doesn't move the needle, and that's where I was with this. It should be. It should move the needle. It should be a big.
I think it depends when. Like if it's later in the season and both of these teams are good, then I think it will be. But at the beginning of the season, I don't think
it doesn't really like wow you as an early season type game, and it should. But I just can't figure out why.
Number 9, these guys got history. An honorable mention is Stephon Diggs versus Jair Alexander. There's been a lot of trash talk between those two. Texans take on the Packers this year, so they're going to match up again. But number 9 is guys who've gone at it twice per season the last 2 seasons. They got a lot of highlight moments. You have a suplex. You have a burn. And then you have Stephon Diggs' nephew, Aiden, the son of Trevon Diggs, who we'll hear from a little later on in this exercise, calling out Sauce Gardner at the Pro Bowl. Matchup number 9, Sauce Gardner versus Stephon Diggs. Here was Aiden confronting Sauce Gardner at the Pro Bowl.
Good, man. How you doing, man? I see you. Who your uncle? Who your uncle? When I talk trash about...
And look what happened.
What?
He scored on you that week 1 game.
I don't remember that, but hey, if you say he did, he did.
This man done went to week 1, man.
Hey,
Week 1, so.
your uncle good at football, man.
Until he saw Sauce.
Yeah. Hey, no, this the thing. He gonna dap me up first and then say that though. So do you mess with me or you don't mess with me?
I mess with you and
You don't? So it's a little bit of both?
yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Love it. And they've gone at each other. It's also it's been pretty fierce, as you know. You mentioned with the suplex in the one game, but I also think Sauce has, and he's kind of alluded to this, a little bit of respect for Diggs and vice versa.
Yeah, they have admiration, but it is going to be interesting to see these individual matchups that Stephon Diggs has and the reputation, whether it's fair or not. A lot of times a diva wide receiver where you see them kind of perhaps lose their cool, and you have the emotional outburst is when they're not getting the most of those intense individual man-to-man matchups. And Diggs is going to have one against Alexander. He's going to have one against Sauce Gardner. He'll also have one against someone he knows very, very well that we'll hear a little bit later. But that's grudge match number 2, Stephon Diggs versus Sauce Gardner, a tradition like no other. grudge match number 8. CJ versus the Pups. We know that CJ Stroud, like last year when we watched CJ Stroud play, and especially once we started thinking that CJ Stroud was creeping up on that top tier of quarterbacks, whether it was Joe Burrow, whether it was Lamar Jackson, whoever it was, whenever CJ Stroud was facing a quarterback, you kind of put it on a pedestal a little bit because he was trying to get there. It's just one season, but it was a historic one. And CJ Stroud does kind of have that feel, that vibe of a guy who the younger guys tend to look up to, the younger guys point to. He talked about texting some of these guys, whether it was Jaden Daniels or Drake May throughout the process. So CJ versus the Pups, and I'm going to leave out a pup.
Yeah, he's coming later.
So you will probably hear about this guy a little bit later. Might not think this was as much of a grudge match as it is, but I can promise you, if you know CJ, it is. But grudge match number 8, CJ versus the Pups. I'm talking about Drake May and the Pats and Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Yeah, I feel like the other one is very, very big as well, and we'll get to that. But on this one, CJ's already reached a level, like he's done everything ahead of schedule. He's reached that level of a quarterback that has a certain aura, even ahead of schedule. Like the way he was featured and talked about these quarterbacks on draft night, the way the regard with which they hold him, the high regard with which they hold him, he's already respected by these other guys. So that's going to be their little litmus test against him.
So Texans versus Ravens, Diggs versus Sauce, CJ versus the Pups, Drake and Caleb. Grudge match number 7. Going to go to the coaches. D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Once upon a time, they were in San Francisco. They were in the same building with a guy who spent more time with Kyle Shanahan than anyone during his coaching career by the name of Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, now the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Last year, they had the joint practices. This year, they're going to square off on the field. Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans versus Mike McDaniel. Grudge match number 7. Got a chance to catch up with Mike McDaniel last year. He had some good things to say about Bobby Slowick, and then he played a little F, Marry, Kill involving Bobby D'Amico and the guy at the top of the pipeline, Gary Kubiak.
I get to red pen his run drawings, which he probably loves me for. And by love, he does not like that at all. They were always late night and in red and aggressive with exclamation points. But he's a true coach, a true student of the game. I think it's incredibly advantageous that he spent time working on the opposite side of the ball. That really helps shape your mind and how to be an offensive coordinator. And I'm excited to see what SPF he's wearing out in this Houston sun. Yeah. We got to be 75 plus.
Yeah, you can't say F, Marry, Kill anymore, but hang out with, ghost, and go on vacation. D'Amico, Kubiak, and Slowick.
Ghosting Slowick because he would get over it the quickest. What were the 2 other options?
Vacation with and just a one-night hangout. D'Amico and Kubiak.
2 elite guys to hang out with. Pick your poison on either one because I think there's merit to both. I'd probably just have them both to dinner and then vacation with them both and not answer your question concretely.
Not a bad choice. So Mike McDaniel, you're going to get a lot of questions with him about Bobby D'Amico. Always good to hear. I'm fascinated by the pipeline.
Anthony Weaver, defensive coordinator, too.
Yeah. So there you go.
And this is
a connection.
This is a fun grudge match. There's some grudge matches that are maybe a little bitter. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And I like the way that McDaniel makes fun of Bobby and his pale skin. Grudge match number 6. This one could be higher up on the list. These 2 teams played in primetime with everything on the line. The loser wasn't going to make the playoffs. The winner automatically got into the playoffs. Texans versus Colts. Shane Steichen versus D'Amico Ryans. A team that's kind of getting slept on in Indianapolis when it comes to the division. and the Texans. History between the Texans and Colts. Really, the Colts have pretty much dominated, but there is a new era. There's an exciting era featuring two of the best young coaches in the league, and you also have that moment where I'm sure Colts fans feel like they should have won the game. Texans fans happy that they did win the game. Grudge match number 6, a team matchup. Texans versus Indianapolis Colts.
Maybe not the most bitter rivalry anymore in the division, but certainly the longest with the biggest history of moments like that. And that one is definitely going to be replayed.
Grudge match number 5. Stephon Diggs, one of the best receivers in the NFL the last few years for the Buffalo Bills. Didn't end well. A lot of drama. Big drop, by the way, in their loss to Kansas City. Drama to start off the season last year between he and Josh Allen. Seems like those reports have kind of surfaced. They trade him to the Houston Texans. Buffalo has spoken highly of him. We've yet to really hear Stephon Diggs be asked/pressed about Buffalo. I anticipate there could be some bulletin board material leading up to this one. I don't know that Stephon Diggs can really help himself, and I'm here for it. Grudge match number 5, and this is ahead of a division matchup. Do with that what you will. 713-572-4610 if you disagree. Stephon Diggs faces his former team, the Buffalo Bills, in grudge match number 5 of the 2024 season.
Yeah, remember when I said some of these grudge matches like the Bobby and McDaniel one are fun? This one is not going to be fun. This is going to be, I think you will have some bitter bulletin board material, and it's not going to be a fun one.
Number 4, Hannah McNair added some fuel to this fire. We saw the Texans beat the Tennessee Titans twice last year. Hannah McNair looked to Figgy Fig, talked about the sweep. She was right here in this studio to my right. She added the fuel to the fire. The Texans versus the old Oilers grudge match of 2024. Numero cuatro.
Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar? Is that
You know what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it? Wearing it against us, and then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay,
yeah.
Exactly.
So,
She went.
I mean, who's salty here?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I kind of like that. Is that going to be something that maybe we get a little bit of healthy rivalry where
rivalry is good for the league.
It's
here, right? Yeah, it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves right now. Is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Hannah. They are the top rival in the division. No question.
Yeah, and there's connection.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be
connection.
Wild.
You think it's going to be tough?
Tough and wild.
You don't think it's lightweight right there, Tennessee?
What do you mean? I meant tough like bitter, like tough like they're going to go at each other.
I am worried about the interior of that D-line. I know Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons. If Jeffrey Simmons, if Sweat is what they hope it might be tough matchup for the interior of that O-line. Keeping a close eye on that. Now, they do have Will Levis, though, which is great. Gosh Allen doesn't scare me.
You know about division games, you got to throw the records out the window.
Throw the records.
God.
Throw the stats out.
Hit the bell on yourself, you effing weasel.
Throw those stats out, Figgy.
Throw the stats out.
Look at this effing guy. Matchup number 3, grudge match number 3 in 2024. Now, it's kind of wild. You have Patrick Mahomes, you have Lamar Jackson, you have Jordan Love, you have Caleb Williams, you have Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, you have Dak Prescott, you have all these quarterback matchups and all these stars. And none of them make the top 3 when it comes to quarterback matchups and the top grudge matches of 2024. Because grudge matchup number 3 is J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings versus C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans. And if you've ever seen C.J. Stroud, you ever hear C.J. Stroud, you ever observe C.J. Stroud, you know he's a competitor. No rivalry in sports, or very few, are as competitive as Michigan versus Ohio State. It is absolute hate. It is absolute distaste. They won't even mention the other school's name.
That school up north.
C.J. Stroud, in the final Ohio State-Michigan matchup, he lost to J.J. McCarthy. And I got to think, as someone who still bleeds that Buckeye red, that's got to stick with him a little bit. And I got to think, when he sees J.J. McCarthy on the opposing sidelines, that's got to make him feel some type of way. So, grudge match number 3, C.J. Stroud versus, assuming that he's starting, Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy.
Make no mistake about it, this is one that C.J. Stroud has already circled that they're playing him, and will circle when the schedule comes out. Not only did he not beat J.J. McCarthy, it was in the horseshoe, and he threw 2 interceptions. And so
Why you gotta bring that up, man?
I figure you remember that game, don't you?
Yeah.
That, make no mistake, this is one that C.J. Stroud is already thinking about.
Matchup number 2. Cows versus Texans. Diggs versus Diggs. This was a little back and forth, and this will lead us to matchup number 1. This one's a combo plate. Matchup number 2 is Cows versus Texans. Matchup number 1, C.J. Stroud versus Micah Parsons. There is a lot here. Oh, by the way, Stephon Diggs taking on his previously mentioned brother Trevon Diggs in this as well. Here's C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons going back and forth about this one.
You say is the best team in Texas.
Create some beef. I like that. You know what it is? I mean, I feel like Micah knows who it is. Steph knows who it is. You know, so. But no, like, everything got to get figured out on the field. You know, like.
I ain't even see no chemistry, and I ain't even get a snap. We the best team. What the hell? You feel me?
I ain't saying that.
We're going to figure it out.
Yeah, we're going to, like,
you going to figure it out.
Like, everything in life, man, like, there's a time and place. You're going to see what it's about.
And you know what it is? You know what it is? What is it?
You know, he faced some pretty good guys, but he ain't never see a killer, though. You sit on the couch with one.
All right, there you go. Then you have this element. Is it going to be on Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
This is Stephon Diggs talking about the possibility of this being on Turkey Day.
You ain't never see a killer in his eyes, and, you know, guy throw that ball downfield like that. You know
What?
He just be talking.
Dog, you just be talking.
Hey, I can tell you right now, you know, we've had this ongoing conversation, especially since my brother been in Texas. There's been a conversation at least bi-weekly about I see you soon. So hopefully it's on Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying, so we can figure out who eating turkey and who not.
Steph, one of us gonna be eating turkey, the other one gonna be stuffing.
You ever watch Norbit? Like Norbit, one of my favorite movies. Sure. I'm gonna eat the leg. He gonna be eating turkey ass. I'm gonna make sure I send him a piece to his locker room. I'm gonna send him that turkey butt over to the locker room to let him know how I feel about him. That's crazy work.
All right, there you go. So there's a lot of elements there. So number 10, Texans versus Ravens. Number 9, Diggs versus Sauce Gardner. Number 8, CJ versus the Pups, Drake and Caleb. Number 7, D'Amico and Bobby versus McDaniel. Number 6, Texans Colts. Number 5, Diggs versus Bills. Number 4, Titans Texans. Number 3, Stroud versus J.J. McCarthy. And the number 2, Cows versus Texans. Number 1, Stroud versus Parsons. If I missed anything, let me know, 713-572-4610, or on the YouTube and the Twitch. There's just a lot of possibilities when it comes to what the Texans, how the schedule is going to line up.
Well, that's what I was going to say. What all this points to is this is going to be one of the most, not only most anticipated seasons because of how they played last year and what happened last year, but because of who they're playing.
I didn't even put the Chiefs on the list.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is going to be a highly anticipated and hopefully highly entertaining schedule for the Texans. Maybe one of the, if not the most entertaining, at least to start the season, that they've ever had.
Yeah, didn't even throw the Chiefs on the list. How about that? I mean, that kind of speaks to just how ridiculous and how stacked this schedule is. I am very, very much anticipating the schedule release. NFL still has not decided when they're going to release the schedule, so could be Thursday, could be next week. We're really just all on the NFL's clock when it comes to that. But the quarterback matchups definitely going to get hyped, and make no mistake about it, Texans kind of walked into a primetime game last year against Indianapolis. There's going to be a few of those.
They're going to have a lot of them
in every layer. If you missed the full list, go to the Odyssey app, check that out. here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, the internet goes nuts. There was some outrage in the NBA. A lot of media types upset, a lot of fans upset. An NBA player, familiar face around here, finds his way in the middle of controversy. What do we make of that? We'll talk about that, as well as the University of the City sticking the middle finger up to the stanky one next.
All right, yeah, and
got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Normally we do this at 1:20, but it's Slime Day. Slime off at 1:20. So the internet going nuts. Let's start with a little 610 shout-outs on ESPN on the Pat McAfee Show. This was Nick Caserio shouting out our buddies Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne during his national hit yesterday.
There's just something about when you hear The Undertaker, like when you just hear the sound, like literally, and it's funny. So not too many GMs have a walk-up music, I guess, but when I go on the local 610 program with Pendergast and Payne, they played DX. So we've played that introduction, the D-Generation X theme song. So they changed it yesterday, The Undertaker. I'm not really sure why, but that was the intro yesterday. But
there you go. Says he's not sure why. I thought he requested it.
Well, I thought so too, and then I thought, okay, maybe I just misheard that. But I thought that's what Sean said that he requested. Either way, he's legit. He is legit. I kind of questioned it a little bit, like just how much. I know he's a fan, but he loves it, and that was pretty cool. I know Sean and Seth love that too.
They should.
Yeah,
they should. They deserve it.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Boy, Patrick Beverly's got the internet going nuts. That is for dang sure. This dude is just, I mean, it's not a surprise. We know what he is, but he threw a basketball for some unknown reason into the stand, like rocketed it, hit a woman in the side of the head or face. It's hard to tell. Some other dude just kind of tossed it back, threw it back at him again. This is a bad one. As Charles Barkley said, you start doing stuff like that, I know there's going to be fines and all that, but this might be one where next season he's going to be suspended for a little bit.
Tonight appears, we don't know the circumstances, but it certainly appears he crossed the line.
Oh, he hit that lady in the head.
Throws a ball in the stands.
He hit that lady
back, and he fires it back.
Oh, he gone. He gonna get suspended.
Yeah,
man, he hit that lady in the head.
That'll be next.
Obviously, he was trying to hit that guy. It don't matter who he was trying to hit. Yeah. You can't hit no lady ever. And then
you can't throw a ball at a fan.
I understand that, but listen, I've done stupid stuff, and and I got criticized. That's just wrong. He's gonna get suspended for that, and that's gonna be a good one too, because he didn't do it once; he did it twice.
Yeah, no doubt. Don't expect that from a 35-year-old, 12-year veteran.
I don't expect that from an 18-year-old. That's just stupid.
You expect it from Beverly? I mean, of all people who you might expect it from, you would expect it from him.
And then the real controversy, and apparently he's called and apologized for this. This kind of created some outrage from a lot of media types, like from all over. There was a woman, just to kind of set the scene, because if you're hearing the audio, you might not have a clear picture. There was a woman who was posted up. She had her microphone out just to get some audio from Patrick Beverly. You're going to hear him ask if she subscribes to the podcast, and then over the course of the interview, he's going to be pushing her mic away and kind of telling her to get away. Here was what that sounded like, and this is what created the real controversy with Pat Bev.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I finish. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there you go. This created a lot. What were your thoughts on this?
To be honest, I didn't think this was that big of a deal. She's doing what we see in locker rooms, clubhouses, everywhere. Hey, can you go get some audio? They just kind of hold a microphone there. He was just being an a-hole. I mean, but he is an a-hole.
I mean, he's really just kind of pushing his podcast, if we're being honest. And it probably worked, honestly. It's probably a pretty effective move by him, to be honest, unless there's like a hefty fine that the NBA decides to lay on him, because at this point his numbers are going to be huge. He gets paid off of numbers. It's a Barstool podcast. So, I mean, really, this might have been a smart business decision.
I like I said, I really don't mind what he did. I think it's stupid.
It's weird.
And he's an a-hole.
But he's him.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he's just, to me, he's just being an a-hole. but he is an a-hole. I mean, so a-hole's gonna a-hole, and then that's what he is. But so that one didn't necessarily bother me so much. I think just stacked on top of what he previously did, what they were talking about. That one was bad, dude. I mean, that one was bad. Just rocketed that ball into, I think, the third row, whatever it was.
I just think it's the culture that the NBA has created. It's really kind of a representation of the league. Like it's the off court BS. Whether it's LeBron saying it's just basketball, like the face of your league saying it's just basketball in the middle of a playoff series, or Patrick Beverly doing it. Some people probably didn't even know he played for the Bucks. No. Like, to be honest with you, it's really just it's just what the league has become. It's a very, 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 very bad product, and this is the type of stuff you're talking about in the middle of a playoff
this
series.
This is the only stuff you talk about.
Two teams went fishing yesterday, and you're not even bringing it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to the NBA, these are the only kinds of things you talk about with them anymore, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
I was on the record that I'm not I was a fan, but not a huge Keon Coleman fan going into the draft. But man, he's going to be fun if he's any good at all. Because he has had some good moments already, and the latest one was his interview with the Bills when they were asking him about some of the things that he does.
What do you do outside of football?
Chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like TV 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like, it's controlled chaos. You frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing.
Tiger wishes he could. Wish he could. Not Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I feel bad that he has to be in Buffalo. That sucks for him.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the Cougs are saying F you to Amy Adams Stank in the NFL. The University of Houston has informed the NFL that it will proceed with plans to add alternate blue uniforms, Oilers colors. This comes 6 months after the NFL's merchandising and licensing division sent a cease and desist letter to U of H threatening legal action if the school did not halt what was described as U of H's blatant copying of the Houston Oilers themed uniforms. This was the response from the athletic department. Quote, "We literally have a story. We can show the city uses it. This isn't a reach. This is a layup. We've got a very defensible position. U of H wore the blue uniforms last season. In their opener against UTSA, school officials weighed legal options and changed course with a letter sent in mid-April. However, now they say they're doing it. They've reviewed everything, and they feel that they have a case."
I think they do. I think the NFL probably not even going to come at them unless Amy Adams Strunk decides
they don't want to fight
to do something.
Cougs.
It's a bad look, first of all, and don't think for a second that U of H didn't really look at this from a legal perspective, from a legal angle, because as we all know, that those colors have been in Houston since the 1800s, since well before Bud Adams and the Oilers and everything else. I first of all, I don't think the NFL is going to come at them. Secondly, I think they're going to have a great case.
I got the internet going nuts.
A little bit going nuts here in the last 20 minutes or so. Odell Beckham Jr. Going to be going to the Miami Dolphins. Boy, he's just carving out a little bit of a kind of a mercenary career here at the end of his career, and he seems to be landing in another good spot here.
Well, Ian Rappaport said Miami's receiving core gets faster. What is that based on? They got Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Yeah, I don't think he's a fast guy. Maybe they had a big name. They had some star power.
I don't know if he's faster.
I don't think he's fast anymore.
But it's a good spot for him.
Kind of cooked.
Yeah.
By the way, that relationship with Kim Kardashian, that you want to talk about the internet going nuts, that had no buzz last year. Absolutely no buzz.
Maybe 10 years ago it would have.
Yeah.
That they have completely fallen off. I mean, that was the most meh.
Nobody cared, man.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So with the Ryan Garcia PED scandal, Conor McGregor has weighed in. Conor McGregor, you could see him before Garcia's fight, telling him how much he appreciated him and all that. And then yesterday, Conor McGregor went to Insta, and he said the following. Cheated the weight and was juiced. Lifetime ban. Sad to see, sad to say, sad and a bit sick. Don't come near me if I ever see you, Ryan Garcia. I'm actually disgusted. This reminds me of Sean O'Malley. He did the same thing as well. I don't like this. I'll bust you up. Do you want to spar? Blah, 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 blah. Let's just be serious. There's only one person that can match Conor McGregor when it comes to promotion, when it comes to the fight game right now, when it comes to buzz, and when it comes to moolah. Conor McGregor right now, he put off fighting UFC because he wanted to record movies and all that, and now they're trying to get him back in the octagon. I don't even know if that makes sense from a paper standpoint. This does. So you're not fooling me, Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
McGregor-Garcia boxing match, as much as it's telegraphed, I will watch.
It's money, man. It's
I
big,
will watch.
Big money.
Coming up, J.J. Watts. Could he return to the NFL? Nick Caserio was asked about that yesterday during his national visit. Plus the Astros. Do they actually have a pulse? Hits or lit next.
Do the Texans
Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Do they have a pulse or don't they? That is the question. And will he return or won't he? That's the other question. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
J.J. Watt back in the NFL.
Come on, man.
Some might roll their eyes. Some might think it's inevitable. Pat McAfee had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday, and he brought this up to the Texans general manager, the very popular Texans general manager. Here was Nick Caserio's back and forth with one of the faces of ESPN about J.J. returning.
Yeah, I think J.J.'s focused on softball. No, I have a lot of respect and appreciation for J.J. I mean, certainly respectful of J.J., his career, what he's done for the organization, what he's done for the city of Houston. I'm not going to speak for him about what he wants to do relative to playing football. I'll let him disclose that on your show. But pretty much already did.
Hey, what's everybody's talking like around this? Yeah. Isn't it? It's weird. Everybody. D'Amico?
It's May. It's very early. It's May. And season doesn't start until September. Between him and Brady, like, we'll see who jumps back in first.
God, I hate that so much.
I'm not dismissing it.
You can't. I mean, the way he mentioned it, you can't totally dismiss it.
It's just a natural fit right now in Houston. I mean, they have a roster. They have limited, probably limited requests for what JJ would have to do. Unfinished business. The way that it ended. The body is... I mean, it's right there where it needs to be.
It's got to feel better. He's got to feel better.
As far as the body type and stuff, I heard Seth talking about this, and he's like one of my body language lords because he's a body type lords, I should say, because he talks about it. It's not like you're going to ask him to be out there for 3 downs or anything like that. I'm sure there would be like specialties. I'm not completely dismissing it. Would I bet on it? Nah. But could I see J.J. Watt playing football this year? I could.
I wouldn't bet on it. But the simple fact that it wasn't, like, completely dismissed, automatically, tells you, like, especially when he goes, it's May. Let's talk again later, I'm like, golly, this is going to happen, isn't it? I don't know. I don't think so. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think it's something that they're considering.
Astros versus Guardians, the rubber game yesterday. The Astros win 8-2. They had an extra inning dub in Game 1, extra inning L in Game 2. Yesterday they win 8-2. They are now 9 games under 500. So in order to reach that 90 wins that I keep pointing to, they would have to go 79-52. They got Seattle coming to town. A little bit of an opportunity to show a pulse. We'll get into whether or not they have a pulse in a second. J-Lo pronounced them dead last week. Does he still think that? Before we get into that, let's hear from Joe Espada, the Astros manager. Here's your rally cry heading into the weekend.
We are known for a team that we're patient and we get pitches to hit and we drive the ball. That's who we are. That's how we've been. That's our identity as an offensive group. Get away from that. We find ourselves doing stuff that we're not. It's about winning series. That's the message that we are carrying right now to our clubhouse. Keep winning series, 1 game at a time, 1 pitch at a time. We have a lot of baseball left. That's who I want our identity to be right now. Let's just win series. We do that. We look back, and this is just going to be it's going to be in the back rear window.
All right, a lot that we've covered here, right? You say, do they have a pulse? Yes, they have a pulse. I mean,
so they're not dead anymore?
No, I'm saying they have a pulse. They're in a situation where they can start to make a little noise. Secondly, you talked about the Mariners. Maybe the biggest early season series that they've had. First place Mariners in the division. If you're going to make up ground, this is the best way to make up ground against the
currently
team.
It's 7 back.
Yeah, I think is it 6 or 7? But
7 back, a wild card 6 of the division.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, you this is where you make up ground. Third, when I heard that this morning, I'm like, that's not how they are winning games. It's just not. They only have 2 dudes that are really, really hitting the ball better than Jose Altuve's start to this season is the best he's had in a long time. First of all, Kyle Tucker is doing his thing, but he says be patient and drive the ball. Yordan Alvarez is not being patient. He's taking swings outside the zone. Maybe it's because of how pitchers are approaching him, but they only have 3 players with an OPS above 800, and Yordan is not one of them. The other one is Pena. Alex Bregman is not playing very well at all, and so he's got to move back into second, put Yordan third, get him some. I'm not going to get into all that stuff, but there are things they can do. This is not a team that I see.
So alive or dead?
Just about to say it. This is not a team that I see that can make the postseason. For all those things, the reasons that I just said. But they have a pulse, and there isn't.
So alive.
No, I'm saying maybe they can come back to life, but
So alive,
I don't
then.
see. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Maybe they can make some noise.
If they have a post, that means they're alive, right?
Maybe they
I feel
can
like
make
you're on the
some-
fence. You said they were dead last week. Are they alive or dead?
I didn't say they were dead. I said they're done in the race. They're done. I don't think they're making the playoffs. Now, they might make some noise.
You definitely said that.
I said they were dead?
You said they were dead, yes.
Well, whatever I said, I don't think they're making
But
the playoffs.
you think they're alive?
I do not think they're going to make the playoffs.
But they have a little bit of life?
I said this is what I'm saying is
Like
this is
life
their,
support, maybe?
This is their opportunity to maybe make some noise.
I think that I'm with you. I would not bet on this squad. I didn't. Again, you got to win the division, and you're gonna probably have to play damn near 30 games above 500 for the final 80% of the season. This is a big chance. Seems like they might have perhaps a little bit of a pulse. NBA yesterday, the Knicks, speaking of death, they killed the Sixers. Much to the joy of ESPN, much to the joy of the national media types, the Knicks are alive. They're going to take on the Pacers because the Pacers yesterday, they killed the Bucks. I was at the grocery store yesterday after this, and the people checking me out, the young kids, they're probably high school, college kids, they were having a conversation. I joined the conversation, and it was about death. I don't know if their supervisor would want them to be having these types of conversations in front of customers, but I was just the right customer to have this conversation in front of because they were cussing and discussing which way you would rather die. Would you rather die by being burned, or would you rather die by drowning?
Ooh.
The girl was very passionate that burning was the right answer.
Oh
my goodness!
Oh,
I don't know that I agree with her line of thinking here, but they got really in depth on this. This was like the checker and all that. How would you rather die, burning or drowning?
Drowning. I think you just you pass out, you're done, and whatever happens happens.
That's what I think.
Right. Burning, you feel that.
She said
you feel that.
Her argument was that eventually you don't feel it. My argument is, I think after a few minutes, when you drown, you're done. I think there's possibility that it can be worse with the burn.
I think you pass out burning.
She put a lot of thought into this.
I think you just pass out.
It was almost like
gone.
a Cheers episode. They were going from like aisle to aisle. It was like kids.
Burning
right there.
You feel yourself dying. You feel the pain.
She says drowning is the right answer. I can't agree with no. She was burning. I would lean more towards drown.
Me too. Figgy?
Drowning.
Yeah. Why are we having this discussion?
I'd rather drown.
Yeah, me
than
too.
burn.
Well, me too.
You wouldn't have a choice, Figgy. You can't swim.
Hey.
Yeah.
Ooh, have fun in hell then.
Yeah. We got to get those lessons going, man.
We really do.
Nah.
We got to get the lessons.
We really, really do.
Miami Dolphins. Go ahead.
I said don't need it.
The Miami Dolphins have signed Odell Beckham Jr. to a 1-year contract. They already have Tyreek Hill. They already have Jalen Waddle. They've now added Odell Beckham Jr. To their receiving core. Also in that division, Chase Claypool. My God, this guy's getting passed around. Mm-hmm. He is going to the Buffalo Bills. Chase Claypool in Buffalo, traded for a second-round pick not too long ago. The Bears to the Steelers. Couldn't really catch on there, and now Chase Claypool is in Buffalo. Other wide receiver news, the Chargers. Everybody's signing receivers right now. The Chargers kind of thin at the position. They've signed DJ Chark, and the Tennessee Titans They met with Tyler Boyd, no contract yet. Kind of feels like Tyler Boyd's kind of filling stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans, who knows whether or not they're going to get in the mix for a wide receiver, or if they're just gonna run it. I think the one thing to look out for the Texans when it comes to that position is what are they going to do with Robert Woods? Because cutting Robert Woods, that would speak to confidence in John Mechie for me more so than not drafting a wide receiver. That would be, because I heard people say, well, they didn't draft a receiver. I just think that's kind of the way the draft played out. Who knows if Aniyah Smith or Whittington had been there later on in the draft, if they would have done that. That would have spoken more. If they get rid of Robert Woods, then that is a vote of confidence in John Mechie. And maybe they need to see it at camp.
Yeah, and maybe they do. But, I just kind of got this sense that they're still pretty high on Mechie. We'll see if it plays out. But that would be the biggest sign.
The draft grades are going crazy. Dane Brugler has the Houston Texans 28th out of 32 when it comes to the draft. I think he grades his prospects based on like immediate impact. I don't know that the Texans drafted with that in mind, but Dane Brugler has the Texans right now 28 out of 32. Too harsh or just right?
Looks harsh, but I understand it. To me, it's not just right because I actually think that there's some possibilities here. You know, we talked about Lassiter as just a nickelback yesterday, and who knows with Bullock and Fisher and all that. But all three of the top three picks. First of all, you didn't have a first round pick, so that might affect the grade, for sure. And secondly, all three of your top three picks, Lassiter, Fisher, and Bullock. I mean, it's undeniable that there are legit risks with all three of them. You can't say, oh no, these guys are, they're quality second round picks that should be able to start right. No, you can't say that because there's speed with Lassiter, there's the need factor. Do you really need him or fit or whatever you want to call it with Fisher? And Bullock is size, tackling, how he played in spurts where he was kind of lost. So yeah, there's legitimate, undeniable risk with all three of these. So I don't blame him. It just looks a little harsh.
Yeah, there's risk and opportunity because you have the on one hand you have these guys are unfinished, but I feel like D'Amico Ryans and his staff, they might look at that as kind of opportunity to develop these guys. So yeah, you don't think it's too harsh, or you do?
Looks harsh, but it's not. It looks harsh for us who have been sort of swooning with Nick Caserio's work, but I understand it.
Coming up, Nick Caserio. Speaking of Nick Caserio and the swooning, it hit the national stage yesterday. What do we make of this new Nick Caserio? Is Nick Caserio being fed rat poison? And if so, will he be able to avoid it? The answer may surprise you next.
In the
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Can Nick Caserio handle all the love that he's getting? Will it impact anything? He's definitely embracing it. Like, for all the talk about Patriot Way and the fun we have about Nick Caserio being robotic, he does seem a lot more comfortable. Like, the Nick Caserio now is not the one that we anticipated. It's not the one that we're used to. He seems to be able to balance it pretty well. Maybe it comes with seeing what happened in New England, and maybe you just want to wake up and smell the coffee. But it is definitely different, and when your head coach kind of stresses, and Caserio himself stresses, not eating the cheese, not eating the rat poison, you do kind of wonder, with all this love, with this McAfee love, with this love here, with the benefit of the doubt that normally you wouldn't get, how is Nick Caserio going to handle this love? I think he's going to handle it fine, because I don't think Nick Caserio is stuck in his ways. I think Nick Caserio is an evolver. I think he's an adapter. But it is interesting to watch just – and it also – I'm not trying to channel the expectations. It does seem kind of a little bit soon. We only have a 1-year sample size, but there's no denying it's there. It's just a matter of how he's going to handle it and whether or not it matters how he handles it.
It's a little bit soon, but I think everything has come – fast with the Texans, and they've earned it. I think he's earned it. This offseason pretty much kind of set him over the top and got him all those accolades and everything that he's been able to earn. But the other thing about it that I think is really cool is he knows, like, when to play the game with, whether it's Sean and Seth or Pat McAfee, and when to separate that. Like, he is all business, man, and he's not going to eat any cheese. He's not going to be able to. He's not going to be get caught up in it and eat the press clippings and all that stuff. He just knows, I got to play this game. It's good for the organization. It's good for me. It's good to be able to have this fun, and he does have fun. But then he separates it. I'm not worried about that.
Do you think there's? And he seems comfortable in doing so, or at least he's acting as such. He seems comfortable in doing so. I don't know that D'Amico's, like, as much as Caserio gets the reputation as kind of the stiff and the New England guy, I actually think D'Amico's going to be the one that's more uncomfortable handling this type of stuff. Like, I don't think CJ's a Hollywood guy, but I think he understands branding, he understands the big picture, and, he doesn't mind being out there. Hell, he's in China teaching football camps. I think of all the people that are going to be the most uncomfortable with this praise, I think D'Amico Ryans is actually that guy. And that's a good thing, because he's the head coach. He's the one whose message is getting through. But I think Caserio, in a strange way, I don't want to say he's the more fun guy, but I think he's going to be able to have more fun with this rat poison and this praise.
I think they're just all authentic. Like, that is authentically Nick Caserio. He's a guy that is robotic, as we've talked about, very much – in the weeds, in all the details and all this other stuff, but capable of having fun. I mean, he's got that other side that people are starting to recognize. And I think D'Amico is authentically D'Amico. Kind of gets embarrassed or kind of low key about some stuff, but he'll tell you. He'll be authentically honest about what he thinks he was this offseason. So I think that's what's working for them. He also mentioned in that interview with McAfee how well they're working together. And keep in mind, it's only been a year.
Here was just the start. And McAfee does this with everyone, but this was the start of the interview between Nick Caserio, the very popular GM of your Houston Texans, and Pat McAfee yesterday live on ESPN.
Is the mastermind of this entire operation. Of course, he has a great team around him of scouts that we got to meet at the Combine as he was hiding somewhere in a stadium and didn't want to talk to me and Mad Mel. Ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio.
Yeah. How we doing? Thanks for having us.
Everything you guys are doing is good. I was hoping maybe you guys would roll out new unis and it'd be like the Denver Broncos situation where everybody's like, those uniforms suck. But no, of course not. Everything's rolling for the Houston Texans.
All right, and if this time last year this wasn't the praise that Caserio was getting, like, if let's say a year from now in this fluid process, this up and down year-to-year league, if we're looking back and saying, okay, Caserio missed the boat on this, what would be the important things that perhaps Caserio overlooked that would prevent the Texans from capitalizing on this buzz, capitalizing from this swooning, and building on this momentum.
What if Nick Caserio got the two most important things he needed to get right wrong? That's what would do it. And those to me, those two things are running back and cornerback. Like the only thing that would kind of derail this whole thing is from the very start of the offseason, two things that I thought anyway were two of the most important things. A cornerback on the opposite side of Stingley and a running back. What if he got those wrong? Like, it's very, very plausible, and let me lay it out for a second. Okuda's been all over the place. And, yeah, there's high hopes, and he was a high pick. And what if that's wrong? And then what if Lassiter, that speed is too slow, and that's wrong? And then you got Henderson.
And what if Stingley misses a game on top of that?
And Henderson. And, like, it's only those two things before – I'm talking about after the Stephon Diggs signing. Like, those two things clearly were, to me, the two most important things. Like, I think it's very plausible and likely that he got it right because I think Lassiter could be a really good nickelback, if not that, even more. And Okuda's going to have another chance with Henderson to maybe win the job and be effective like Steven Nelson. But what if he got that wrong? And then on this one, what if he got running back wrong? Then all of a sudden, these two things, everything could derail for Nick Caserio. I think he got it right as best he could. With Joe Mixon, even though that that wasn't his first choice, but he sure is hitching his wagon to Dameon Pierce. And what if that's bad again? That would be the only thing that could derail this sort of freight train of positivity around Nick Caserio.
There's a number of questions at corner, and even your best, the thing that you feel the best about, there's massive question that has a relatively large sample size. Of resulting in a negative outcome, and that's Derek Stingley missing games. Mm-hmm. And last year you were able to overcome it because Steven Nelson played well. Then I think you got every ounce of football at that level that you were going to get out of Steven Nelson. But you're right. If Okudah and Henderson, who are busts, let's just be honest, they're busts right now. They're on their third team in less than half a decade. If those guys aren't able to revive their career and you don't feel good about them at the number 2 corner spot, then that's a problem in itself, even if Stingley is on the field. But if what happens with Stingley happens this year and what's happened the last 3-4 seasons and he misses significant time, then that big problem becomes a massive problem because now you're not only without Stingley, you're without guys that on one half of the field can't figure stuff out. Now, maybe you can overcome it. Maybe the pass rush can help the secondary. So there is that. It's not like this is 7-on-7. It's not like you're going to have 5 seconds to throw the rock, but that is something. And at the running back position, even in an ideal world, this is the drinking game. You want multiple backs that can make plays over the course of a game. If Joe Mixon misses time and Dameon Pierce is no longer playable, then what are we doing?
Exactly.
Like, what exactly are you going to do? You're going to be in a tough spot.
Everything that this organization,
All right, come on down.
Yeah, everything that this organization has touched when it comes to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio over the last year, everything they've touched has turned to gold. From the draft to last year, from last year's draft to some of the players they brought in, it's just turned to gold. I mean, that's why they had such a great year. What if this doesn't turn into gold? What if Dameon Pierce is what we saw last year? What if Okudah and Henderson don't get it done? That would be the only thing that could maybe derail this freight train, like I said.
And the other thing is, as far as this attention to detail, what if you're in a situation where what's made this team great, and you give Caserio credit for holding off on the Deshaun Watson trade, but what's made this team great was really something that really didn't take a lot of sense. Most people probably would have taken a quarterback number 2 overall last year. I think that the majority wanted to. Some were open to not doing that. And when you have the extra draft equity, you trade for Will Anderson. Now, what if Caserio is not good at filling the holes of a roster? Because this is going to be a completely different thing. Like, there's the C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson draft. It gives you a golden opportunity to capitalize, but it's really a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. Like, you still have to build the foundation. You still have to fill your roster accordingly. And this is where Nick Caserio is going to have to figure stuff out. We've seen it in this division, and you see it around the NFL often. Like in 2017 when the Jags went on that run to the AFC Championship game, it was like, well,
yeah,
might be the Jags division.
Mm-hmm.
They plummeted. They didn't have a quarterback, though, but they plummeted. Same thing with the Jags again. After they won the division and lost to the Chiefs. Well, this is going to be their division. Well, it wasn't. And now the Texans, in 1 year of a sample size, in 1 year, the GM is all of a sudden like the toast of the NFL, and he's getting all this love.
Yeah.
I don't say this to say that they're going to hit rock bottom or something like that.
Nobody's predicting this.
No, I'm just saying.
The conversation is what could possibly, go wrong at this point, and it would be that.
And in the middle of Nick Caserio's love, and in the middle of all of these, all of this praise, you do hear Nick Caserio saying, "Well, this division's tough, and we had X amount of one-possession games." So you do hear Nick Caserio still saying that amidst all this, and he's reminding you. And I'm taking that reminder and I'm taking it into account because there's no guarantee that the best is yet to come. There is a guarantee that you're going to have C.J. Stroud for a while. There is a guarantee that you're going to have DeMeco Ryans for a while. You're going to have Will Anderson for a while, but there's no guarantee that the best is yet to come, and that's where you can find yourself kind of in a little bit danger.
Yeah, all that said, I wouldn't predict these bad things to happen. I just think that those are where he's the most vulnerable and actually put himself out there the most. Like he knows what he knew this team needed a running back. He knew that there was going to be an opportunity at the opposite side, opposite cornerback, opposite Derek Stingley. So it's not like he didn't know this coming. That's where he put himself out there the most. I think it probably will work in both situations, but certainly in one at least. I'm just saying that's where there's a vulnerability that he signed up for, frankly, with the running backs and the cornerbacks.
Astros yesterday, they took a series from one of the best teams in baseball, the team with the best run differential in baseball, the Cleveland Guardians, formerly known as the I-Words. They came to town. Astros took game one, walk-off in extras. They lost game two, comical, heartbreaking fashion. And then game three, 8-2 beatdown. Astros now 9 games below 500. And the division-leading Seattle Mariners in town with a big opportunity for the Astros. They're going to be, when Seattle leaves town, the Astros will be 20% through the season. Still early, still a large chunk of pie, but they will be 20% through the season. This is an opportunity for the Astros. If they can win this series, it would even up their series record for the season right now, which is 4-5-1. If they win 2 out of 3, they'll be 5 games back. If they win all 3, they'll be 3 games back. A lot can change here. This is a very big opportunity for a team that has a lot of work to do in a large amount of time. But if you want to talk about momentum, you want to talk about overcoming a slow start, there's an opportunity. They're starting to show a little bit of life right now, the Astros. And if they can win this series against Seattle, then you'll look back at this first 20% of the season. You might say, well, it was bad, but, could have been worse.
Well, that's what Joe Espada was saying. I mean, just to be clear, for anyone that might be that might be confused, I don't think they're going to get there. Nothing has changed. I think they're just not equipped, as I've consistently said, roster-wise, pitching-wise, etc., to get there. But if they're going to make things interesting, this would be the series that could make things interesting. That's where I stand on them.
Yeah, we're about 20% through. Gotta figure something out. And then there's a lot of guys playing catch right now. Christian Javier, they're talking about him potentially starting this week, so that neck might be a little bit better. Urquidy, I guess Urquidy is close to a rehab start. He's approaching that, and then Garcia. I don't know what's up with Garcia. And Lance McCullers, he's opening a coffee shop.
He opened a coffee shop and has got has motivated his rehab. I think the interesting one is going to be. Hunter Brown. Like, what do you do with him?
He's the worst pitcher in the rotation.
What do you do with him when these guys come back, even if just one of them comes back? Because I think you're seeing some stuff with Arrighetti. I'm not. I mean, I'm not saying this guy's going to be
Hunter Brown
the next big thing, but yeah, you're seeing some stuff there. So Hunter Brown could be in like severe trouble. Either way, or
send him down.
I don't know what you're going to end up doing, but that would be a possibility. But Urquidy and Javier, you have more confidence in them. That's for damn sure. And maybe Arrighetti can work out of the bullpen. I don't know, but I think Hunter Brown is the one that's got some severe work to do.
I think you gotta send Hunter Brown down.
Yeah,
at this point. I mean, he needs some work. I mean, this is a big start for him as much as it is a big opportunity for the Astros. I still just don't believe in this team, but not quite yet. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. NFL schedule, they're just kind of chilling. I don't know if the NFL is going to release the schedule on Thursday. I don't know if they're going to release it next week. They haven't even said. The NFL is the only league where they can simply just come out the week of, the week before, 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before. They can say, all right, this is when we're dropping the schedule.
Yeah.
I threw two possibilities out there, and I want you to tell me on the text line, the YouTube, the Twitch, the Sports Radio 610 YouTube. Would you rather the Texans open the season against the Chiefs on Thursday night, or would you rather the Texans open the season against the Cowboys? Now, Thanksgiving seems to be the date that a lot of people want the Texans to open or taste the Cowboys, but would you rather them open against the Chiefs, or would you rather them open against the Cowboys?
I kind of like... I get that the biggest buzz will be for the Cowboys on the opener, just because it's Dallas. You'll have all the offseason and everything else. Still kind of want them on Thanksgiving. And I think that would be better. But I understand nothing would be hyped up more than the Cowboys to open the year. Not the Chiefs, not the Bills, not anyone. So I still want them on Thanksgiving, but I think it would be off the charts.
That would probably
be off the charts.
That would be probably the most important Cowboys-Texans game in a minute, because this ain't like the last time they played.
Yeah,
one of the teams had nothing to really play for.
The opener in Dallas with all the panic,
off the charts,
and all that,
the hype,
the Thanksgiving though. I mean, I think you can go wrong there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs would be an advantage because you're getting them at the right time, and you get extra rest. Like if you open on Thursday, you get extra rest, assuming that you're going to play the following Sunday, which is typically what happens. So the Texans would have the Hall of Fame game, which, by the way, I mean, I don't think you can minimize that. That's actually a really big opportunity for the rookies because nobody plays in the Hall of Fame game. So especially like Jawar Jordan, the running back and all that, you're probably going to get like 15, 20 carries in that game on national TV, first NFL game. That's a big one. That's going to be the first game. There's going to be a lot of Texans love there.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get the Chiefs, you get all that buzz, and then you get the 10 days of rest, most likely. I think from a standpoint of the business side, I think they would love to see the Chiefs because of the obvious. You're opening the season and all that. But from a D'Amico standpoint and the more the football side, you get more rest and you kind of get the Chiefs a little bit early. Just depends kind of how you look at that.
Yeah, no, for sure. From the PR perspective, it's like, hey, this is a team that deserves to play the Chiefs to open the year. They are on that level. From the reality is, D'Amico would love it because of what you said.
Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess. Next.
Area 4. Zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Daryl Morey con job just continues, and I just don't understand it. It continues to amaze me. He's been an NBA general manager for 17 years. A general manager. He's been in the game for 19, 20, something like that. General manager for 17 years. He's been to exactly 0 NBA finals, just 2 conference finals, and 7 coaches have been fired under him. And now gone again. I know he thinks I hate him if he's listening. I don't. He knows that because we've gotten along for years. But I just don't understand this con job that is going on. 17-year general manager.
You think he's a con man?
I said it's a con job. Like somehow he gets.
He's done a decent job, right?
Yeah, he's done a decent job. He's done a decent job.
He was looked at as like the
finals.
next big thing, innovative.
0 finals, 2 conference finals, and I don't think he's ever gotten past the semis in Philly.
Shout out to Daryl Morey.
Man, it just consistently amazes me.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
J.J. Watt playing football this season would not surprise me as much as I thought it would. I'm starting to actually open up to the possibility. I think the fact that McAfee put it out there, Caserio kind of had some fun with it. He wouldn't be asked to do as much. The body's rested. He's been away from the game. He's sitting here and watching this organization get to where it never got with him. I mean, I know that they had success, and I know he was elite, and I know he's one of the best defensive players of the era, but that they were never getting this much love. I mean, they had some moments, but this much love, the coolest team in town, I bet it's at least
never
crossing J.J. Watt's mind.
Yeah.
Do I have a little bit left in the tank? And he actually admitted as much on Pat McAfee. So my confession is not completely dismissing the possibility of J.J. Watt putting on a Texans uniform again.
Yeah, I want to, but when Nick Caserio doesn't, offhandedly just dismiss it himself, maybe it is something that they're thinking about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Well, chalk up another stadium that's going down, another historic stadium that is going to be demolished. And, oh, by the way, the Astrodome's still sitting right over there. Demolition of RFK Stadium.
Oh, wow.
Is officially approved to proceed. RFK, yeah. That RFK.
They won, what, 3 Super Bowls?
3 or 4, 3 Super Bowls.
Darryl Green.
All of them. You can go back to
Dexter Manley,
to the Hogs,
Joe Theismann, Doug Williams,
and all the Riggins, all of them. RFK Stadium is going to be demolished.
They're not just going to leave it there?
They're not just going to leave it there.
They're just not going to leave it in the parking lot as a historical monument with rats and cats?
It's not it's not a state, first of all, but it's not a state historical monument, which is the loophole that some dummies here got done. But RFK Stadium is going to be demolished. Put that with the list up there with, Yankee Stadium that was also demolished, and yet the Astrodome sits right there. I am looking at you, Harris County Commissioner's Court. Get your bleep together.
The memories, though, man.
Yeah, memories. Memories at RFK are better.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I did not want to bring this up on Monday, but the internet took it and they did a lot with it. And I just got to say, I'm disgusted with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Over what?
Absolutely disgusted with the Kansas City Chiefs and what they did to Jamal Charles at the draft.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as I saw Jamal Charles walking up to that stage, I said to myself, and I love Jamal Charles, one of my favorite Texas players of all time, PAT, legend with the Chiefs. As soon as I saw him walking up to that stage, I said, man, surely he memorized what is on that card.
It wasn't going to end well.
Like, surely he memorized that.
It was not going to end well.
He did not, and it did not go well. Shame on you, Kansas City Chiefs, for doing that to my man Jamal Charles. Shame on y'all.
Yeah, that was embarrassing for the league more than him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I get that in today's economic climate, big companies are going to have layoffs. what the hell is the NFL laying off people for? The NFL makes, $11 billion a year? And they had multiple
lay off?
A bunch of people at the NFL network, including Michael Irvin.
He's kind of made it kind of hard on him the last few years, if we're being honest.
I mean, sometimes when you get laid off, there are reasons for it. All I'm saying is the NFL layoffs, this is just a money grab. This is just not a money grab. It's
I don't know. I bet you he still gets
more.
his contract. I don't think I think a lot of times when those teams lay people off, they actually have to pay the contract.
Well, they get in some cases they do, but
especially
ESPN. Why is the NFL?
Some of them look good. When they
there are companies that are struggling or trying to make the most out of their economic situation. But the NFL is printing money.
Maybe they're just trying to improve. Maybe they're like, Michael Irvin, you've been here long enough. Bye bye.
But a lot of layoffs.
And sound like they gearing up to go to ESPN.
No, that's a possibility.
Yeah, they're talking about that.
Yeah, that's
that
a
merger. Some of those ESPN folks, they get canned. Man, they still are getting bread.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want to see Conor McGregor fight Ryan Garcia. I know this is kind of one of those clownish boxing matches that a lot of people might frown upon, but that's just kind of where boxing has arrived. Ryan Garcia, the controversy over the PEDs, coming off the momentum that boxing appeared to have. He got called out by Conor McGregor, a guy who's been one of his biggest supporters, and I got to say, wouldn't surprise me to see these two guys doing a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson type of fight between each other, in which the two most charismatic promotional geniuses with the highest ceiling of money making go head to head. Some might frown upon it. Me, sign me up for it.
Well,
I am 100% down for this.
I mean, the personalities alone would make the pre-fight can't miss, and then make the fight can't miss.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I realized last night, speaking of Daryl Morey, I think I realized last night the most embarrassing thing as a fan, and that is in your own stadium, your arch rival taking over the stadium, chanting over everyone in Philadelphia, mind you. I don't think there's
is close to New York, though, right?
Very close, but still, I mean, Philadelphia, we're the best fans. They're tough. They love you. Blah blah blah. Like the opposing crowd absolutely taking over your stadium. That might be the most embarrassing thing as a fan that you see happen.
Happens all the time, though, right?
It happens.
Especially in that area.
Yeah, it usually happened with the NBA, with the Sixers anyway, but
it's just embarrassing.
Yeah, it's not happening at no Eagles game, for damn sure.
Yeah.
New York ain't taking over no Eagles stadium.
They did with the Sixers, though.
Yeah, the Sixers, yeah.
And Joel Embiid got mad.
Yeah, I feel like they not real. I don't want to say real basketball fans, but
I always think it's funny when someone says, "Don't sell your season tickets." It's like, well, I mean, what if they want to make some bread?
Yeah.
What if they want to stack some bread?
Sometimes that's how they can afford the season tickets.
Just sit back. Hey, if you want to sell your season tickets, sell your season tickets. Just be loud. It'll be extra interesting for sure. I am intrigued to see what the Texans crowds look like. They're anticipating heavier ones next year.
Yeah, don't sell your Texans fans. Don't sell your season tickets, man.
Oh heck,
don't do that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm still not getting in a shark cage. I've had some people say that I should be willing to get in a shark cage. It's just not going to happen. No convincing could have me ever sit in a shark cage and have sharks swim around me. I'm not good with that. I'm not down with that. No, thank you.
I'll just say this again. I think it's more dangerous the other things you're going to do. You could fall off a cliff if you're up climbing a mountain, as you talked about, not climbing, riding up or whatever it's going to be, or just swimming, snorkeling, all that. It could be more dangerous. That's the shark thing's going to be. That would be cool.
I keep hearing percentages of people killed by sharks. Well, what percentage go voluntarily swim with them? Like very few people just jump in the water with a shark. So I'm assuming that if 100% of the population just voluntarily said, you know what, I'm going to go swim with a shark and try to cheat death, I would imagine that those numbers might go slightly up a little bit. So when you give me it's one thing to talk about a sickness and compare it to a daily activity or something like that.
Yeah.
I can use that percentage, but don't tell me, well, this percentage of people die from sharks. How many people jump in the water with a shark? If everyone knowingly said, all right, you know what, I'm going to go get in that freaking cage that a shark might press up against, and who the hell knows what's going to happen. I would venture to say that the odds would increase just a little bit, a tad.
They absolutely would. I had a little bit of a run-in with a shark once when I was wade fishing. I think I told that story here. Not fun. It's definitely going to get your attention.
What size was it?
It looked like it was about 4 or maybe 5 feet. I was wade fishing, and I had some fish on my stringer hanging behind me, and it tugged on them, took a couple of bites out of it, and then I walked on water on the way back to the boat.
NFL schedule release could be coming very, very soon. Let's go into the top 10 grudge matches for the Houston Texans next.
eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, top 10 grudge matches of 2024. Texans versus Ravens is number 10. It's wild. Typically, when a young quarterback walks off the field and his season ends, whether it's Peyton Manning and Brady, like that's one of those that you mark on the calendar. It's not for me when it comes to the Texans-Ravens, and that might speak to the difficulty of the schedule. It might speak to me kind of just taking for granted the level in which the Ravens have maintained their performance. But Texans-Ravens is barely a top 10 grudge match in 2024. I'm not anticipating it. Obviously, when the week arrives, the build-up will be nice, but barely makes my list. Number 10, Texans versus Ravens. Lamar Jackson versus C.J. Stroud. Blah, blah, blah. Undercard.
Yeah, especially with so many other opportunities, so many other great opponents and quarterbacks this season. You mentioned this earlier. Doesn't really move the needle, man. And I can't explain it. We can project all we want, talk about whether Lamar Jackson really, is one of the guys that can move the needle for anybody or whatever. Especially this year, when you're looking at all the quarterbacks, all the teams that they're playing, yeah, it doesn't do a lot for me.
Yeah, it's just blah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, it
Lamar?
could be huge if it's late. Figgy brought up a really good point. Let's say it's week 16. And you got two.
Could be huge or could be, yeah.
And you're both,
or even week 10.
I mean,
these teams could be the best teams in the league. And it's like, all right, this is a test.
We get to week 10 and beyond, maybe week 12 and beyond, Figgy. Like, if both these teams are really winning a lot, then we could say this is going to be hyped up beyond all the other games because it could be like
could be an AFC championship matchup
for home field advantage and all that stuff. Yeah. But right now, no.
Grudge match number 9, Sauce Gardner versus Stephon Diggs. They've gone head-to-head 2 times the last couple of years. There's been some chippy matchups. At the Pro Bowl, Aiden Diggs confronted Stephon Diggs, the son of Trevon Diggs, nephew of Stephon. He confronted Sauce Gardner. This is what it sounded like at the Pro Bowl.
Good, man. How you doing, man? I see you.
Uncle, I heard you.
Oh, who your uncle? Who your uncle? Keep going. You want to talk trash about?
And look what happened.
What?
He scored on you that week 1 game.
I don't remember that, but hey, if you ain't did it,
this man done went to week 1, man.
Hey,
to week 1, so.
Your uncle good at football, man.
Until he saw Sauce.
Yeah. Hey, no, this the thing. He gonna dap me up first and then say that though. So do you mess with me or you don't mess with me?
I mess with you and
you don't. So it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
A little bit of both. The Stephon Diggs video yesterday that went viral, by the way, of his workouts, it kind of made me nervous, man.
Plates on his back?
I don't want 3 45-pound plates on your back when you're doing a push-up, my friend. You're not Derrick Henry.
Right, that second push-up.
Not only that, but he's on them bars. That's hard enough.
He was holding those little vertical bars.
He's got those perfect push-up bars right there, and he's man.
That second push-up looked like work, too.
Yeah.
Hey, chill out there, man. I don't like that. That made me a little bit nervous there. You don't need to be doing that for the gram. Now, the hills that he was running, I'm okay with that. But 345s on the back and the perfect push-up, got to chill out, man.
Yeah.
Grudge match number 8, CJ versus the kids. You got to understand CJ loved the kids. Drake May, who he says is the most pro-ready quarterback, versus Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. That is grudge match number 8 because CJ Stroud, much like you look at Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, you look at C.J. Stroud trying to get to that level, he's kind of the level that the young kids are trying to get to now, especially after the record-setting rookie season and especially with just the way he kind of carries himself, the way that he seems to take that responsibility, mentorship, advice. C.J. Stroud versus the kids, grudge match numero 8.
His stature is one of the most, how it's elevated and risen. It's one of the most amazing things about C.J. Stroud. We should be saying, hey, and not just us, people in the game, people in the league, should be saying, hey, was that real? Is C.J. Stroud going to be able to back that up with another good? Not even a question. It's not a question among the young players. It's not a question in the league. And that's why he has that stature, and that's why these games are going to be so important for the other guys.
Number 7, D'Amico and Bobby versus Mike McDaniel. These guys all work together in San Francisco. They got good relationships together. Mike McDaniel, he's got jokes for Bobby Slowick. He and D'Amico get along. Mike McDaniel actually started his coaching career when D'Amico was starting his playing career here in Houston. This would have been a Mark Berman dream. If Mark Berman were still working, he would have been all over this. But just anticipate the love fest, anticipate the Kubiak factor, all that type of stuff. That's grudge match number 7. Number 6, Texans versus Colts. Kind of wild. With where this game was and where this matchup was last year in Week 18, the fact that this is number 6, this speaks to the intrigue of a lot of the other matchups. But I think Indianapolis is getting slept on this year. I think Shane Steichen got a little bit disrespected for the job he did last year. I think this could be a marquee coaching matchup. This could transition into one of those like all-time AFC South. I'm not going to say all-time NFL, but all-time AFC South like coaching matchups. So matchup number 6, Texans versus Colts, a.k.a. D'Amico versus Shane Steichen. I'm not going to say Richardson versus Stroud yet because we don't have enough of a sample size for that. There's not much to build on off of that yet.
It might end up being that, but one thing that's really cool about this Colts game is there's going to be a late season match again just by default because it's a division game. Another late season match between the Colts and Texans could be just as much on the line, if not more.
Matchup number 5, grudge match number 5, more drama for one of the newest Texans, Stephon Diggs. Buffalo Bills versus Stephon Diggs. Didn't end well. Some good times, some heartbreaking times. We remember Stephon Diggs staying on the field and watching the Chiefs celebrate as they advanced to the Super Bowl. Stephon Diggs versus his former team, the Buffalo Bills. The storylines are going to be crazy. Got to think this is going to be one of those national ones. I can imagine Stephon Diggs doing like one of those sit-down interviews and then Josh Allen doing a sit-down interview, and they're going to have the montage of the drama and whatnot. Stephon Diggs versus the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, this one isn't going to be nearly as much fun as some of the other ones, like, CJ versus the young quarterbacks, Bobby versus McNabb. This is not going to be fun at all. This is going to be very, very intense.
Matchup number 4. Hannah McNair, take it away. She was right here in this studio. She added fuel to the fire of this one.
Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar? Is that
You know what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it? Wearing it against us, and then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay,
yeah. Exactly.
So,
she went.
I mean, who's salty here?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I kind of like that. Is that going to be something that maybe we get a little bit of healthy rivalry where
rivalry is good for the league.
It's here, right?
Yeah, it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves right now. Is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, okay.
It is the top rival, though, in the division. Okay. I think the Colts going to be intense, but this is the rivalry.
You think this is the one?
This is the rivalry.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
And you have the natural connections, the historic connections, and all that. So,
and good for Amy and Hannah to go at it like that, too. Just makes it better.
There's been talk that maybe the Texans would wear the alternate against the Titans. I've heard maybe they don't want to waste it on them. Maybe they're not worthy of the alternate. To where
unless it's a prime time.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I've heard perhaps they don't want to waste it on them. Mm-hmm. They just want to go business as usual. Someone said
I still wish source for that.
Well, pretty good one.
Yeah,
pretty good one.
I still wish they would just make those the home.
Could have just been some smack talk, but pretty good one.
Yeah.
Matchup number 3, grudge match number 3. J.J. McCarthy versus C.J. Stroud. This one is interesting because you don't look at the quarterback matchups and say, man, that J.J. McCarthy, you got to put that ahead of Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams, all the other marquee matchups. Well, you know what?
Do a little research.
Michigan, Ohio State is a big deal.
Do a little research.
J.J. McCarthy has handed C.J. Stroud one of the disappointing L's of his career. He actually looked good doing so as well. So you got to think C.J. Stroud remembers that. You got to think he wants to bust J.J. McCarthy's ass. You got to think when he sees J.J. McCarthy being the competitor he is, that he kind of remembers that feeling. That's kind of what drives him. So grudge match number 3, C.J. Stroud versus J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, this is he circled this one on the schedule, and he's going to circle it on the calendar when the schedule comes out. This one means a lot.
I'm sure he's telling the team this one personal for me.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all.
It is personal.
Hey, yo, I need this one.
Lose to Michigan in your own stadium.
I know y'all don't care about the Vikings, but this one personal for me.
Yeah, lose to Michigan in your own stadium and throw 2 picks.
Let me cook on this one.
Exactly.
Next one. This is a combo plate. Number 2 and number 1 combo plate of the same interstate matchup. Cowboys versus Texans is number 2. Number 1 is C.J. Stroud versus Micah Parsons. Combo plate there. Let's hear a little snippet of some of the back and forth that you heard between C.J. and Micah last week, looking ahead to this matchup.
You say is the best team in Texas.
Create some beef. I like that. You know what it is? I mean, I feel like Micah knows who it is. Steph knows who it is. You know, so. But no, like, everything got to get figured out on the field. You know, like.
I ain't even see no chemistry, and I ain't even get a snap. We the best team. What the hell? You feel me?
I ain't say that. We're going to figure it out. Yeah, we're going to, like, you figure it out. Everything in life, man, like, there's a time and place. You're going to see what it's about.
And you know what it is? You know what it is? What is it?
You know, he faced some pretty good guys, but he ain't never see a killer, though. You sit on a couch with one.
There you go. You're sitting on a couch with one. And then you got to factor in the brother Stephon Diggs versus Trevon Diggs.
You ain't never see a killer in his eyes and, you know, got to throw that ball downfield like that. He you know
what? He just be talking. Dog, you just be talking.
Hey, I can tell you right now, you know, we've had this ongoing conversation, especially since my brother been in Texas. There's been a conversation at least bi-weekly about I see you soon. So hopefully it's on Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying, so we can figure out who eating turkey and who not.
Steph,
one of us gonna be eating turkey, the other one gonna be stuffing.
You ever watch Norbit? Like, Norbit, one of my favorite movies. Sure.
I'm gonna eat the leg. He gonna be eating turkey ass. I'm gonna make sure I send him a piece to his locker room. I'm gonna send him that turkey butt over to the locker room to let him know how I feel about him. That's crazy work.
All right, there you go.
God, I love that.
So there's the grudge matches.
What else did he say? You're from Dallas. You're naturally delusional.
Oh yeah, that was when they were talking about. I don't even know what the back and forth between them. By the way, same marketing guy as well.
Yeah,
they got Brian Burney, so they're doing their thing. They're actually teaching camp in China. They showed Micah Parsons running around on CJ. I don't know. I like him. I don't want him running around on Micah.
I kind of cringed at that.
Yeah, there's been 2 times where I've really cringed, and I've just been worried about C.J. Stroud, and they both involve competing with Micah Parsons. The celebrity basketball game where Micah Parsons was basically tackling Haley Bieber, even though she didn't even play in it, and just a little backyard football type of joint. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I know he's an athlete. Just chill.
CJ, stay away from him, man. He played too rough.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Not a good influence.
Yeah, just stay away.
I don't know about that guy.
Yeah, get the hell away from that. I don't need to see you doing that, CJ. Don't be going out for routes at all, please. That's the top 10 grudge matches here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's go around the league. The Texans' best pieces, like some of the Texans' best assets, are starting to bleed across the elite areas of the NFL. We'll explain next.
Payne and Pendergast.
93.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Nick Wright has a theory about who the Texans will open the season against. He says it will be Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs.
They're trying to, I think, promote one of the next teams. That's what they did with the Lions, who were the next team. Wow. The answer to this is the Houston Texans.
Wow.
I would like it to be Cincinnati for once and for that'd be now 3 straight wins over Cincinnati. You can set Burrowhead Invitational and shove it, but I think it's going to be Houston, bro.
I think it's a solid plan. I think it's a solid theory because and I think it's something that the NFL wants, not just us in Houston. I think the NFL are always looking for the next big star, the next big rivalry. The Josh Allen one isn't going to take anymore, I don't think. Who knows about Joe Burrow, but I think the C.J. Stroud one might just be it.
There's reports out of Kansas City or out of like with the Taylor Swift group that apparently Travis Kelce is spending too much money, and between flying on planes and renting out entire restaurants, that Travis Kelce is, I mean, he's not getting drained. He's fine, but he might actually be spending beyond his means because, make no mistake about it, Taylor Swift is in a different tax bracket than Travis Kelce, and he's apparently still having to pay a lot. This was, there's some avid Swifties that I saw talking about this. That's kind of messed up. I feel like Taylor Swift should have to pay for some stuff.
I feel like she should. I think so. I mean, TMZ is pretty good. They're pretty good at getting this stuff accurate. She's got to be doing something, though, man. Pay for the plane.
He should be burning through his money, all of his money. Like
Doesn't she have her own jet? Just send your jet, man.
Does she?
I think she has 2. I think she has 2 jets. If I'm remembering it correctly, like when she was going to Chiefs games, they were tracking both of her jets. Like she's here now and then there somewhere else. Pretty cool to have two private jets.
It's kind of on him too, man. He should know. He should be more careful with his money too. He know he ain't got that long money like Taylor Swift.
Man, there is rich, and then there's Taylor Swift rich. That's a different game.
Just think it's kind of shady, man. Kind of adds to my theory about that slimeball Taylor Swift theory. Nick Caserio, he's getting a lot of love. He's getting a lot of praise, but he's keeping his eye on the prize, and he's realizing that the AFC South is still a tough, tough place to be. Here was Nick Caserio talking about the state of the AFC South.
When you look at, what the Colts have done this offseason.
Thank you.
A lot of respect for Chris and Shane, the team they put together. The Titans have done a good job. They made some changes there, brought in Coach Callahan. They've drafted some good players. They signed some good players in free agency. And then Jacksonville, I would say they're, kind of kept together what they had, especially offensively, added a few key players.
What do you think? I don't think.
What do you think?
I think he's just being nice there. I think the only one that he's really worried about is.
No, I think he's probably scared of every division opponent. He's kind of a hardo. I think he probably respects every division opponent.
That sounded very cliche, but
he's a cliche guy. Game Day Caserio is a different beast. I think he respects the entire division.
Yeah, but I think he was probably more worried about the Colts than anybody. Just my thought.
Bobby Slowick. Apparently, he has a brother who deserves a lot of credit for one of the biggest stars in the NFL. This was John Lynch on with McAfee. He was asked about discovering Brock Purdy, and he gave love to Bobby Slowick's unknown brother. Listen to this.
I think the people you don't hear about, the unsung heroes, deserve so much credit for Brock Purdy. And one of them now is in our pro department. He's a guy by the name of Steve Slowick. His brother's Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator down there in Houston. But Steve was the college scout that would go through Iowa State. And we thought Brock might come out into the league the year before. We had high grades on him, actually a little higher his junior year than his senior year. But Steve was a guy who had the benefit of going into that school, hearing Matt Campbell, who did such a great job at Iowa State, State, turning that program around. And Steve would always come during these draft meetings, in the fall meetings, in the draft meetings, and just speak so glowingly about Brock and the culture changer he was, how Iowa State would not be where they're at without Brock Purdy. And Steve was making his own, seeing it with his own eyes, but he was also telling us what Matt Campbell was saying. And Matt Campbell had been, there's good recommenders, and Matt had always proven to be a really good recommender. When he believed in a guy, it usually translated. And so Steve was very integral in that process.
I read a story about this. I forget when. It's been about a year ago. And what he's saying there with Steve, Bobby was the one that was kind of like, he was tasked with Brock Purdy once he was there, but it was Steve that did all the legwork.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive. Who knows how long you're going to have Slowick? He was asked about that. He being Nick Caserio shortly before this. Did you expect Bobby Slowick to be gone? Here's what the GM had to say during his national appearance as we go around the NFL.
Well, you never know. I mean, Bobby is a bright coach. He's very well respected. He rooted for multiple teams, and deservedly so. I mean, Bobby's going to be a head coach here at some point, so we're just grateful that we have him for another year, for however long it is, and it's great to work with Slow and the rest of the offensive staff and the coaching staff on a day-to-day basis.
Going to be a lot of changes this offseason if the Texans do what they do. I mean, across the board.
If they do what they do, you mean
if
they
do
have a good
well?
Season?
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick it's kind of funny because the better he does, the more you're going to have to adjust without him, and that's what's crazy about it. Like all these second-year guys, and I call it the Fab Four: D'Amico, Slowick, CJ, and Will, and you can even throw Tank in there as well. They improve, you reap the benefits. You reap the benefits with Slowick, but then you basically have to say goodbye and replace him. So it's not a damned if you do, damned if you don't, but it's
a good thing.
It seems inevitable that he may be gone. The wide receiver position, and coming up in a second, did Warren Moon make some people here in Houston upset with something he said a few minutes ago at the Kentucky Derby? There might be some old Oiler fans a little upset with old Warren Moon. We'll get to that in 5 minutes. But the wide receiver position, Odell Beckham Jr., he's agreed on a one-year contract. He's going to join the Miami Dolphins. They already got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. Add Odell Beckham Jr. to the mix. Don't know really how he fits in to what they do. But they just seem willing to stockpile as much offensive talent as possible. Buffalo, they need receivers. They add Chase Claypool to the mix. One-year deal for Chase Claypool, who's been on like 3 teams in about a year stretch. Also at the wide receiver position, the Chiefs, they've declined a 2025 option for Kadarius Toney. No surprise there. Chargers agree to a deal with DJ Chark. Of all the things, the issues for the Chargers, wide receiver position is going to be the biggest area of concern. They did draft the honky Ladd McConkey, and the Steelers, they declined the option for Harris at the running back position. Najee Harris, he'll be a free agent next year. He'll be on the market. Keon Coleman. The videos continue to go viral of Keon Coleman, Florida State receiver, first pick of the second round of the Buffalo Bills. This was Keon Coleman talking about his hobbies. You can tell they were kind of surprised that he liked golf. And the follow-up question, it led to Keon Coleman going Keon Coleman.
What do you do outside of football?
Chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods now. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like TV 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like it's controlled chaos. You frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing.
I think you'd have a good time playing golf with old Keon Coleman. I think it'd be a lot of fun. He'd be good to have in your foursome.
Warren Moon, he's at the Kentucky Derby. He joined Kay Adams. This is what he had to say about the recent beef between the Houston Texans and the Tennessee Titans.
Titans wore these uniforms
Why
up
you think
against.
I have on this color today?
Listen, I see you. We see you. We see you. They wore the unis against the Texans. Texas fans very pissed about this. Did they have a right to be upset?
I think they have a right to be upset, but the Tennessee Titans own that uniform. They own the history of the Houston Oilers, so they had a chance to own it themselves, and they didn't want that ownership. They wanted to create their own identity, which makes sense. They're the Houston Texans coming in. Let's create our own identity. But now, because the Houston Oilers uniforms became so popular coming up, they wanted it back. You can't have it both ways.
Are you hearing this drama about the Texans wanting to use that blue? Have you heard this?
Yes,
Let's take a look here. This year, the Texans you're saying find their own identity. What do you make of this? They unveiled their alternate jersey, and the whole thing about the color blue went down.
Why can't they just stay with what they had? They had a really nice looking uniform the first time. Why do they have to keep harping on that? I don't understand it.
Imitation flattery?
Have your own identity. You have a really good football team right now. They won a playoff game last year. They got a chance to maybe go to a Super Bowl this year. Just create your own identity. Forget about the Houston Oilers. Forget about the Tennessee Titans.
You and I talked a lot off camera.
I think if they weren't in the same division,
oh yeah, they would
this
be
wouldn't
okay.
be as big a deal.
Yeah, look,
they had an opportunity to keep it. When did that happen?
That's
I was about to say I missed that
I didn't
part.
know that they had a chance to have the Oilers.
If they had the opportunity to keep the uniform and the colors, they would have.
I didn't know that.
Me on that.
So who passed on it? Bob and
he said they passed on it. That's what he said.
No, that's not true. Here's what's going on.
No, we don't want those colors.
I didn't know if that was Warren Moon or Amy Adams talking there, but
it was both.
I think what is going on here, the answer is Warren Moon is bought and paid for by Amy Adams Strunk. He is bought and
I thought that
paid
was John
for
McClane for a minute.
by Amy Adams Strunk. Speaking of which, but anyway, and that's all that is. That's all. She's brought him back. All these dedicated days for them and all that. I'm not really surprised, but that's all that is. He first of all, he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know the history of the color, being in Houston, and Amy Adams was pulling his strings there. That's all.
Is there going to be a time where perhaps like guys like Warren Moon, Billy White Shoes, like they kind of get vilified by a portion of the fan base? Now, I'm not sitting here saying that the McClanes or even necessarily you will look at them that way, but as long as this keeps going on and Warren Moon saying what he says, like Texans fans transition to where Warren Moon is just kind of the enemy instead of maybe a disconnected ally type that he's been. Is that where we're going to get?
I think I think if it fits what Houston wants, he'll be fine. If it doesn't, he's going to be the enemy. Like even this was about as brazen, as bold as any former player has said regarding the uniforms. But again, let me just make it very clear: Warren Moon is bought and paid for by Amy Adams Strunk, so he's going to say what she wants him to say.
Yeah, this guy made me say, just stay over there, man.
Yeah,
stay over there with them then.
Yeah,
don't come over here when we popping. Stay over there.
Yeah, totally agree.
Well, that's what he's gonna, and that might be what he.
That's what he's going to do.
He's going to do.
He's going to have to do.
Don't talk about the Texans and the city and all that. Stay over there.
Yeah.
With your colors.
What do you make of U of H basically saying F you to the NFL? Is that? I mean,
I love it, and I think they are very well lawyered up, and they know they're right. Again, if you look, like they're not saying anything about Oilers or Texans. I mean, it's obviously implied. Oilers or the colors or anything like that. But what Amy Adams Strunk fails to realize is her daddy, Bud, got those colors from the history of Houston. The history of Houston can't be taken away with the uniform and the colors and the team name. This I'm talking about like since the 1840s, 1850s. I live in the First Ward. The color of the sign in the First Ward, you've seen me wear the shirt that has the same color on it, is that H-Town blue, whatever you want to call it. That's been there since the 1800s. So they have a very strong case. This is a Houston color. It's not an NFL color.
Well, it's a Amy Adams color now. I mean, she's basically
she thinks so.
Yeah, she has the
Amy Adams blue.
She has it. It's Amy Adams blue.
But again, that's just not true.
Stanky blue.
It's just not true.
It's stanky blue.
Yeah. It's the stanky blue. Warren Moon, man, on a lot of people's bleep list right now.
Yeah, stay over there, man.
Yeah, you can stay there, Warren.
How much do you think the NFL will put against U of H? It's not going to be that big of a deal, right?
I don't think they're going to do anything.
I mean, they'll let it go, right?
I think they're going to back down.
They're going to have to tell Amy, look,
We don't own
that
this
color.
Like, what are you saying?
They could do whatever they want.
Like in the NFL, we can say, well, you can't have this uniform, but they can't say.
No,
that's not our deal.
I mean, Amy Adams is going to let that go too, right?
I think she's going to probably push it because she's Amy Adams.
She's going to push that?
But the NFL is going to say, just back off.
She's going to push the.
Let it go.
She's going to try to lawyer up to try to do something.
Come
but
on.
No, I think she is.
Over the Cougs?
No, yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, I think she is.
She got that owner money.
Yeah.
So she's going to try to, but they're going to tell her to drop it.
Yeah, I think she absolutely, because she stuck her heels in the ground because, daddy. But I think the NFL is going to say, just tap.
She wouldn't have did this in the first place.
Exactly.
You think she's going to fire some shots back at Hannah?
Oh, yeah. This might be part of it. Warren knows where his bread is buttered now. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Warren can do his thing. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, she going to try to get them former players on her side and send shots and all that stuff.
Yeah, Earl.
This is the real Oilers and all this other stuff. This is our history.
Yeah.
That's what she going to do.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I'm kind of glad she stuck her chest out on this, though. I don't mind the new identity.
It's going to kind of suck because I know these former players had history in this city and people had memories and stuff like that, but she going to use them to go against this city.
I mean,
it's going to suck.
Warren Moon has no history in Tennessee. Zero. And very few, you give truth to them, they're all going to say they wish it was here.
Yeah. When I think of Warren Moon, I think of Houston.
Exactly.
I don't think of Tennessee Titans.
Exactly.
Traitor, man. Nah, I mean, it is what
Hey, text board is saying it flat out.
They're saying a lot about Warren Moon.
Yeah, they
You're
are.
going to bring up the past like that?
Bleep
Great.
Warren Moon.
Bringing up some
Traitor.
personal stuff. There's some other stuff in there.
Oh, yeah, well, we've all heard those stories.
Yeah. Hey, Lord, man.
Yeah.
No, was that serious? Thought we were just talking about ball, man.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious. What if they open the season against the Titans? Where's that buzz?
That's probably right behind.
That's a bye, though. Be serious.
Yeah.
It's a bye.
Be a good start.
Bye week, baby.
That'd probably be the most intense behind the Cowboys. Most hype, most intense.
Kansas City.
Kansas City's up there. Kansas City, you could
Because
argue.
it's the first game of the year.
Kansas City, you could argue. It would be more kind of more pomp and circumstance, more glitter, whatever you want to call it. But intensity-wise, Cowboys 1, maybe Titans 2.
The X factor with the Titans, I'm not even entertaining the possibility of Will Levis being a franchise quarterback's the coach. I don't know what the hell this guy is. I mean, you don't know what his full role was with the Bengals. Maybe he's a genius. Maybe he's Shane Steichen 2.0.
It could be. I mean, we don't know.
And then that would make things very interesting. I tend to think that they just kind of settled for a coach. But
I think they got rid of the better coach.
Yeah, they got rid of Vrabel. Mm-hmm. By the way, I heard a theory about the Cowboys yesterday. I think it's an interesting one. And it's from someone that I think knows the team as good as anyone. He said that he thinks the Cowboys are rebuilding right now, and they're doing it in the final year of Dak's deal to where it's not a complete rebuild because there's still possibility that they might not suck, but that the Cowboys are basically rebuilding. They're going through mud with Dak.
Mm-hmm.
They'll revisit after the year, and that he would bet that they're going to hire Belichick. He thinks that Belichick's going to be the coach. This is a rebuild. They're not going to go all in on Mike McCarthy because they don't want to.
Yeah.
Like, if they felt that Dak Prescott was Patrick Mahomes, then you just stockpile credit card debt with the salary cap and you say, screw it, and you pay all these people and you try to fill holes. But they feel they have a good enough team to where they could perhaps flip the switch, but it's basically like a conservative rebuild where they're going to be more aggressive next year after this year when Dak finally off the books and they can hire Bill Belichick.
Yeah, nobody's told me anything along those lines, but that's definitely a connect the dots kind of thing that you can see with the Cowboys. And starting with free agency, didn't do squat for obvious reasons, and then with Dak, now they're bringing back Zeke. I mean, yeah, I could say no, I don't have that information. But it makes a lot of sense.
It kind of makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
They kept the coach.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was going to get fired.
Yes.
They kept him for one more year. It could be kind of like a Lovie Smith type thing.
Absolutely.
See what
we might have put Warren Moon and slime off. Goodness gracious. Text line blowing up on him.
Yeah,
let's just go ahead and put him in there.
It was going to be 3. Now it's 4. Warren Moon.
Oh no, this sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
All right, Warren Moon, you're going to join Boomer Esiason, the Houston Chronicle editorial staff, and John Rat Poison Feeding Pendergast. Coming up next, you know what time it is, baby. It is time for the slime.
In the loop.
What did
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, Warren Moon, step right up. You might be the front runner, or you may not be. It is time for the slime.
You are a slime ball.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, Warren Moon just said this on Up and Adams. He's at the Derby. He was asked about the history between the Oilers, Titans, and Texans and the uniform drama and all that. He was with Kay Adams. This is what he had to say that made him contestant number one in the Slime Off.
Titans wore these uniforms
Why
up
you think I have
against.
on this color today, baby?
Listen, I see you. We see you. We see you. They wore the unis against the Texans. Texas fans very pissed about this. Did they have a right to be upset?
I think they have a right to be upset, but the Tennessee Titans own that uniform. They own the history of the Houston Oilers, so they had a chance to own it themselves, and they didn't want that ownership. They wanted to create their own identity, which makes sense. They're the Houston Texans coming in. Let's create our own identity. But now, because the Houston Oilers uniforms became so popular coming up, they wanted it back. You can't have it both ways.
Are you hearing this drama about the Texans wanting to use that blue? Have you heard this?
Yes,
Let's take a look here. This year, the Texans you're saying find their own identity. What do you make of this? They unveiled their alternate jersey, and the whole thing about the color blue went down.
Why can't they just stay with what they had? They had a really nice-looking uniform the first time. Why do they have to keep harping on that? I don't understand it.
Imitation flattery?
Have your own identity. You have a really good football team right now. They won a playoff game last year. They got a chance to maybe go to a Super Bowl this year. Just create your own identity. Forget about the Houston Oilers. Forget about the Tennessee Titans.
You and I talked a lot off camera.
I think if they weren't in the same division,
oh yeah, they would
this
be
wouldn't
okay.
be as big a deal.
All right, well, first of all, you got to be right on some of these things. When he said they had a chance to own it themselves, they absolutely positively did not. And the reason was Amy Adams Strunk's daddy got his panties in a bunch because he didn't get the stadium he wanted, had to go to Nashville, which he never really wanted to do, but until they made the deal too sweet. I mean, I was there. I was literally in the middle of all this, writing stories about all this, and so I can tell you the Texans had no chance. They wanted it. I mean, Houston had no chance. They wanted it. They couldn't. And then the second part was what I told you. Like, Amy Adams is pulling. I mean, was she behind him? Because it looked like somebody was pulling his string, and it was Amy Adams' words that were coming out of his mouth. So, yeah, this is, first of all, it's incorrect. It's factually incorrect. And it's just him sort of doing what Amy wants him to do.
Contestant number 2, Boomer Esiason. How dare you use a CBS Sports Minute to whine about refs? We don't give a damn about the Knicks. Come on, Boomer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Game 6 of the Wild Knicks 76ers playoff series takes place in Philly tonight. Now, Sixers management and Fanatic CEO Michael Rubin have bought 2,000 tickets to keep Knicks fans from taking over the arena again. Now, be that as it may, I'm just hoping the refs don't ruin it with the egregious officiating mistakes as they did down the stretch in both games 2 and 4, and I could also say game 5, by the way. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, there you go. Boomer Esiason, contestant number 2. Contestant number 3. Don't really know who this is. The article that was put out, it said it was put out by the Houston Chronicle's editorial staff. It was an article that basically said that a WNBA team needs to come to Houston. Houston needs a WNBA squad. And there was a suggestion that Travis Scott be a minority owner in the WNBA squad that came to Houston. Now, here was the snippet that got them nominated to be the, whoever they are, nominated to be the slime-off contestant. Quote, rapper Travis Scott recently mused on X about bringing back the Comets, which would certainly be a small way to repent for the Astro World disaster a few years ago.
I don't understand it. Like not only is it a slime ball nomination, I don't understand how you correlate what happened, that Travis Scott, obviously his name was on it, but I don't know how much he had to do with any of that stuff. None, really. With the Comets, and that's a small way to repent. I don't understand how you get there from here.
Now, I do want to know. I know B. Scott's been writing for the Chronicle. I wonder if B. Scott was hiding behind the editorial staff line here. So,
was it B. Scott?
I'm gonna have to figure out if B. Scott wrote this article right here. Might be him. Might be B. Scott being nominated, but we'll respect the Chronicle's wishes, and we'll just keep it with the quote editorial staff, which is always interesting.
And I don't know how they got there from here.
Contestant number 4, Sean Pendergast. D'Amico Ryans talks about rat poison. He talks about the dangers of eating rat poison, a.k.a. praise, a.k.a. getting put on too high of a pedestal and starting to believe your own hype. Nick Caserio, big believer in that as well. But that didn't stop Sean Pendergast from basically handing Nick Caserio during his visit this week. First of all, let's be honest, Undertaker theme music sucks. Like, it's not as good as many people believe it is. Let's be serious. And also, he basically handed Nick Caserio a back-to-back division champs T-shirt during his weekly visit. Contestant number 4, Sean the Rat Poison Feeding Pendergast.
All right, we changed it up a little bit for Nick Caserio today. Those of you expecting the D-Generation X theme song, we went Taker today. We went Undertaker today. This goes back to WrestleMania and Undertaker getting involved. And I would say the offseason that the Texans have had, where they're basically saying rest in peace to the rest of the AFC South.
The rat poison? First of all, I like the start of The Undertaker, like how it starts.
Oh, the bells?
Yeah. But that's about it. I can't pile on Sean for this. That's their thing. That's what they do. Figgy, what are you thinking?
Overall on this?
Yeah.
I think I don't really like the Undertaker music to begin with, but that's eating the cheese, man. Saying rest in peace to the rest of the AFC.
Rest in peace to the AFC South.
Hey, I don't want to have to channel Andre 3000, but I think the coach might have something to say.
Yeah.
There might be some things with something to say.
Yeah. Giving him a division title, man, that's a lot. That's a lot. So where are we going? Figgy, we'll let you start this off. Who should it be? Should it be Warren Moon, Boomer Esiason, the Chronicle editorial staff, or Sean the cheese-feeding Pendergast?
I got to go with Warren Moon, man. I think he a legend. I think he meant a lot to the Oilers and all that stuff. But to sit there and act like people should just move on, I kind of agree with him on, I think the Texans should create their own identity. But to sit there and act like you just, like it's all these lies and all that stuff, man, it just made me sick.
See,
man.
that's the thing.
Look, man, I ain't that type of person saying you should never come back here, but he should never come back to Houston after that, man. Stay in Tennessee where the history was and all that stuff, man. No, since he's big on the history and all that stuff, stay in Tennessee then, man. Don't come here.
I'm with you, Figgy, and this is going to be an easy vote for me because, what's the definition of a slime ball? Slime ball is someone who knows they're doing something that's either factually incorrect or they're twisting it to fit their own narrative or whatever. They know it, and they still do it just for the sake of trying to create some sort of story or narrative or whatever.
I totally understand him saying
he knows better.
They should get their own. I think they should have their own identity. Sure. And I think honestly, man, like the Oilers, the colors was cool, but I'd rather have the Texans history right now, man, because the Oilers ain't win they ain't win a Super Bowl. So fine, if y'all want to have that, but don't sit there and act like Houston had a chance to keep all of that stuff and decided not to and all this other stuff, man. Stay your ass in Nashville then, man.
Oh, wow. Okay. So Warren Moon wins. My vote wasn't going to be for Warren Moon. Mine was going to be for the Chronicle editorial staff. I don't know how, regardless of what you think about the Travis Scott situation, whether it's the worst or the least, to act like a WNBA franchise somehow is some sort of goodwill, that's ridiculous. And since it's just listed as the editorial staff, the vote actually goes for B. Scott because I'm going to put a face on it. B. Scott writes for the Chronicle a little bit, so I'm going to say vote second place this week is B. Scott / the Chronicle editorial staff.
I don't know about that.
Hey, until he doesn't make it clear that he didn't do it, I'm voting for B. Scott.
No, he texted. He said he's not on the editorial board. Yeah.
To me, this is like saying, 610 said this, and it's like one person.
Yeah. Well, it's the editorial staff. It doesn't say editorial staff.
Put your name on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Travis Scott, WNBA. All is good. Warren Moon, definitely the people's choice this week. People not into Warren Moon at all. Goodness gracious, there's some nastiness.
I've never seen him get slandered like this.
Yeah, he's getting killed.
Yeah, Warren Moon. Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, acting like they had the opportunity to keep it was also...
Yeah, that was news to me.
That was an interesting play by the former Oiler.
Yeah, that sounded like it came straight from Amy, too.
That's what I'm saying. She's pulling the string.
Yeah, I know she told them that.
Absolutely.
Oh, they had a chance to keep him, but they didn't. They chose not to.
Like, it's okay to say, create your own, stay away from our uniform. But don't be so, clearly incorrect, clearly wrong, rewriting history. That's not what it was. They wanted to stay here and get a stadium. That didn't happen. And so Bud Adams said, screw you, we're taking everything, got the NFL to agree. The Houston never, ever, ever had a chance to get that.
Coming up next, anticipation for the weekend in more ways than one. A lot of stories can be set up. A lot of stories can be told around here. We'll get into it. Final stretch before the weekend next.
Area 40.
potting soil just $8.97 at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
My goodness,
Locker.
the smartest guy in town. I mean, if you want to talk about spreading out, this guy knows how to do it. We'll tell you who in 5 minutes. My goodness gracious. Impressive, man, especially with the way you're playing. Houston Texans, we're awaiting the release of the schedule. We don't know when it's going to happen, but we do know there's a lot of intrigue, more intrigue than I can remember when it comes to the Texans. There's all types of possibilities. Could they open against Kansas City? Could they open in Buffalo? Stephon Diggs? Could they open against the Cowboys? Could it be a division game? Could C.J. Stroud take on Caleb Williams, this year's Rookie of the Year? Potential Rookie of the Year versus last year's Rookie of the Year. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of intrigue, and there's a lot of excitement, and there's a lot of love being given to the Houston Texans before the schedule comes out. Whenever the NFL announces and decides that they're going to make that announcement.
I think it's starting to look, because I would have thought we might have heard something today, maybe tomorrow. Because they do like to have a week of hyping it up and getting that getting the buzz going around the NFL. I'm starting to believe that it's going to be after this week, or maybe it'll be early in the ensuing week. But either way, this is one of the most hyped up, best schedules that the Texans will have ever had. Just quarterbacks alone. Go through the list of quarterbacks that they're facing. There's not a lot of chumps there. And that's going to be headline material, from the start.
It's going to be absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the Houston Astros are now 9 games below 500. They have won a series against one of the best teams in baseball, the Guardians. Now they will face the division-leading Seattle Mariners, little 3-game set. Opportunity to get 500 when it comes to series. Joe Espada talking about the rally cry for the Astros, heading into a weekend in which they will be over 20% through the season. By the way, looking forward to what Baseball Spo has to say. He's going to be on in the afternoon, so don't miss that. I want to hear what he has to say about the Astros, the AU situation. You normally hear him right here, 10:45 on Wednesdays, but you're going to hear him in the afternoon with B. Scott. Here's Joe Espada in that rally cry.
We are known for a team that we're patient and we get pitches to hit and we drive the ball. That's who we are. That's how we've been. That's our identity as an offensive group. Get away from that. We find ourselves doing stuff that we're not. It's about winning series. That's the message that we are carrying right now to our clubhouse. Keep winning series, one game at a time, one pitch at a time. We have a lot of baseball left. That's who I want our identity to be right now. Let's just win series. We do that. We look back, and this is just going to be it's going to be in the back rear window.
Yeah, there you go. Big opportunity for them.
Back in the rear view mirror, I guess is what he's saying. Hey, I don't see it happening. But what other approach can they have at this point, as far back as they've gotten?
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it, but man, if we look back at this first 20%, and let's say you sweep the Mariners, and I think that's saying a lot. But I mean, they were close to sweeping the Guardians, who've been better than the Mariners this year. That would put you 3 games out of the division with the start that they've had, and the division is the way to go. It's going to be harder to win the wild card. They're actually a game more behind in the wild card, and there's a lot better baseball teams. So you're going to have to win the division. I think that's where you need to focus. There's no fallback plan. This isn't like the NFL where, you can have an opportunity. It can happen, but most likely not going to happen. If you get through 20% of this season and you look back and you're, 3 games back in the division, and those are the 2 scenarios. If you win the series, a little bit of life there. Going to have to sustain and play a lot better baseball, though, for sure. Astros, Mariners, that begins tonight. Again, Baseball Spo on with Brandon Scott.
Think about what it's going to be, what it's going to take for them just to get to 500. And that's when you can maybe start thinking, okay, maybe we've got a chance here. It's a next to impossible task because the problem, their biggest problem all year is still going to be a problem and until people get healthy. And even when you get some of these pitchers back, how much can you count on Fromber? and how much can you count on some of the, even Urquidy and Javier? You know, the one thing I've never wavered on, it's are they capable? Do they have the equipment? Are they equipped to make a run? Every year, it seems like they've had that. They've had these pitchers come out of nowhere, or pitchers that were sort of developing all of a sudden have a good year, or a player come out of nowhere, or to be able to replace losing Garrett Cole or Springer and all that. They don't have those pieces anymore, and that's why I don't mean to be a hater. That's why I just say I just don't see it happening.
I will say the decision to get rid of Abreu, it does seem like, I don't want to say there's been a spark because it's a relatively small sample size, but it does, like, between the way that Singleton's playing and the way that the team as a whole is playing. Look, I don't think he's like some sort of, like, as D'Amico Ryans would call it, energy vampire or anything like that, but there does seem to be, it seems to be the right decision, and it seems to be paying off. Will it be a spark? Who knows? This is a big series this weekend. Speaking of this weekend, Cinco de Mayo. It is on Sunday. Alex Bregman.
I saw that.
Has taken advantage of Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
And he's continued to spread his wings when it comes to marketing. You can find Alex Bregman's Breggy Bomb Salsa at H-E-B. Pretty smart decision by him to get into H-E-B. I would say that's a wise choice.
Tends to be a good decision
by him. He's also available at one of my favorite establishments, Pluckers. Figgy's a big fan as well. Shout out to Pluckers. The Breggy Creole sauce is the top sauce listed on the menu. I will actually say it's very, very good. I would actually mix that with some spicy ranch dry rub. And have that tossed around. Mixed together, though. You got to make sure to do that. And now, he's entering Smash Burgers. Or not Smash Burgers, Trill Burgers, excuse me. But it is a Smash Burger taco. Trill Smash Taco that will be featured on Cinco de Mayo. Basically, a Trill Burger in a taco shell with some Alex Bregman salsa, some jalapenos, will be available on Cinco de Mayo, limited edition thing, collaboration with Bun B and Alex Bregman. You can say what you want about this guy. Hadn't been playing baseball at the highest level lately. Just hit his first home run this week. My God, that guy knows how to get in the right places, and he knows how to take advantage of being a local legend. My goodness, Alex Bregman.
He was one of the first with the H-E-B stuff. Then obviously the Breggy salsa, and I mean, come on, man, you're going to hook hitch your wagon with Bun B? Of course you do if you get that chance, and I guarantee it's going to be a hit too. Absolutely.
Figgy, you ain't going to Trill Burger and getting a taco.
Why not?
You ain't doing that.
I'll probably try it.
Why not? Yeah.
If I'm there, I'll probably try
tried the brisket fries, didn't you?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Ain't nothing wrong with getting a taco there.
Now you can't be a fan of this taco thing, man, because you criticize Trill Burger for making that collab.
I'm down with the tacos.
Oh, now you down with
the
this?
tacos.
Dog, you saying the whole collab thing is too much?
No, I said putting like full briskets on fries was a little too much, and then briskets on hamburgers was a little bit too much. It's a nice little taco. You basically replace the bun with the taco shell. I can get down with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
But you wasn't down with the whole collab thing, though.
No, I wasn't down with the overall bulk. This seems like a good bite, man. This doesn't seem like they're doing it for the gram. This might actually end up being a staple.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'd do it.
Is Bun B going to expand the menu? Or is he going to keep it simple?
Man, I went by.
Nah, I think he going to do. I can see him doing like a Trill taco thing.
How many stores are there going to be in 5 years in Houston?
Well,
is he going to keep it limited?
I think he might open one more store, but I think he been focused on Trill tenders. He trying to do Trill tenders thing, and that's going to be something separate.
That's going to be hard. He's gonna open a Trill tender spot.
Yeah, they already been doing the pop-up shops, so it's definitely opening up. I don't know if it's
you Trill tenders guy.
I tried it. It was okay. It was a
that's
tender.
An endorsement. Say it again.
Nah, it was okay.
It was okay. It was a tender.
I mean, what more can you do with a
put
damn
that in the
chicken
commercial.
tender?
It was okay. It's a tender.
What more can you do with a tender?
What more can you do with the chicken wing? I've heard you rave about chicken wings.
You got different flavors for chicken wings. It's all about the flavors, man.
Trill tenders coming to a neighborhood near you It's okay. It's a Tinder. I actually like that.
It's all right.
Now, they do have different sauces, though. They have like a different.
Oh, so they're not limited to one sauce?
No, they actually had like 4 sauces. One, they got like a soy sauce, which was a little different, but
soy sauce.
Yeah,
man,
it was different.
Shout out to Alex Bregman. My goodness, Nick Caserio getting a lot of love. What's the word you use, Lopez?
Swooning.
Swooning. Let's hear Pat McAfee swooning over Nick Caserio yesterday when Nick Caserio joined him on the national stage.
Is the mastermind of this entire operation. Of course, he has a great team around him of scouts that we got to meet at the Combine as he was hiding somewhere in the stadium and didn't want to talk to me and Mad Mel. Ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio.
How we doing? Thanks for having us.
You know, everything you guys are doing is good. I was hoping maybe you guys would roll out new unis and it'd be like the Denver Broncos situation where everybody's like, those uniforms suck. But no, of course not. Everything's rolling for the Houston Texans.
Speaking of the uniforms, I don't think he likes them.
Well, I'm going to give him one more shot. One more public.
He's been in public 3 times since they dropped, and he hadn't worn the logo yet.
You have to realize when he's been in public. Like, it's been draft. He's in that mode.
D'Amico wore it.
D'Amico wore it.
D'Amico wore the logo.
I'm not saying that you're factually incorrect. I'm just saying, like, there have been reasons why he may not have worn it. Like he's in draft mode. And now this one, yesterday, he was in wrestling mode. He had a wrestling T-shirt. I forget who was it? What T-shirt was it?
No idea.
Yeah, but anyway, so I'll give him one more shot here.
Yeah, I don't think he likes him, man. I think Nick Caserio is very much against this new look. I think he wants it traditional. It just does not strike me as his type of brand. So there it is.
Yeah.
Confession earlier in the show, I'm starting to wonder if J.J. Watt's going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get a D lineman. Some say they're still thin at the D-line position. J.J. Watt got to be foaming at the mouth. There's got to be like a little bit of jealousy with what the vibes are like with this Texans team. He's been dying for this, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's been dying for this. Right when it seemed like J.J. Watt was going to get to that ultimate goal with Deshaun Watson, it all came tumbling down.
Yep.
King Bill ruined everything. King Bill sucked the life out of football around here. The POS, Jack Easterby, arrived. That succubus, he sucked the life out of football. J.J. Watt, just a sad exit. We remember him walking off the field with Deshaun Watson, that final game of 2020. He told Deshaun Watson, they wasted one of your good years. Then he went to Arizona. Things went okay there. He didn't reach the ultimate goal. And now J.J., still relatively young. There are guys older than him playing football. J.J. Watt staying in shape. J.J. Watt keeping a close eye on what's going on here in Houston. Basically has a weekly with Pat McAfee where they talk about what's going on in the NFL, but it always circles back to Houston. I'm putting it at very, very low. I'm putting it at like 9-1, 8-1-ish.
That's not real bad. That's not real high.
That J.J. Watt could strap him up again.
I would completely dismiss it and have completely dismissed it and still would not bet against it. I mean, bet on it. But I'm not going to be completely dismissive anymore after like Nick Caserio's sitting there going, yeah, well, you'll see, it's only May. And I'm like, come on, man. Just all you have to do is say, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I don't think JJ would say it yet. I think JJ would want it to be a little extra.
Yeah.
I think it'd be like a last second, hey. Would there be any scenario where they would tell JJ no, though? Like if they say, man, I just don't know. We don't know how you fit. Because it's possible if you have a good squad, maybe he doesn't fit.
It is possible. Boy, that would be ballsy. That would be. yeah. Appreciate the offer, JJ, but we're good. We're good without you. I would just be completely dismissive of it. But in essence, Nick Caserio said, we'll see. I mean, if you had to like put it in other words, in other terms, he basically said, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah, stay tuned when it comes to J.J. Watt. Stay tuned. Baseball Spo in the building. He and B. Scott about to fill in. Is there life with this Astros team, Adam Spillane? Is there life? They're 9 games below. Mariners coming to town. Is there a pulse? Has the departure? Pour one out for Jose Abreu. Not dead, just no longer with us.
Alive.
Has the departure of Jose, or is he? Has the departure of Jose Abreu, has it just completely sparked this ball club to where there is life? And 20% through the season, the Astros could overcome this slow start.
No, I think sometimes in order to find life, you just need to play the Rockies for 2 games, and then that'll jumpstart everything.
Yeah, that didn't hurt. That didn't hurt. But the Guardians, I mean, come on.
No, that was really good. It's a good series. They're playing better. This is a big 3 games coming up, and the problem with the hole that they dug themselves in is that can't take any series off, and they've got to keep stacking series wins upon series wins upon series wins. That's the only way they get back in this thing. They've won 4 or 5, but they're still 9 games below 500.
Yeah,
so there's a long way to go here, but yeah, there's life.
First base, I mean, it's a really cool. It's a great story.
Yes,
with Singleton. But is it sustainable?
No, I don't think that you want John Singleton playing every day. At
Man, you better put some respect on John Singleton's name. What is wrong with you, Spo? You ain't seen how this man's been performing lately?
Wow, man.
Come on, man. Spo, where's the energy on John Singleton, man? Put some respect on his name. We've been talking about how he wasn't a major league
team you're talking
Dude,
about.
he wasn't a major league player about 2 weeks ago. Now he's your everyday first baseman. What's up, Spo?
I can only go by what I've seen for the last decade. Decade to decade.
Well, there was a little bit of a lag there. There was a little bit of a lag there.
New information.
Out of sight, out of mind for a large chunk of that, I would say.
I'm happy for him. Like
it's a great story.
He's a good guy.
Question is it sustainable?
Stuck with it? No, of course not.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's like putting up monster numbers or anything. He's hit a couple home runs, and they've been big home runs, and they've needed the home runs. But I don't think that you want to rely on him.
Yeah.
And I think that they hope that maybe he can at least, like, he does some things, and Espada talked about this last night. Like, he does some things that they really like and they really value. He's always going to give you a competitive at bat. He's not going to get himself out, but can he produce? And he has yet to do that, and we'll see if this is able to continue.
But it really speaks to how bad the situation was, though.
Yes.
Like, I think that's more, it's almost less about John Singleton, because I don't think any of us reasonably expected him to be like a serious contributor to the team, but the fact that they are leaning on him and that he has to be.
He looks like an all-star comparatively.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, so exactly what you just said is I think the issue is that, man, it was so bad at that spot, so bad at that position that even John Singleton looks like a viable option. Yeah. And that part of it is not good.
Well, he's actually producing, and they went the first 28 games of the year without having a first baseman hit a home run. That's remarkable from that position to be able to say that. And Singleton's hit 2 home runs over the last 3 games. So it's been beneficial. And now it's just a matter of, can other guys step up? Can they get the guys who are actually paid to hit? Can those guys start hitting? Because a lot of them aren't.
Well, I want to see more John Singleton bat flips. So
you didn't get one. You didn't get one last night. That was the disappointing. Man. That was a disappointing part of the homer last night, is that there was no bat flip.
Yeah, he had to tone it down, man. I don't think you're gonna get someone killed.
He clearly wasn't as convinced with that one as he was with the one before. I think that's the reason why he flipped the bat on the last one. It was because man.
No, he said last night he wasn't sure. Like, he said he thought it was going to get out, but he didn't know for sure. And you can't flip the bat like that if you don't.
Yeah. Oh heck no, man.
Yeah,
sure you can.
I appreciate the style.
I've seen it done.
And I appreciate he's got the style and the bat flip etiquette that you're looking for. I can
etiquette. Speaking of etiquette, man, about a little editorial. I know B. Scott works for the Chronicle. Tell me that you did not write the Travis Scott WNBA piece that hid behind the editorial staff.
Lopez, honestly, man, I'm disappointed that you didn't check Landry on this, because you worked at the Chronicle.
I said you weren't on it.
How many years did you work there?
17.
You know how editorial boards work.
Yes.
Do you think they would let me on the damn editorial board?
I told them you weren't on it.
I feel like you could be on it.
I probably could be on.
Yeah,
I think I'm definitely qualified to be on it.
I mean, I don't know,
but you're not.
But I am not on nobody's editorial board. I don't dress nearly nice enough.
Yeah.
Or I'm not nearly nerdy enough. Like, that is not a position that I think they would give me.
Yeah.
No, I am not on it. Not important enough to be on the editorial board.
Okay, so you didn't say Travis Scott could right all wrongs,
and also that should have been a runaway for the slime off. Like,
you think that was over Warren Moon,
dude? We're gonna get to Warren Moon in this show. You please believe that.
Yeah.
But like, this was real life slime. I know slime off is kind of in jest.
It was my second.
That was actually slimy.
Yeah.
the whole
So
Travis
was
Scott.
Warren Moon lying about history?
Yeah, but his subject matter is not nearly as serious as the one that the editorial board was working with. What the hell is wrong with them?
Yeah.
WNBA teams atone for death
make it better?
at a concert that, by the way, the deaths weren't even that dude's fault. Oh my God.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive, it is live.
And The Drive is indeed live, as you can hear. B. Scott and Adam Spillane in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. Those guys are, who the hell knows what those guys are doing, but they're not in. T. Mill is in, though. We got 1/3 of the normal Drive in the building. T. Mill here with us. Shout out to the people, T. Mill.
How you doing, boys? Feeling good on a Friday?
Feeling good on a Friday. I'm also feeling good. I got to be honest with you. I'm feeling best, I should say, about the environment in which we're doing our show. Can I say that?
Yes.
I love the controlled environment. I love to be here in the studio with you fellas.
AC?
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And by the way, somewhat related to that, I do want to get this off top and let the people know that, in case you hadn't heard, today's opening round of the Insperity Invitational, it was canceled due to the weather. The weather messed up the Insperity Invitational, and so they had to cancel it due to the weather. For anyone who wanted to go see the free PGA Tour Champions event up in the Woodlands, make sure you head to InsperityInvitational.com for the weather updates and all of your tournament information as we head into the weekend. I want to make sure that we get that off top. Got to ask y'all, how are y'all making it through this weather, man? Because it is hell out there. It is. I've actually been pretty good. I'm reading and hearing more about it than I am being affected by it. But, Tyler, I know you live kind of downstream.
Yeah.
Adam, you're in the city, but you move around a lot. Y'all good with this weather?
It's fine.
I'm good with it. Our area is flooding a little bit, but I'm good with it overall. I'd be a lot better with it if I didn't have a big-ass dog who gets scared every time it rains. That's honestly been the worst part.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't have to deal with that. I leave the dog over at the parents' house, honestly. But yeah, man, it's been a tough go. It's been a tough go. So all of you people that are dealing with the weather, hopefully y'all are safe out there. Hopefully everything is good. I feel like the Astros have been kind of swimming upstream a little bit over the last, I don't know, the first 30-some-odd games or so. But the energy's a little bit different, guys. We were talking about it a little bit in the toss. Energy's a little bit different around the Astros. They have now won, 4 out of 5? Yes. Is that where we are now? 4 out of 5, obviously 2 out of 3 against the Cleveland Guardians this week at Minute Maid Park. I'm just not ready to really flip the switch yet on how I'm viewing the Astros. And Adam, I think you were kind of talking about this a little bit, but they just haven't done anything. They haven't done enough yet. I know it's been a good week. It's been a solid last week for the Astros. They're playing better baseball. The Colorado Rockies series in Mexico City is going to go down as the forgotten series for this team. But if you look at the week in its totality, they are in a better position. They are playing better baseball. I'm just not ready to change my tune yet. Adam, are you seeing enough from the Astros to feel like there's a turn there?
Not really, but I mean, 5 games doesn't overshadow the first, whatever it was, 27. It just doesn't. And they could have very easily lost 2 of 3 against Cleveland. I mean, they could have lost the first game against the Guardians. They could have won all 3, too. So you have to string together. You can't just string together a good 5 games. You have to string together a couple weeks here.
Yeah.
To really get back on track and to really put yourself back in position, because they're 11 and 20 at this point. Like, that's basically 100 loss pace.
Yeah.
And so there are still things that they aren't doing well. They aren't getting a lot of production from the heart of their order. Alex Bregman is really struggling. Yordan Alvarez is really struggling. And they got bailed out a little bit by John Singleton, of all people. They got bailed out by Victor Caratini on Monday. They got bailed out by some of the other guys on their team.
Joey Loperfido came up big in his first game.
Yeah, so it's you got to have more than 5 good games, and there's you can't rest just because this is a big series coming up too. You know, you're playing the Mariners, first place in the division right now. You're 6 games back. Like, this is a great opportunity to get back in the AL West race. It's also an opportunity to where you could put yourself in you could dig an even deeper hole in the division if this series does not go well. And Seattle's good, and you're going to be facing 3 really good starting pitchers the entire weekend.
You mentioned John Singleton. We'll get to him in a minute, and obviously we'll talk about them facing the Mariners. And like you said, it is a big series for the Houston Astros. But I want to circle back to Yordan Alvarez since you brought him up. What's going on with Yordan, man? I know he had a couple of home runs in Colorado, but I don't feel like I'm watching the same. Like when he comes up to bat, Adam, I'm going to be honest with you, man. There used to be a time when Yordan would come up to bat, and I'm like, oh, I got to watch this. Now, he's still a dynamic hitter. He's still Yordan Alvarez, but it feels like it's been so long since I felt that way. And I don't feel like I felt that way a lot this year. What do you feel like is going on with Yordan Alvarez? What can we point to?
I mean, I think he's just going through a rough stretch. And you look, let me pull up the game log here. He was really good the first however many games of the year. You look.
But can I give you his slash line over the last
I know 7
games?
Oh, you can even go back further. So he had 4 hits against the Royals on April 9th since that game. So since that game against the Royals, the OPS was over 1,000. At that point, it was 1,060 after he had that big game against the Royals.
It's like half that over the last 7 games or so. I mean, it's rough.
Oh, trust me, I fully get that. 84 plate appearances, a 547 OPS over. This goes back 19 games. So a 547 OPS the last 19 games.
God.
He's got 3 extra base hits in the last 19 games. All 3 were home runs. One of them was in Mexico City. 250 on base, 176 batting average. It's a big thing for him. And listen, you're going to have bad 19-game stretches. That's just how this is. He's healthy. That's really all that has mattered for him. He's chasing a lot of pitches. And that's kind of been an issue for this team really throughout the season is that they are chasing pitches. And for Alvarez, this is a guy last year he was chasing he's got a 30.6% chase rate. And last year it was 26.1. And that might not seem like a big deal, but you're putting yourself in position to where you are behind in the count way too much. And especially for a hitter like him, when you're basically in a defensive position, it feels like in every single at bat when you're behind in the count or when you're hitting with 2 strikes. And you can be a good 2-strike hitter, but it's hard to do damage a lot of times with 2 strikes because you're defensive and you don't want to strike out and you want to put the ball in play. And Alvarez is a guy who doesn't strike out a whole lot. So, and it's been a problem with Bregman too.
Yeah.
The swing decisions have not quite been good enough. And this was something Joe Espada talked about yesterday. He thinks he's right there. He thinks he's just like a click away from getting it back to where
he being Yordan.
Yes.
So you mentioned Bregman. That was going to be my next question. And you hit on it a little bit there. But that's somebody who we know understands the strike zone as well as anybody that you can find, but it hasn't really come together yet. I jokingly said,
"Is Breggy being ridiculous?"
A little bit at times, a little bit. If you want to call underperformance being ridiculous, you could say that maybe he is. But I jokingly said on Twitter/X last night, I asked the people who had John Singleton having more home runs than Alex Bregman this early or at this point in the season,
and
a couple of days into May.
And if anybody responded to that and said yes, you're a liar.
Yeah, obviously it's a tongue-in-cheek question, but the issue with Alex Bregman is real. It is real, and it is something to address. What do you think Bregman's got to do to get out of the rut?
Well, he's in that same boat where he is chasing a lot of pitches right now. This is a guy who, like you said, I don't think there is a player there are very few players in the sport who have a better understanding of the strike zone than Alex Bregman. Last year, a chase rate of 18.6%. This year, 27%. So that's up almost 10%. And that it's really tough to be successful when you're doing that. Part of that, I think he's just pressing more than anything else. He's trying to do a little bit too much, and it's hurting him. And I think yesterday was a great microcosm of that, where he comes up in 2 run-producing situations with the Astros trailing in that game. He pops out both times, and it's not like they were long at bats. He's swinging early in the count. He's not swinging at good pitches. He needs to get back to swinging at good pitches, and then he'll be in a much better position to succeed.
And so, obviously, this is more of a question for Bregman, but I'll ask you anyway. Is he pressing?
Oh, I think for sure. I think when you're struggling the way that he's been struggling, and when the team has been struggling the way that it has been struggling,
and he's got a lot on the line.
I don't think that he's worried about the free agency stuff, but I do think. But whenever guys say that they aren't pressing, they usually are, and it's hard not to because they know where they're at as a team. They know that they're 11-20, and they knew that they were 10-20 going into last night's game, and they know that it's really hard to make the playoffs or to do anything in a given season when you start out 10-20. But you got to let the game come to you just a little bit, and right now he's just kind of doing things that Alex Bregman doesn't normally do. And the big thing is just, again, it's swing decisions. And when you are not making smart swing decisions and you're chasing pitches, and then all of a sudden, on 1-1, you chase a pitch that's out of the zone, and now you're at 1-2 instead of 2-1, it completely changes the at-bat, and it makes things very it just makes it hard for you to be able to drive the ball and do something productive in that AB.
Yeah, and so the positive, though, and obviously last night was a positive because they won that game, and they won it rather convincingly. They did so because of a 5-run seventh inning. And Joe Espada talked about this after the game as well, of that inning being a lot more indicative of the Astros that they believe themselves to be, that they want to be, and that I think, honestly, we had come used to, or had become used to. So he talked about that after the game, and here's what it sounded like.
We are known for a team that we're patient and we get pitches to hit and we drive the ball. That's who we are. That's how we've been. That's our identity as an offensive group. When we get away from that, we find ourselves doing stuff that we're not. So that inning right there show our patience and we hit some balls hard, and that was great.
Yeah. Can I, before you move on?
No, go ahead.
We're watching the seventh inning right now.
Absolutely.
And Alex Bregman just walked with 1 out, or after the Altuve, I guess it was a double to start the seventh inning. Yordan Alvarez is up, and he chases the first pitch from Tyler Beede. Now, immediately, he's behind in the count. Now, again, it didn't matter, and they obviously had a big inning in the seventh inning, but right away, you put yourself behind the 8-ball when you chase a pitch that's out of the zone, and instead of 1-0, you're 0-1, and it completely changes the at-bat. And remember, I don't want to get into, Moneyball, but Billy Beane or Brad Pitt in Moneyball says an at-bat is basically like the blackjack table. With each pitch, your odds change of just your ability to be successful. And for somebody like Yordan Alvarez, when he's ahead 1-0 as opposed to behind 0-1, it completely changes the at-bat because now the pitcher has to come at you with fastballs when you're ahead.
See, everything that you're hitting on right now, Spo, is why I am tempering the excitement, expectation, whatever it is, because there is some, okay, are they back? Are they, what's the question that Landry asked you? Is there a pulse? But look, man, they got George Kirby tonight, right? Damn good pitcher. They are going against a Mariners team that I think the identity of their team, for the most part over the last couple of years, has been really solid pitching. Okay, so something's got to give. Solid pitching against not ideal at-bats. To me, this weekend does serve as this Mariners series serves as, obviously you got to start stringing together series and games. That goes without saying. But whether these things improve that you're talking about, the at-bats, the quality of the at-bats themselves, this is a great test for them, I think, going up against the Mariners and the quality of their pitching staff.
Oh, for sure, because you get Kirby today, who's an all-star, Logan Gilbert, who I think's been to an all-star game before. If he hasn't, he's been right on the preface of it. And then you get Bryce Miller on Sunday. Those are 3 high-level starting pitchers. It's a high-level it's a high-level pitching staff as a whole, and that's going to be important. You're going to have to string together. And they had a little bit of success against a good pitching staff with the Guardians, but they had trouble against Tristan McKenzie the other day.
Yeah. Well, and they always have, though. Yes. They see him kind of differently, or he's difficult to see is what I mean. Yeah. So that's always been – I was worried about that game from the jump. When I saw what the pitcher matchup was, I was like, I know his ERA is pretty high, but the Astros sometimes struggle to see him. Now, we've been critical, and I think that's part of our job. We've been critical today. Coming off of a night, let's just remind the people, off of a night when the Astros did win the game and win the game rather convincingly. So we're talking about at-bats. You know who's having some pretty damn good at-bats? We was hitting on it during the toss. Old John Singleton, man. I got to put some respect on John Singleton's
Big
name.
John,
hey, look,
up?
I'm right there with you, Spo. It wasn't even 2 weeks ago where I was questioning, why is John Singleton on anybody's major league roster at this point?
Oh, I feel like I owe him an apology. I went in on him.
Dude, when we talk about this a lot, the lack of depth on this team being an issue, and it's been an issue at various points, I would say more than it should for a team of this caliber for the last however many years you want to count it. So I'm like, hey, this is indicative of that. You got a dude on your roster that's kind of it felt like at the time they had 3 wasted spots on their major league roster between Jose Abreu, who's playing every day, John Singleton, who wasn't, but also, and then Greg Kessinger, 3 guys who was like, okay, what do they offer to the team? Old John we got to put some respect
Straight
on John
up.
Singleton's day because he is outperforming any kind of level of expectation that I could have reasonably had for him. This was Joe Espada briefly on John Singleton taking advantage of his opportunity.
You'll be in there tomorrow. That's what you do when someone gives you an opportunity and you take advantage of it. Not only with the bat, but you also play pretty good defense.
And then this was Singleton on how, for him, nothing has changed since Jose Abreu was sent to the spring training facility in West Palm Beach, even though it does obviously mean that it's a greater opportunity for him. It does. I mean, we can't say nothing's changed. Just open up some opportunity for you to have some playing time. But here was Singleton on that.
I'm just here to help our team win ball games, whatever that may be. It was my chance, and I'm just trying to do the most day by day.
So, Spo, I just got to ask you, man, this first base situation, does John Singleton, do you believe John Singleton has a chance to play his way into an everyday role on this team, or is first base essentially a waiting spot for Joey Loperfido to take over once Chas McCormick is good?
No, because I don't think that they want Joey Loperfido playing a lot of first base because he hasn't done it very much.
Yeah, no, that's the issue.
I mean, Loperfido played first base his freshman year at Duke, and then he basically did not play first base again until he got in the Astros system, and he still wasn't playing every day. It's not like he was playing every day at first base with Sugarland. So I don't think they want to put him in that position where it's already hard enough to come up as a big leaguer and deal with facing big league pitching. But now you want to try and have him play a position that he doesn't really know all that well, and they'll give him some opportunities out there. But no, I don't think that the plans are for Joey Loperfido to have a huge role at first base. I think, if anything, he'll play the outfield at this point. And remember, he's left-handed, Singleton's left-handed, and it's been Singleton getting the starts against the right-handed pitchers, and even he started against the lefty yesterday, and he'll start against the righty again today at first base. I think right now this is probably Singleton's job to lose, and this is the first time for him at the major league level that he's playing consistently. I don't think he has played 3 straight games he started 3 straight games at first base in a long time. He might have last year when Abreu was hurt, but he's been given an opportunity to find some sort of a rhythm at the plate. He always makes smart. He's not a guy who ever chases. That's a big reason why he's on the team in the first place. And now, if he can just produce when he gets himself into some favorable counts, he's got an opportunity here. I don't think it's necessarily sustainable, but he's got a chance at least.
Does Joey Loperfido Wally Pip Chas McCormick while he's dealing with his injury?
There's a possibility of that, but don't forget there's still Jake Myers out there too.
Yeah.
And they don't love McCormick a lot of times against right-handed starting pitchers or against really good right-handed pitching.
Underrated was how much he was struggling before the injury.
No,
McCormick
was bad before he got hurt. Now, some of that could have been because he was hurt.
You'll come at me about white boy Chas?
Yes. But there's certainly they're at the stage where whoever produces is going to play, because that's just the situation. That's the position that they're in right now. When
there's a level of desperation.
Yeah, you can't be waiting for these guys to try and get it together. That's why Abreu's in Florida right now. They just could not waste any more time giving him at bats to try and work his way out of it at the major league level. He's going to go do it now in extended spring training. So yeah, whoever's producing is going to play at this point.
He is Adam Spillane. I am Brandon Scott. T-Mill is in the building. We're in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner on the drive. Coming up next, Warren Moon said, what now? We'll talk about that on the other side. I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Do the Texans factor in the opinions of their current players when evaluating potential additions?
It's a part of the
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's personal for me, man, when it comes to Warren Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Local legend.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously a Hall of Famer, a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Houston Oilers legend. Houston Sports Hall of Famer now.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Widely celebrated here in this city of Houston for his legacy here. And the reason, so those are reasons enough for it to be personal. But even more so for me, man, y'all know the music that Figgy plays on In the Loop before I come on Thursdays. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. Right? I take a little pride in that, being B. Scott from Hiram Clark, especially putting on for the neighborhood, being on the radio and all that. It means a lot to me in the city. Part of that Hiram Clark experience, I'm from a little neighborhood called Windsor Village. They got a nice little church in that neighborhood that I went to growing up. And our youth building, was bought and paid for and donated by one Warren Moon.
Oh, wow.
And so I did a lot of my early fellowship as a young lad, all right? A lot of my early fellowship in a building on the side of Windsor Village Church called Moon Hall. And it was never lost on me. There's a little plaque inside of there. Been years since I've been in there. I don't even know if they still use it. But there's a little plaque inside of there that's, recognizing Warren Moon's contributions to the place. And obviously, they named the place after him. So Warren Moon's like a hero to me, man. He's a hero. Like football, put his money where his mouth was and provided a facility for the youth to fellowship and to take in the word and all that kind of stuff, for what it's worth. So you got to imagine how disappointing it was for me, the native Houstonian, who spent all of this time in Moon Hall, to hear Warren Moon. I don't know if it's appropriate to say spit in the face or just be real dismissive of the feelings of the people that he once represented. But that's what happened. He was on some kind of show with Kay Adams. I don't know what. I think Kay Adams is doing FanDuel now. What's going on? I don't know exactly.
I don't know what she's doing. But she's doing it right.
Yeah. Look, wherever she goes, most of us will probably follow. But that's a subject for another day. This was Warren Moon with Kay Adams talking about the uniform back and forth, cultural back and forth between the Houston Texans and the Tennessee Titans, which all of us are familiar with. But here's Warren Moon's take on it.
Titans wore these uniforms
Why
up
do you think
against.
I have on this color today?
Listen, I see you. We see you.
Huh?
They wore the unis against the Texans. Texas fans very pissed about this. Did they have a right to be upset?
I think they have a right to be upset, but the Tennessee Titans own that uniform. They own the history of the Houston Oilers, so they had a chance to own it themselves, and they didn't want that ownership. They wanted to create their own identity, which makes sense. They're the Houston Texans coming in. Let's create our own identity. But now, because the Houston Oilers uniforms became so popular coming up, they wanted it back. You can't have it both ways.
Are you hearing this drama about the Texans wanting to use that blue? Have you heard this?
Yes,
Let's take a look here. This year, the Texans you're saying find their own identity. What do you make of this? They unveiled their alternate jersey, and the whole thing about the color blue went down.
Why can't they just stay with what they had? They had a really nice looking uniform the first time. Why do they have to keep harping on that? I don't understand it.
Imitation flattery?
Have your own identity. You have a really good football team right now. They won a playoff game last year. They got a chance to maybe go to a Super Bowl this year. Just create your own identity. Forget about the Houston Oilers. Forget about the Tennessee Titans.
You and I talked a lot off camera.
I think if they weren't the same division,
oh yeah, they would
this
be
wouldn't
okay.
be as big a deal.
Dude.
What you talking about, Warren?
What? Yo, and he started that off correct. He started that off, somewhat correct. Not the part about they had a chance to own it. I don't know about all that. Like that part of it is, I would say, erroneous. But the part of hey, they own the history and this is that. Like, if he had left it there, it'd have been fine. But
he went in, though.
But it felt like he went in. It felt like there was some pile on. But also, man, I am surprised by Warren Moon's lack of understanding for, like, the identity part of this, like the cultural identity part of this. It's like it's aside from just team, but it's about more so community. And I was hitting on that to start this segment about Warren Moon and community and how personal this is for me. Like, the lack of understanding for, hey, it's not just the Oilers per se, but it's like overall the liking of the color, the background that the city has with the color. It ain't, look, I'll tell you what the Texans don't want to be. The damn Titans. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not trying to be the Titans. They just don't like that the Titans left and jocked the style. And it is ironic. I got to say this, T-Bill. I got to say it is ironic that he's talking about not having it both ways. And I understand the Adams family owns the history or whatever.
I hate that phrase.
I get it. But are they not having it both ways by being trying to be the Titans and the Oilers?
You read my mind.
Like, the hypocrisy here, and I get the difference. They own it versus not owning it. I understand. But they are having it both ways. I'm shocked that Warren Moon was this tone deaf.
I got to be honest. From here, went to Oilers games.
You have no connection.
We sat up in section 440-something, the orange seats in the mezzanine. People here got to move on. It's been 30 years. Like,
Spo.
It's 30 years.
But that's the thing.
We got to stop with the complaining about the colors.
It's
and
over
Oilers
200 years of history in this city, though.
Not of the Oilers, though.
But here's the thing.
Not the Oilers, but that color.
The Oilers were here for 36 years.
Yeah.
1960 to 1996. So 37 seasons. We're almost past 37 seasons. So,
yeah, but that color was here long before the football team.
It's a color.
No,
in all honesty.
So look,
we got to move on.
It's an awesome.
We got to get. It's a great color, but
here's my objection.
And what Warren Moon said, like, they got a team now. Embrace that team and let the past be the past and move on.
But so here's my objection to that point. They have moved on. They do have another team. They do have their own identity. This isn't so much about wanting to, like, over-romanticize the past. And I know there's an element to that. Like, we've got older folks. We got people who have the nostalgia with the Oilers, with the Astrodome and all that. I understand that element of it. But this is really more so, and I'm just speaking for myself here, the objection to all of it, and the reason why I've kind of inserted myself into this whole, which I would agree is kind of a minimum discussion, like, because more things matter. It's the blatant disrespect. Okay, the trolling of that franchise.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, you got to move on. Imagine if I teased you about something and then told you to move on from it. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, look, we can move on, but you don't have to troll me in the process. You don't have to insult my intelligence in the process. And you also don't have to be, like, petty about it. Like, they've gone above and beyond with even just the Texans to going out sending cease and desist letters to the University of Houston.
Yes, bro. Vrabel came out in a damn cowboy hat.
Like, I get it.
Troll.
I understand what Spo is saying. And I do think that there's an element of, hey, let's not have this woe is me mentality of, like, oh, they stole our history, we're so sad. Like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to play the victim, but I also don't want you to, like, play me like a sucker and tell me lies and pretend like you're doing this in good faith.
Yes.
You are not. You are not. You are trolling. The Oilers stuff, them wearing the Oilers uniforms, that is 100% in bad faith, in poor taste.
They don't have their own identity.
Yeah, and it don't have nothing to do with honoring history. To me, it's all about, hey, look at me. We still own the history. We can flaunt this. We're doing this just because we can, and we know that it will bother a certain segment of people.
And that's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. So if people here,
so you're saying we're falling into the trap?
Yes, 100% falling into the trap, and just the nonstop complaining about it is only going to make them continue to do it.
I think
they might wear the Oilers jerseys both games. They might wear them here.
Yeah.
They might wear them for the home game.
Can I be honest for a second here? I got a little petty in me too. So part of me, as I'm, let's be honest.
I mean, the Rockets wore San Diego Rockets jerseys.
Some of this is disingenuous because I actually am here for the smoke. I actually enjoy the back and forth. For me, it's kind of fun. So this is part of my personality. I do have to admit that I like, like with this. I don't know how much y'all are keeping up with the whole Drake Kendrick Lamar beef, but the thing about it is, it's like, but the thing with Kendrick Lamar, a lot of people are saying is like, hey, he's making all of these records because he's been dying for somebody that he doesn't like to cross him and say something that he didn't like, so he could go off on the guy. And that's kind of where I think I am. If the Titans just stay over there in their corner and the Texans stay over in their corner, I think I'd be good. But part of me is itching like I wish so-and-so would. Like, I wish you would say something about this and try to aggravate me. And I think I am falling into the trap. It is part of, I got to admit, maybe a personality flaw, but certainly a personality trait that deep down inside of me, I am waiting for the smoke, hoping that the smoke somehow arrives.
You're going to get it. Just don't let it bother you. Like that's my only word of advice. It's like saying it to a child. Well, if you continue to make it seem like it bothers you, they're going to keep doing it. And that's just what the Titans are going to do. And hey, like Warren said, they own the history. I mean, they probably shouldn't, but that's just the way it is.
713-572-4610 is the text line or the number to call. You can also hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. Does Warren Moon, the Hall of Famer, have enough equity build up to get a pass for what he just said right there? I want to know how y'all feel about it. All right, y'all. Spo says that the Texans should want to play this opening day game, this opening matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs that we've been talking about so much on this here radio station. We're going to talk about that next. Don't go anywhere. It's The Drive.
All right. In the loop.
Blake Fisher was the most polarizing pick. The idea that the Texans would invest this
So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
When is the NFL going to drop that schedule? And who are the Texans going to play to start the season? Could it be in division? Could it be the Baltimore Ravens, who they had a pretty nice back and forth with last year? I know they lost both games, but that could be an interesting storyline. Could it be the Buffalo Bills after trading for Stephon Diggs? Could it be the two-time back-to-back reigning Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs? Which, as we know, that's how the season normally starts, with the Super Bowl champion on Thursday night hosting that game. They did so against the Lions last year. The Lions won that game, I believe. It was really
the last two Super Bowl champions have lost the opening game.
Yeah, so
Buffalo.
Hey, so put a pin in that. All right, and we've had the discussion here throughout the week. No, Clint and I were talking about it here on the show, I believe yesterday, that that Chiefs Texans possibility, it's intriguing, man. It's intriguing. It's hard to avoid the intrigue there. Patrick Mahomes versus C.J. Stroud, even that defense versus the Texans offense overall, and then trying to see the Texans, I think, revamped defense go up against the Kansas City Chiefs, the greatest in the game right now. Think it would be fascinating. The idea, I feel like, got popularized. I know we talked about it here locally on the station, but it got popularized by one Nick Wright from First Things First on Fox Sports 1. Also used to sit in these chairs here at Sports Radio 610. This was how he set it up.
They've been doing the Super Bowl champion gets to host the first game of the year for 20 years. There has only been one divisional matchup in that entire time. I also, as much as I like Bake Show, I don't think the Bucks, and certainly not the Saints, are a draw. Okay, they're out. So that leaves us with the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Texans. I don't think they're going to pick the Bengals because Joe Burrow is rehabbing still, and because Joe Burrow has, unfortunately, a tough history of either missing the very beginning of a season or coming in hurt. That's fair. So I don't think it's smart. So that then leaves you the Ravens or the Texans. I don't think it's fair to Baltimore. I don't think you can ask Baltimore, hey, you guys are supposed to win the Super Bowl. You choked it away in the last game you played in, and now go to their building and watch them hang the banner. They're trying to, I think, promote one of the next teams. That's what they did with the Lions, who were the next team. Wow. The answer to this is the Houston Texans. Wow. Yeah, I would like it to be Cincinnati for once and for, that'd be now 3 straight wins over Cincinnati. You can set Burrowhead Invitational and shove it, but I think it's going to be Houston, bro.
All right, so I like Nick's point about Cincinnati. Did not like his points as much about Baltimore. Thought that was kind of weak. Hey, wouldn't be fair to Baltimore to watch them raise them. Who the hell cares? But as it pertains to the Texans, love the logic there. I think there is some consistency in wanting to promote the team that's next, or the team that, say, the NFL wants its fans to maybe pay attention to, and this is coming off the heels of the Texans not having a primetime game the year before until they flexed one, obviously, at the very end there. So I know fans are excited about it. Spo, you think that the Texans themselves should want to be in this position, that the Texans themselves should be inviting this moment, and that they should want to play Thursday night, open the season against the Super Bowl champs? Explain.
Well, first of all, you got to play them eventually, so you might as well just go ahead and get it off the schedule.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, just go ahead and whatever, take care of it. Teams that play that game, the home teams, they don't necessarily do great. The last 2 teams that have opened the season at home, the Super Bowl champions, have lost. Kansas City last year, and then the Rams got destroyed by Buffalo the year before. The other reason is maybe you get lucky and that's your only Thursday night game. So that means that you would have played your Thursday night game and you wouldn't have had to do so on a short week. That's one reason. And then the other reason is if you play Thursday night, week 1, that means you get a rest advantage for week 2. And that rest advantage is really nice to have, especially early in the year. Because think about this. Nobody plays during preseason. Like, you play very few snaps during preseason. then all of a sudden, boom, week 1, you're playing every snap. That can be a little tiring. You might not be exactly ready for that, and now you get 3 extra days to recover, whereas maybe you get lucky, maybe the team that you play week 2 is playing Sunday night or Monday night, and now they're on maybe even a shorter week. So you get that rest advantage. You get the rest advantage presumably at home because they're not going to make you open the season with 2 straight road games. So that's why I say, maybe you get that Thursday night game out of the way, and it's not on a short week, and then you get the rest advantage for week 2.
Yo, I am stumped. I'm honestly stumped. Look, I was thinking about it more so of just visibility.
I don't care about any of that.
And I know you don't. That's why I threw it to you, because I wanted to hear where you were coming from. Because I think all of it fits into the picture. Like the league itself, when they set these matchups up, they obviously don't care about what's good for the Texans per se. They care about what's good for the league. And I think there's a credible argument to be made that the Texans right now and the energy around them is good for the league. Patrick Mahomes versus C.J. Stroud is good for the league. New blood in the coaching realms with DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco Ryans is really good for the league. So, like, there are reasons beyond just the football that makes sense for the Texans to be in that spot. But I like this angle of it that you're presenting, because I had not even thought about the rest of, well, first of all, getting them early, okay, getting them, just ripping the Band-Aid off and just getting it out of the way. I do like that. But the rest element of it, of not really an extra bye week, but just a couple of extra days rest before you have that next game, I think is, to me, brilliant, especially coming off of, I mean, you will be playing as tough an opponent as you could ask for, right, in the Kansas City Chiefs.
That probably will be the best team they play.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs, I think that's a safe assumption. I like this. I like this a lot.
The margins in the NFL are so slim that you need to take advantage of any single thing that you can. And Warren Sharp does a great job of this when he goes into a season, is that he is always looking at the rest advantage, because that might be worth a point. Having 6 days in between games, and you're having 9 days instead of 6 days. That's a nice advantage. That's a nice 72 hours just of extra prep time that you have to get ready. And again, playing a Thursday night game is, nobody wants to play a Thursday night game during the season because of how little time you actually have to prepare. But if maybe you can get that Thursday night game out of the way and do it early, to where you have usually 2 weeks in between the last preseason game and the first regular season game. Hey, we'll play 3. We'll take 11 days off instead of 14. That works out great to me. And then again, I think having the rest advantage for week 2 is such a big advantage. Now, the one kind of problem with this is that the Chiefs and Lions both had to still play Thursday games after week 1. I think the same thing happened. I'll have to go check with Buffalo and the Rams. So it's not like a guarantee that's your only Thursday game, but it's very possible that could be your only Thursday game.
Well, so you can only hope. Obviously, once the schedule comes out, you'll know. But you can only hope that it is your only Thursday game if you get it. Even if it's not, kind of back to that other element here, and I know you don't care as much about the whole like optics, visibility, marketing part about it, but I do know that the Texans themselves cared about not having that visibility. They do want to be showcased. At least DeMeco Ryans himself, C.J. Stroud, I get the sense, has some level of like aspiration of being a star, and he already is. I get it, but like they want to be seen. I feel like when it comes to Thursday night games, like, what's the bigger Thursday night game than the first one? Like,
that's the one where the eyes are on you.
We all kind of shrug our shoulders at the Thursday night game for the most part. Once the year goes on,
we don't like that.
But that very first one, like, if you're gonna get a Thursday night game and being seen matters to you, having the primetime games matter to you, I'm sort of thinking this through now. That first Thursday game is the one to get. Like, if you're gonna get one, that's the one to get.
Well, and the first Thursday game is on actual TV. The Thursday games that come after it, minus the Thanksgiving games, they're on Amazon.
They're on that Amazon app.
So there's that's a big difference too. You're playing on NBC if it's the first game, as opposed to playing on Amazon every other Thursday game after that. Now, you want visibility, make the playoffs and make a deep run. That's how you get visibility. So
yeah.
I'm not worried about the whole visibility aspect.
Well, I mean, just as it pertains to opening the season, because I think that is the expectation. And Clint said this yesterday. He feels like the Texans are way overhyped right now. There's way too much, like it's a little bit too much cheese, I think, for Clint's taste. But I mean, that's being It's born out of a place of right out of a place of, hey, look around. This is a team that surprised people last year. We're talking about the schedule. Imagine if you were a team, we're in a different market, and you see the Texans on your schedule last year. You're chalking that up as a win. Most teams are, right? Until they weren't. So, like, to me, it's I feel like the Texans are in a space right now where they can capitalize on the visibility aspect of it, but also are a good enough football team to go out there and do the exact thing that you're talking about. Be the team that upsets the Super Bowl champion on opening night because you are exactly what the league is building you up to be. The team that's next up. What it says about you, I think, is just as important. You know, what it says about how the league views you is just as important as anything.
Well, it does send a message. And you look at last year, the Lions won that game in Kansas City, and that really is what got them going into having a great season. And it helped them. You know, they won the division and went to the NFC Championship game. And so, yeah, that's sort of, now it can go the other way, too, where you can start on opening day, you can lose in Kansas City, and then you go 0-4, and the coach gets fired. That's what happened the last time the Texans had to do this. So,
that's not going to happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, it did the last time. There's some precedents now with that. But also just on the rest advantage. The most important games you play during the season are against the division. And let's say you get that first game, and then all of a sudden it's a division opponent that second game of the year, and you got a nice little 3-day rest advantage against that division opponent. That's going to help you win that divisional game, and that's going to help you win the division, which is really what matters because you want at least that first home playoff game.
Yeah, and to me, it's better than some people have suggested the Cowboy. That's got to be if that's going to be a primetime game, that's got to be Thanksgiving.
Are you talking about?
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Like to open the season. I don't want to open the season against the Cowboys.
Oh no, I mean,
like that. That's not going to do it for me.
You got to hype that one up for weeks.
Yeah. To me, honestly, maybe this is a hot take for the Cowboys fans. I don't feel like they big enough. I don't feel like they're big enough deal.
They think they are, but you might be right.
Well, I mean, brand-wise, conversation-wise, how they're treated nationally. But like as a football team, I don't know if they big boy enough.
Zeke's back though, dude.
That's like an easy dub. I don't want to just chalk up dub on the first.
They went all in, bro.
How funny is it that the Cowboys said that they were going to go all in, and what all in ended up meaning was bringing Zeke back and switching his number to his college number. Except he's like 30 pounds heavier.
I thought that's what Jerry meant, clearly.
He's Adam Spillane. I'm Brandon Scott. T. Mill is in the building. We are in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner here on The Drive. Coming up on the Big 3 at 3. We got the Astros hosting the Mariners. We got some NBA playoffs to get into. We're going to do all of it on the other side. Stay there.
Area 45 with
Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Ground ball to short. Should be the final. Out. Jeremy Pena gets the tough Stephen Kwan. Kind of fitting the Astros finally retired them 4 out of 5 times today to win this game 8-2 after Kwan owned them the first 2 days.
Yeah, man. Glad to see Stephen Kwan go.
He can play.
Yeah, man. That is a good baseball player, man. Really glad to see him go. That's what it sounded like when the Astros completed their series victory last night against the Cleveland Guardians. Of course, that is Space City Home Network on the call with Ty Callis. Look, man, I am not trying to get too excited about this. I don't want to buy in just yet. Don't feel like they've done enough, but I do got to give them credit, man. 4 out of the last 5, playing a little bit better baseball. But this is the test. Big 3 at 3 here. This is the test. Hosting the Mariners, another viable baseball team, leading the division. And, oh, by the way, they got a good pitching staff. And you got some serious question marks with your own offense, with your own bats. Really good test for the Astros, I feel like, coming up this weekend.
Yeah, kind of one of the things we haven't really talked about yet when it comes to last night's game. Spencer Arrighetti was really good.
Man, I meant to mention that. Spencer, where are we at with Spencer Arrighetti right now? Because I feel like he's come around.
No, he's showing a lot, and I was a little skeptical just in hearing about him. Doesn't throw a ton of strikes, all that stuff, but he's gotten better as each start has gone along, and so I think that's been a really encouraging sign. And it almost feels like he might have jumped. I think he has jumped J.P. France in just kind of the rotation standings, and then he's right there right now with Hunter Brown. So really positive first, 3-4 starts for Spencer Arrighetti, and he definitely has something. There is something there. That's not an easy lineup to face. They're not the most that's not a lineup that's filled with a bunch of big names, but he's basically he's a right-handed starting pitcher who's facing essentially all left-handed hitters, and he held up just fine against them. Really, he probably shouldn't have given up anything, but there was the misplay in the outfield between Myers and Tucker in that 2-run third inning. But other than that, I just thought he was terrific.
I screwed it up.
He's gotten a lot better just when it comes to putting hitters away. He's throwing more, so he's been a lot more efficient than I thought he was going to be. So the returns on him are really good.
Yeah, I'm glad Spo mentioned that because we probably should have hit on it earlier. This was actually the man of the hour after that start from last night.
I feel like even when things started to spin a little bit, I stayed in control, and that's something that maybe I haven't seen in some of my previous starts up here, is just having that presence to make the adjustment pitch to pitch instead of taking another pitch to do it, and I think that that's the reason why I was able to have some success. Right?
He is essentially right now, based off of his last few starts, got to be in circle of trust of some sort. Like, how do you see this rotation shaking out once I say this? Who knows if it's ever going to actually get right, if everybody's going to be healthy at the same. The likelihood of everybody being healthy at the same time is probably low anyway, but let's just entertain it for the sake of it. How do you feel like this thing is going to shake out?
I don't know. They're going to go to a 6-man rotation probably next week once Christian Javier comes back. Javier is going to make a rehab start for one of the minor league affiliates over the weekend. And then we'll have to wait and see. Jose Urquidy is getting close. My guess is he'll start a rehab assignment next week with, I don't know, probably Sugar Land. I believe they'll be in town next week. So that'll probably be 3 starts. So you're still looking at 2.5, 3 weeks before they get all their starting pitchers healthy, or at least the guys who are going to be able to pitch before the All-Star break healthy. And then you have McCullers and Garcia further down the road. But it's a good problem to have because it wasn't that long ago that they were having to call up guys who probably shouldn't be starting games in an emergency start against the Rangers. So I'd rather be where they are now than where they were 4 weeks ago.
What's up with Christian Javier's neck, man? Are we just going to have to deal with the mysterious he slept wrong and had to go on the injured list? Like, is that...
You said it perfectly yesterday, B. It completely reminds me of the whole Correa situation whenever the masseuse broke his rib.
I ain't saying
I'm just saying there's... Like, we didn't get all that at first.
I ain't saying they lying.
Well, you don't even know what I'm saying, Spo. I'm saying, like, it just feels like something's missing.
That's my point. It's like, I ain't saying they lying. I'm just saying it's weird.
It's not the first time that they have had a pitcher go on the IL for this reason. Happened with McCullers a few years ago. It's happened with other guys. It happened with Yuli Gurriel had to go on the IL for a similar reason. Like, sometimes you sleep bad. And it's not great if you don't have full function of your neck as a professional athlete.
They need to. We need some sleep practice, some sleep practitioners on staff, man. Get these boys right. Hey, look, we got a little bit of somewhat breaking news here with the Astros. I kind of wish Ron was around to check this out.
Very interesting.
Yo, the moment that one Ron Hughley has been waiting for damn it, I don't know how long. It's been Ron Hughley, the one that I've seen, calling for two-hole tuck. I feel like the term was coined right here on this very show, two-hole tuck. And would you believe, all right, we got the lineups out for tonight's game. The Astros are hosting the Seattle Mariners. We know Ronel Blanco is on the mound for the Astros. George Kirby is on the mound for the Mariners. Here is the lineup for your Houston Astros. Jose Altuve, no surprise there, leading off. Two-hole tuck. Kyle Tucker in the two-hole. So they move around, him and Yordan Alvarez, who is batting third. Batting fourth is Alex Bregman. Batting fifth is your shortstop, Jeremy Pena. Catching is Yanier Diaz. First baseman, John Singleton after that. Then Joey Loperfido and Mauricio Dubon to round out the lineup. Spo, I got to get your immediate reaction to this decision. It kind of feels like an easy one given some of Yordan's struggles, but are you surprised by this?
It's about Bregman more than anything.
It's more about that's what I'm saying.
Bregman's the one who really gets
I misspoke. Yeah. Bregman's struggles. Because we literally just had this conversation yesterday, Clinton and I, about Bregman in the 2 spot, and, hey, man, it's time to get him out of there. I just misspoke there. Bregman in the 2 spot, his struggles. What do you think about moving Kyle Tucker into that spot and not Yordan?
It's fine. I'm not. I think you know me. I don't make a huge deal about like lineup construction. I think you just want guys who are going to produce. I do like Tucker in that spot because I do like having someone with speed. In that spot.
And they don't have a lot of guys like that.
And Tucker, has been very good. It's kind of gone under the radar a little bit, but he's going to work at bats too. And I think that's what you like about Bregman in that spot is that Bregman is almost always going to give you a professional at bat. He's been chasing a lot more this season than he has in the past. Tucker has not been chasing at all. So you have the very aggressive Altuve hitting leadoff, and then you have Tucker who might work the count a little bit, and he's obviously been very good to start the year.
Yeah, and for all the reasons that you just laid out, I don't have a problem with this at all. But I am curious, just like, why not Pena? Does he not make sense there? Like,
he's going good where he's at.
Yeah, that's true.
I think part of that is you don't want to maybe mess with a good thing with him at this point. Like, he's been hitting in the middle of the order, and he's been really productive. The question, though, becomes at some point, do you have to move Bregman further down? And the problem that they run into is I don't necessarily know who you put in that spot if you are going to move Bregman further down from fourth, because I don't know if they necessarily want Pena in that 4 spot. I don't know if they would necessarily want Yainer Diaz in that 4 spot. And then after that, you really don't have any other options. So I see a lot of people asking, well, why don't they move Bregman down to 6, 7, 8, something like that? And I think part of it is just that you have guys, everybody else in the lineup hasn't really hit in that spot before, or hit in that top 4, and I don't know if you really want to move them up into that spot and maybe put a little undue pressure on them.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, so in the Eastern Conference, NBA playoffs here, 2 teams advance. Pacers beat the Bucks in 6. Knicks beat the 76ers in 6. Interesting to me that, this is kind of the story there. The common theme is injured Giannis, so Bucks without Giannis, and Embiid kind of just playing on with injury, playing through injury. And so they obviously, neither one of those teams were whole. If you were to ask me, it's just weird seeing a Giannis Lillard team and an Embiid Maxey team lose to Halliburton's Pacers and Jalen Brunson's Knicks, respectively. If you had asked me at the beginning of the year, I'm like, nah. But, of course, you tell me Giannis isn't playing, then I guess that's how that would go. But
I had them both.
You had them both? Of course, because Spo knows, right? But piece of news here, and this is probably expected, but it is worth noting. The Lakers have fired Darvin Ham after 2 seasons as their head coach. Kind of could see this coming. That's a team. I like Darvin Ham, but that's a team that looked like it didn't know what it was doing. And it sounds like they like Darvin Ham too, but eventually lost faith in him as well. The players themselves.
It wasn't a surprise. That was being leaked before that series even finished.
Yeah.
So I think that everyone kind of figured that he was out. I don't know. You're kind of pinning the blame on him when it really wasn't all. I don't think he was perfect by any stretch, but he's not the one who traded for Russell Westbrook. He's not the one who made some of the other decisions that they made. So I feel kind of bad for him. He waited a long time to get an opportunity, but he didn't do enough with that roster. It's really as simple as that, because while it wasn't a great roster, you had LeBron and Anthony Davis healthy the entire season, and you finished 8th in the West. That's not good enough when you have those guys playing healthy, and some of the lineup stuff that he did wasn't great. He had Austin Reeves coming off the bench for part of the year. He couldn't get the starting lineup correct, and so I don't know. I understood it, and that's a very tough job.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. It is a tough job. I feel a little silly for asking this, but I'm asking anyway, because it is the Lakers. So that's why I feel silly for me to say this, but I'm going to do this. Is that a desirable job right now in this moment? Is that a job that you want? I don't know.
Not if you're if you're somebody in a Darvin Ham position where you've been waiting to be a head coach. I don't think that's a job that I would want, because you basically, if you don't win a championship, then you're going to get fired, and it's going to probably ruin your hopes of ever getting another job.
Or if you do win a championship and it goes bad the next year, you might get fired. All of that's in play.
But then that guy, they fired Frank Vogel pretty quick, but he still got another job after that. Yeah. So if I'm a veteran coach, I'd want it. Or if I'm someone who's close with LeBron. And LeBron's a free agent, but the assumption is that he's going to go back there. And so if you at least, Ty Lue's been mentioned already for that job. And obviously Ty Lue has a relationship with LeBron going back to Cleveland. J.J. Redick has been mentioned for that job.
I was literally about to ask, is the podcasting and
the podcast partner
and social media space kind of laying the groundwork for a J.J. Redick opening there?
I think the expectation is that he's going to get a job eventually. I don't know if it's going to happen right now, but I asked somebody who kind of knew what was going on with Charlotte, because he interviewed for the Hornets job, and I said, well, is this just more like a headline grab than an actual interview? He said, no, he's actually, he's being seriously considered for that job, because there are a lot of Duke people that are in that Hornets front office. So there's going to be some desire for Redick. I don't know if it'll be this year, but at some point he'll be a head coach.
What do you think about Jalen Brunson carrying the Knicks the way he has? I am pleasantly surprised by this. And obviously he was great last year for him. But I just didn't – I knew he was good. I did not know he was great. He is great.
I think it was Becky Hammon was on whatever the NBA show is, and it's he's not a 1. And I kind of agreed with that. I really did. I mean, he's, 6'2". You don't see a lot of number ones.
That's what they list him at. He does not even look that to me.
Yeah, he's not like an elite shooter or anything like that. So I kind of agreed with that, but he's proven a lot of people wrong, and that series was so much fun.
Yeah,
the last 3 games of that series were such a blast. It was just tense. The crowd was great. Every possession mattered in those games. It was just a lot of fun to watch. It was a great ending. The Sixers are really good.
Yeah.
And I think the Knicks will just run through Indiana in this next series just because of how much better the Sixers were. Like, this is going to be such an easier series for them just with the physicality that they play with. Indiana won't be ready for that. Indiana doesn't defend at all. And I think you can say the same thing about the other series that starts tomorrow, the Denver-Minnesota series, where a lot of people are really high on Minnesota right now, and I get it. They're really good. But the team that they just played is nowhere near the team that they're about to face.
Oh, Denver? Yeah.
Yes.
No,
and also,
not.
Denver struggled with the Lakers in that first-round series, but the Lakers are far and away a better team than Phoenix. So if Minnesota had played the Lakers, Minnesota would have struggled with the Lakers as well. So it's I think you're going to see some chalk here coming up.
You think we're going to see some shock here coming up?
No, chalk. As in the two seeds are going to win. The favorites are going to win those two series. I think right now, I think that Denver will have a little bit of trouble with Minnesota, but I don't think that series goes more than 6. And if it went 5, it wouldn't shock me. And I think the Knicks could get past the Pacers in 5 games.
So until we saw what we saw from the Knicks, I kind of went into this assuming that this was on the east side, that it was just Boston's.
Oh, it is still.
You do still feel that way. Yeah. So I'm not crazy for thinking that this is just a race to lose to Boston?
Yeah, in all likelihood. Boston's just too good.
I've thought that all along.
And especially with all the two best teams that could have really given them a run in the East were Philly and Milwaukee, and both those teams were hurt.
Yeah, they lost their stars.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Somebody we know fairly well. Patrick Beverley. What the hell's going on with Pat Bev, man? I love Pat Bev's story. You've told it multiple times online, on the air. It is an incredible story, the Patrick Beverley ascension, his success story, okay? Hard scrabble. You want to talk about getting out of the mud, as the kids like to say? Patrick Beverley got it out the mud, and he's 35 years old now. His career is winding down. He needs to be starting to think about the transition I think he already has. What's wrong with my man? Like, why would you be sabotaging your post-playing career at the age of 35 by doing silly stuff like throwing basketballs at fans and then doing this with a reporter, with a journalist?
Here. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I finish. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. Okay, no disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
Dude, and he did it again. So, like, he since apologized. The producer who is in question from ESPN came out on X/Twitter and said that he apologized. Since then, also, though, because he was doing some work with ESPN, Tyler, did you say they banned him from the studios?
Pat Bev has been banned from the ESPN studios, including where he makes appearances with, I believe, First Take and another show. Yep. He can't go in there no more.
He's on Get Up sometimes.
Yes, Get Up, yep.
What the hell? Why is Pat Bev sabotaging his post-playing career at this big old age?
I don't know. It was
strange, right?
It was the whole thing was just really immature, and I don't know exactly what he was thinking, because he probably saw someone who he didn't know, and she was not, she's just kind of holding the microphone, because Jamal, who she's talking about, is Jamal Collier, who's one of the ESPN reporters. She's the producer, basically just holding the microphone, and he probably thought that was somebody who wasn't all that important. And he thought that he could kind of have a moment with somebody who he didn't think was important. And it turned out, she's kind of important. And it's kind of, treat everybody the way that you would treat somebody, treat everybody properly, because you never know who this person is that you aren't treating well. And it turns out that this producer for ESPN, who's highly, highly respected in that building, that's who he went off on, and that's who basically is, like you said, that's the reason why he's banned from that company, at least right now.
A place where he has a very good chance to go work and make some money, make some pretty good post-playing money. I did not understand. I didn't know what the hell's going on with Pat Bev. It shocked me.
And Pat, I don't subscribe to the pod either, and I'm not going to subscribe to it. It was just so, it was just corny and dumb and somebody like Pat Beverly should be, I would hope at 35 years old, be above this stupid stuff. He's not, and he's going to wind up getting suspended for throwing the ball in the face of a fan. He did it twice. Like, it's one thing to do it once, and then you do it a second time. Like, he's going to wind up getting suspended. Like, he did himself he really hurt himself yesterday.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, what is the payoff there, Pat Bev? Dude, do you get it together? You might have really hurt his image there, like you said. All right, there is a Texans coach that I don't think we're talking about nearly enough. Nick Caserio talked about him on a different program not too long ago. We're going to bring that to you here on The Drive. That's coming up next.
On with Payne and Pendergast. Texans GM Nick Caserio gave a positive update on Tank Town. app. Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is The Drive, but there is no Stoerner, no Hughley today. Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane filling in. We do have T-Mill behind the glass.
Where they at?
Holding things down for you. Man, that's a good question. Where are they at?
Where are they?
Why my boys ain't work? Why they not at work? They supposed to be at work.
I want that Stoerner vacation plan, man.
I need to get on it, man. Whatever I agreed to or negotiated when I got myself to become an Odyssey employee, I wasn't doing it right, man.
Right.
I should have been like, hey, you know what? I want the full salary, but I want to work half the time.
4 days a week.
Just a little bit here and there.
I will say, I walked in. Tyler was looking happy.
So some relief. Some relief.
I was just pumped to be doing a show with you fine gentlemen.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what it was.
Getting a little addition by subtraction there.
I think it was more the absences.
Yeah, he knew that between myself and Spo, there wouldn't be nobody breathing down his neck. I did come in there telling him what audio I wanted, but I'm like the chillest person that you can find.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it wasn't going to be none of that. It was extremely laid back, extremely relaxed here on a Friday. Fair enough. So, if they
had comes around and there we go.
Hey, look, if they had been here, I do want to get to this. If they had been here, and if everything had been normal today, this is what would have happened. Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley would be in, but they wouldn't be in studio. They would have been out at the Insperity Invitational. And in case you hadn't heard, today's opening round of the Insperity Invitational was canceled due to weather. For anyone who wanted to go and see this free PGA Tour Champions event in the Woodlands, make sure you head over to InsperityInvitational.com for the weather updates. And that's where you can get all the information as we head into the weekend. So weather's affecting the Insperity Invitational. I don't know if the weather is exactly what's affecting Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley, the reason why they don't want to show up to work. But we do know that it's impacting the golf tournament. Ron has an excuse. His birthday is like literally in 2 days. So this is like
But it's not today.
It's not today. Nope. And it's not today. My man
but he's still not here.
He did do the
birthday week.
I'm going to do the birthday. The birthday week adults are interesting to me.
They are.
There's
very some that are birthday month people.
Oh, yeah.
Which is even weirder.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I'm going to be honest here, man. And Ron's turning 40, so that is a milestone. I get that. It's a special birthday. But I have a tough time with adults who expect you to take their birthday seriously.
When's Ron's birthday?
Cinco de
Mayo. Today's the 3rd.
Is he in on Monday?
I believe so.
But not today.
Or yesterday. Or Wednesday.
Is he in on Monday?
I think so. I could be wrong. You never know with these two.
How many days you need off? Jeez.
Didn't you just hear the man say that people do birthday weeks and months? And that's my point. I'm saying I have a tough time taking adults seriously who want you to take their birthday seriously.
Remember,
you are not a child.
I was in here last Monday.
Yes.
Last Monday or the Monday before?
Yes.
Did the show. I went straight to Minute Maid.
Grinding.
Doing double.
I mean, well, that's what we do. That's what I mean. I got a different situation going on now, but that's how we get down.
3 days for the birthday. Oh boy.
3 days. Hey, look, let's be honest here.
Hey, your birthday's coming up, B. You got vacation planned?
They don't know nothing about that grind. Yeah, but mine is gonna be. I'm gonna miss like a day of work. I think I'm gonna miss 1 day.
You deserve that.
Hey, look, if anybody should be taking off a week, I'm the one. Let me just say, or Spo, but Spo will take off for 2 weeks and be in Europe doing his thing. I haven't even gotten to that part of life yet. So, yeah, man. Shout out to Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner.
Happy birthday, Ron.
Yeah, happy birthday, Ron.
Enjoy your week.
Shout out to Clint for making the most of that vacation policy, that very friendly vacation policy and PTO policy that we have here at Odyssey. Maybe the shout out really goes to Odyssey for holding it down.
Wait, Tyler just texted us. Don't hurry back.
Take your time.
Dropped in the chat. dropped in the chat. Hey, man, y'all, you sure you seen? Hey, Ron, did you go to all of the boroughs? Did you get to not Long Island? Staten Island? Did you get to Staten Island?
I think you can skip over Staten Island.
Did you get to Staten Island? No, if you're Tyler, you try to keep them away. Hey, did you get to Staten Island? Go see what's down there.
I'm drunk, I guess.
See if they got any Wu-Tang exhibits or something. I don't know. What would Staten Island have other than do they have anything other than Wu-Tang?
Fresh.
I ain't got it. That would be the only reason I'd go. Is like, hey, where is the Wu from? And then I want to get the straight up out of there immediately. Get me back to Brooklyn or Manhattan. Stat pronto. Anyway, so the Texans have a coach who I feel like is not getting nearly enough attention, and I'm only saying this because personally, I'm really excited to watch this offense operate this year. I know a lot of the free agency focus was on the defensive side of the ball. The first players, 2 of the first 3 players that they drafted were defensive players. The very first player that they drafted this year was a defensive player. There has been very much a defense focus from the Texans this offseason. And then when we even get to the offense itself, we think about C.J. Stroud. We think about them trading for Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon. And, of course, Cade Stover sounds like Nick Caserio's favorite draft pick. We'll get to favorite draft picks a little bit later on in the show. But I feel like the guy that people don't really talk about enough because, I mean, it is further down the ladder, but we spend so much time on this program talking about this team, I feel like maybe he should get talked about enough. It's one offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick. Okay?
You ever watch Bobby?
Now, keep in mind, Bobby Slowick came into this job last year relatively unknown or not necessarily like super highly regarded or heralded. He was a first-time offensive coordinator, first-time play caller. He himself was supposed to be a question mark for the Texans. Rookie head coach, rookie quarterback, rookie offensive play caller. And lo and behold, they go out there and it works out for everybody, right? DeMeco Ryans is in the running for coach of the year. Obviously, C.J. Stroud, we know, offensive rookie of the year. I think Bobby Slowick was in the mix for assistant coach of the year as well. And he obviously did some job interviews for head coach. Got himself a raise from the McNairs with the Texans to stay here. And then you look up quietly, or maybe not so quietly, the Texans went out there and got some more weapons. Traded for Joe Mixon, traded for Stephon Diggs. I am excited about watching this offense play. I was also excited listening to Pat McAfee stroke a little bit of Bobby Slowick and Nick Caserio's ego when Nick Caserio joined him on the Pat McAfee show earlier in the week.
Don't you think in protest of nobody hiring Slowick as a head coach, you should maybe not let him coach this year just because the NFL is screwing this guy? He should be a head coach somewhere. He's not supposed to be back with C.J. Stroud. He's supposed to be gone. You guys need to take a stand. Don't let that man on the sideline for the good of football.
We'll lock him in his office, I guess, and not let him call plays. But
perfect.
No,
all right. Perfect.
Deal. Write it down.
Deal. I like just 2 games a year. 2 games a year. Yep. I think you should take a protest. Make it the Indianapolis Colts. You obviously assumed he was gone. I assume everybody did down there.
Well, you never know. I mean, Bobby is a bright coach. He's very well respected. He rooted for multiple teams, and deservedly so. I mean, Bobby's going to be a head coach here at some point. So we're just grateful that we have him for another year, for however long it is. And it's great to work with Slow and the rest of the offensive staff and the coaching staff on a day-to-day basis.
Bobby's going to be a head coach here at some point. Good to have him here for another year. Here's
Bobby.
Man, here's my question that I want to pose to the people and to you, Spo. It feels like, maybe this kind of just went without saying, but it feels like if everything goes correctly, if everything goes the way Texans fans and maybe even the Texans themselves anticipate that it's going to go, this should 100% be Bobby Slowick's last season as the Texans offensive coordinator.
I mean, maybe. I think you would have said the same thing about Ben Johnson, and he's still in Detroit. So, yeah. I mean, some of it is just circumstance and what teams are looking for. I didn't think that, like, Bobby Slowick would have been like a home run hire last year. I mean, when you consider that it was the first year that he had the job.
Yeah,
that's not a whole lot of experience. And the guys that got was there a coach who got a head coach job over him that you're like, oh no, that should have definitely been Slowick. Maybe Dave Canales. Maybe that might have been the only one.
Yeah, they would have been similarly situated.
Yeah, so I don't like. sit here and say that, Bobby Slowick, it's a travesty that Bobby Slowick didn't get a job.
There's a lot of shucking and jiving there with Pat McAfee.
But he also wasn't perfect last year. And I think that's important to note. Like, he's got some room for growth.
Yes.
And, they ran the ball way too much. They were not good at running the ball, yet they continued to try to establish it. You saw what they did in that last Colts game of the season. That was not a great Bobby Slowick game because they kept trying to run the ball. They kept trying and trying and trying, where they had Nico Collins basically anytime they wanted him.
Yeah.
And yet they did not. That game was a whole lot closer than it should have been when you consider that they had no answers, the Colts did, for Nico Collins. He could have had 20 catches in that game. Gus Bradley was not going to adjust anything with how they were going to cover him, yet they still kept on trying to run the ball and establish the run. Like, that's the one thing that Bobby Slowick needs to get away from this year, especially if they can't do it. Like, you can still run the ball, but you should not be, when you have CJ Stroud, you should not be 50-50 run pass on early downs. You need to be 60-40 at worst.
And see, last year I felt like Bobby had enough of an excuse as the first year guy. But now he's got all of this hype. Bobby Slowick's got to cook. Bobby's got to cook. All right, that there's no doubt about it. Bobby Slowick 100% going into year 2 with all the hype that's surrounding him now, which I think is tied to C.J. Stroud's success, and obviously, Bobby Slowick had something to do with that. But there are no excuses now. You have the year under your belt, the success from that year under your belt, the head coaching interviews that you've done, the weapons that you've now added to the team. You do hope that the offensive line is healthier and more productive. To me, Bobby Slowick 100% has to go out there and cook. I thought that was interesting that Nick Caserio basically kind of indicated, hey, man, we don't expect this guy to be a long-timer around here, but certainly some expectations that exist with Bobby Slowick in particular and that offensive unit that I don't feel like existed this time a year ago. All right, he's Adam Spillane. I'm Brandon Scott. T-Mill is in the building. It has been a week since the NFL draft. And we're also a week away from rookie minicamp. I want to ask the people, I'm going to ask Spo, who's your favorite rookie? I know you ain't seen him play yet. You haven't seen him play in the NFL. But indulge here. Who's your favorite rookie? That's coming up.
Renter's Warehouse should be the option, right? Renter's Warehouse can manage your property. You can sit back and collect the money. Tenants, they find
great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley here on The Drive. We got T-Mill riding with us. Look, I'm going to give all of the Texans rookies a chance. You know, they're young. You know, there's no reason to, like, just crap on a pick, I don't think. I don't think there is much of a reason to, like, just be all the way down on a pick. You might have your questions. You might have your concerns. You might even not believe. But one thing that everybody's got is a favorite. Everybody's got their favorite. They got that pick. They're like, you know what? I think that there's something there. Ooh, there's some untapped potential. I think that could really be a guy. It could really be a kind of an unsung hero for the team, either immediately or further down the line, whichever the case may be. My favorite is Kalen Bullock. I can just tell you this now. I was at NRG Stadium with you, Adam. I think we were both there for day 2 when they picked in the first couple of rounds here, or their first couple of rounds 2 and 3. And for me, the one that got the greatest reaction of like, oh, intrigue was Kalen Bullock. It was the speed. It was some of the raw ability. It's the fact that he is somebody that needs some molding, some coaching, like not anywhere close to a finished product. Listening to Nick Caserio talk about him after the fact and say, you know, like he doesn't, I don't feel like he just gives out compliments. He's like, man, this guy's best football is probably in front of him. And you like to hope it is. The guy's being drafted into the NFL. You hope he plays best football going forward. But that's the rookie favorite for me, the drafted rookie that I'm going to be watching out for. I also think there's a particular need at safety. I think that he could be the succession plan to Jimmy Ward or a hedge for Jalen Petrie, depending on how he responds after a rough sophomore year. So that's mine. I want you to hear Nick Caserio talk about Kalen Bullock when he was on with Payne and Pendergast earlier in the week.
Kalen's a great kid. He's young. He's 20. I think he's 20 years old or just recently turned 21. But he's a young kid. But I would say he's pretty mature for his age. Really unique kid. Really great kid. And it was a player that we felt had some intriguing qualities and traits physically. Different but similar to Stover, that there's certainly a developmental aspect with him. He certainly needs to get stronger. He'll be the first to admit that. But athletic, moves well for his size. I mean, 6'2", 195, real smooth, plays the ball really well. So as a player that we feel if we were able to get in the program that had a shot to develop and hopefully become a pretty good player.
Yeah, and this is, to me, something that they're lacking. Probably underrated about the Texans, especially with all of the hype and all of the excitement with their success, was the fact that they did have a tendency to get beat deep. They also had a health issue. They had health and performance issues at the safety position. So I know we talked about him needing to get stronger, and he's not regarded as like the best tackler in the world. Those are aspects of his game that he's certainly going to have to improve, and I don't want to like sidestep him or pretend like they don't matter. But the reason why I'm excited about him is because I'd like to think that this coaching staff, DeMeco Ryans in particular, that they're going to lean into what the guy does well, and that is play center field. That is try to not get beat deep with corner speed, with hopefully safety instincts. So that's the one for me. I don't know what you think about it, but I want to hear from the people. 271-357-24610. Do you have a favorite player in this draft class, or is it one of those where no first-round pick, none of the picks were really overwhelmed you much? Where you sit on this one?
Well, I think that you bring up a good point about the safety play and limiting big plays, just because that cost them multiple games.
It did.
Remember the Jacksonville game here? How many big plays did the Jags have in the passing game?
Yeah, too many.
The Amari Cooper game. How many of those how many yards did Amari Cooper have that game?
To start the game.
Yes.
Like from start to finish, he dominated them, and a lot of it had to do with poor safety play.
So that was a big hindrance for them defensively. was that they gave up way too many big plays, and that's how you lose games in the NFL right now. Like you want to make teams try and string together long drive after long drive after long drive because it's really hard to do. But if you just are giving up big chunk plays like that, it makes it a whole lot easier to score against you, and you don't have to worry about trying to string together drives. So, yeah, I think that's a really important improvement that they have to make this season, whether that's from the guys that are already on the roster or one of the guys that they brought in. For me, Blake Fisher, the tackle, I think is interesting just because if you go by history, he's going to play at some point. And I think that people will tell you that, he shared the offensive line with Joe Alt, the 5th overall pick at Notre Dame, and he might be the more talented of the two. And had he returned to Notre Dame for his final season, he probably would have been a first-round pick next year. So, that's a guy who's really talented who is playing a position where you need multiple guys. Nick Caserio said this, on Friday, that you need 3 or 4 tackles, and they're probably all going to play. And you have Titus Howard in there at right tackle right now. Titus Howard didn't play a single snap at tackle last year. Laramie Tunsil has missed, he missed multiple games last year. He missed a big chunk of time in 2021, so you never know what's going to happen there. So I said Blake Fisher because while it feels like you're good at tackle, he's probably going to have to play and contribute at some point this year.
Yeah, so...
and also, really quick, down the road, as the contracts for Titus Howard and Tunsil become maybe an issue, that's somebody that you can slide in at one of those spots and be a starting player for you moving forward.
Yeah, so I like the angle that you took because I'm going to actually combine these two, man. They're both at positions that on the surface level, maybe superficially, you might say, oh, they're good. They're good at tackle. They're good at safety. I know I was guilty of it. I'm just going to speak for myself here and own this. I had a little bit of that. Like, I don't know if you really need a tackle. The only time I wanted a safety is when all these all-pros start to get released at the start of free agency. I'm like, oh, go get one of those guys. But otherwise, I'm like, I don't know if there's a desperate need at these particular positions, but peel a layer back or give it just a little bit more thought. Yeah, man, Jimmy Ward is closer to our age than he is the rookies, okay? Jalen Petrie, obviously, we mentioned, had a down year. So that's the safety side. The offensive line, as much as I've gone back and forth on this, as much as I still truly believe that Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard should be your tackles for the next 2 seasons, the reality is I don't know what's up under the hood, and the Texans do. It is the concern for me is not Blake Fisher as a draft pick or how good is he the right pick, none of that. It's what does it say about what they think about their tackle group and maybe the contracts that they just gave out. We've seen them move off of extensions. They extended Malik Collins. Next thing you know, Malik Collins is being traded for a ham sandwich. This is more money, I understand, but it could be an aspect of they know a little bit more than we do about those injuries. We watched Laramie Tunsil limp around the locker room all year, and he played through it, credit to him, but it is not a given as much as I've wanted it to be that they are good at the tackle positions.
You should never feel like you're good at any position in the NFL because you are one bad practice away, one bad game away from now all of a sudden you have no depth. And that happens a lot where all of a sudden down to bare bones at a single position. That's why I'm always a big believer in just draft to your board. Yeah. Because while you may feel like you have depth at this spot, you get 2 guys hurt, and now all of a sudden you're having to, look for free agents to try and start games for you. And just look at the Astros. Dana Brown's like, oh, yeah, no, we're good at starting pitching. And then all of a sudden you got to call up Blair Henley to make a start for you against the Rangers the first, second week of the year. So never – and even last year, like I think they probably felt like, oh, we got a great kicker. Fairbairn's great. And then all of a sudden he gets hurt and you got Matt Amendola out there. Yeah. Or Cameron Johnston, great punter. And now all of a sudden he gets hurt. Ty Zentner's got a punt for you. So you should never feel – I think the only position they should feel good at is probably like long snapper because – Weeks is solid, and Weeks is probably never going to go anywhere. Yeah. Even quarterback,
he's Iron Man.
Even the quarterback position, like C.J. Stroud is great, but he missed 2 games last year, and then all of a sudden you're having to go with Case Keenum or Davis Mills. So you should don't ever feel like you are too good at any single position because it can change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and I did love the element of the draft where it seemed like with their first pick, so they had 2 second-round picks, right? With the first second-round pick, it felt like they drafted for need.
Mm-hmm.
With the second-round pick, it felt like they went with what they thought was the best player available and probably an underrated need, speaking to your point of, hey, you can never have too many good football players at any position. So I think that there is something to that. He is Adam Spillane. I am Brandon Scott. T-Mill is in the building. Adam just mentioned the Astros there kind of as a throw-in. We're going to get to that on Dirty's Daily. The Astros got a really big series coming up this weekend against the Mariners as they host them at Minute Maid Park. We will discuss it coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Here's the deal. If you've lived around these
462-3333. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Dirty's Daily here on Sports Radio 610. Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane filling in on the drive for Dirty and Ron Hughley. T-Mill is here, though, so got at least 1/3 of your normal drive situation.
Yeah, I decided to come to work today, no big deal.
And I know Dirty's Daily used to be Clint Stoerner's football at 4. I know that the theme of this segment this hour is normally, tends to lean football. But we got a baseball team that's got a lot going on right now. Like do you feel like it's safe to say, Tyler, that we are kind of fighting for our lives?
100%.
Fighting for our lives. Like it's not, it's still early. All of those kind of cliches and everything.
Yeah, we're fighting for our lives more so at this point in the season than we have in like a decade.
Like,
yeah.
How long are you able to be 10 games below 500 before you're allowed to get worried? You know what I mean?
As soon as you fall 10 games below 500, you should probably be worried.
Thank you.
There are not a lot of teams that are 10 games under 500 that ever amount to a whole lot. Pretty rare.
Thank you. Which leads me to my point here. I want to celebrate. I want to be happy. I want to live in the moment. I want to be like, yeah, rah, rah, rah. I'd love to do it. One of my favorite things to do. I know we go to Minute Maid Park and we work, but sometimes I do like to sit out in center field and just kind of be with the people, not really engage with some of what they do, but like people watch, maybe laugh at them a little bit, have a beer. I like to do, I want to celebrate. I want to have this celebratory feeling about what the Astros got going on. But man, they ain't did nothing. They just haven't, man. Like credit to them for winning 4 of the last 5. Credit to them for winning 2 or 3 against a viable baseball team in the Cleveland Guardians. But I'm just not ready to get there. Now, you make something happen this weekend against the Seattle Mariners, against the actual leaders of the AL West right now, not to overstate what the Seattle Mariners are, but the point is you need to string together, you need to show more of a pattern. What are your patterns and tendencies right now? What's your identity right now? It is bad baseball. It is losing baseball overall. You want to see more of what you've seen for the most part in the Cleveland series, the Victor Caratini moment notwithstanding, and some of the smaller moments notwithstanding. Like, you want to see a better version of baseball, and I'm not sure that I've seen enough of it to be convinced that this is who the Astros are. I am still on the skeptical side of the Astros being the team that we have come to be used to.
Well, you don't accidentally fall into 11-20.
No,
11-20 is 11-20, and it's not like they're 11-20 with a positive run differential. They, at least before that Rocky series, they were bottom 5 run differentials.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's been some unluckiness to it.
Yeah.
When you go 1-8 in 1-run games, yeah, there's some unluckiness that comes with that. But at the same time, and Alex Bregman said this a couple weeks ago when they were 4-16 or whatever, or 6-14 after the Braves series. He got asked, like, are you is the way you've played indicative of the record? He's like, yeah, we have been as bad as the record would say that we have been, and that was the case after even that Cubs series. Now, obviously, it's been better over these last 5 games, and it helps whenever you play the Rockies, but you can't count on playing the Rockies. Rockies are only on the schedule 2 more times the rest of the year, so you're going to have to start beating some good teams. They did that this week by taking 2 of 3 from Cleveland. They got another tough series coming up here against Seattle. Mariners are good. Mariners have given them problems the last couple of years. They've won the season series with the Astros last year. Does not get any easier after that because you got to go play the Yankees. And the Yankees are playing really good right now, too. And the Yankees just swept you 4 games to start the year. And by the way, I don't know if you knew this, the Yankees and Astros don't really like each other. So it does not get any easier for it. It's you can't just like rest on, we won 4 or 5. No, you have to continue to carry things over into this series, into the next series, into the series after that, into the series after that, because it's not going to be enough to just like continue to go 12-8. Like you can't count on that. Like you really have to start, scraping together a good couple of months to climb out of this hole.
They need streaks, like win streaks. 3 games, 4 games here. No, they need to rattle off one of those more impressive. You look up. The Astros have won 8 straight, or 9 or 10, or something like that. They need a couple of those.
And even 9 and 10, you're still under 500.
Yeah,
or you're like right at 500, I guess.
Yeah, no, they need to pick it up and probably pick it up a lot quicker than we like to say, given how long the baseball season. What about the Alex Bregman problem? I want to get to some of these negatives first as we dive through what's going on with the Astros, and then we'll hit some positive stuff because they do have some positive things going on. But I want to hit a couple of these negatives. Alex Bregman got his first home run. Which game? Was that the first Guardians game?
Tuesday.
So he got his first home run of the season Tuesday. I mean,
shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
Shout out to Alex Bregman. I am somewhat protective of the guys who are proven here and who have won here, but I'm making no bones about it with the Alex Bregman thing. You expect a whole hell of a lot more from a guy that once competed for an MVP, would have won it if Mike Trout didn't exist. And even last year, I think, Spo, you did a good job of, like, whenever we would hear people talk about Alex Bregman or criticize, we're like, wait a minute, this is still one of the better third basemen in baseball. Like, what is you feel like there's an answer to the Alex Bregman problem, or does it have to resolve itself? I don't really know what to do with him at this point.
I mean, I hate to say this because it's going to drive people crazy, but at some point he's going to hit.
You think so?
That is my assumption because he has done it his entire career. He has always started things slow, but then he always figures it out. And listen, it's been bad. Like, I can't sit here and say that it hasn't been bad because it has been bad. They've tried to move him around. They've tried to do little things. I think the big thing that stands out with Bregman right now is that one of the things that made him the player that he is his ability to lay off pitches, and he's chasing pitches right now. And part of that, I think, has to do with him just pressing at this point, which is what happens when you aren't going well. But I think that eventually he will start to produce the way that he has produced the last 3-4 years.
So Matt Kawahara, am I saying that right? Kawahara. My bad, Matt. Shout out to you, Matt Kawahara.
It's a tough last name, bro.
But Matt K from the Houston Chronicle covers the Houston Astros for the Chronicle, mentions that Christian Javier is going to pitch for AA Corpus Christi win tomorrow. All right, so that's a good sign.
Scheduled for 4 innings and 60 to 65 pitches.
I had a little bit of fun at his expense about the crook in his neck because, it's like, we kind of need you out there, man. Sleep right. But Christian Javier does look like he's on the right track. That's a good sign. What would having him back, and especially the way he was pitching, what would having him back do for the Astros' mission of getting this thing corrected?
Well, he was off to a really good start, so you get a quality starting pitcher back in there, and it gives you a few more options, down the road, because obviously they were throwing out, they were in some trouble when it came to the starting pitching early in the year when they had some guys hurt. They're bringing up Blair Henley from Round Rock to make an emergency start. Like,
poor Blair.
You don't want to be put in that position. And also, they're going to go to a 6-man rotation. It sounds like pretty soon, at least when Javier does come back. But it also means that some guys who are in the rotation who maybe have not been very good this season are going to have to start pitching well. Otherwise, they're going to lose their spot in the rotation. You've already seen J.P. France get sent down. Hunter Brown could be, next in line if he doesn't start to pitch better than he has so far this season. So, you can never have too many starting pitchers, and just getting him back will certainly help, especially if he pitches the way that he did before he got hurt.
Are you surprised about Hunter Brown? Because I feel like there was an expectation that he was going to be I don't know, like a lot of the Justin Verlander comparisons were they were way overplayed and overblown. It was more of a mechanical thing. We never thought he was going to be Justin Verlander, but I did think that he was going to be a mainstay in this rotation going forward. Like I am surprised that we are even having that we've reached this point to where we're not really sure what we have in Hunter Brown.
No, they needed him to be good. Like they really needed him to be good. When you consider all the pitchers that they've lost, the lack of, they have not had draft picks. Like he was supposed to be that guy to step in, especially when you consider that their best starting pitcher, Justin Verlander, is 41. Their second best starting pitcher is Framber Valdez, and he's a free agent next year. Like they need that guy. They just, they needed him, and he hasn't been quite as bad as the numbers would say. Like the start he had against Cleveland on Tuesday, he gives up the 3-run homer. It was on a pop-up. Yeah, like that's a home run in one ballpark, and it just happens to be this one, unfortunately for him.
And he responded well.
Yeah, he pitched well. He pitched for the most part. He pitched well after that, but he does need to be better, and that's why getting Javier back, getting Urquidy back, getting McCullers and Garcia back down the road, it gives you more options so that if he doesn't pitch well, you don't feel like you have to have him in the rotation because you don't have anybody else to go to. They will have other guys to go to if they need to.
Yeah, man, it's one of those things. Like Hunter Brown, I think he was chalk for me. I penciled him in as an effective starter, a guy who was going to, be somebody that they could rely. Why do you think? I know we said he has to be better. Why do you think he isn't? Because that's the surprising part. I thought he would be a lot more reliable, like maybe Justin Verlander light in terms of he's not Verlander, but he is going to give you quality starts and length. I thought he was going to be all of those things, and it just like, what do you think is missing with the dude?
Command. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, I know people made the Verlander comparisons because the delivery is similar, but that's like it.
And he idolized him. He grew up in Michigan.
It was a Detroit thing. But they really share no other similarities. Like the pitch mixes are completely different. And obviously, Hunter Brown doesn't have Verlander's type of command. Like Verlander can throw the ball wherever he wants, and Hunter Brown can't do that at this point, which is normal for a young starting pitcher. So hasn't been nearly as efficient as he needs to be. I had to look. I don't think the strikeout numbers have been probably what they expected them to, what they thought that they would be. But like, there's still talent there. There's still a lot to like. He's still young, and it takes, it doesn't just happen overnight for most of these guys. Like it takes some time to figure out your mechanics and to figure out how to repeat your delivery and what works best, and how so it takes time. And the idea that it was going to happen right away was just probably not going to be the case. But again, there are things that you can really like, and he gets strikeouts. He's over 10 strikeouts per 9 innings last year. That's down a little bit this year, but that's the sort of stuff that you want to be able to see.
In case you did not hear, Christian Javier is going to pitch tomorrow for AA Corpus Christi. He is scheduled for 4 innings and around 60 to 65 pitches. Joe Espada said that the hope is to have Javier on one rehab start, and then he can rejoin the rotation that is from the Houston Chronicle. We're talking about Hunter Brown there, somebody who is a young pitcher for the Astros, who is pitching well, and I think has been a bright spot for them, is Spencer Arrighetti. Now, he was there, or I should say is their highest rated pitching prospect, I believe. So you would hope that he gives you something when you call on him and you need him. But he was good last night, and quiet as kept. He's been good for a little stretch there. What are you seeing? Well, before we get to you, Spo, let's actually hear from Joe Espada talking about Spencer Arrighetti in his start last night.
He's getting better every outing. That was huge. We needed a good start from him and take us deep in the game, and he did. And Taylor Scott, first major league win, that's huge also.
He's been better than I expected he would be. And I know the numbers don't look great, but I like the way he competes. I like the stuff. He can strike guys out. He's striking out 26% of the hitters that he's facing. Like, that's great stuff to have for a starting pitcher. And again, it's just consistency, it's efficiency, it's throwing strikes more consistently. His big issue the first couple of starts was that he couldn't put hitters away. Like, he could get ahead of guys, but he'd get to 1-2 and he wouldn't be able to put a guy away. He's been better at that. I think the start that he had against the Braves, again, it wasn't like a great start by any stretch, but that's a really tough lineup to face. And he came out like he was not afraid of those guys.
Yeah.
Like, he is not overwhelmed by the moment. He's not overwhelmed by the competition. And I think that's a real important step in the right direction for him. He probably should not be up in the big leagues yet. Like, he's probably not ready. And you can kind of tell, like, he's got some stuff that he's got to work out. But the fact that he's up here now and he's competing the way that he has, I think I've been really impressed. I think that he's a guy who's got some ability to be a really key part of their. I mean, he's probably not a top of the line starter, but he's a guy who's going to really be able to fill out their rotation for a long time.
Here was the man in his own words following last night's start, in which, of course, the Astros came out on top.
I feel like even when things started to spin a little bit, I stayed in control, and that's something that maybe I haven't seen in some of my previous starts with peers, just like having that presence to make the adjustment pitch to pitch instead of taking another pitch to do it, and I think that that's the reason why I was able to have some success. Yeah.
I know we mentioned Brown earlier, but between what Arrighetti's doing and it looking like Christian Javier is going to be back fairly soon, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about the road. I don't know if I feel great about it per se, but, and of course, obviously Verlander exists. You know, he's pitching for you now, so you got all of that going for you. Where are you at on the bullpen? How do you feel like the bullpen, where are you at on them in terms of performance and how they're being managed right now?
The top three guys seem to be getting better. I don't think that, I don't know what the combined ERA between Hader, Presley, and Abreu was coming into the series, but it has gotten better. The fact that they were able to win last night's game without having to use any of the three was really important for them, because the guys after are not great. Like, they don't have, that they kind of, overlooked that part of the bullpen over the offseason, but Montero's been okay. He's been better than he was last year. So yeah. I think a big reason why they started poorly was that the guys that you expected to be, the guys who could seal games for you have not done that. But they have shown signs here in the last week that they are pitching better. And to see Hader on Tuesday go 2 innings and to be open to do it and to be open to do it again, I do think is important. They don't want to do it. It's not something that they, because again, he was down, Wednesday, when they could have maybe used him in that extra innings game. But he's been pitching better, and for him, he said the other day his slider hasn't been very good, and the numbers show that as well. Once he works that out, I think he'll be fine.
Explain the significance of that before we get out of here on that. Like, the significance of being willing, because I thought it was interesting the way he explained it of like, hey, when I was pre-arbitration or like back before I got paid, I wasn't incentivized really to go out there and pitch multiple innings. I needed to go get that paper. I needed to do the thing that allows you. It was business.
Yeah. When he first got to the big leagues, he was a multi-inning weapon. Like, he was a guy, I think it was 2018, 35 of his 55 appearances were more than 1 inning. And he was a guy who would go 3. Like, that's how they would utilize him. But he started to realize that, no, you know what? I'd rather be a closer. I want to get these saves because I'm the best reliever we have. I want to get saves because when I'm in arbitration, that's what matters in arbitration is the saves. It doesn't matter how many innings you've thrown. It doesn't matter how many strikeouts you have. It's all about saves. Saves are what get you paid. And so he wasn't willing to do it. He would not go multiple innings. Now that he has gone through arbitration, now that he has gotten his money, he is going to be more willing to do it. Now it's just about, well, if we do this too much, is he going to get hurt? Because he has been remarkably healthy. I don't think he's ever been on the IL since he's been in the big league. So can we keep him healthy if we're going to do that? Again, it worked out okay the first time. My big thing is maybe not use him 2 innings, but if you got a lefty in the 8th that you want to use him for, that's when you go to him. And then you can use him for 4 outs. Maybe not 6, but you can go to him for 4.
The Texans should want to play the Kansas City Chiefs on the opening Thursday night, and it don't have nothing to do with glitz and glamour. Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, T-Mill in the building on the drive. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Over the last 7 years, nobody gets.
Odyssey app. No matter how you're getting your exercise in, make sure you're tuned in to your favorite workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the Judge Zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans Chiefs got some real energy around it, man. Y'all have heard us talking about it for quite a bit now here on the station. It's got some national legs. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the Chiefs are going to be in that game because they are the reigning Super Bowl champions. So you got Chiefs.
Right now.
On their schedule, a home game for them is the Houston Texans, among some others. Now, you could probably narrow it down to 3 really good options, non-division options for the Chiefs to open their season, okay? And come on, NFL, with that schedule, man. We waiting on you. But you can probably narrow it down to 3 really good candidates. One of them, the Baltimore Ravens. I think that speaks for itself. Lamar Jackson, MVP. They're the Ravens, right? Speaks for itself. The Cincinnati Bengals. They got Joe Burrow. The Bengals seem to be one of the few teams that's been able to somewhat figure out the Chiefs here and there at a time. And there's clearly a rivalry there. The Burrow head back and forth, and then the Chiefs shutting that up. And there's a thing there. There is a there. And then you have the Houston Texans, who there's no built-in rivalry per se, but there is a background in the history. But even more importantly, there's a future to look toward. There is a present versus future element of Patrick Mahomes versus C.J. Stroud. There are storylines that you can build up. There is hype that you can work with to make this compelling television. And that's what this is about. It's about theater more than anything. We get into the actual nitty-gritty sports elements of it all, but it's really all about theater. So it's compelling. And I want to give credit to Nick Wright, Fox Sports 1, former Sports Radio 610, basically Sports Radio 610 alum, presented the idea, I thought, in a fairly decent way.
They've been doing the Super Bowl champion gets to host the first game of the year for 20 years. There has only been one divisional matchup in that entire time. I also, as much as I like Bake Show, I don't think the Bucks, and certainly not the Saints, are a draw. Okay, they're out. So that leaves us with the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Texans. I don't think they're going to pick the Bengals because Joe Burrow is rehabbing still, and because Joe Burrow has, unfortunately, a tough history of either missing the very beginning of a season or coming in hurt. It's fair. So I don't think it's smart. So that then leaves you the Ravens or the Texans. I don't think it's fair to Baltimore. I don't think you can ask Baltimore, hey, you guys are supposed to win the Super Bowl. You choked it away in the last game you played in, and now go to their building and watch them hang the banner. They're trying to, I think, promote one of the next teams. That's what they did with the Lions, who were the next team. Wow. The answer to this is the Houston Texans. Wow. Yeah, I would like it to be Cincinnati for once and for that'd be now 3 straight wins over Cincinnati. You can set Burrowhead Invitational and shove it, but I think it's going to be Houston, bro.
Look, I don't care nothing about being fair to Baltimore. In one breath, you say that they choked away their chance in the playoffs, and then on the other side, you say, it's not fair to them.
They actually did a Super Bowl rematch one year. They did a Broncos-Panthers Super Bowl rematch.
Oh, that's
16. So I don't think they're worried about that.
Yeah. So what I want to get to here, though, because I think that he brings up some good points, especially on the Texans side, but you think that from a Texan standpoint, aside from all of the theater of it, right? The optics of it, the draw, the thing that the NFL is really kind of focusing on, like what is a good TV matchup for this opening game, which is what they're pondering. You think from a Texan standpoint, they should want this game. Like they should want this game, and not just for the bright lights, but for how it could actually impact them functionally.
Yeah, I think there's a competitive advantage to playing on a Thursday for week 1. For 2 reasons. First of all, you might not have to play another Thursday game the rest of the year. And so nobody wants to play on Thursdays because nobody wants to deal with the short week. However, in week 1, the short week isn't a factor because it's preseason games and you have 2 weeks in between the last preseason game and week 1. So short week is no issue. The other reason is that you get a rest advantage for week 2. And that sort of stuff matters when you just any year, like always check the schedule to see if you have a rest advantage. And it's not like a 24-hour rest advantage. It's 3 days. And maybe you get lucky and the team that you're playing week 2 is playing on Monday night. And then you get an even bigger advantage. So that's the one benefit of playing on Thursday is that you get a rest advantage the next week against your opponent. And, the margins in the NFL are very, very slim between, how good these teams are. And sometimes having an extra 3 days in between games can be the difference between winning and losing a game.
Yeah, I personally, and T-Mill, I feel like you can kind of identify with this a little bit. I personally want to watch them against the Chiefs to start the season because I think you mentioned this too earlier, Adam, about ripping them because you got to play them anyway.
Yeah, you got to play them. They're going to be on the schedule anyway.
So rip the Band-Aid. All right, I like that element of it, but also kind of going along with that is I want to know immediately, and maybe, by the end of the year, the Texans look different, the Chiefs look different, and that first game of the year for everybody doesn't really tell you much about what that team is by the end of the year. That could very well be the case. But with all the hype, with all the anticipation, with everything that's going into this thing, I want to know immediately, how do you stack up against the very best? It's not Super Bowl or bust. I don't think it's like that drastic of a situation with the Texans. They didn't do that damn much last year for us to be talking like that. But I do think they leveled up. I do think that they improved their football team overall from a football team that was better than most people thought or gave it credit for. I want to know how that translates against the very, very best in all of the NFL. From a Texans observation and watching standpoint, I want to check that test off the list. I want to get that off the checklist personally.
That's fine. I don't think that you learn a whole lot in week 1. I mean, did you learn anything from that Texans-Ravens game week 1?
Exactly where I was going to go.
I learned that I learned that they had a ways to go, that they weren't ready.
Sure.
Like I did. It was like, oh, I'll tell you the value of that game. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm excited about the newness of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but the quarterback is a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, but the offensive coordinator is in his first year. Oh, but the head coach is also a rookie.
And that might be the reason it's a hard comp. Because this year's just a totally different thing. I mean,
it's not a rookie quarterback.
Right. It's not Stroud's first NFL game now.
But it's not D'Amico's first game as a head coach.
Well, and that's why I qualified that and said, hey, by the end of the year, things could be totally different, and maybe you don't. But I want to know.
Although, really quick, it is funny. They weren't very good the last game against the Ravens either. So,
but they were excellent against the Ravens game. Never happened. They were excellent against the Browns, and that Colts game, they weren't excellent necessarily in that game, but they started off excellent and they had some excellent moments. So, my point is, I feel like I will learn a lot about, say, what this offseason meant, like the meaningfulness of trading for Stephon Diggs. I want to have a good feeling for that. In week 1, the meaningfulness of giving Danielle Hunter almost $50 million guaranteed over 2 years. Like, not necessarily everybody is going to perform indicative of what they are in that particular game, but to match it up against the game's supreme, against the game's very best after you have made every effort to level up your team, I think that's tremendously exciting. But I do love this element of that you present of, hey, this is a competitive advantage. Like, don't look at it. I know Sean Pendergast this morning was like, I don't know if I want to start the season off against the Chiefs. I don't know how much I like that. Well, first of all,
come on, Sean.
Hey, look, I like your chances. I'm not saying I'm picking you per se, but the Chiefs it's not like they're unbeatable. The Lions did it last year. It's not like you absolutely can't beat them. Maybe you win the game, but also these things that you mentioned, the extra rest and the fact that the first Thursday night game is unlike the rest of them.
And also, that extra rest comes in handy because nobody really plays preseason. Like, your starters are not playing full preseason games. They might play a quarter. They might play a half. So then all of a sudden you're going in from maybe playing 10 to 15 snaps in one game to now you're playing 60 to 70 snaps in a game. So it'd be nice to have a little extra rest after that first game, especially when the team that you're playing will not have that extra rest.
Coming up next, there is an elimination game in the NBA playoffs tonight, and I personally cannot wait for it. Going to talk about that with Adam Spillane on The Drive. Coming up, well, there's two, but there's one that I'm more so excited about. The other one, I'll be maybe watching the Astros, but that's coming up next on The Drive.
I got a question for y'all, man. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, you have the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you have the right to get the compensation that you deserve. And here's
PF Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane in for Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley on The Drive. We got T. Mill producing this thing for us. And I'm excited about tonight. I know we talked about the Astros. They have a really big opportunity in front of them to kind of continue on the winning ways that they've shown over the last week. But you also got a couple of elimination games, as Spo pointed out earlier. There's more than one. But is there, though? There's more than one elimination game in the NBA playoffs tonight. You got the Cavaliers and the Magic first. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be, finding something else to do while that game is going on.
Disrespect.
But then after that,
one game is going to be good. The other one is probably not going to be good.
Yeah, but you know what? I think I'm rubbernecking the other game because here's my thing. I am here for, this could be a little bit bitter of me, but I am here for Luka Doncic being basically what James Harden was supposed to be. And that sounds a little bit loaded because James Harden is an all-time great. I know it was sour the way things left, but I'm not finna be the one to try to minimize how great James Harden was. But I feel like Luka Doncic averaging the close to 34, 9 and 10 or 34, 9 and 9 or something ridiculous like that in this series. He's been excellent. The Mavs have a chance to close out the Clippers, and I am noticing this dichotomy here of an aging, ailing Clippers team and a Luka Doncic who would have been my vote for MVP. I don't think he's going to win it, but ascending. And I'm shocked by the fact that things seem to be working out with this version of the Mavs. I did not think it was a good trade with Kyrie Irving. I did not think it was going to work. I did not think they were going to play good enough defense to compete. But lo and behold, man, we're out there, and the Mavs look like they got just as good a chance as anybody not named Denver to make some noise. I know Oklahoma City's the 2 seed, or the 3 seed.
Oklahoma City's the 1.
Oklahoma City's the 1 seed, and actually the 3 seed's Denver, isn't it?
No, they're the 2. Minnesota's the 3.
Okay, so let's go.
Clippers Mavs is the 4-5.
That's right. Okay, so I feel like they are just as good as the teams ahead of them not named Denver.
Maybe
because of the guy that's at the top of their team.
Maybe, but he hasn't been that great in this series, and he's been dealing with a little bit of a knee. It's been Kyrie Irving who's probably been their best player through the first 5 games of that series. He's the one who really led them back. They still lost the game Sunday, but he was the one who led them back. I'm not ready to go there yet with Dallas, just because I don't think the Clippers are very good right now, and you kind of have seen it where. Kawhi Leonard's been hurt. They lost the 2 games that Kawhi Leonard actually played in, and frankly, he wasn't very good when he did play. And really, aside from the first half they were really good in Game 1, the Clippers were, and they were really good the first half of Game 4, but other than that, the Clippers really haven't been great in that series. So I do think that Dallas closes that series out tonight, but they're going to have a big step up in competition in the next round.
Yeah.
So and that's kind of the same thing that I would have told you about the Pacers in the next round going up against the Knicks, and the same thing that I said about Minnesota in the next round going up against Denver. Like there's a big step up in competition that these 2 teams are going to have to deal with, and so I think that Denver will, as good as Minnesota looked in the first round, I think that Denver handles them pretty easily. Same thing with the Knicks against Indiana, and then I would expect Oklahoma City to beat Dallas. Maybe not handily, but in 6 games probably.
So a lot of this was to kind of poke fun at the Clippers and the fact that things have not worked out for them over this, what is it now, 4-year stretch that they've been together? 5-year stretch that they've been together. Man, time is flying.
They've won, if they do not win this series, it would be 3 playoff series wins in 5 years since they got Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
What do they do with this? Like, what do the I know the headline today in the NBA is, obviously Lakers overshadow whatever's going on with the Clippers, and they fired Darvin Ham. But the Clippers got a situation here where they've got, they've invested in this, and then they went and go and get James Harden, and none of it works. They are an aging team in a season where the theme or the highlight to me is the passing of the guard. I think that's the main thing. I know I got the seedings mixed up. But the thing to point out or to pay attention to is it's the guys that are up next or the guys that are here right now, Jokic in that case. But then the SGAs of the world, obviously Anthony Edwards. I mentioned Luka, who's been around for a while but is still very, very young. It's those guys' leagues now and not so much the Paul – or I should say Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and James Harden of the world. They feel like – it feels like a failure and it feels like they – don't really have a direction to go after this.
I wouldn't say it hasn't worked just because they still finished top 4 in the West this year, and they were really good for about
congratulations.
Hey, that in the Western Conference that counts, and they were probably they might have been the best team in the West for about 3 months, and it just happened to be the wrong 3 months, and so it is tough because they are kind of pot committed to the team that they have, and they signed Kawhi Leonard to an extension, but Paul George is a free agent. James Harden's a free agent. They're moving into a new arena. They can't really rebuild because they don't have their own picks moving forward. So they're kind of locked into this team, and this is where front offices make their money. They have to be able to figure out a way to improve along the edges, and they've done a decent job. Terrence Mann's a decent player for them. They found something with Amir Coffey. Ivica Zubac is more than a serviceable center. It's just for them, it's just about staying healthy at the right time. And so many of these teams, it's Philly, they can't stay healthy at the right time. The Clippers can't stay healthy at the right time. Milwaukee can't stay healthy at the right time. So much of this stuff just happens to be luck. And Giannis has basically missed the last 2 postseasons. And now Kawhi is going to finish hurt now. Kawhi got hurt during the 21 playoffs. He missed all of 22. He got hurt during last year's playoffs. He's hurt during so much of it. And he played a lot of games in the regular season too. I think he probably played more regular season games this year than he had since maybe he was in San Antonio. So it's just all about keeping guys healthy at the right time.
Do you feel like Kyrie Irving, who you mentioned, has been probably their better player for the Mavs in this series? Luka's numbers are still actually pretty good considering that he's hurt and probably not playing his best. But does it surprise you at all that Kyrie has done this image rehabilitation and that it has worked as well as it has with the Mavs? Because, obviously Kyrie is supremely talented, one of the more talented guys you'll ever find. But I had my doubts about this one, and that seems to be working out pretty well.
I think you were right to have doubts about it just with how it looked last year. Last year, they weren't together for very long, but they went from being, I think they were probably top 8 when that trade happened, and then they fell out of the play-in altogether by the time last season ended. They've made some smart moves, though, around that roster. They got lucky with, they tanked out of the play-in to keep their first-round pick. That got them Derek Lively. Lively has turned into a really good center for them and a perfect complement for Luka Doncic. And then they made a couple of good, they kind of mortgaged what was left of the future by, trading for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. But they built smartly around that roster. And again, that's what smart front offices are able to do. That's what a team like Phoenix has really failed to do these last couple of years, is to build around the edges. The smart teams, anybody can get the superstar. Anybody can draft a guy, but it's about the teams that don't have cap space that are able to find guys off the street or find, the undervalued free agents. That's how you prolong windows. That's how you take teams from being really good to great.
Be honest, man. Are you really going to watch this Magic?
Absolutely.
You're going to really watch
this? I thought Game 5 was outstanding.
The Magic Cavs?
Yes, I thought Game 5 was terrific.
So here's the thing. You might be right, but guess what you would have to do to know that? Turn to it. You'd have to actually turn. So I'm having to take your word for it because it never occurred to me to check.
Well, I was watching Game 5. I was locked into Game 5.
All right. Maybe it's going to be a double screen situation. Maybe I should check out this NBA TV special.
That's a neat. There's no NBA TV.
No,
now.
I'm saying because, and this is the reason why I say that. And maybe this is just more of an indictment on the East, but it's hard to get up for a team that has no shot at making the finals, and I mean no shot. And I couldn't imagine either one of those teams beating.
Well, no, they're going to get. Oh, actually, you know what? I could see them pushing Boston a little bit in the next round, but this is the only series that has a chance to go in 7. Because in all likelihood,
mercilessly,
in all likelihood, Dallas takes care of business tonight. That series is over, and there's only one series left. And
do you? But and that's my thing though. Do you want a 7-game series to nowhere? Like I want more basketball, so I'm not complaining about having the basketball. It's just like, man, I'm not sure if we need this.
Well, I say yes because, first of all, Orlando is a team that could be in that mix next year. Like, those young guys are good enough, and they've got cap space, and they've got some maneuverability to where that team next year is maybe a top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference. And frankly, with the way the East looks, they could crack the top 2. That's how. And that team had a chance to be a top 2 seed going into this playoffs had they been a little bit better down in the last week of the regular season. And then Cleveland is a team that could break up. And, you know, you could have Donovan Mitchell on the move. You could have Darius Garland on the move, depending on how that series turns out. So there's a lot at stake for both those teams. And while I don't necessarily think they're championship contenders, they're both good teams. They're both quality teams with a lot of talent.
We're seeing a transition here with the league. I mentioned that. Do you feel like there's a team in the West that the Rockets can displace, overtake? I know it doesn't exactly work that way. But
they have to in order to get into the play-in. But the other problem is that you have Memphis behind them.
Right.
Memphis will be
that's
better
what I'm
next
getting
year.
at.
San Antonio's behind them.
Yep.
San Antonio's going to be better next year. But you look at the teams that finished in the top 10 this year in the West. Sacramento is a team that I feel like is probably topped out at this point. Who knows what happens with the Lakers? Who knows what happens with Phoenix? So, yeah, we've talked about this before, but they are going to have to get better in order to get into the play, and they can't just like stay where they are at this level that they finished at this year and expect to be there. But yeah, there's a possibility of a couple of teams dropping back, but their ceiling's a little bit higher than I think some of these other teams.
Coming up next, an update on a very important Astros starter. Astros got the Mariners at Minute Maid Park this weekend. We're going to talk about all of that in the 5 o'clock fire. Stay with the drive. That's coming up next.
Advanced hair restoration is the answer. They can reverse years and sometimes even decades of hair loss with a simple one-day treatment. I'm talking your own natural hair beginning to regrow the very next day. And look, this is something that is.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is the 5 o'clock fire. Hopefully you're off work. Whatever it is that Ron says at this time.
The big deal.
You know, you're in your car, in traffic, and
Luckily for you,
the big deal, and all of that. All of those pleasantries, right? Got that down. The Astros are hosting the Seattle Mariners this weekend. The AOS leading Seattle Mariners this weekend, and they're doing it on the heels of a series win against the Cleveland Guardians, of course, over the weekend, last weekend that is. They went to Mexico City and handled business against the Colorado Rockies. So this is a good opportunity to take the goodwill, to take the positive vibes, and to build on them. Make something happen against the Seattle Mariners team. Adam, they got Ronel Blanco on the mound tonight. I feel like with Blanco, you feel so. That's somebody we haven't talked about a lot today, but that's somebody that you got to feel so much better about than maybe you anticipated feeling coming in. Maybe a lot more of a question mark coming in. Where are you at on Ronel Blanco? What should be the comfort level for the Astros or for an Astros fan when they go out there and play a team like this, like the Mariners, and Ronel Blanco's handling business?
Well, remember, he wasn't even supposed to be in the rotation to start the year.
Right.
And we talk about all the pitching injuries or the starting pitching injuries. The fact that they did have injuries to that starting rotation, that's the reason why Ronel Blanco has been in the rotation, and it's why he has emerged the way that he has. I don't think that what we are seeing is any sort of a mirage. Like, I think this, like, is he a guy who's going to have a below 2 ERA all year? No, probably not. But I do think that this start is real, and I think that some of the things you're seeing from him are real. And the big thing for him has been the development of his changeup. Like, he was basically a two-pitch guy before this season. He was a fastball slider guy, which when you're only a two-pitch guy, it's going to be hard to go through a lineup 2-3 times. Adding that changeup, and what makes the changeup so good is that he can throw it to both righties and lefties. Normally, a right-hander isn't going to throw a changeup to another right-handed hitter, but Blanco has been able to do that, and his changeup has been terrific. And I think that's been, it's not just that he added a pitch that, frankly, has been elite so far this season.
You check me if I'm wrong on this, but I feel like, and I'm blanking on who the other pitcher is that I feel like is incorporated more of a changeup, or their changeup has improved. I'm blanking right now, but it seems like the changeup, I don't know if this was a theme in spring training or if there's just some kind of commonality between the pitchers that this applies to, but is there an emphasis on incorporating that changeup into the mix? And like, is this just a Blanco thing, or does it feel like it's a team-wide thing? I feel like I hear a lot about changeup, upgrading the pitch mix, or at least diversifying the pitch mix a little bit by either adding a changeup to, or having somebody just throw it a little bit more, which I think is the case here. So it feels like there's more changeups. Like the changeups are better from this team.
It has been something that has kind of been added staff. I don't know if it's like added staff-wide, but it certainly is a pitch that is being used more staff-wide. Christian Javier is using his changeup more.
That's the one.
Framber Valdez is using his more. Even Justin Verlander is using his changeup more. And it's just a nice weapon to have. And you don't see a lot of guys throw it a whole lot like before they get to pro ball. You don't see it a lot in high school. You don't see it a lot in college. But that is always a pitch that once you get to pro ball, teams try to get you to incorporate because it's just a valuable pitch. It really is. If you know how to use it, if you can find the right grip, and if you can use it in the right counts, it's a great pitch to have because it's one of those pitches where, and I have a friend who's a pitching coach in the minor leagues, and he would always say, you want to throw your changeup in a fastball count because on 2-0, let's say you fall behind 2-0, and you throw that changeup in there and you get a swing and miss on it. First of all, there's a good chance you'll get a swing and miss on it because as a hitter, you're geared for a fastball. You are thinking fastball at 2-0. Now all of a sudden you get a changeup at 2-0, and now it messes with your head a little bit. You start thinking about that pitch. So you want to be able to show that pitch. And just, again, the fact that he's been able to do it and use it successfully that's what has really elevated him more than anything else, just giving him that third weapon.
Should we be a little concerned about the lineup? Not the construction of the lineup, but their production themselves, the guys in the lineup going against a pitching staff, starting with George Kirby tonight, but a pitching staff that is pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah,
very, very good.
I think runs are going to be tough to come by in these 3 games, and even when they go to New York next week, runs are going to be hard to come by. The important thing for them is to not beat themselves, and that has been an area where they have struggled. They have not been a good base running team. That's always been the case. Defensively, they have not been great. And I haven't looked to see if the metrics actually bear that out. But you look at the runs they gave up last night. They give up 2 runs basically on a miscommunication in the outfield between Kyle Tucker and Jake Myers. There have been errors from Jeremy Pena this year. His throwing has not been quite as good as I think that you thought it would be. So yeah, it's really little things matter, and they were great because they did all the little things well. They are 11-20 this season because, for among other things, they have not done the little things They have not done the little things well.
I feel like the defense, somewhat quietly, but has slowly just gone down overall over the last couple of years. I know
last year was bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know they ended up ultimately being a success because they were in the ALCS and they won the division there at the end of the season and all of that. But I feel like because of that, we didn't really talk a whole lot about how much the defense had downgraded, because I feel like just even the year before that, the defense was still elite. And then what a difference a year makes, and all of a sudden they're bad at it. That is another element of the Astros' poor start that is really surprising to me.
Yeah, they're bottom 10 right now in defensive run saves on Fangraphs. Last year they were middle of the pack, but you go from 2018 through 2022, they were top 5 every year in defensive run saves. So that's one defensive metric that matters, and they haven't been very good in that. Let me see, outs above average. They are middle of the pack. So defensive run save, they're bottom 10. Outs above average, they're middle of the pack. So yeah, that has been an aspect of their team that just has not been quite as good over the last couple of years, and it's an area that they need to clean up.
Certainly an opportunity here against the Seattle Mariners. Want to see what they do. Another piece of news before we move on to the next item is Christian Javier. We mentioned this earlier in the show, but Christian Javier slept wrong, had a crook in his neck, had to go to the IL for a small stretch here, but he's gonna pitch tomorrow for Double-A Corpus Christi. He is scheduled for 4 innings and roughly 60 to 65 pitches. Joe Espada told reporters that the hope is for Javier to only need the 1 rehab start, and then he can rejoin the rotation. That's going to obviously be a big boost for them to get Javier back.
So he'd be able to pitch next weekend in Detroit, I guess, is probably what they're planning on. And also one other pitcher injury thing, Jose Urquidy's going to throw a live BP on Sunday, and then after that he'll go on a rehab assignment. He'll probably make 3 rehab starts, I think is what he told me he was going to wind up doing. And then he'll be able to either rejoin the rotation or the bullpen or something. But again, it will give them more options.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you mentioned options. I think that's the larger point. The more important aspect of it is that you do have options. So it's not like we got to nail this down and say for sure. But I am curious about what Jose Urquidy's role would be. If where they find the best use for him, because obviously he could do either one. But where do they find the best use for Jose Urquidy? Because obviously the bullpen is its own issue. So does he help you more there? Does the emergence of Brunel Blanco and, of course, Spencer Arrighetti figuring it out very quickly, does that make it easier to say, you know what, we can put this more experienced guy, fairly reliable guy when he's healthy. I know he hasn't been healthy as much as of late. But if he's right, maybe Jose Urquidy has a role in the bullpen and can strengthen that unit that could honestly use some help, middle relief and otherwise.
It would be nice, I think, for them if they could get a long man in that bullpen, somebody who can go 3 innings and be effective in that type of a role. That's not something, Brandon Bielak is kind of that guy, but they didn't really stretch him out during spring training, and so they've kind of overworked him at the start of the year. So you want guys who can do multiple things for you, and one of the problems with their bullpen is that it's too many 1-inning guys. So if you can get another multi-inning guy into that bullpen, it would really help just in terms of when there are going to be games where the starting pitcher can only go 3 innings or 4 innings, and you would not if you can have that happen and not have to tear up your bullpen by using 4 or 5 different relievers, that would be a nice thing to be able to say you can do.
100%, 100%. And look, I can't stress enough how I am just reluctant to really dig in on the excitement. I need to see more. I need to see more from the Astros, so they're going to have the opportunity to do that. Let me read this lineup to you guys because the lineup has been out for a little while now. You got Jose Altuve at second base leading off. Kyle Tucker in the 2 spot. 2-hole tuck. Shout out to, I know it took a while, but shout out to Ron for finally speaking this into existence.
Where's he at?
Where is Ron? Where you at? Oh, that's right. He's celebrating his birthday a week early.
Where art thou?
Come on now. 2-hole tuck in right field. You got Yordan Alvarez, your DH, batting third. Alex Bregman, the third baseman, batting fourth. Jeremy Pena, your shortstop, batting fifth. Batting sixth is the catcher, Yanier Diaz. John Singleton batting seventh at first base. Joey Loperfido is in left field, batting eighth. And the center fielder for tonight is Mauricio Dubon, and he's batting ninth. Bregman at 4. Is that too high? Is that too high for a guy that's struggling as bad as he is? Should he be 7th or 8th?
There's not a lot of great options.
Pena, I know Diaz isn't necessarily great. Not as great of an option as I'd like for him to be. Oh, John Singleton getting that OPS close to 800, man. You better watch out. You better put some respect on that name. I can't believe Spo in here, man. He does not want to acknowledge
disrespectful Spo.
The turn here from John Singleton going from, hey, what's that about, to everyday first baseman.
You're sounding like the people on Twitter last year who were like, oh my God, John Singleton's killing it in AAA. He needs to be up right now. He needs to be the everyday first baseman right now. And then like 2 weeks later, nah, man, he needs to be gone.
Yo, I remember that. And honestly, because I wasn't keeping up until that conversation started, like, oh, bring up John. And I was like, not that John Singleton, right? Like, what is it? Is it 2014, 15? I don't know. Like, what year is it? I was shocked. Shocked, I tell you, to see that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, man. So the Dolphins have signed Odell Beckham Jr. You want to talk about somebody that I completely forgot about? A dude that used to be a great player. Is this what Odell Beckham's career is going to be now, where he's just going to take the money for the 1-year deal in perpetuity until he retires and just ring chase? I don't know. I mean, he's got his ring already. Like, I don't know what to make of this. To me, the Dolphins and Odell Beckham, I don't necessarily see the fit. Now, Mike McDaniel can figure out what to do with pretty much anybody. I do believe in him as an offensive mind. But I won't say surprised about this because there was some reporting out there. They've been flirting for a little while. But the overall fit, the connection here, I struggle to see. We'll get a look at it because the Texans obviously play the Dolphins this year. But Odell Beckham signing a 1-year contract with the Miami Dolphins.
I mean, you saw him with Baltimore last year. There were a lot of times where you didn't realize that he was there.
Yeah.
It's hard to, like, he's had a lot of injury issues. That knee injury from the Super Bowl.
Still got good hands.
It took a lot out of, it really seemed to zap his explosion and athleticism.
Yeah.
It's hard to get open right now, and that's why he's signing on May 3rd as opposed to signing, March 3rd when free agency started. Just not, and he signed late last year too. It's just, unfortunately, injuries have really kind of ruined his career. But man, when he was right, he was good.
He's very good. Did y'all see Ian Rappaport? And I don't like crapping on reporters. We're in the business.
I know what you're about to say.
Did y'all see him call Odell a speedster?
Speedster? What?
Who told him to say this? Like that's clearly information, and not even information. That is a spin, a narrative that has been pushed on you by wherever the information came from, by the source.
The agent.
You don't, which is the agent. You don't have to do that. Like, you can just report the news without, like, a very odd, curious editorialization of it that I think, he's obviously still credible. I'm not trying to say that Ian Rappaport doesn't have credibility, but that hurts a little bit. It's like, bruh, I get you're a big-time reporter, but do you football, bro? Like, he ain't been a speedster in 3 years.
Unfortunately, this is the world we're in, where you're doing agents a solid, and that's basically what he was doing. And he's not the only one who does it. They all do it. Woj does it. Woj has probably become the worst at it at this point, where
it's so weird.
You're basically putting out press releases for the agents. That's kind of what this Twitter industry has
Eventually, it's going to be the great and tremendous NFL wide receiver who has underperformed at times, but at no fault of his own. He has found a new home.
Yeah.
The speedster, OBJ.
I'm surprised he just flat out go in there and call him handsome.
Right.
OBJ, maybe the most handsome player in the NFL, has now signed with the Miami Dolphins. It's like, whoa.
You know him from a GQ cover he once was found on. It's OBJ, the speedster.
The man who popularized blonde streaks. Now all the men are dyeing their hair blonde, trying to look like OBJ.
But then he had to start asking girls to dookie on him.
Ooh, that was odd and very awkward.
Yes.
You want to talk about getting sued? I don't care if that's true. That's his business. I don't care what you do. Strange, but whatever. Say, man, if that's what you into and you famous, you got to get NDAs ready. That's a reason. If you got weird fetishes like that, that is what the NDA is for.
That's beyond a weird fetish. That's just nasty.
Like, if it's true that she should not have been able to say that, and if she lied on that man, I would own her.
Absolutely. 100%.
Are you crazy?
That's a hell of a lie if it is, yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
Stayed out of that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So today's Ron's birthday?
I wasn't expecting Tyler to go there. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I didn't expect me to go there either.
I forgot that happened. That was very, very awkward.
Happy birthday, Ron. Wait, so today's his birthday?
It's not today. No. It's on a holiday.
When is it?
Our neighbors to the south celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Also, Ronald the Show Hughley's birthday.
This is birthday week, man. Birthday week.
At least he was here yesterday, though.
Nope.
About that.
Nope.
I was in for him.
He's been having a hell of a time in New York City.
Birthday week. I guess you only turned 40 once, and so you got to, have multiple days to do it.
I will also say, though, I am excited for his return. I mean, I'm always going to be excited for my host to return.
Lie.
But I'm really excited because he texted me earlier, and he said, hey, remind me next week. I got to tell a story on air. And all he said was it involves a very, very large group of people at George Bush Intercontinental Airport applauding him and giving him praise. So, I'm very curious as to what Ron was doing at the airport that had a bunch of people in a terminal cheering him on.
We're going to need some video of this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't, first of all, I'm rejecting the premise. I don't believe it. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. I do want to hear the story, but I don't know if I'm going to be willing to accept that it's true that it was a crowd of folks applauding Ron at the big airport at that. People be trying to get out of there.
Carpet were wanting to get into a controversy.
Yeah, he want to get into controversy, making up. Come on, Ron. This I know one thing. Damn story better be believable. Coming up next, who is your favorite rookie? We've had a week to process it. A week since the draft. We got a week coming up until rookie minicamp. I want to know which one is your favorite. That's on the other side, right here on the drive.
Our Vision Homes is where it's at, man. And look, they're Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. They are rocking and rolling.
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Look, I think it's pretty clear who the Texans' favorite draft pick is, or at least Nick Caserio. I don't want to speak for the whole organization or say that his opinion speaks for the whole organization, but his and D'Amico, those are the ones that matter. They're the decision makers. So I think it's fair to say, based off of the way that Caserio has talked, the background that Cade Stover has with C.J. Stroud, it's pretty clear that is the most exciting, the most anticipated, and maybe even in-house, based off of Caserio, their favorite draft pick that they made, the 4th-round pick out of Ohio State, the tight end, Cade Stover. But I want to hear from y'all, and I want y'all to hear from me on your own personal favorite Houston Texans drafted rookie, okay? Don't give me none of these undrafted guys. We don't want to get in the weeds like that. We'll have plenty of time for that if any of those guys actually end up being contributors to the team. But I want to know, we've had a week since the draft. We've got another week now, a week from today exactly, before we start rookie minicamp, get these 9 drafted rookies in here and start getting them to work. I want to know who your favorite draft pick is. Which one, after a week's time to sleep on it, do you look at and say, hey, man, I can see that dude being a real player for this team, whether it be in the immediacy, whether it be further down the line this season, whether it be another season, say next season, 2 seasons from now, whatever the case may be, long-term, short-term, who is your favorite draft pick by the Texans in 2024? I'm going to tell you mine. Right now it's Kalen Bullock. That is the draft pick that I'm crushing on because of the physical attributes. I feel like he can go out there and provide the Texans with an element to their defense that they just simply did not have. They were either aging, not healthy, or not performing properly at that position last year. Quiet as kept with all the success that they had. A lot of big plays that they give up. They get beat deep. Who's supposed to keep you from getting beat deep? Your safety. What's Kalen Bullock? A fast-ass safety. Not a good tackler. Doesn't weigh a whole lot. Doesn't bring a certain level of physicality to the game, but that's not what you're asking him to do. You ask him to go out there, play center field, hold it down, don't get beat deep. I feel like that's the perfect candidate to go out there and do that. Not to mention that I'm intrigued by what the Texans' nickel and dime packages might look like when they got more defensive backs out there to go out there and cover. I think that's when he can really be a star. Him and Kamari Lassiter, for that matter, as just being maybe extra defensive backs on the field. Intrigued by it, man. What y'all got? Who is your favorite Texans draft pick so far?
So I think that's a good one, and I think that, and I don't know the exact number, but they allowed you brought this up, I think they were among the league leaders in allowing the most long pass plays. I'm trying to say that. I'm probably saying that incorrectly, but they gave up a lot of big plays.
They got beat deep.
Yes.
Yeah.
It happened,
we don't like that.
It happened way too much. It cost them multiple games. It cost them that Jacksonville game here. It probably cost them that Cleveland game, the big Amari Cooper game. It probably cost them that game. So that was a really important aspect of their team that they needed to improve this offseason. For me, it's Blake Fisher, the tackle out of Notre Dame, just because, and I know it was probably a surprise that they took him in that spot, just because it felt like they probably had that position down. You know, you have Laramie Tunsil on one side, you have Titus Howard on the other. But as Nick Caserio said on Friday night, you need 3 or 4 tackles, and they're probably all going to play. And you look at what they've had the last couple of years. Titus Howard didn't play a single snap at tackle last year. Yep. Laramie Tunsil missed 3 games last year. And at some point, you're probably going to need a third guy. And this guy, in Blake Fisher, you read some of the scouting reports on him. He played on the right side opposite of Joe Alt, the 5th overall pick last year. In terms of talent, he's probably better than Joe Alt. It's just about consistency and getting a little bit more experience, because he's a guy who, had he stayed at Notre Dame and moved to the left side this year, he probably would have been a first-round pick.
A nugget about Blake Fisher to keep in mind, because you're right, he did play right tackles on the opposite side of Joe Alt. But before that, like, he got injured and then ended up at right tackle, and Joe Alt by that time was the left tackle. But as a freshman, Blake Fisher, I believe I had this correct.
I wrote this. I know what you're going to say.
Blake Fisher is the first Notre Dame true freshman starting left tackle. Like the first true freshman to start at left tackle to open a season for Notre Dame. Now, he ended up getting injured not too long after that, and then the move to right tackle happens. But I think, like, the importance of that, or the reason why I point that out, is because it speaks to pedigree. It shows you how highly regarded he was going into Notre Dame, what they thought of him, the fact that they would make him a true freshman, their starting left tackle at a program like Notre Dame with the kind of talent that they bring in. That says a lot. And then, like, he doesn't miss a beat once he comes back, and you just move him over to the right side, and it's like nothing ever happened. Like, you do wonder how much that injury ended up impacting his college trajectory, because if he stays at left tackle or has success there, he probably is a first round. He probably is Joe Alt at that point.
And you have to ask yourself, is Charlie Heck a good enough third tackle?
Well, it feels like the answer is no.
Yes.
Right? Like, it feels like what they're saying without saying it by drafting this kid in the second round. Now, credit to Charlie Heck for standing the test of time, because who knew he would be here going into year 5 and still be on this team. So shout out to him. But I feel like the answer is got to be a definitive no on that. And then also, when you talk about the importance and the whole health thing, let's not forget, and this is another way of saying what you said, but let's not forget how vital it was to your team to have George Fant. Like, you watch George Fant leave, and then you say, okay, well, Titus is back. It's all good. Well, like, there was some value in having that dude when others went down, or when one guy couldn't play that position. Like, where would you have been without a dude that could adequately hold down that position the way that George Fant did? And so this is just another version of that. Like, this is just a slightly more expensive, valuable way of going to go get something like a George Fant. Obviously, he's not as accomplished or hasn't been in the league as long, but it's just another way of spending on a swing tackle and a possible option or solution at that position if the guy that you're expecting to play that position isn't able to do it. And we should have those questions about, health, performance, how much they believe in the guy, that guy being Titus Howard. Like, there is a lot to unpack with the offensive line situation, I think.
And let's say one of those two guys needs a week. Let's just say they're a little banged up. It's a 17-game season. That's a long season. What if one of those guys just needs a week? If you have somebody who is good at that position that you can slide in there, that's incredibly valuable.
Yeah, or what if you get, I know we were talking about the schedule earlier, wanting to get that Thursday game to start. Well, what if you don't, and then you have one of those short weeks, but somebody gets banged up in the game before that, and it's like they don't just need a week. They need like an actual real recovery period, and not the 3-4 days or whatever it is going from your weekend game to your Thursday game. Like, that could exist too. That's another problem that could come up.
And how often does a team start the same two tackles for all 17 games? Like, it's very rare to see that happen with the way the NFL is now. So the more guys that you can have who can play that position, and how many guys did they start at tackle last year anyways?
Yeah.
you need guys, and you might feel like you have plenty of depth at that position, but it can go away in a hurry.
Dude, they had the ones that they paid, and then they went out and got Josh Jones. They went out and got George Fant. Obviously, Charlie Heck was still on the team. Austin Deculus was on the team at one point. Like, they needed tackles. I am much more warming up to the idea. The one that I like the most, again, is Kalen Bullock, the safety out of USC. But over the course of the week, I have allowed myself to warm up to the idea of planning ahead and understanding the cautionary tale that was Titus Howard's injury. Laramie Tunsil going out there and balling out, despite the fact that I watched that man limp around the locker room pretty much all season. It was incredible to me that he was out there to go out there and play high-level football based off of the way he was moving. So, fascinating to me. He's Adam Spillane. I'm Brandon Scott. T-Mill is in the building. Coming up next, I got issues with a local hero, and we got to deal with it on the other side. This is The Drive.
the most beautiful packaging in the beer business. That is the Coors Light, the Coors Latte, the Wolf Killer, the Silver Bullet, the beer that is made to chill, the world's most refreshing beer. All that sounds great, right? As if you need more reason to make sure that you're drinking the
Approved by Verizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Final segment of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. As you can probably tell, there ain't no Stoerner, there ain't no Hughley, but you do get B. Scott, you do get Adam Spillane, and it's very kind of T. Mill to stick around despite his colleagues skipping out on him. You could have very easily said, well, you know what? Big Dog's not in. I'm going to take me a little break, too. I'm going to take me a 3-day weekend, too. Shout out to the work ethic by you,
I appreciate it, man. I'm glad to be here with you fellas on a Friday.
Glad to have you here. Man, we're going to make this a 2-for-1 on this final segment because we got para-athletes that used to play professional ball in this city. Now, one of them with a Hall of Fame pedigree, the other one not so much, but both of them played ball here locally, and I ain't gonna say I'm mad, but I'm highly disappointed in their choice of words, the behavior. I expect more, and maybe that's on me. Maybe that's on me for having some level of expectation here, but this whole Texans Titans back and forth about the colors and the uniforms and everything, it's died. Whenever it dies down, I don't feel the need to fan the flames. We can have a friendly, respectful rivalry that is actually rooted in some sports hate and just let it ride. And I can tell you this, man, ever since that uniform unveiling party and, you know, we were having a good time up there at the 713 Music Hall and they sent out all the gear and all of that, I have not thought about it since. I honestly haven't. But Kay Adams had to ask Warren, and I ain't mad at Kay. Can't be. I ain't mad at Kay Adams for asking Warren Moon about the Texans Titans back and forth. But I am a little bit upset with how that thing materialized because this is what Houston Sports Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, legend here in the H, had to say about this particular issue.
Titans wore these uniforms
Why
up
you think
against.
I have on this color today, baby?
Listen, I see you. We see you. They wore the unis against the Texans. Texas fans very pissed about this. Did they have a right to be upset?
I think they have a right to be upset, but the Tennessee Titans own that uniform. They own the history of the Houston Oilers, so they had a chance to own it themselves, and they didn't want that ownership. They wanted to create their own identity, which makes sense. They're the Houston Texans coming in. Let's create our own identity. But now, because the Houston Oilers uniforms became so popular coming up, they wanted it back. You can't have it both ways.
Are you hearing this drama about the Texans wanting to use that blue? Have you heard this?
Yes.
Let's take a look here. This year, the Texans you're saying find their own identity. What do you make of this? They unveiled their alternate jersey, and the whole thing about the color blue went down.
Why can't they just stay with what they had? They had a really nice looking uniform the first time. Why do they have to keep harping on that? I don't understand it.
Imitation
really
flattery?
Have your own identity. You have a really good football team right now. They won a playoff game last year. They got a chance to maybe go to a Super Bowl this year. Just create your own identity. Forget about the Houston Oilers. Forget about the Tennessee Titans.
You and I talked a lot off camera.
I think if they weren't in the same division,
oh yeah, they would
this
be
wouldn't
okay.
be as big a deal.
I just want to know.
What the hell, Warren?
And I feel bad, but I really don't, I guess. I want to know, what does Amy Adams Strunk's boots taste like?
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
What do the bottom of them boots taste like?
It's a great question.
Because he licking all over that boot.
Mm-hmm.
All over that boot. And if you Warren Moon.
Breath smelling like leather.
I'm saying, if you Warren Moon, you a made man. You get to be an independent thinker. And to be fair, maybe these are his real thoughts. Maybe it's not influenced by the fumes he consumes from licking on them Adams boots. But that's what that felt like. The disconnect, the lack of understanding. He said they had a right to be mad. Okay, well, if you understand, then you understand. Then he says they have a right to be mad and then expressed all the reasons of which he does not understand. And I got to say this, too. It's less to do with, hey, we don't have no identity. We want to be like y'all. No. It's the feeling of y'all kind of stole. And we get it. You own the stuff. But you stole the spirit of it, the heart of it,
history, all of it,
and now you're perpetrating in a way that feels disrespectful, that feels like it's trolling, and it's less about wanting to be like you and more about not tolerating disrespect. We can move on. We can have our own identity. We can be the Texans, all of that. But don't be out here insulting my intelligence, and don't be out here just straight up disrespecting me straight up to my face. That's the part of it I don't like, man. That's the part that I don't like. I know, Adam, I know you don't have a lot of patience for this because you're like, man, how many years have it been? But
almost 30.
If it wasn't so damn disrespectful, I could deal with it. It's disrespectful, man. It's disrespectful. All of it, from the Adams to the bootlicking that happened subsequently from some of the old Oilers, namely Warren Moon in this situation. I don't respect the disrespect. I can't. Got a tough time with it, man.
I just think everybody needs to move on. It's been 30 years. 30 years. Long time. 3 decades. The Oilers have almost been gone for as long as they were around.
But that's the thing. So since the Oilers been gone, then why is there a fight about the colors? Like, because you could make the same point on the other side. Okay, so let it go. Y'all, Tennessee, I get you own the history. I get it. But y'all been the Titans now for 25 years. When did they become the Titans? Like 23, 24 years ago. They've been the Titans for almost 30 years. So what is it? Like, we're just talking about a color. It's not like the Texans want to go out there and wear actual Oilers uniforms. They just wanted to add a little shade into their uniform that reflects the history of their city. And that's the thing that's going to stand the test of time, right?
1800s, bro.
Look, the city of Houston over Titans or Texans or any singular football team. That's what it's more about. Like, I don't understand how on the one hand the Texans need to move on, but the Texans can't have it both ways, but the Titans don't need to move on. The Titans can have it both ways and be out here disrespecting and violating. That's the part I don't understand. I don't understand it.
The Lakers wear Minneapolis Lakers jerseys.
Okay. Well,
the Rockets were wearing San Diego Rockets jerseys.
But you know what? You know what the difference is? Well, specifically with the
You're not from Minneapolis.
There ain't no team in San Diego. And
then what about Minnesota then?
But then also, is there this back and forth between?
I don't know.
Like, are the people of Minneapolis like? Did they say, nah, y'all can't go out there in L.A. and perpetrate the Great Lakes?
No,
because we know that's what the Lakers' name comes from being in Minneapolis and the proximity to the Great Lakes.
Like I think
nobody said that.
Like I think you were just saying, B. Scott, this isn't even about the Oilers anymore. Like, the Texans don't want to be the Oilers. Now, are there fans that would love to see the Oiler uniforms back in Houston? Sure, I'm sure that's the case. But like people like me, like I got no emotional ties to the Houston Oilers. When they were playing football, I was wearing a diaper. Like I do not have any memories associated with them. But I love that color, and I love the history of that color in our city, going forever back, way before the NFL. When Houston's first city flag was that color. Like, that's all you need to know. And to act like you own the color to that degree whenever it's literally ingrained into the history of Houston, Texas, it's just petty BS.
Yeah, and so Warren Moon, dog, I can't get with this, man. This sound very much like holding the water and bootlicking.
Well, he is. He's getting paid by that.
Yeah, he is. Because I said this in pre-show prep. I was telling Tyler this, man. If for whatever reason, and the Texans, to be clear, are not incentivized to do this. I'm not saying that they should. But if for whatever reason it was the Texans reaching out to the Oilers legends and saying, hey, we know that you're actually, kind of like Titans, but we want to bring y'all as ambassadors, and we going to outbid the Adams family, whatever it is. Like, if it was the other way around, okay, if the money was coming from the other direction, it would be like, oh, no, I can't believe that the Adams family is doing that. Like, this is very much going with whichever way the wind blows. Hard to respect. We got another dude that used to play ball here, not nearly as critically acclaimed as this one, but Pat Bev. And I think we're going to agree a little bit more on this one. I don't understand what my dude got going on. This was Pat Beverly after doing a couple of things that were out of line. Pat Bev throws a ball at a fan twice. Didn't he do it twice, Spo? Yes. Throws a ball at a fan twice.
And not like just toss it. Like there was some velocity the second time.
Yeah, and then he had the nerve to act like this after the game with a reporter.
Here. I'm sorry. Yeah. Before I finish. Yeah. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. Okay, no disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool. Yeah. That's cool.
Again, there were a couple.
I don't. And then he proceeded to be even more rude with her again, and like kind of pushed her arm away. I don't understand what Patrick Beverly's got going on, but this was like self-sabotage. I don't know. He's 35 years old, on his way out. I don't get it. Why would he act like this?
I don't know. It really made no sense. It made him look just like just really bad. And it turns out the person that he was being disrespectful to is a well-respected, longtime ESPN producer, and he basically has now been banned from appearing on any ESPN platform. And so, like, these guys, they want to get into media when their careers are done, and ESPN provides a great way to do so and an opportunity to make some really good money, and he basically just closed off that income stream for himself. So
this is basically if F Around and Found Out was a PR nightmare. This is the PR nightmare version of F Around and Find Out. Last minute of the show, Larry and Stafford is going to close us out. I know you got thoughts on the backstabbing, the betrayal of one Warren Moon. Larry, talk to us, dog.
B. Scott, man, y'all could have just moved on out the way and gave me this whole last segment so I could deal with all this stuff, man. First of all, big shout out to Big John Singleton, man. I love the way that he persevered through all his stuff, man, and now he's being a vital part of trying to get this thing back on track over there on Crawford. John Singleton went through a whole bunch of stuff, man, just to continue to chase his dream of playing baseball, and it's good to see that he's starting to really, truly enjoy the game and benefit from that. Pat Bev is an ass, man, and he a clown, and he just learned. And I was a diehard Pat Beverly fan, but